Chapter 160. Nagato and Pain fall into disadvantage. 4 crimson beams of light shot into the sky. The beams linked together, forming a massive 4-sided red barrier. The terrifying, repulsive force of Super Shinra Tensei crashed against the 4 red yang formation, distorting the air itself. It was as if this force could shatter everything in the world. However, the 4 red yang formation stood like an indestructible fortress, blocking this technique that was powerful enough to destroy Konoha. The thin red barrier remained as immovable as a mountain. The surging repulsive force, like a tidal wave, was completely contained within the confined space of the 4 red yang formation. The earth beneath them was swept up like waves, continuously piling against the walls of the red barrier. The extreme heat of the 4 red yang formation scorched the displaced soil, causing it to solidify, forming a structure as orderly as kiln-fired pottery. The legendary 4 red yang formation. The Konoha ninjas watching this scene couldn't help but take a deep breath. 4 red yang formation. It was known as the strongest barrier in the ninja world. Legend had it that each activation required 4 cage-level shinobi, and its defensive strength was said to be able to withstand nearly all known jutsu. Now, it had proven itself. Everyone present could see the devastation raging within the 4 red yang formation, where an ocean of earth churned wildly. When Pain's technique finally ended, the inside of the barrier had transformed into a hollow, cylindrical tower of debris, an awe-inspiring sight. However, that tower would not stand for long, because no battlefield could be better suited for the revived Hokage to capture their enemies. And this 4 red yang formation would serve as the perfect prison for Nagato's group. They had no chance of escape. Nagato exhaled heavily, his gaze flickering darkly as he stared at the red barrier of the 4 red yang formation. Even with his limited battle experience, he could see the problem. This barrier's defense was solid. It had completely withstood the power of Super Shinra Tensei, and he had no way to break free. At the same time, there was another pressing issue. After using Super Shinra Tensei, the enhanced power of this technique also meant an extended cooldown period before he could use it again. For now, the Deva Path, Pain's most powerful body, was temporarily out of commission, meaning his combat ability had been significantly weakened. If Nagato hadn't been healed by Shijin, this technique might have drained him completely, possibly even costing him his life. Even so, Nagato still needed a moment to recover. But his enemies were revived Edo Tensei bodies that required no rest at all. Nagato. Konan flew to his side, her face filled with concern. "I'm fine." Nagato forced himself to maintain a calm expression as he scanned the 3 figures standing atop the debris. Slowly, he raised his hand to form a seal. Animal Path, Summoning Jutsu. Nagato's hands weaved through the summoning seals, and beneath him, a massive primordial bird appeared, allowing him and Pain to momentarily regain their footing in midair. Water Release, Water-Severing Wave. But in the blink of an eye, Tabarama Senju spewed out a high-pressure water jet, instantly piercing the summoned bird's body, causing it to disperse into a puff of smoke. Nagato's body immediately began to plummet. At that same moment, the 3 Hokage charged at him simultaneously. Summoning Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu, Summoning Jutsu. Gritting his teeth as he fell, Nagato rapidly formed more summoning seals, calling forth a series of enormous creatures from the void. A towering, ferocious hound roared as it landed, a massive 1-horned rhinoceros followed, and a gigantic centipede slithered forth. All of these beasts were enhanced by the Rinnegan's summoning amplification. Each one possessed the Rinnegan's eyes, and their bodies were incredibly tough and resilient. The 3 summoned beasts charged at the 3 Hokage. Against most opponents, these uniquely powerful creatures would have been overwhelming, forcing any shinobi into a bitter struggle. However, their enemies this time were not ordinary. In fact, calling just one of them strong would be an understatement. Wood Release, All-Encompassing Hands Technique. Hashirama raised his hand. Giant wooden hands erupted from the ground beneath the charging summons. The massive rhino was caught mid-charge, its horn seized by a colossal wooden hand and slammed to the ground, vanishing into smoke. The fierce hound suddenly sprouted wings, howling as it took flight. Wood release, wood human technique. Hashirama's hands came together once more. A towering wooden humanoid rose from beneath him, immediately grabbing the flying hound and pinning it to the ground. The gigantic centipede burrowed underground, only to emerge from a different direction, attempting to climb up the wooden humanoid's body to reach Hashirama. Wood release, wood dragon technique. With calm precision, Hashirama pressed his hand against the wooden humanoid. A wooden dragon grew from the humanoid's shoulder, swiftly coiling around the centipede, constricting it until it, too, dissipated into smoke. In just a few moments, the Rinnegan-enhanced summons had been completely wiped out. Standing atop his wooden giant, Hashirama gazed at Nagato, as if awaiting his next move. However, Nagato had no time to think. Taburama and Minato had already closed in. Usura Path. A mechanical arm sprouted from Nagato's back, transforming into a laser cannon. It fired a powerful blast at Taburama, who dodged in an instant. Pain raised a jet-black chakra rod from his sleeve and lunged at Minato, his hand forming a seal. Bansho Tenon. A sudden gravitational pull yanked Minato toward him. However, as Minato was drawn toward Pain, he suddenly flicked a kunai forward. I knew it. Pain's eyes flashed coldly as he dodged. His gaze locked onto Minato's movements, and even Nagato's real body focused on him. With the Rinnegan's shared vision between the real body and the puppet. No matter what Minato tried, they would see it coming. This time, there would be no surprises. Sure enough, as the kunai landed behind Pain, Minato instantly teleported behind him, catching the kunai and casually tossing it forward once more. At the same time, Minato raised his hand. Rasengan. He drove the spiraling sphere toward Pain's back. Pain swung his chakra rod defensively, already having seen Minato's move through his real body's vision. This time, he would definitely block it. But, just as Pain parried, his Rinnegan caught sight of something. The kunai that Minato had just thrown behind him had suddenly reappeared in front of him. A moment later, Minato vanished from behind him and reappeared in front of him, driving the Rasengan into his chest. This is the Flying Thunder God, second step. Minato gazed calmly at the stunned Pain. He knew that with this technique, Pain had been completely incapacitated. A soft smile appeared on his face, as though he had not just delivered a decisive strike at incredible speed. Senior brother, you've lost. Chapter 161. The true master of Akatsuki is me. The enemy had arrived so quickly. Their combat experience and strength were overwhelming. And yet, in the midst of battle, he knew so little about them that before Deva Path Pain could even mount a proper counterattack, he had already been defeated. As expected of the Golden Flash, Orochimaru stood outside the barrier of the four red Yang formation, smiling as he praised Minato Namikaze for ruthlessly taking down Deva Path Pain. There was no denying it. Even in Orochimaru's eyes, this young man, who had once stolen the Hokage position from him, was worthy of admiration at this moment. Because Deva Path Pain was no weakling. Even though he had entered a period of weakness after using Super Shinra Tensei, he was not an opponent that could be so easily dispatched. And yet, Minato had done it in just a few breaths, his golden-haired form marked with Edo Tensei's decay still looking completely at ease. Jiraiya gritted his teeth, shooting an irritated glance at Orochimaru before speaking angrily. That's because Minato knew our chakra wouldn't last long enough to sustain the four red Yang formation. Defeating Yahiko quickly was the only logical choice. Is that so? Orochimaru recalled the intel he had received from Abaido Uchiha regarding Nagato, narrowing his eyes. But Pain is not Yahiko. Inside the four red Yang formation. Minato frowned slightly as he looked at Deva Path Pain. To his surprise, a single Rasengan had been enough to bring him down. Given his power, he should have been able to withstand such an attack. And yet, Deva Pathpain had collapsed completely. It was as if losing his combat capability meant losing his very life. Minato's expression remained puzzled as he pulled a black rod from Pain's body. This is Naraka Path summoning jutsu. Suddenly, Nagato gritted his teeth and summoned a massive, spectral head, the King of Hell. Its long tongue shot out, wrapping around Deva Pathpain's body and pulling him into its mouth. Without Deva Pathpain's protection and support, even though Nagato could use all 6 paths' abilities with his own body, he would undoubtedly fall quickly under the 3 Hokage's relentless assault. He had to repair Deva Pathpain immediately. Unfortunately, the 3 Hokage wouldn't give him that time. Nor did they even know what he was trying to do. Their goal was singular, to defeat Nagato before he could act, because the ones maintaining the 4 red yang formation did not have infinite chakra like the Edo Tensei Hokage. They wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Nagato. Konan, her paper wings spread wide, flew toward him at full speed, raising her hands toward the 3 Hokage. Countless sheets of paper floated from her palms. At this moment, she had to take Pain's place in protecting Nagato. Her hands transformed into countless white sheets, each one swirling through the air, laced with explosive tags as they rained toward the 3 Hokage. But what greeted her was a simple kunai. A single kunai, carrying an explosive tag of its own, soared toward her paper storm. Tobirama Senju didn't even look back as he continued advancing toward Nagato, simply raising his fingers to form a simple hand seal, mutually multiplying explosive tags. In the next instant, an infinite chain of explosive tags ignited. A massive fireball burst into the sky as the shockwave expanded in all directions, forcing Konan to retreat into the air, her paper wings unfolding once more. Konan. Nagato instinctively looked up. However, Hashirama Senju had already leaped forward, throwing a devastating punch. Nagato could only hastily control the Usura Path's laser cannon to fire a shot, but before it could land, a monstrous force crashed into his body. This was the strength of 100 technique. Nagato's body was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. He had never expected the legendary first Hokage strength to be this overwhelming. As he struggled to gather his chakra and counterattack, 2 kunai landed beside him. Tobirama Senju and Minato Namikaze had teleported in an instant. Shinra Tensei. Nagato raised his hand, repelling the 2 Hokage away. But it was meaningless. The strongest Hokage in Konoha's history, the man who ended the Warring States period, the god of shinobi, Hashirama Senju was already charging toward him again. Nagato, believing he could take on all 3 Hokage at once, had inevitably fallen into a desperate battle. Pain. The mouth of the Naraka Path's King of Hell opened. Deva Pathpain emerged from its maw, a black rod forming in his palm as he stepped forward, blocking Hashirama's attack. He was buying Nagato a moment to recover. What's going on? Hashirama was not alarmed, merely curious as he looked at the now revived Deva Pathpain. Had he come back to life? It's probably a puppet. Minato's voice echoed across the battlefield. The golden-haired Hokage had already deduced something. His gaze sharpened as he locked onto Nagato, gripping one of the black rods tightly. Pain. No, Yahiko was not truly alive. He was merely a puppet controlled by Nagato. Yahiko had already died long ago. He's not a puppet. Nagato clenched his fists, his eyes bulging slightly as he desperately poured chakra into Deva Pathpain, forcing it to move like a living person, engaging Hashirama in battle. Right now, he is still alive. Nagato's voice wavered, his initial excitement slowly giving way to calmness, as if trying to convince everyone, including himself. We are all still alive. Minato's expression turned somber. Though Nagato was arguing, everyone understood. What is going on? Jiraiya's heart trembled as he watched the battle inside the four red yang formation. A painful realization struck him like a blade. Today, too much had happened. He had believed that all three of his students had died, only to find them standing before him, not as allies, but as enemies. And now, the situation had changed yet again. One of his students, Yahiko, had died long ago and had been turned into a puppet by another student, Nagato. So that's how it is. Hashirama let out a heavy sigh as he gazed at Deva Path Pain, gripping one of the black rods before slamming Pain into the ground. Crash! Once again, Deva Path Pain's body collapsed. In a pure taijutsu fight, Pain was no match for the god of shinobi. Turning your dead friend into a puppet. Hashirama pulled another chakra rod from Pain's body, turning his gaze to Nagato with a soft sigh. All just to deceive yourself into believing he's still alive. Nagato's long, crimson hair hung messily over his face. As if, in this moment, the beautiful illusion he had built for himself over the years had finally shattered. How wonderful it had been. The three of them, alive in this world. No need to relive painful memories, no need to bear the weight of the future. If only they had remained in Akatsuki, living in the past, following the man they once admired. Nagato. Jiraiya's voice was filled with sorrow as he demanded, "What happened? What's going on?" But Nagato remained silent. Perhaps because answering no longer mattered. His crimson hair shrouded his vacant Rinnegan, standing still, resigned. At that moment, Orochimaru smirked. Of course, Akatsuki won't disband. His voice carried a chilling amusement. Because the true master of Akatsuki has always been in control. I never intended to deal with Nagato. From the very beginning. My real target has always been someone else. Nagato's expression darkened instantly. The red-haired man, who had been teetering on the edge of despair, suddenly snapped back to attention. His Rinnegan, once clouded with exhaustion, now flickered with shock and realization. Orochimaru's words were like a dagger, cutting through the last remnants of his illusion. At this moment, Nagato finally understood. Orochimaru had betrayed them. More than that, Orochimaru had always been planning to betray them. And now, he was no longer even trying to hide it. You. Nagato's voice was hoarse, his hands clenched into fists as he stared at Orochimaru outside the broken four red yang formation. You knew everything from the very beginning. Orochimaru merely smiled. As expected of the wielder of the Rinnegan, he chuckled, I see you finally understand. Nagato's breathing became heavy. Everything made sense now. The attack on Konoha. The timing of their battle. The appearance of the Edo Tensei Hawkage. And now, Orochimaru's betrayal. All of it had been orchestrated from the start. Nagato's heart pounded as he slowly turned his gaze toward Jiraiya. The man who had once been his teacher had also been deceived by Orochimaru's schemes. Jiraiya-sensei. Nagato's voice was strained, filled with emotions too complex to name. Jiraiya's expression twisted in pain. He didn't know what to say. His former student, the child he had once trained and believed in, had become a pawn in a much larger game. And worst of all, the person pulling the strings was someone Jiraiya had known for decades. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's voice was low, trembling with suppressed anger. What the hell are you planning? Orochimaru's smile widened. Planning, he echoed mockingly. Oh, Jiraiya, my dear old friend, haven't you figured it out yet? Jiraiya's hands clenched into fists. The truth was, he didn't want to hear Orochimaru's answer. Because deep down, he already knew. At that moment, the air grew heavy. A chilling presence descended upon the battlefield. It was different from anything before. Different from Pain's overwhelming Shinra Tensei. Different from Hashirama's boundless chakra. Different from even Orochimaru's eerie, snake-like aura. This was something else entirely. Something far older, far stronger, far more terrifying. Even Hashirama, the god of shinobi himself, suddenly turned his head, his pupils narrowing. This chakra, a single sentence. And yet, It carried a weight that made even the battle-hardened warriors present hold their breath. A moment later, a figure appeared. Not with a flashy entrance. Not with an explosion of power. No. He simply stepped onto the battlefield. And yet, that single step sent shockwaves through everyone present. Impossible. Tsunade's voice was barely a whisper, her eyes widening in sheer disbelief. Jiraiya's breath caught in his throat. Even Orochimaru, for the first time in decades, showed a flicker of genuine emotion. Not amusement. Not calculation. Not arrogance. But something close to shock. Because the man who had just arrived, the man who had effortlessly walked into this battlefield, the man whose mere presence had silenced even the most powerful shinobi in the world, was none other than Shijin. Chapter 162. Do you think seeing a single leaf means you have seen the entire tree? What are you doing, Shijin? Naruto Uzumaki stared in shock at the man before him. Emiya Shijin. How could it possibly be him? Why was Shijin here, on the battlefield at this moment? And why was he helping Konoha's enemies attack Tsunade, who was maintaining the 4 red yang formation? For Naruto, who had spent 3 to 4 years under Shijin's care and guidance, the thought of this man standing against him was unfathomable. But compared to Naruto's disbelief, those in Konoha who truly understood Shijin's ways were utterly shaken. No one, absolutely no one, could have imagined that the greatest medical ninja in the history of the shinobi world was, in fact, the hidden master behind a dangerous organization that harbored S-rank rogue ninjas. It made no sense. There was no apparent connection between the two. How could a man revered as a savior, a healer who stood like a divine guardian in people's hearts, be linked to an organization filled with outlaws? Lord Shijin, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, hesitated as he spoke. His aged body trembled slightly, his face pale, devoid of the grandeur of the legendary shinobi he once was. He couldn't fathom why Shijin had revealed himself at such a moment. This is impossible. Danzo Shimura, who had been lurking in the shadows, waiting for the right opportunity, had his eyes widen in an instant when he saw Shijin attack Tsunade. Even Danzo. Even he couldn't believe that Shijin was the true leader of the Akatsuki. Both Hiruzen and Danzo had once traveled the world alongside Shijin, witnessing his boundless compassion as he healed the sick and wounded. To them, Shijin was always a man of kindness, someone incapable of harming others, let alone endangering the shinobi world itself. That was why Danzo had always thought he could manipulate him. How could such a man be the leader of Akatsuki? This isn't real. Ignoring her injuries, Tsunade gritted her teeth and struggled to her feet. She tried to step toward Shijin. Lord Shijin could never be. When? Shijin's cold voice cut through the air like a blade as he gazed at the wavering Tsunade. When did you start believing that the Shijin you knew was all there was to me? No. Tsunade stumbled at his words, but stubbornly kept moving forward. She desperately wanted to defend him. She desperately needed an answer for herself. Lord Shijin would never. She couldn't accept it. She refused to believe it. This was the same man who had given her warmth beneath his cold exterior when she was just a child. The man who had gifted her an unforgettable childhood, a dream to chase, a back to follow. Someone like that. Someone who would never harm the world. Why would he hurt her? But then, in the instant Tsunade finally reached him, Shijin suddenly raised his hand. A blade of emerald green chakra sliced through her chest. In that moment, Tsunade was an enemy. At least, for now, he considered her one. Blood splattered through the air, tracing the luminous arc of the chakra scalpel. Horrified, the onlookers saw the green blade protruding from Tsunade's back. Tsunade. Tsunade. Lord Shijin. Tsunade ignored their cries. Stubbornly, she lifted her head, trying to meet Shijin's gaze. She wanted to see if there was any sorrow in his expression. She wanted to know if there was some deeper reason behind his actions, if he was suffering from hurting her. But there was nothing. Shaijin's face, once cold but layered with hidden warmth, was now devoid of anything but ice. No trace of his past self remained. Placing a hand lightly on her shoulder, Shaijin showed no remorse for stabbing her. His words, sharper than any blade, pierced deeper than his scalpel ever could. You've only seen a single leaf. So why do you stubbornly believe you've seen the whole tree? Tsunede's heart shattered. But I suppose this isn't surprising. A hint of contemplation flashed through Shaijin's voice, before shifting to a tone of melancholy realization. The one leaf I left behind in this world was enough to blind all of you. Blood continued to flow. Tsunede's expression twisted in pain, but as she looked at the green blade in her chest, a sudden spark of hope reignited in her eyes. Her voice, once weak, now carried newfound resolve. You're wrong about one thing. Lord Shaijin, you are a medical ninja. Gripping Shaijin's arm, Tsunade showed neither pain nor despair. Instead, her eyes gleamed with determination. A mistake like piercing between the heart's chambers should never happen to people like us. Shaijin furrowed his brow, puzzled by her insistence. This wound is enough to incapacitate you. I only needed your blood to summon Katsuyu. Killing you outright would be inconvenient. If that thought comforts you, then feel free to be happy about it. Because soon, your life and death will no longer matter. Without hesitation, Shaijin pulled his arm free, letting Tsunade collapse beside him. Unfazed, he began weaving hand seals, pressing his palm against the air. Summoning jutsu. Using Tsunade's blood, he completed the summoning contract. A technique like this was only possible because they shared the same contract. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke erupted. A massive slug emerged from within. Lord Shaijin. The slug immediately recognized his chakra. For the first time in 1,000 years, Shaijin had summoned it once again. Excitedly, the slug turned to greet him, only to notice Tsunade lying on the ground. Lady Tsunade, I'll heal you. Don't bother. Shaijin's cold voice stopped it. His eyes fell upon Nagato and Konan. Check on their wounds instead. The slug hesitated. Just moments ago, Konoha's shinobi had been fighting Nagato and Konan. But now, they are my comrades. Shaijin's eyes lifted slightly. Understood, Lord Shaijin. The slug dared not question him further, splitting into two to attend to them. Tsunade, still lying on the ground, heard every word. Her eyes lost their light. Shaijin had never said such words to her. He had never called her his comrade. Everything. It was all real. The Akatsuki truly belonged to him. Its members were truly his allies. And now, your life and death no longer matter. Shaijin raised his hand once more, the emerald glow of the chakra scalpel flickering back to life. Tsunade. The voices of Hashirama and others rang out in alarm. Any doubts they had before were now completely erased. Shaijin intended to kill her. But they were too far away. Even the flying thunder god needed a marker. The closest person had already charged forward when Tsunade fell. Tsunade. Juria's figure lunged toward Shaijin. Seeing the pain and confusion in Tsunade's eyes filled him with nothing but fury. You bastard. Clenching his teeth, Juria slammed a Rasengan toward Shaijin's chest. Do you know? Tsunade always admired you. Juria's voice trembled with anger. She wanted to be just like you. But Shaijin merely looked away. I am no longer who I was. A narrow-minded person who never understood me. Do you expect me to praise her for copying a shallow imitation? Juria clenched his fists. Tsunade had done everything for nothing. Hashirama watched his granddaughter's bitter smile, his heart aching at the sight. She had done so much. Yet in the end, she was nothing more than a narrow-minded fool in his eyes. Little Tsuna. The first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, gazed at his granddaughter with sorrow. Anyone who had ever witnessed how much Shaijin doted on Tsunade as a child would never have believed that one day he would be the one to hurt her. But it had happened. And now, Hashirama clenched his fists, fury swelling within him as he turned toward Shijin. Yet, as his eyes fell upon him, that anger gave way to something else. Confusion. And pain. A feeling all too familiar. The same pain he had felt when his dearest friend chose a different path from him. Why? Hashirama's voice was filled with sorrow, his gaze fixed on Shijin. Why did things turn out this way? A deep sadness overcame him, one he could barely contain. He thought of his younger brother, the one he had always relied on. With a quiet murmur, he asked, "Tabarama, tell me, why did Lord Shijin become like this? The man we knew was never someone who would harm others." Tabarama Senju lowered his gaze. Tabarama. Not hearing an immediate response, Hashirama felt something was off. Tabarama had never hesitated to answer him before. Even when their views clashed, Tabarama always spoke his mind. Wait. Hashirama turned abruptly to face his brother. Seeing the heavy look on Tabarama's face, an unsettling thought struck him. His voice trembled as he asked, "Tabarama, do you know something?" Chapter 163. If not for you, I wouldn't have understood that this world is beyond saving. Tabarama's reaction was too strange. He wasn't shocked that Shijin was connected to a rogue ninja organization. Nor was he surprised that Shijin had harmed Tsunade. Tabarama. Hashirama's expression darkened, a suspicion creeping into his heart. Why? Tabarama remained silent. The truth was, this was a difficult thing to say. The fact that the greatest medical ninja in history had become the leader of a dark organization was, in large part, a consequence of his own actions before his death. However, this burden wasn't his alone to bear. This does have something to do with me, Tabarama finally admitted, turning his gaze toward Shijin. But the real culprit is Madara. At that moment, Tabarama suddenly realized many things. He even pieced together the most crucial part of it all. Madara. Hashirama was caught off guard. How had this matter once again led back to Uchiha Madara? Uchiha Madara. The name instantly sent a wave of tension through everyone present. The mere mention of the man who had once rivaled Hashirama made their expressions turn grim. Especially Hiruzen Sarutobi. As someone who had witnessed Shijin and Madara's interactions in his youth, he had long suspected that Akatsuki was connected to Madara. Tabarama, what is going on? Hashirama pressed his brother for answers. How did Shijin become entangled with Madara? Big brother. Tabarama exhaled slowly. After you died, Madara sought out Shijin more frequently. He never gave up on using Shijin for his schemes. In fact, before I died, Madara had already succeeded in deceiving him, convincing him to aid in his hidden, sinister plans. Tabarama couldn't keep the truth from someone who had been wronged so deeply. But he also wouldn't hide his own role in what had happened between him and Shijin. Of course, he couldn't fully blame Shijin either, because Hashirama knew exactly what kind of person Shijin was. In the past, he had been a universally respected medical ninja. Even Tabarama himself had to acknowledge that. Shijin was once, without a doubt, a truly good man. So that's how it is, Shijin. Hashirama scratched his head. If it was because of Madara's deception, then this really was a bit awkward. Well, if Madara was the cause, then perhaps he could help. Hashirama wasn't great with words, but he resolved to do his best to make Shijin understand the dangers of his old friend. No, Madara didn't deceive me. Shijin shook his head calmly, speaking in defense of someone who wasn't even there. To be precise, I was the one who guided Madara. I showed him the path to true, eternal peace. That's what led to Akatsuki's creation. Eternal peace. Hashirama's frown deepened. Shijin guiding Madara didn't surprise him. After all, he himself had once been guided by Shijin. Back then, Shijin had never hesitated to share his wisdom with the younger generation. Many of the doubts and struggles Hashirama had once faced were resolved through Shijin's words. He had no doubt that Madara had also sought answers from him. And he also knew that the answers Madara received were not ones the world would accept. Eternal peace. That was something both you and Madara once sought. Shijin gazed at Hashirama, his expression distant, lost in memory. And he did not hide the real reason his beliefs had changed. Hashirama, you once carried the hope for eternal peace. I once foresaw two possible futures for this world. One was tied to you. The other lay within Madara's Sharingan. Madara never deceived me. When you died, a great war erupted across the shinobi world. That war proved that placing my hopes in you had not been the right choice. So I decided to see whether Madara's path could succeed instead. And your brothers. Shijin's gaze slowly fell upon Tobirama. The coldness in his eyes made Tobirama shudder involuntarily. Tobirama's actions only further proved something to me. Perhaps I should have chosen Madara from the very beginning. You claim to be protecting peace, but all you have done is stray further and further from it. Madara's path was the right one. That's why I chose to guide him in finding another way for this world. Hashirama turned sharply toward Tobirama. Tobirama. A sense of unease gripped him. Just what had his brother done? So that's how it is. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, speaking in a low voice. So, is this because the second Hokage used Shijin's abilities for war? Or is it because Madara helped Shijin put an end to the first Shinobi World War? Tobirama furrowed his brow. And then, in a stern voice, he said, Madara only helped Shijin end that war to gain his trust, to learn more of his secrets and power. This was not baseless slander. It was a logical deduction, based on Tobirama's understanding of Madara. As for his own use of Shijin, that had been unavoidable. To protect Konoha, he had to do whatever was necessary, and he was willing to bear the consequences of those decisions. However, there was one thing Tobirama couldn't deny. At the moment of his death, he had made a fatal mistake toward Shijin. I apologize, Shijin. Tobirama hesitated, then spoke in a low, steady voice. To prevent Madara from using you against Konoha and the shinobi world. Before I died, I attempted to use the Reaper Death Seal to imprison your soul within the Shinigami. Hiruzen's pupils shrank. Even Minato looked shocked. Because the Reaper Death Seal was a forbidden technique used as a last resort. It denied the enemy's soul the right to rest. In this world, respect for the dead was absolute. To imprison someone's soul for eternity was the ultimate sacrilege. Wait. The second Hokage. This wasn't just an offense against Shijin. This was something far worse. Especially against a man like him. Second Grandpa. Even Tsunade, still gravely injured by Shijin, looked shaken. She had never known that her granduncle's conflict with Shijin had gone this far. No wonder. Even Orochimaru's eyelid twitched slightly. Now he understood why Tobirama's soul had been trapped within the Shinigami. Tobirama, you. Hashirama's face was filled with both frustration and helplessness. He knew his brother well. Tobirama had always seen Madara as an enemy, especially after Madara unleashed the Nine Tails upon Konoha. But Tobirama had gone too far. Even if he wanted to stop Madara, there was no need to go this far against Shijin. In Hashirama's last memories before his death, the world still told stories of Shijin's kindness. Shijin had never cared about politics. He had healed all who needed him, even Madara himself. And just to prevent Madara from using him, Tobirama had tried to erase him completely. That was too much. If he had first revived Shijin through Edo Tensei, only to then try sealing him away forever, that was beyond cruel. Doesn't matter. I no longer care. Shijin glanced at Tobirama, his eyes lifeless and hollow. If not for you, perhaps I would have never truly realized that this world is beyond saving. Chapter 164, Orochimaru Stirs the Chaos. Truly. My deepest apologies. Hashirama lowered his head, guilt weighing heavily on his heart. He was so ashamed that he could barely face Shijin. Calling his brother's actions biting the hand that fed him would have been far too kind. This was beyond unforgivable. If he weren't already dead. Then, as Tabarama's elder brother, he should have taken a kunai and offered his life in atonement before Shijin. Brother. Tabarama's brow furrowed as he opened his mouth, trying to justify himself, only to realize he had no words. At the time, he had no other way to deal with Madara. The only possible solution, the only one he could turn to, had been the Shijin he resurrected through Edo Tensei. But Shijin's strength had far exceeded his expectations. And in the end, he had made a grave mistake. He had personally driven the one man who had shown kindness to Konoha straight into the arms of their enemies. No need for apologies. There's no point in dwelling on the past. Shijin's voice was indifferent as he swept his gaze over the Konoha shinobi before him. Now we are enemies. Hashirama clenched his fists. Hearing those words, a deep sadness flickered across his face. Shijin's tone left no room for doubt. This was final. Tabarama shifted uncomfortably. Minato hesitated, unsure of what to do. Nagato, Konan were leaving. Shijin glanced at Nagato and Konan, who had just been healed by Katsuyu, and ordered them to follow him. Lord Shijin. Nagato lowered his head uneasily. Konan, however, looked at Shijin with gratitude. Neither of them had expected that, in their moment of greatest peril, Shijin would reveal himself, risking everything to save them. Yes. Konan quickly helped Nagato to his feet, ready to leave, though she cast a wary glance at the Konoha shinobi standing nearby. However, none of them moved, until Konoha's leadership gave the order. No one knew whether they should try to stop these enemies from leaving. At this moment, no one made a move. Even those who had the authority to decide didn't know whether they should consider Shijin an enemy, or simply a friend who could never be reclaimed. Their history with him would fade away as he walked out of their lives. Everything seemed to be coming to a quiet end, but not for Orochimaru. A flicker of urgency flashed in his golden eyes. He stole a glance at the three Hokage resurrected by Edo Tensei. He still needed them to deal with Shijin. If Shijin and his allies escaped, Akatsuki would hunt him and Obito down. They would never forgive his betrayal. Fortunately, Orochimaru had an ally. Someone who had never received kindness from Shijin. Someone who had been wary of him from the very start. Because he came from Mount Mayaboku. Wait. Jiraiya suddenly snapped back to his senses. Ignoring his injuries, he leaped forward, blocking Shijin's path. He had nearly forgot. The great Toad Sage had warned him about Shijin's threat. If Shijin sought to change the shinobi world, he had to be stopped. Even the mere thought of allowing him to act on that desire was unacceptable. My apologies. Jiraiya stood alone before Shijin and his disciples, raising his fingers into a stance. I can't let you leave. The great Toad Sage once warned me. Jiraiya's voice was tense as he recited the prophecy. If, one day, Shijin attempts to change the shinobi world under the banner of peace, then he must be stopped. The great Toad Sage never told me what exactly you would do. But it made one thing clear. Whatever you seek, it is not the future we desire. Jiraiya-sensei. Minato hesitated for only a moment before leaping to Jiraiya's side. His gaze turning resolute. He trusted his master's judgment completely. He could not allow Shijin to leave. Actually, Akatsuki's plans aren't complicated at all. A glimmer of satisfaction flashed in Orochimaru's eyes. Feigning indifference, he spoke with a mocking tone. The Akatsuki, under Lord Shijin's leadership, only seeks to gather the tailed beasts to forge a weapon of mass destruction. A single strike could wipe out an entire nation, slaughtering millions. This weapon is meant to intimidate the world into obeying their so-called vision of peace. A ripple of shock ran through the Konoha shinobi. Even Hashirama and Tabarama turned, stunned, to face Shijin and his allies. Orochimaru, you. Konan's eyes burned with rage. Did I say something untrue? Orochimaru's snake-like pupils gleamed with malice as he smirked. I was once part of Akatsuki, after all. I may not know everything, but I know enough. Jiraiya cast a brief, shocked glance at Orochimaru. Then quickly turned back to Shijin, his resolve hardening. If this was true, then there was no way they could let Shijin leave. This was their only chance to stop him. Unless... Orochimaru sneered, his voice dripping with mockery. Unless Lord Shijin wants to refute me. I know quite a few of Akatsuki's secrets, after all. Orochimaru. Nagato glared at him coldly. Is it true? Hiruzen stepped forward. He stood protectively in front of Jiraiya, fixing his gaze on Shijin. Lord Shijin. His voice was steady, but there was a hint of hope. Is this how you intend to bring about your so-called eternal peace? By creating a weapon capable of killing millions at a whim. Hiruzen didn't want to believe Orochimaru's words. He wanted to hear a different answer. Because in the past, he had seen Shijin pour his heart into saving even a single dying patient. Could this same man now be the one planning to slaughter countless lives so easily? But Shijin's answer wasn't what Hiruzen wanted, or what anyone who had once known him wanted. On the surface, Shijin lifted his gaze slightly. He made no attempt to deny it. Calmly, indifferently, he confirmed it. Yes, more or less. The weight of those words crashed down on the crowd like an unshakable mountain. Brother. Tobirama stared at Shijin. For the first time, he saw an opening to argue against him. This kind of peace achieved through power and slaughter. This is exactly the kind of evil Madara would embrace. Hashirama remained silent. Hathi. Orochimaru chuckled softly, watching as chaos spread through the Konoha ranks. Then, slipping into the shadows, he vanished, because his goal had been achieved. From this moment on, peace was no longer an option. The battle in Konoha would spiral out of control. Even Hashirama, no matter how much guilt he felt, couldn't just stand by while Shijin threatened Konoha's people. Finally, Orochimaru folded his arms, standing at a distance. He watched as the confrontation grew tenser by the second. A satisfied grin curled across his lips. The true feast has only just begun. At the same time, a spiraling distortion in space appeared beside Orochimaru. Uchiha Obaido emerged from the vortex, his expression cold as he looked toward Shijin. It seems our plan is proceeding smoothly. Everything is still on track. Don't worry. No matter what happens, there won't be any mistakes. Orochimaru smirked, his golden eyes gleaming with a sinister light. This may seem underhanded, but in truth, it's an open strategy. As long as they've entered Konoha. As long as they can't deny Akatsuki's so-called evil ambitions. This war is inevitable. All we need to do now is watch. Watch as Konoha's Hokage decide how to eliminate the man who was once seen as their greatest protector, yet is now their greatest threat. Care to wager a guess? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, his grin widening as he turned toward Obaido. Who will be the one to claim victory? Obaido's frown deepened. Without a word, his figure dissolved into another spiraling distortion, disappearing from sight. After all, Orochimaru was merely a pawn. Obaido had bigger plans. The Moon's Eye plan was about to reach its climax, and he needed to claim Nagato's Rinnegan. And he wasn't the only one with such ambitions. Elsewhere, hidden in the darkness, Shimura Danzo waited patiently, gripping his bandaged arm tightly. He was biding his time, watching for the perfect moment to strike. At that same moment, high atop a crumbling wall, a figure slowly emerged from the stone, half black, half white. Are you sure this won't go wrong? White Zetsu's voice carried a note of unease as it observed the scene below. Shijin is surrounded, there are too many enemies. And they're strong, we don't have a good way to deal with some of them. Don't worry, it's inevitable. Black Zetsu's voice was filled with eerie satisfaction as it watched Shijin's predicament unfold. A wicked smile spread across its face. It's finally happening. Face the entire world as your enemy, Shijin. Every person in this world carries their own selfish desires, their own attachments. But I am the only one who stands beside you, truly and completely. Chapter 165, For the Sake of Konoha. For Black Zetsu, he could finally breathe a little easier. Now that Shijin had openly admitted that Akatsuki sought to intimidate the entire shinobi world, there was no turning back. He would become the enemy of the world. The shinobi would never tolerate the birth of such a devastating weapon of war. Compared to Shijin's true goal, reviving the ancient rabbit goddess, Otsutsuki Kaguya, to reign over the world, Akatsuki's plan to create a superweapon almost seemed merciful. But even that would never be accepted. Because in this world, if a weapon capable of wiping out nations wasn't in one's own hands, then its very existence would be seen as a threat. Especially when Shijin was fully capable of creating such a weapon. He possessed knowledge of ancient history and power beyond comprehension. If he intended to build a weapon of mass destruction, he would succeed. So it's true. Jiraiya turned to Hiruzen and Minato, his voice heavy. It's exactly as the great Toad sage foretold. Shijin's way of changing the shinobi world is far too extreme for anyone to accept. It doesn't matter. The foolish can only see the illusion of the future before them. They are blind to the rise and fall of history that has stretched for 1,000 years. Shijin was unfazed by Jiraiya's condemnation. Lifting his hand, the emerald glow of his chakra scalpel shimmered. His gaze locked onto Jiraiya. But fate cannot be altered. Nor will it be rewritten simply because of personal will. Just like the great Toad sage's prophecy. The moment Jiraiya heard the word fate, he instinctively thought of the child of prophecy. His eyes darted toward Nagato and Konan behind Shijin. This man had known all along that his disciple was still alive. He had always known that Nagato would one day clash with his other students. That's enough. Step aside. You all know you cannot defeat me. Shijin's voice remained calm as he looked at Hiruzen. And until my plan is complete, I have no interest in pointless slaughter. Hiruzen remained silent, unmoving. Both he and Jiraiya knew how powerful Shijin was. They were indeed no match for him. His kenjutsu, ninjutsu, bloodline abilities. Everything about him stood at the absolute pinnacle of the world. To be honest, the pressure was suffocating. Far worse than when they had faced Nagato. If we don't stop you now. Hiruzen sighed in regret, yet his frail body stood firm, blocking Shijin's path. Then when that weapon is complete, we won't even have the chance to try. This was their best opportunity. Because right now, Konoha was at its strongest. And he, as Hokage, had never been more ready to burn himself for the village. Prepare for battle. Hiruzen quickly formed hand seals, his sharp gaze fixed on Shijin as he loudly declared war. I never imagined I'd have to fight you one day, Shijin. But as Hokage, I will not retreat. Ninjutsu, summoning jutsu. As he completed his jutsu, a massive ape emerged from the summoning smoke. The Monkey King Enma transformed into a golden staff, landing in Hiruzen's hands. With a fierce battle cry, Hiruzen charged forward, issuing his orders. Minato, deal with his subordinates. Jiraiya, cover me. Yes. Minato vanished in an instant. Understood. Jiraiya immediately began forming seals. This strategy wasn't without reason. Hiruzen had seen Minato defeat the Deva path. He had also seen Taburama push Nagato into a corner. Against someone with the Rinnegan, Minato's Flying Thunder God technique gave him the best chance of victory. As for Hiruzen himself, the old Hokage had already made up his mind. Clang! The chakra scalpel and golden staff clashed. Sparks flew as Shijin's blade traced a lethal arc toward Hiruzen's hand. His reaction was swift, but not swift enough. He barely managed to loosen his grip before the scalpel sliced through his fingers, forcing him to release his weapon. In an instant, Hiruzen lost his staff. With a flick of Shijin's wrist, the scalpel, as if magnetized, hooked onto the golden staff, swinging it through the air before hurling it straight at Jiraiya. What kind of swordsmanship is this? Jiraiya had never seen such a technique before. Dumbfounded, he instinctively kicked the staff back to Hiruzen. Got it. Hiruzen leaped forward, his staff extending 3 feet before thrusting at Shijin's chest. Shijin's scalpel elongated in response, effortlessly parrying the strike. Fire release. Jiraiya finished his hand seals, preparing to unleash a firestorm to support Hiruzen. But fire release. Shijin merely lifted his other hand. A fireball erupted from his palm, forcing Jiraiya to dodge. Again. Jiraiya's heart pounded as he watched the fireball explode. Another no-seal, high-level jutsu. Unpredictable and overwhelming. But while he and Hiruzen struggled, Minato was making progress. Flashing around Nagato at high speed, Minato moved so quickly that even the Rinnegan struggled to track him. The advantage of the Flying Thunder God technique was undeniable. Nagato's nerves tightened as Minato's kunai embedded into the ground, a Rasengan forming in his palm. The moment he struck, he vanished again. To fight against the Rinnegan, one had to attack between the opponent's ability cooldowns. Minato had already begun reading Nagato's movements. This is it. Dodging Nagato's counter, Minato struck with his Rasengan, prepared for him to block it. But someone was faster. Shijin. After forcing Hiruzen back, he appeared beside Nagato in an instant. Without hesitation, his scalpel flashed, severing Minato's arm. Minato retreated hastily. How? He wasn't concerned about his arm. His Edo Tensei body would regenerate. What shocked him was the technique Shijin had just used. Was that the Flying Thunder God technique? The Flying Thunder God. How could Shijin use it? A realization hit Minato. If Shijin could teleport freely, then he could escape with Nagato and Konan at any time. And sure enough, Shijin reached for their shoulders. If no one stopped him, he would vanish, escaping Konoha's grasp forever. But he never got the chance. A veteran like Hiruzen wasn't so easily fooled. In an instant, Hiruzen extended his staff, slamming it into Shijin's chest and pushing him away from Nagato and Konan. Lord Shijin. Nagato's eyes widened in shock. I'm fine. Shijin disappeared again. Hiruzen sighed, retrieving his staff. He knew he had missed his best chance to end it. But he failed to notice the Flying Thunder God seal now imprinted on his staff. Be careful, Lord Third. Minato's expression shifted as he realized what had happened. Hiruzen barely had time to react. Shijin reappeared beside him. His chakra scalpel swung toward Hiruzen's throat. One strike, and the third Hawkage would be dead. But someone saved him. Tobirama. Appearing just in time, Tobirama yanked Hiruzen backward, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. At the same moment, Shijin continued his assault. But a lone figure stood in his way. Bare-handed, he caught Shijin's scalpel. A single kick sent Shijin retreating. Shijin blocked the strike with crossed arms. I don't want to fight you, Shijin. Hashirama's voice was filled with sorrow. It felt like facing Madara all over again. His expression grew solemn. But for the sake of Konoha. Chapter 166, Hashirama's Sealing. A familiar reason. The same, ever-familiar reason. Shijin gazed at Hashirama with calm eyes, as if he had long foreseen this moment. There was no surprise on his face. After all, he had anticipated this. Even if Hashirama felt guilt over his brother Tobirama's past mistakes, he would never stand idly by when Konoha was in crisis. Shijin did not answer him. Instead, he calmly gave orders to Nagato and Konan. You two retreat toward the outskirts of Konoha. I'll cover you. The real battle was about to begin, even though he had prepared for this scenario. Fighting multiple Hokage, with the chakra limitations of his Edo Tensei body, would not be easy. However, he also had a plan of his own. This was far from a desperate situation. Lord Shijin. Nagato hesitated as if wanting to say something. Leaving is effortless for me. Shaijin observed the Hokage quickly closing in around him and shook his head lightly. The real challenge is ensuring your escape. And that is the most important thing. Nagato fell silent, lowering his head. Go. At Shaijin's command, his body shot forward at high speed. His fingers moved swiftly. A towering wall of flames erupted, cutting off the Hokage's advance. The real battle had finally begun. Water release, water shockwave. Tobirama's hands formed seals. His jutsu required hand signs, making him a fraction slower than Shaijin, but in moments, a torrential surge of water crashed into the flames. Water and fire collided. A thick mist billowed across the battlefield. But such an obstruction was meaningless to these combatants. Their sensory abilities rendered visibility irrelevant. Both sides instantly locked onto each other's locations. However, the Hokage realized a problem. Nagato and Konan had already fled as ordered. Though Nagato had expended a great deal of chakra in battle, the Konoha shinobi still weren't confident they could stop him. Just as Hashirama and the others began formulating a countermeasure. A flash of emerald light burst through the mist. A chakra scalpel slicing through the haze, slashing toward them. Watch out! Tobirama barely had time to shout a warning. He easily dodged, but more glowing blades followed, cutting through the air in rapid succession. Charge through! Hashirama leaped forward, fist glowing with chakra as he swung directly at Shaijin. Simultaneously, Tobirama and Minato hurled their flying thunder god Kane, coordinating their attacks with Hashirama's strike. Beware the Rinnegan! Jiraiya's voice rang out in warning. Yes, Jiraiya-sensei. Minato immediately responded. Earlier, they had taken advantage of Nagato's unfamiliarity with the flying thunder god technique. That was why they had gained the upper hand so easily. But now, they were facing Shaijin, a man who not only possessed the Rinnegan, but had also mastered the flying thunder god technique. To put it bluntly, based on Shaijin's speed earlier, he was at least on par with Minato and Tobirama. This was going to be a brutal fight. And sure enough, as soon as Minato and Tobirama teleported beside Shaijin, he reacted instantly. His body twisted midair, legs sweeping out in a twin kick, knocking both Minato and Tobirama away. But that gave Hashirama an opening. Even so, Shaijin remained unbothered. He met Hashirama head-on, his chakra scalpel flashing in a flurry of precise strikes. His swordsmanship is on par with Madara's. Hashirama's eyes narrowed, forced to retreat under the relentless assault of emerald blades. Attack freely. They are all Edo Tensei bodies. They won't die from damage. We just need to destroy Shaijin's body to create an opening for sealing him. Tobirama's voice cut sharply through the battlefield as he took command. But then, he hesitated. He had already failed to seal Shaijin with the Reaper Death Seal. Could they truly contain him? Perhaps. Earth Release, Earth Dragon Bullet. Hiruzen swiftly performed seals, summoning a massive earthen dragon. Fire Release, Fire Dragon Flame Bullet. A blaze of fire surged forth, igniting the earthen bullets into flaming projectiles. It was Hiruzen's signature combination technique, Earth Dragon Flame Flow. Shaijin remained unfazed. His chakra scalpel slashed effortlessly through the flaming missiles, dispersing them. A chance. Tobirama saw an opening. Disguising his kunai among the fireballs, he teleported directly in front of Shaijin. With kunai in hand, he slashed at Shaijin's chest. If he landed the strike, it would cripple Shaijin's ability to fight. But a single radiant arc of green light swept through the air. Shaijin's eyes lifted slightly, as if he had expected Tobirama's move all along. A blinding flash. Tobirama was cut clean in half. Tobirama. Lord Second. Everyone froze in shock. The strike had been perfectly timed. Even while battling Hashirama and evading Hiruzen's attacks, Shaijin had been aware of Tobirama's every movement. To put it bluntly, the moment Tabarama teleported, Shijin had already prepared for the killing blow. Everything about you is no secret to me. Shijin watched as Tabarama's Edo Tensei body began to regenerate. A black receiver materialized in his hand. He drove it into Tabarama's body, pinning him to the ground. Shijin had seen Tabarama's memories. He knew that Tabarama relied on high-risk tactics for swift victories. Perhaps because his chakra was weaker than his brother's. Perhaps because, in the Warring States era, a single misstep meant death. Tabarama had ingrained this fighting style into his very being. Tabarama struggled against the black rod, but the yin-yang chakra within it severed his connection to his body. Even though his Edo Tensei form was regenerating, he was completely immobilized. We must rescue Lord Second. Hiruzen quickly assessed the situation. Even though Lord First can match Shijin in raw power, his swordsmanship is overwhelming. He's being pushed back. And we are barely making an impact. He and Jirya could only support from afar with ninjutsu. Their attacks were ineffective against Shijin. Even Minato, despite his flying thunder god speed, was limited in his approach. Minato's fighting style relied on surprise teleportation and rapid strikes. But against an opponent who also knew flying thunder god, that advantage was gone. Sage mode activate. Minato clasped his hands together, entering sage mode. His pupils sharpened into toad-like irises. I'm not good at sage mode, but it enhances my physical abilities. If nothing else, I can buy time. That blonde kid. Hashirama, despite fighting, noticed Minato's transformation. Help me hold him off. I've figured it out. Buy me some time, and I'll find a way to stop Shijin. Yes. Minato charged. A Rasengan swirled to life in his palm. Sage Art Rasengan. Pointless. Shijin didn't even glance at Minato. He flicked his fingers. The earth cracked, trapping Minato's foot. Minato almost teleported away. But if he did, Hashirama would be overwhelmed. Gritting his teeth, he let his foot remain trapped, lunging forward with the Rasengan anyway. A reckless attack, which was exactly what Hashirama needed. Vines burst from the ground, wrapping around Shijin. Would release. Hashirama smirked. You're terrifying up close. If I hadn't distracted you for a moment, I wouldn't have been able to do this. Sage Art, Gate of the Great God. From the sky, massive torii gates came crashing down. Before Shijin could react, the gates pinned him to the ground. Finally, Hashirama exhaled. Did we succeed? Hiruzen landed beside him, catching his breath. No. Hashirama shook his head, eyes still locked on Shijin. The gates will only suppress him for a while. We need to find a permanent solution. But while the Hokage worried, Shijin, trapped beneath the gates, simply closed his eyes. As if he no longer cared. Chapter 167, Shimura Danzo obtains the Rinnegan. What do we do? White Zetsu anxiously turned to Black Zetsu, lowering his voice. Lord Shijin has been sealed. Are you sure there won't be a problem? There won't be. Black Zetsu was tense, but it still had full confidence in Shijin. Even so, it couldn't afford to sit idly by. It needed to prepare. A final measure. A way to bring Shijin back to life. Black Zetsu gritted its teeth and sank into the ground. I'll find Nagato and have him use the Rinnegan to resurrect Lord Shijin completely. This was a contingency plan it had prepared long ago, to ensure nothing went wrong. As long as Shijin was revived, his true strength would utterly crush every Hokage present. However, when Black Zetsu found Nagato, Nagato was already in deep trouble. As Nagato and Konan fled Konoha, Shimura Danzo silently pursued them. At the same time, Orochimaru and Uchiha Abido also appeared, blocking their escape. They had barely left the village when both Orochimaru and Abido intercepted them. Hand over the Rinnegan. Abido gazed at Nagato with disdain, his voice indifferent. That was never meant to be yours. Shijin may have spared you, but I won't. Uchiha Abaito Orochimaru. Nagato clenched his teeth, his expression darkening. His voice filled with fury. You damn traitor, you betrayed Akatsuki. Akatsuki is my organization. Abaito spread his hands, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. I gave you new life. But you all chose to side with Shijin. You were the traitors first. If they hadn't betrayed him, he wouldn't have had to take Nagato's eyes by force. So you've made up your mind. Nagato knew that words were meaningless now. He took a deep breath, his chakra surging as he prepared for battle. Orochimaru wasn't much of a threat, other than his ability to escape. He wasn't particularly dangerous, but Abaito's Kamui phasing was troublesome. Even with the Rinnegan, defeating Abaito wouldn't be easy. Nagato. Konan tensed beside him. She had some understanding of Abaito's abilities. She had even devised a plan to counter him. But after Shijin's arrival, she had abandoned the idea. However, that plan required a battlefield prepared in advance. Here, it was useless. Don't worry. Nagato shook his head, speaking with a firm voice to steady Konan. And himself. I'll finish this quickly. Before you say that. Orochimaru smirked, stepping back slightly. Then he spoke loudly. Why don't you take a look behind you? Nagato turned his head slightly. Shimura Danzo. Bloodlines like the Rinnegan. Danzo slowly unsealed his arm, speaking with deliberate calm. Belong to Konoha. You bastard still dares to show yourself. Nagato's rage flared the moment he saw Danzo. Today's battle had begun because of their assassination attempt on him. Nagato had thought he had lost his chance. But now, Danzo had appeared before him. It was a perfect opportunity for revenge. However, this was a trap from all sides. He might be able to kill Danzo, but Abaito was the real threat. Still, there was no turning back now, and none of them intended to wait. Boy, Danzo had thoroughly analyzed Nagato's abilities. He was confident that he could take his Rinnegan. Without hesitation, he charged forward. His blade slashed straight for Nagato. The Rinnegan is mine now. Die. Nagato raised his hand. Shinra Tensei. A powerful repulsive force erupted, crushing Danzo's body instantly, hurling his lifeless corpse through the air. Nagato immediately turned to Abaito. A mechanical cannon from Usura Path emerged on his shoulder, firing laser blasts toward Abaito. But Abaito phased through the attacks effortlessly. He strode forward at an unhurried pace. He was confident Nagato couldn't harm him. After all, no shinobi without space-time jutsu could truly threaten him. This bastard. Nagato gritted his teeth in frustration. He had known that Abaito's abilities were troublesome. But now that he was actually fighting him, he realized how powerless he felt. It was like being at the mercy of his opponent. But the real danger was behind him. Nagato, look out. Konan's urgent warning rang out. She watched in alarm as Danzo reappeared. He's still alive. Before her words had even finished, she had already transformed paper into countless shuriken, piercing through Danzo's body. His corpse collapsed to the ground. But another eerie sight unfolded. Danzo's body vanished. Then, he reappeared again, rushing toward them. This time, his body was covered in cursed seals, and his speed had increased dramatically. What the hell is going on? Konan flung explosive tags at Danzo's feet, blowing him to pieces. But once again, Danzo emerged unscathed. Not good. Nagato and Konan broke into a cold sweat. Both of their enemies were impossible to kill. We can't kill him. Abaito, watching silently from the sidelines, immediately understood Danzo's trick. He smirked. So that's it. Danzo plans to use Izanagi to take Nagato's Rinnegan. Moreover, Abaito noticed Danzo's arm, covered in countless sharingan. This made Danzo an even greater nuisance. Izanagi could rewrite death itself into an illusion. As long as Danzo had Sharingan, he could keep using Izanagi indefinitely. Of course, Obito had no intention of warning Nagato. In fact, he was happy to watch Danzo weaken him. If Danzo could inflict serious injuries, stealing the Rinnegan would become much easier. Shinra Tensei. Nagato unleashed another massive repulsive force. But neither Obito nor Danzo showed any concern. They both closed in on him. And in the end, Danzo was just a step faster, even as his body was torn apart again by Konan and Nagato's attacks. Izanagi rewrote his reality. When he reappeared, he was right in front of Nagato. With a swift motion, Danzo forcibly ripped one of the Rinnegan from Nagato's eye socket. Ignoring Nagato's agony, he immediately fled toward Konoha. At that moment, Danzo could have killed Nagato, but he wanted to leave him alive, to keep him fighting Obito and Orochimaru. If they kept fighting, Danzo could escape without interference. HMPH. He glanced at the Rinnegan in his hand, a smug grin forming on his lips. I finally have it. The power of the Rinnegan. He had witnessed it firsthand. Nagato had single-handedly defeated Hiruzen and the legendary Sannin. He had lost 5 Sharingan in exchange. 5 of the 11 Sharingan on his arm had permanently closed. But it was worth it. Danzo turned to watch Nagato and Obito continue their battle. Then he formed a hand seal, deactivating Izanagi. In that instant, Danzo's body froze. His remaining 6 Sharingan flickered ominously, as if a dormant genjutsu had activated. Had an Uchiha been present, they would have recognized it immediately. A preset transcription seal had been triggered. The illusion implanted within his eyes was simple. The moment he deactivated Izanagi, he would transplant the Rinnegan into himself. Danzo wasted no time. He tore out his own eye and shoved the Rinnegan into its place. Ag! He clenched his teeth in agony. But then, a soothing warmth filled him. Chakra surged. His wounds began to heal. And then, the Rinnegan connected to his optic nerves. Danzo awakened to his new power. But that was only the beginning. Black Zetsu observed silently. A complex expression formed on its face. What now? White Zetsu finally lost his composure. Nagato lost 1 Rinnegan to Danzo, and the other is about to fall into Obito's hands. Don't panic. Black Zetsu remained calm. Danzo bears a seal left by Lord Shijin. Shijin can use it to control him. And through him, he can force the Rinnegan's resurrection. Chapter 168, the news Shijin had been waiting for. Inside Konoha village. The crisis in Konoha had not yet been fully resolved. But at the very least, they could afford to be a little less tense. Senju Hashirama's hands remained clasped together, his entire body radiating sage chakra, ready at any moment to apply a new seal onto the restrained Shijin. Now, what should we do? Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Shijin's half-crouched figure beneath the Torii gates and turned back to his teacher, the second Hokage, Senju Tabarama. Should we release Lord Shijin from the Edo Tensei, allowing his soul to return to the underworld and rest in peace? It's useless. Senju Tabarama shook his head, unconvinced that the Edo Tensei could still be undone. The Edo Tensei technique cast upon him must have already gone out of control. Because last time, when I resurrected Lord Shijin with Edo Tensei, he had already mastered the technique's release method, allowing him to break free from the summoner's control and continue moving independently. Crack! The sudden sound of a Torii gate breaking sent a wave of tension through everyone present. Senju Hashirama immediately cast another technique, summoning more Torii gates from the Myojinmen to further suppress Shijin's movements. Are we just going to remain in this stalemate? Jiraiya felt an unsettling anxiety creeping in. Other sealing techniques might not work either. Senju Tabarama shook his head, his gaze locked onto Shijin's form, as if he could see the terrifying soul hidden beneath that Edo Tensei body. Shaijin's soul was simply too fearsome. Even the Shinigami of the underworld dared not oppose it. However, the Shinigami was not entirely without use. At the very least, it could force Shaijin's soul to leave his Edo Tensei vessel. Senju Tabarama was certain that, while his Reaper Death Seal technique had not succeeded, it had at least managed to push Shaijin's soul back toward the underworld. There's still only one option. Recalling what he had witnessed in his final moments before death, Senju Tabarama spoke in a solemn tone, "We must use the Reaper Death Seal to drive his soul back to the underworld." But the Reaper Death Seal required a sacrifice. Once cast, the user's soul would be devoured and sealed by the Shinigami, with no certainty that anyone in the future would be able to free them, as Orochimaru once did. Fortunately, Hawkage had never feared sacrifice. Every Hawkage present, no matter how cunning or strategic they were, Senju Tabarama included, was prepared to lay down their life when duty called. It was their responsibility, a burden they had long since accepted. "I will do it." Sarutobi Hiruzen suddenly stepped forward, his voice calm and unwavering. "I have been prepared for this day for a long time." Moreover, it had to be him. Because Edo Tensei resurrected individuals were technically dead, unable to attract the Shinigami's attention. The Reaper only had interest in the souls of the living. Third Lord. Old man. Both Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya tensed up. Monkey. A hint of approval appeared on the faces of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tabarama. The child they had once placed their hopes in had truly grown into a worthy Hawkage. Hiruzen turned to his student Jiraiya. "Jiraiya, from today onward, you are the 5th Hawkage of Konoha." At this point, Hiruzen had no one else to entrust this responsibility to. There simply wasn't another suitable candidate in Konoha. Jiraiya was caught off guard. He instinctively glanced at Tsunade and suddenly proposed, "Isn't Tsunade a better choice?" Indeed, Tsunade was a fitting candidate. But her current state was problematic. With Shaijin's true identity revealed, Tsunade's mind was on the verge of collapse. Hiruzen couldn't be certain she was in the right condition to take up the mantle of Hawkage. "I recommend Tsunade for 5th Hawkage." Jiraiya didn't deny the validity of Hiruzen's idea, but he offered a compelling argument. He looked at the hollow-eyed Tsunade and said, "If Tsunade shoulders the responsibility of protecting Konoha, she will find the strength to stand tall again." Jiraiya, of course, had personal reasons. First, he didn't want to be tied down by the Hawkage's responsibilities. He needed to focus on training Naruto Uzumaki and finding a way to bring his former students, Nagato and Konan, back to the right path. Second, he couldn't bear to see Tsunade lost in despair. He knew how much Shaijin meant to her, and the only way to fill that void was to replace it with something of equal weight. In the past, Tsunade had carried Shaijin's will. Now that his will had shattered, she needed something new to hold on to. And what better choice than the will of fire, passed down through generations of Hawkage? Hiruzen pondered for a moment, weighing Konoha's interests and future. Eventually, he realized that Jiraiya's suggestion might be the best option. To put it bluntly, Tsunade might not be able to handle anything related to Shaijin at the moment. Her entire life was marked by his presence, and she was no longer in the right mindset to even be a medical ninja, let alone a suitable shinobi. But if she became Hawkage, if she could recover, her power would be crucial to Konoha's future. The only question was whether inheriting the Hawkage title would be enough to bring her back. Perhaps this is for the best. Hiruzen turned to Hashirama, Tabarama, and Minato. "First Lord, Second Lord Minato, what do you all think? This is your generation's decision to make." Hashirama waved a hand dismissively. Then, a sudden realization struck him. "Wait, if little Tsuna becomes Hawkage, she won't gamble the whole village away, right?" Everyone present twitched. "She won't." Jiraiya shook his head. He knew Hashirama was joking, but his gaze fell upon the restrained Shaijin. "Actually, Tsunade hasn't gambled in a long time. She's even nearly quit drinking these past years. And it was all because of Shaijin." But Shaijin remained unmoved. "Lord Shaijin, Jiraiya felt a heavy weight in his heart. He needed an answer. Why must you create peace through such terrifying means? If you could do it yourselves. Shijin glanced at Jiraiya. I wouldn't have to. Jiraiya's throat tightened. A thought struck him and he quickly pressed on. But there will be someone who can do it. Like Naruto, you believe in the great Toad Sage's prophecy, don't you? You believed Naruto was the child of prophecy, right? If it's the Toad's prophecy. Shijin looked at Jiraiya and calmly asked, what makes you think Nagato wasn't the child of prophecy? Jiraiya was at a loss for words. After all, both Nagato and Naruto were his students. And right now, Nagato had already begun trying to change the shinobi world. But his ideology came from Shijin. Jiraiya firmly believed both Nagato and Naruto were the children of prophecy, but he couldn't accept the path Nagato had chosen. He had to find a way to change his student's mind. If Hiruzen used the Reaper Death Seal to banish Shijin's soul, Jiraiya would immediately set out to convince Nagato to abandon the Akatsuki's war machine. Jiraiya. Shijin's calm voice interrupted his thoughts. The Toad told you many things, which is why you were always wary of me, wasn't it? Yes. Jiraiya nodded, curiosity still burning within him. But one thing confuses me. The great Toad Sage told me that you, Lord Shijin, once carried out extreme measures for peace in ancient times. Is he referring to the Akatsuki's war machine plan? If you want to know, I don't mind telling you. Shijin shook his head, his expression unchanging. Back then, I simply intended to kill every disciple of the shinobi sect, all those who possessed chakra, to prevent it from spreading further. A chilling silence fell. Jiraiya felt a chill run down his spine. Even the first and second Hokage, along with everyone present, were visibly shaken. Killing all those who possessed chakra. That meant exterminating their ancestors. This ancient medical ninja had been so extreme, even back in the distant past. This revelation was utterly terrifying. Compared to Shijin's indiscriminate slaughter, the Akatsuki's war machine plan suddenly seemed almost merciful in contrast. I never would have imagined. Jiraiya, knowing that Shijin wasn't one to lie about such things, could only shake his head and sigh. The legendary medical sage of the shinobi world has such a dark past. For the sake of achieving eternal peace, nothing is too great a sacrifice, just as you claim that anything is justified for the sake of Konoha. But Asura, the ancestor of the Senju and Uzumaki clans. Shijin turned his gaze toward Senju Hashirama as if looking at an old acquaintance from long ago. Back then, he convinced me to abandon that idea. Everyone present felt an unexpected sense of relief. Even though they already knew that Shijin's plan in ancient times had failed, hearing that someone had successfully convinced him to give it up still provided a small sense of comfort. Asura made me a promise that if people could truly understand one another, there would no longer be war. I believed him. Shijin reached up and touched his eyes, gently brushing his fingertips over his Rinnegan. And I used the power of these eyes to resurrect all the disciples of the shinobi sect I had slain, allowing chakra to once again spread throughout the world. Cold sweat formed on Jiraiya's forehead. Even the Hokage present felt a sense of unease. Because they all knew the history of the shinobi world. The Warring States period that lasted for centuries. The 3 shinobi world wars that followed. The people of later generations had completely shattered Shijin's faith in Asura's promise. I truly apologize. Hashirama, ever the earnest one, bowed his head solemnly toward Shijin, sincerely apologizing for failing to uphold their ancestors' promise. Sarutobi Hiruzen and the others could only stand there, feeling too ashamed to say anything. Tobirama felt a moment of guilt, but then his sharp mind immediately grasped a crucial point. Wait, the Rinnegan has the power to resurrect the dead. Lord Shijin, something has happened to Nagato. Just as Tobirama made that realization, a voice rang out beneath Shijin's feet. A creature with a black and white face emerged from the ground, delivering the very message that Shijin had been waiting for. Danzo has taken Nagato's Rinnegan. Danzo. Everyone present was stunned. Sarutobi Hiruzen, in particular, felt a surge of both shock and fury. While they had been locked in this desperate battle, while he himself had been prepared to sacrifice his life, Shimura Danzo had been secretly making his move to steal the Rinnegan. That bastard. What exactly was he planning to do with it? Chapter 169, Resurrection. Compared to the stunned Konoha shinobi, Shaijin's expression noticeably changed upon hearing this news. The lifeless look in his eyes suddenly sharpened, his face showing clear shock at the unexpected theft of the Rinnegan by Danzo Shimura. What the hell happened? Shaijin fixed his gaze on Black Zetsu, his voice low and firm. Nagato and Konan had already escaped, hadn't they, with their abilities? It was Uchiha Obaido who betrayed us. Black Zetsu cut him off immediately, wasting no time in explaining the situation. As Nagato and Konan were leaving, Orochimaru, Uchiha Obaido, and Danzo Shimura ambushed them. They used a forbidden technique that Madara once employed to steal one of Nagato's Rinnegan. After finishing its explanation, as if worried the urgency wasn't clear enough, Black Zetsu quickly added, "Nagato is currently being surrounded by Uchiha Obaido and Orochimaru. He's on the brink of death." "I understand." Shaijin's expression darkened. At least, from Black Zetsu's perspective, it knew exactly why Shaijin was furious. It also understood that Shaijin must be outraged at Danzo for targeting Nagato, someone he acknowledged, and for stealing the Rinnegan, a crucial piece of the Eye of the Moon plan. At the same time, the faces of the Konoha shinobi also changed drastically. Sarutobi Hiruzen's anger flared. He had been prepared to sacrifice his own life to eliminate the threat of Shaijin, yet now he was hearing that his old friend Danzo had teamed up with Konoha's two most dangerous rogue shinobi. His mind was already cursing Danzo from top to bottom. Abaye. Minato Namikaze was visibly shocked. He had been completely unaware of Obaido's survival. Obaido is still alive. Minato. 12 years ago, the Nine Tails attack was orchestrated by Uchiha Obaido while he was wearing a mask. At this point, Jiraiya had no choice but to reveal the truth to Minato. However, his focus was more on Orochimaru, his brows furrowing as he considered the implications. That snake. Had he orchestrated the revival of the past Hokage in Konoha just to keep them occupied, so he could steal Nagato's Rinnegan? This was a crisis on top of a crisis. As the Konoha shinobi discussed amongst themselves, Black Zetsu continued trying to persuade Shaijin. It seemed to understand the thoughts forming in his mind and immediately added fuel to the fire. "Shaijin, I know you've always wanted this era's story to end with the shinobi of this era, but now we have no choice. We need you." All this time, Shaijin had refused to use Nagato's Rinnegan for resurrection. His reasoning was that Nagato was a comrade, working toward the same goal of changing the shinobi world. If Nagato were to use the Rinnegan to revive someone, Shaijin would have preferred it be Uchiha Madara, someone who had been truly recognized, to personally complete the Eye of the Moon plan. But now, that thinking had to change. Now, what needed to be done was to punish Danzo Shimura, to use Danzo as the catalyst for his own resurrection, and to strike this world with overwhelming force. Black Zetsu's anticipation grew as it watched Shaijin's fingers slowly clench into a fist. It knew that this man's thoughts were shifting. It knew that Shaijin would not let Danzo steal the Rinnegan without retribution. He would make Danzo suffer under the very power he coveted, letting that fool realize that not all power was his to claim. "Shaijin," Black Zetsu called out softly. At that moment, their thoughts aligned perfectly. Black Zetsu knew Shaijin understood exactly what it wanted him to do, because there was only one answer that could change everything. And Shaijin never disappointed Black Zetsu's expectations. Shaijin raised his fingers in silence. The moment his hand moved, the anticipation on Black Zetsu's face turned into pure joy. It already knew what Shaijin intended to do. Even though Shaijin had never wanted to resurrect himself, he had always seen himself as merely a guide. But now, only by fully returning to life could he swiftly eliminate the Hokage, reclaim the Rinnegan from Danzo, and save Nagato and Konan. Brother, be careful. Tabarama immediately sensed something was wrong. He quickly called out to Hashirama, urging him to reinforce the seal. However, his warning backfired. Hashirama had never relaxed his vigilance over Shijin, but hearing his brother's shout made him instinctively turn to look at Tabarama. And that single moment was all it took for disaster to unfold. The instant Tabarama shouted, the cursed seals on his body suddenly activated, forcing his hands together to form a seal. Water-style, water-severing wave. Tabarama spewed forth a high-speed stream of water toward the Myojinmen Torii gates, slicing through them in an instant. Tabarama. Hashirama's face was filled with shock. I'm being controlled by the curse seal. Tabarama's expression darkened. The cursed markings wrapped around his entire body, leaving only his mouth free to speak. Monkey. Second Lord. Hiruzen immediately understood Tabarama's warning. He raised his hands to perform the seals for the Reaper Death Seal, intending to end Shijin once and for all. But Hiruzen's body suddenly froze in place. The cursed seals spread over him rapidly, completely paralyzing him. He could only watch as his hands refused to clasp together. Cursed seals. Jiraiya's expression shifted. He recalled that Shijin had once placed curse marks on Hiruzen and the others, though he had never activated them before, not even when he was sealed by the Myojinmen. So why now? Why was he suddenly using the curse marks to control Hiruzen and Tabarama? What was he planning? Jiraiya couldn't figure it out. But Tabarama had already pieced it together. In this moment, he combined all the information he had gathered and reached a terrifying conclusion. Not long ago, they had learned that the Rinnegan had the power to resurrect the dead. And in the past, Danzo had been marked with Shijin's curse seal. When these two facts were put together, along with the memory of Shijin's terrifying soul, he wants to resurrect himself. Tabarama immediately shouted his realization to the others. He's using the curse seal to control Danzo and bring himself back to life. And then, Tabarama issued the most urgent warning. Find Danzo immediately. Tabarama could not fathom what would happen if Shijin truly returned to life. Could they even stop a man from the ancient era, a man whose power had reached the realm of gods? But it was already too late. As Black Zetsu's anticipation grew, as Tabarama's fear surged, as the Konoha shinobi remained stunned and confused, a dazzling white light erupted from Shijin's body. This is bad. Hashirama instinctively knew that something terrible was happening. Chakra surged to his fists as he swung them toward Shijin. Faster. He had to stop this before it was too late. If he could strike fast enough, maybe he could. But it was futile. The glow from Shijin's body faded. And as the white light dissipated, his once lifeless Edo Tensei body transformed into flesh and blood, with his chakra rapidly regenerating. At this moment, his full power had returned. The overwhelming strength he had once sealed away in the past was finally free to be unleashed in this era without restraint. A terrifying wave of chakra burst forth, sweeping across Konoha. Countless shinobi were thrown into the air. The towering trees in the surrounding forests, once immovable, shook violently under the force of the unleashed energy. What is happening? Kakashi, who had been focused on pursuing Abido, was nearly knocked down by the force. Luckily, Might Guy caught him just in time. Might Guy planted his feet firmly, shielding a group of young genin. His eyes widened, sweat dripping down his face. This chakra. Can a human even possess such power? Kurenai clutched her student tightly, her body trembling. She swore she had never felt anything like this before. Even the Ninetails chakra on that fateful night could not compare. What the hell is happening? All of Konoha was left questioning in terror. At the center of the storm, Shijin calmly grasped Hashirama's incoming punch. No. He caught it effortlessly, because stopping it was far too easy for him. Shijin felt the surge of life in his veins. His soul had fully rejoined his body. Hashirama's heart grew heavy. For the first time, he truly realized. Even at his peak, he had never been Shaijin's equal. Shaijin slowly raised his head. His Rinnegan shattered like paper, leaving behind only empty eye sockets. Yet, he didn't care about losing his sight. For the man who had ended his own life 1,000 years ago had now writ the first words of a new chapter in his story. Chapter 170, No, this body is far too strong. It was unimaginable. Humans could never truly comprehend what they had never seen before. Just as the shinobi of Konoha could never have imagined the true strength of the world's most powerful being, until now, when they were witnessing it firsthand. Even Senju Hashirama, once hailed as the god of shinobi by countless others, found his body instinctively stiffening in front of Shaijin. His very soul trembled at the sight of a being who could truly be called eternal. This is terrifying chakra. Hashirama's expression grew solemn as he stared at Shaijin. He didn't dare let his guard down just because Shaijin had lost his eyesight. In fact, the realization only made him more tense. So this is Lord Shaijin's true power. Shaijin ignored Hashirama entirely. Instead, he simply closed his empty eye sockets, breathing in the earthy, metallic scent of the battlefield, something he had never been able to experience in his Edo Tensei body. Life truly was beautiful. While Hashirama was reeling from the sheer scale of Shaijin's power, Senju Tabarama had an even clearer and more immediate understanding of it. Tabarama, too, refused to underestimate Shaijin just because he had lost his vision. He knew that a living Shaijin and an Edo Tensei Shaijin were as different as heaven and earth. The second Hokage tensed every fiber of his being, his chakra surging throughout his body. Yet, he remained immobilized under the influence of the cursed seal. He could only call out a warning to the others present. Right now, he is no different from a god. We have to try something. Hashirama narrowed his eyes, retracting his clenched fist before striking out at Shaijin's neck with a powerful chop. Among all of Konoha, he was the strongest in direct combat. It was up to him to test the limits of Shaijin's power in this moment. Shaijin effortlessly caught Hashirama's wrist, his body seamlessly attuned to nature itself. He could perceive every movement around him with perfect clarity. The next moment, Hashirama felt his world spinning. By the time he realized what had happened, his entire body had already been thrown through the air, carving a deep trench into the ground upon impact. The difference in their strength was like heaven and earth. Tabarama. Seeing his older brother being effortlessly overpowered, Tabarama immediately turned to Minato Namikaze. Fourth Hokage, quickly, help me seal away the cursed mark. Minato, highly skilled in sealing techniques, recognized the urgency of the situation. Without hesitation, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to appear beside Tabarama, forming the necessary hand seals for the sealing jutsu. Aside from Tabarama, Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, also needed his cursed seal to be neutralized. The power that had once granted them incredible strength, bestowed upon them by Shaijin himself decades ago, had now become the very trap leading them to their downfall. Wood style. Despite his battered state, Hashirama swiftly leaped back to his feet, forming seals to unleash his wood release technique in an attempt to bind Shaijin. 3 massive wooden tendrils surged toward Shaijin, attempting to ensnare him. Wind style. Shaijin barely moved, merely tilting his head slightly as he raised a hand. A single motion was all it took for sharp wind blades to shred the wooden tendrils to pieces. His body vanished in an instant. By the time Hashirama could react, Shaijin was already in front of him. So fast. Wham! A powerful roundhouse kick slammed into Hashirama's body, sending him flying backward. Flying Thunder God technique. Hashirama barely managed to steady himself, analyzing the movement speed Shaijin had just displayed. No, that wasn't a teleportation technique, it was pure speed. And the next moment, Shaijin charged at him again. Hashirama barely had time to raise his arms in defense before Shaijin's kick sent him crashing into the ruins. But that brief moment gave him a chance to breathe. Sage Art Myojinmen. Hashirama immediately formed seals while still in midair, summoning a series of colossal torii, gates from the sky to restrain Shijin. Yet, the Myojinmen could no longer seal him. Dust style, particle annihilation. Without even looking, Shijin raised his hand. A bright white glow materialized in his palm, forming into a circular disc that shot upward. The moment it touched the torii gates, the massive structures crumbled into nothingness. Dust release. A technique Shijin had obtained from the second Tsuchikage, Mu, decades ago during the First Shinobi World War. No. It was Sage Art, Dust Release. More precisely, it was Dust Release imbued with 6 paths-level Sage Chakra, pushing the technique's power to an unprecedented level. What technique? Tabarama couldn't immediately recognize the jutsu Shijin had just used, but he could judge its devastating power from the effect alone. By now, the cursed seals on both Tabarama and Hiruzen had been successfully suppressed, allowing them to rejoin the battle. Fourth Hokage. Tabarama placed a hand on Minato's shoulder, quickly devising a strategy. His speed is unmatched. We'll leave flying thunder god marks on each other so we can alternate attacking and retreating. If an attack fails, we immediately teleport away to reposition. It was the safest approach. In the brief time they had observed Shijin's movements, Tabarama had already determined that his speed was on a whole other level. At the very least, their flying thunder god technique would allow them to barely evade his attacks. And since both of them were in Edo Tensei bodies with infinite chakra, they didn't have to worry about energy consumption. However, Shijin likely had countermeasures against Edo Tensei as well. We may be in Edo Tensei bodies, but... Tabarama furrowed his brows, a disturbing thought surfacing in his mind. He has access to all of my knowledge. That means he must be proficient in sealing techniques. I understand, I'll be cautious. Minato nodded slowly. Having studied many of Tabarama's forbidden techniques, he knew Shijin must also be highly skilled in seals. However, Tabarama quickly let out a sigh of relief, bringing up another point. Thankfully, that snake, Orochimaru, isn't here. As long as he doesn't release the jutsu, our Edo Tensei bodies won't be dispelled. Even if one of us is sealed, we can help each other break free and continue fighting. It was a strategy, bordering on shamelessness. As long as the Edo Tensei technique remained active. As long as all 3 Hokage weren't sealed at the same time. The battle could continue endlessly. With their plan set, Tabarama and Minato immediately launched their assault, moving at lightning speed as they alternated their attacks in an intricate pattern of teleportation and retreat. This was the ultimate application of the Flying Thunder God technique. With 2 simultaneous users, their movement became nearly impossible to track, as they continuously flickered between space-time intervals, never truly appearing until the moment of attack. From the sidelines, Konoha's shinobi struggled to follow their movements. And yet, Shijin, blind as he was, simply stood in place, listening carefully. If he wanted to counter this strategy, it would be difficult without vision. However, for someone who had truly returned to life, it was effortless. Even if he simply stood there and allowed Senju Tabarama and Minato Namikaze to attack him freely, their strikes wouldn't be able to harm him. A body at the level of the 6 paths granted him unparalleled durability, and his regenerative abilities far surpassed even Hashirama's legendary self-healing. Cracked. Tabarama's kunai shattered upon contact with Shijin's body, unable to pierce even his skin. Sage Art Rasengan. Minato's Rasengan slammed into Shijin's chest, but all it managed to do was stir up a brief cloud of dust. The 4th Hokage's eyes flickered with disbelief. But Minato was unshaken. He had anticipated this. And he noticed something. His Rasengan had left behind a flying thunder god mark on Shijin's body. As long as that mark remained, endless attacks could be unleashed upon him, eventually finding a way to bring him down. Retreat for now. Tabarama swiftly signaled Minato. The 2 Hokage flickered away, using the flying thunder god technique. But their chance was already gone. Behind Shijin, 9 pitch-black orbs silently emerged, floating ominously in the air. The atmosphere grew even more oppressive. Without a single sound, Shijin had entered Six Paths Sage mode. What is that? The shinobi around them stared at the black orbs in shock. They had never seen anything like it before. No one knew that these were truth-seeking orbs, the culmination of all 7 chakra nature transformations combined. And no one knew that the very appearance of these orbs signified a fundamental shift in power, a complete disparity between Shijin and the rest of the shinobi world. Your spacetime techniques are impressive. Shijin shook his head slightly. He raised his hand, pointing calmly toward the 2 Hokage who had just teleported away. His voice, serene yet absolute, echoed through the battlefield. But against overwhelming power, they are meaningless. A sudden sensation of weightlessness overtook Tobirama and Minato. Their movements halted abruptly. Despite still being in the middle of their teleportation, their bodies froze in place. Because their very souls were being forcibly extracted from their Edo Tensei bodies. No. Tobirama's mind reeled in horror as he watched his own soul slowly rise out of his body. He finally realized the Edo Tensei itself was being forcefully undone. If their Edo Tensei was erased, then none of the summoned dead could continue fighting. And that meant this world would be left completely at Shijin's mercy. The next moment, 2 souls fully separated from their bodies. Minato looked down at his open palms, watching as his translucent spirit drifted upward. A deep concern flickered in his gaze, because at this moment, one thought weighed heavily on his mind. His son. His eyes instinctively turned toward Naruto Uzumaki. Because once he returned to the afterlife, he had no idea if he would ever get another chance to see his child again, especially in a world that was about to fall completely under Shijin's rule. Chapter 171, Madara is also our comrade. Minato Namikaze's soul continued ascending. If a person could pass into the afterlife without regret, they might be able to face death peacefully. Yet, Minato could not find such peace. He was still too concerned about the world he was leaving behind. Dad. Naruto Uzumaki ran toward him. Naruto. Minato looked at his son, wanting to say something, anything, to help him face the looming crisis of Shijin. But no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't think of the right words. The only thing he could do was plant the seed of victory in his son's heart. Naruto. With what little time he had left, Minato did his best to encourage him. I'm really sorry I couldn't help resolve this crisis in the ninja world, but the hope of stopping Lord Shijin now rests on your shoulders. I will stop him. In truth, the 12-year-old Naruto barely understood anything. He didn't know what kind of war machine Shijin had created, nor the full scope of the conflict between him and Konoha. He only saw the expectation in his father's eyes, and so he clenched his teeth and promised. I believe in you, Naruto. Minato's gaze remained fixed on his son, his voice filled with both encouragement and pride. Just like your mother, and I always believed you would grow up to become an outstanding ninja. And with those final words, the soul of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, ascended. He was the first Hokage to be forced off the battlefield. Meanwhile, Senju Tobirama had no time for farewell speeches. The 2nd Hokage immediately tried to use spirit transformation technique to keep himself anchored in the world for a little longer. He was not ready to give up. But even so, it was futile. He couldn't even get close to Shijin. His spirit was sent flying with a mere flick of Shijin's finger. All Tobirama could do was watch helplessly as his elder brother, Senju Hashirama, was beaten into utter disgrace, completely stripped of the strength that once earned him the title of God of Shinobi. Lucky, or perhaps unlucky, even with spirit transformation technique, Tobirama's soul could not last. He too was finally forced to leave the mortal world, but even in death, his soul was not at peace. The 2nd Hokage was gone. Yet Hashirama didn't even have the time to mourn. He couldn't afford to process his emotions, not when he was still fighting. Even the weakest of them, Hiruzen Sarutobi, refused to surrender. The third Hokage was already forming the hand seals for Reaper Death Seal. Summoning the Shinigami would mean certain death. Perhaps it was already too late. But as a Hokage, Hiruzen had no choice. He could not retreat. Ninja art, Reaper Death Seal. Determination flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. A towering spectral figure of the Shinigami emerged from behind him. The instant the death god laid eyes on Shijin, it opened its mouth in silent terror, brandishing its short blade as it lunged toward him. You still haven't learned, have you? Shijin merely raised his hand, curling his fingers into a gripping motion, as if he were holding a skull in his grasp. From his last encounter with Edo Tensei, he had taken the time to converse with the Shinigami in the underworld. At the very least, he had taught the death god to fear. It was a precaution, just in case Reaper Death Seal ever became an obstacle for him again. Of course, now that he was fully resurrected, he didn't even need such a countermeasure. But it was always better to eliminate potential annoyances. And as expected, it worked. The moment the Shinigami saw Shijin's hand gesture, a wave of absolute terror washed over it. The same soul that had dominated it in the underworld was standing before it once again. Like a small animal encountering its natural predator, the death god instantly recoiled in fear, retreating back into the void at lightning speed. It was so frightened that it didn't even bother to take Hiruzen's soul before fleeing. Yet despite all this, Hiruzen's body had already reached its limit. Summoning the Shinigami had drained the last of his life force. But the most disheartening part, the god of death, the ruler of the underworld, had cowered like a mere beast. It didn't even put up a fight. Hiruzen couldn't comprehend it. But others were already succumbing to despair. Jiraiya had believed that Reaper Death Seal was Hiruzen's final trump card, his last-ditch effort to stop Shijin. To be blunt, there was no greater jutsu in all of Konoha. Reaper Death Seal had once been powerful enough to cut through even the Nine Tails with ease. And yet, it had been nullified just like that. If even this had failed, what else could possibly stop Shijin? Would dragon jutsu? Hashirama pressed his hands together. Even though he knew he was no match for Shijin, even though he knew his defeat was inevitable, he still had to fight. Until the very last moment. Senju Hashirama would never give up. But even his iron resolve would only serve to highlight the overwhelming power of his enemy. A massive wooden dragon coiled around Shijin, attempting to bind him. But with a single surge of his arm, Shijin shattered the wooden beast into splinters, scattering debris across the battlefield. Then in a flash, he appeared before Hashirama, his palms striking forward. Hashirama's Edo Tensei body was instantly torn apart. His soul was forcibly ejected from his vessel. And in a single moment, the Edo Tensei binding him was erased. Lord Shijin. Hashirama's soul rapidly ascended into the sky. He gazed down at Shijin's form, his face filled with concern and unease. Even now, he tried to reason with him. Slaughter can never bring true peace. There's nothing left to discuss. Shijin, though blind, could still sense Hashirama's lingering thoughts. And he cut them off without hesitation. I have no interest in wasting any more time here. Because his goals had already been achieved. And yet, despite his success, he felt no joy. Even now, at the culmination of his plan, there was no satisfaction. Because Black Zetsu was still by his side. And this resurrection was merely the beginning. This entire process had served not just to grant him power, but to force the true mastermind of the ninja world, Black Zetsu, into making its next move. Black Zetsu, let's go. Shijin's body floated effortlessly, 9 truth-seeking orbs orbiting beneath him as he passed through the ranks of stunned Konoha shinobi. None dared move. Their bodies were paralyzed beneath the sheer weight of his chakra. Yes. Black Zetsu followed him, its voice dripping with amusement. But beneath that amusement, there was something else. A flicker of unease. It watched Shijin's truth-seeking orbs closely, realizing a very troubling fact. Shaijin might have become too strong. Truth-seeking orbs, the pinnacle of chakra transformation. Only those who had truly mastered 6 paths abilities could create them. If Shaijin had reached this level, he was nearly equal to the sage of 6 paths himself. And that could be a problem for Kaguya's revival. If Shaijin's power truly rivaled Hagoromo's, then controlling him might become impossible. Our plan has no issues now. Black Zetsu carefully broached the subject. Shaijin, once we return, shouldn't we focus on reviving Madara? Madara? After all, he is our comrade. Chapter 172, Creating New Eyes. Power can be immense, but power must not be too immense. Shaijin's overwhelming strength unsettled Black Zetsu. If a pawn was powerful, it could help facilitate Kaguya's resurrection. But if that pawn became too powerful, her revival might not go as planned. Shaijin's power was undoubtedly beyond that of the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. For the first time, Black Zetsu found itself missing Uchiha Madara. In the past, every time Shaijin was resurrected, Black Zetsu had willingly abandoned Madara, treating him as nothing more than a backup plan. But now that Shaijin had shown even the slightest potential for losing control, Black Zetsu immediately sought to put its backup plan into motion. This thing was behaving like a manipulative player in a toxic relationship. Shaijin, of course, had no intention of exposing Black Zetsu's true thoughts. After all, those thoughts stemmed from Shaijin himself. In fact, he needed to encourage them. Fine. We'll begin preparations to revive Madara once we return. You go find Danzo's corpse and retrieve the Rinnegan. Without even looking back, Shaijin gave his orders before soaring into the sky. I'll go save Nagato and Konan first. Understood. The original White Zetsu silently sank into the ground. By the time Shaijin arrived at Nagato's location, only Konan remained, sitting limp on the ground, cradling a gravely injured and barely breathing Nagato in her arms. As for Uchiha Obaido and Orochimaru, the two had long since fled upon sensing the danger. Before leaving, Obaido had taken Nagato's remaining Rinnegan. He knew that if he wanted to negotiate with Shaijin, he needed the power of the Rinnegan to stand a chance. Lord Shaijin. Konan, disoriented and lost, looked up at Shaijin. The moment she recognized him, clarity returned to her eyes, and a sliver of hope flashed across her face. Lord Shaijin, please, can you save Nagato? With your medical ninjutsu, surely. Konan, don't. Nagato, weak and fading, interrupted her. Both of his eyes had been taken. His body was on the verge of collapse. He no longer saw any purpose in continuing to live. Even if he survived, what could he possibly do? Shaijin walked over and placed a hand on Nagato's chest, assessing his injuries. A brilliant, searing white light suddenly ignited in his palm. Lord Shaijin, what is this? Nagato felt an overwhelming surge of pure chakra coursing into his body, replenishing the life energy he had once depleted. And then, something even more astonishing happened. As Shaijin's hand passed over Nagato's hollow eye sockets, a new pair of eyes grew back. For the first time in a long while, Nagato could see again. This is the power of Yang. Shaijin answered his unspoken question. It was a force that could truly create life. Something that every medical ninja dreamed of, yet it had long since transcended the realm of mere medical ninjutsu. This was a power that belonged only to the gods. Nagato touched his newly formed eyes, both shocked and overjoyed at the sight before him. But soon, he noticed something wrong. His gaze shifted to Shaijin's closed, empty eye sockets. Lord Shaijin, your eyes. Oh, I lost a pair myself. Shaijin was completely indifferent to his blindness. To him, losing his sight didn't matter in the slightest. He made no mention of his battle in Konoha, nor how he had crushed 4 Hokage single-handedly. He simply patted Nagato's shoulder lightly. But right now, I have no way to restore my own sight. For the time being, I'll still have to rely on you all. Lord Shaijin. Nagato's face filled with guilt as he sincerely apologized. This is all my fault. I shouldn't have acted recklessly. I was too careless and I lost the Rinnegan. His performance in this incident had been disastrous. Not only had he lost his Rinnegan, but he had even dragged Shijin down with him. Losing his own eyes was one thing, but his mistake had also cost Shijin his Rinnegan. And now, what would happen to the War Machine plan? The demonic statue of the Outer Path could only be summoned and controlled with the Rinnegan. It was also the only Dojutsu capable of sealing the tailed beasts into the statue. Without the Rinnegan, they had a major problem. Don't worry. Black Zetsu is already looking for it. Maybe we'll recover one of them. Shijin remained calm, his voice light as he continued. And even if we don't, it doesn't matter. The ninja world still has ways to create a new pair of Rinnegan. Yes, there were still ways to forge a new set of Rinnegan. After all, the Uchiha clan had not yet been completely wiped out. Uchiha Sasuke, still in Konoha, had a strong chance of awakening the Rinnegan in the future. In fact, back when Shijin was resurrected via Edo Tensei for the second time, he had already begun considering the second pair of Rinnegan. Of course, his true goal was never just the Rinnegan. His real goal was Uchiha Sasuke. Shijin simply needed an opportunity to bring that boy under his control. He had to ensure Sasuke's power didn't grow too slowly. Because they were running out of time. Inside Konoha, now that Shijin and Black Zetsu had left, the shinobi of Konoha finally felt the oppressive danger fade away. Only now did they dare to breathe freely and discuss what had just happened. Not even 4 Hokage could stop that man. When his chakra flared up, I couldn't even breathe. I couldn't move a single step. Just what kind of enemy is he? I heard. Apparently, he's a medical ninja. But his ideology is extreme. It seems he was enraged by the ninja world's endless wars and wants to force peace through sheer terror. As the common shinobi whispered amongst themselves, a group of young ninja who had participated in the Chunin exams also began discussing Shijin. But they knew even less than the adults. It took Nara Shikamaru, the smartest among them, to piece together the known information into something coherent. In fact, he even managed to deduce Shijin's motive. Leaning lazily against a wooden post, Shikamaru calmly relayed his thoughts to the curious group. The ancient medical ninja, Shijin, was resurrected using Edo Tensei by the second Hokage after 1,000 years. After the death of the first Hokage, he helped end the First Shinobi World War. But because of that war, and possibly the Second and Third Shinobi World Wars as well, he lost all hope for the future of the ninja world. That's why, during his first and second resurrection, he proposed creating a never-before-seen war machine to force eternal peace through sheer intimidation. He kinda sounds like a good person. Rock Lee gave a thumbs up. Huh. Everyone turned to look at him, stunned. It was as if they couldn't comprehend what he had just said. But was he wrong? Even though Konoha and Shijin were now enemies, wasn't his goal ultimately peace? You idiot, Lee. Tenten smacked him on the head, forcing an awkward laugh as she tried to smooth things over. Actually, Lee's not entirely wrong. Shikamaru sighed, turning his gaze toward Naruto. But even if he is a good person, he is destined to be our enemy. That's terrifying. Yamanaka Ino shuddered. That man single-handedly defeated 4 Hokage. This burden shouldn't be placed on them, right? But then, Naruto suddenly turned around. Clenching his fists with determination, he declared to his friends, "I will stop him." Everyone fell silent. Only Jiraiya stood at a distance, his face filled with worry. Yet, upon hearing Naruto's words, a faint smile finally broke through his anxiety. No chapter tomorrow, because I need to find a way to get more chapters. Chapter 173. Send Uchiha Itachi to bring back Uchiha Sasuke. Truthfully, from Jiraiya's perspective, if the great Toad Sage's prophecy was to be believed, then Naruto Uzumaki was likely the only person in Konoha who could one day pose a true threat to Shijin. Naturally, Jiraiya needed to provide him with special training. Both as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki and as the Child of Prophecy, Naruto would require more of Jiraiya's time and effort in the future. Naruto. Jiraiya beckoned Naruto over, seemingly wanting to have a serious talk about the future, hoping the boy could start preparing himself early. However, a Konoha shinobi suddenly leaped down. With the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, dead and Konoha leaderless, this shinobi naturally saw Jiraiya as the next Hokage and rushed to report to him. Lord Jiraiya, something's happened. The shinobi hastily reported a crisis regarding Sunagakure's one-tailed Jinchuriki. The one-tailed Jinchuriki from the sand is acting up again. That guy Gaara. The moment Naruto heard this, he stepped forward before anyone else. He recalled what Shijin had once told him and volunteered to handle Gaara himself. Let me go, I can definitely solve this. The people around him gave him doubtful looks. But Jiraiya agreed, because he knew Naruto saw Gaara as someone like himself. Still, Jiraiya didn't expect it to be an easy task and planned to go along to help seal the one-tail, at the very least to prevent further chaos. What Jiraiya never expected was that Naruto handled the situation alone. That blonde kid left him dumbfounded as he dodged Shukaku's attacks, rushed straight toward Gaara, and punched him awake. And then, within just a few sentences, Naruto had reduced the bloodthirsty, solitary Gaara to tears. That kid. Jiraiya's eye twitched. He had never expected Naruto to contribute to Konoha this much at this young age. How the hell did he do that? The next day, Gaara seemed different. The red-haired boy from Sunagakure no longer carried an aura of pure killing intent. His cold, distant demeanor hadn't fully shifted yet, but at the very least, people no longer feared him on sight. Except, whenever he saw Naruto, there was something different in his gaze. Because they were too alike. Just as Gaara's mother had died giving birth to him, Naruto's parents had sacrificed themselves to protect Konoha and their son. And beyond that, both had endured tragic childhoods. Both had suffered isolation and fear from others because of the tailed beast inside them. But more than anything, Naruto had told him the truth. We're not monsters. Your mother and uncle loved you. We carry the hopes of those who loved us, entrusted to us in their final moments, so we have to live on, stronger and happier. Naturally, Naruto had earned a lifelong friend. Gaara didn't say much after that, but when he returned to Sunagakure, he began preparing himself to become the next Kazekage. A tailed beast Jinchuriki. A former berserker. And only 12 years old. Wanting to become Sunagakure's Kazekage, that had to be wishful thinking, right? But it turned out it wasn't. After surveying their poor, war-torn village, the higher-ups of Sunagakure quickly saw Gaara's potential and began grooming him as a candidate for the 5th Kazekage. Yes, with the 4th Kazekage, Rasa, dead, Sunagakure had lost its last cage-level shinobi. Meanwhile, compared to Sunagakure, where the entire village placed their hopes on Gaara, Konoha was a different story. Despite Naruto's accomplishments, he was not selected as the 5th Hokage. Because Konoha wasn't as desperate as the sand. Still, the identity of the new Hokage came as a surprise. Tsunade, Konoha's new 5th Hokage. The woman who, during the Chunin exam's crisis, had been mentally shattered after Shijin's attack, had finally pulled herself together under the weight of the Hokage's responsibilities. Aza. Naruto stood below the Hokage tower, pouting as Tsunade stood atop it, solemnly donning the Hokage hat. I was supposed to be Hokage. You brat. Jiraiya flicked him on the forehead with his finger. Enough whining. Say your goodbyes to your friends. It's time for us to start your training. Naruto blinked in confusion. Staying in Konoha won't help you anymore. Jiraiya sighed, explaining Naruto's situation. Even if you stay with Team 7, you'll only be doing normal missions. That won't help you grow stronger. If you truly want to be strong enough to face Shijin, You need to dedicate all your time to training. Naruto felt the pain of separation again. But Jiraiya's words made sense. They couldn't afford to ignore the threat that was Shijin. If Shijin didn't recognize Naruto's potential, then at just 12 years old, Naruto wouldn't even have the right to stand before him. Then, Naruto hesitated. He didn't want to separate from Sasuke. Jiraiya-sensei, can Sasuke come with us? Sasuke? Jiraiya shook his head. He has his own path to follow. Jiraiya had only enough energy to train one student. And he wasn't an expert in the Uchiha's Sharingan or their training methods. Truthfully, Jiraiya had already taught Sasuke the fire-style techniques he knew. But beyond that, it was better for Sasuke to stay in Konoha and learn from Kakashi Hatake. In fact, Kakashi himself thought the same, because he knew the Uchiha clan's massacre had secrets behind it. With Hiruzen Sarutobai's death during the Chunin exams, Kakashi might be one of the last people alive who knew the truth. He needed to tell Sasuke that his brother, Uchiha Itachi, had his reasons for what he did. Unfortunately, Kakashi never got the chance. At the borders of the Land of Fire, Shijin rested here with Nagato and Konan. Black Zetsu, visibly frustrated, reported back to Shijin. Neither it nor White Zetsu had found Danzo or the missing Rinnegan. They feared that both Rinnegan eyes had fallen into the hands of either Orochimaru or Uchiha Obaido. It's fine. Losing a pair of Rinnegan means we'll just create another pair. Shijin didn't seem bothered at all. He had already anticipated this outcome. He spoke of creating a new pair of Rinnegan, as if it were as simple as pouring a cup of tea. With his eyes still covered by a black cloth, looking like a blind man, he gave his next command. Bring back Uchiha Sasuke. That child has the potential to awaken the Rinnegan. This mission will go to Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kasame. Shijin, they're Obaido's spies. Black Zetsu warned him. If Obaido finds out Sasuke is our candidate for the Rinnegan, he might order his subordinates to eliminate him. Shijin was surprised for the first time. What? Was Itachi actually capable of killing Sasuke? Now that would be far more entertaining than a simple Rinnegan retrieval. Chapter 174. I believe Sasuke Uchiha has the potential to lead the Akatsuki. As news spread among the ninja world, the major events that occurred during the Konoha Chunin exams quickly became known across the land. Konoha had no way to stop ninjas from other villages from spreading the information. However, what happened there was truly full of twists and turns, far beyond anyone's expectations. Iwagakure, the third Tsuchikage Anoki, was no stranger to the Akatsuki. Sipping his tea at a leisurely pace, he flipped through intelligence reports delivered by Iwagakure's Anbu. He saw that the Akatsuki's leader, Pain, had appeared in the Chunin exams. Not bad at all. Anoki had previously hired the Akatsuki for missions, and he was quite satisfied with Pain's strength, which was displayed during the exams. To think he could defeat that old third Hokage, along with Jiraiya and Tsunade, that's no small feat. Without a doubt, Pain had bested 3 cage-level powerhouses. However, as he continued reading the report, the tea in his mouth sprayed out uncontrollably. He didn't even care about the tea stains on his chest as he hastily grabbed the document, rereading it carefully. The more he read, the more serious his expression became. According to the intelligence, Orochimaru, Konoha's rogue ninja, had used the Edo Tensei technique to resurrect the past Hokages. But fighting the Akatsuki's leader was merely the opening act. Lord Shijin. Anoki's eyes landed on a familiar name, recalling the legendary figure he had once met in his youth, a man of noble ideals. And yet, that same man, Shijin, had now become the mastermind behind the Akatsuki, a mercenary organization. Anoki was more shocked by this revelation than by Shijin single-handedly defeating Konoha's 4 Hokages. Because the true horror was that this once great figure had become the hidden force behind the Akatsuki, aiming to create a weapon of war capable of annihilating entire nations. Hey, Dad. Anoki's son, Kiritsuchi, peered over his father's shoulder curiously. This Shaijin guy, is he the same person from those stories I heard when I was a kid? Yes. Anoki nodded solemnly, his mind drifting back to the past, over 40 years ago, when he had encountered Shaijin. Back then, even three caged together had been powerless against him. But at that time, Shaijin had fought for peace. Now, he seemed to be fighting for peace in a far more extreme manner. From now on, never hire the Akatsuki again. Anoki sighed as he issued the command. The Akatsuki's plan to create weapons of mass destruction was not in Iwagakure's best interest. As Tsuchikage, he could not allow Shaijin's ambitions to succeed. In fact, from this moment on, Iwagakure and the Akatsuki were enemies. After all, as one of the 5 great nations, Iwagakure was obligated to maintain the existing balance of power in the ninja world. They could not allow anyone to surpass the great nations, not even to stand on equal footing with them. Speaking of which, the man's strength is truly terrifying. Kuretsuchi naturally wouldn't question his father's command, but his curiosity remained. Konoha's 4 Hokages together weren't even his match. That's only natural. Anoki furrowed his brows, his expression heavy with memories. After all, even Madara Uchiha once admitted defeat at his hands. That same Madara Uchiha. Even now, the thought of him still sent chills down the old Tsuchikage's spine. There's no way I could ever defeat Lord Shaijin. Anoki gazed out the window at the bustling streets of Iwagakure, whispering to himself. The ninja world is about to face a crisis. Kumigakure's reaction was different. They weren't interested in Shaijin being the mastermind behind the Akatsuki, nor were they particularly concerned about him defeating Konoha's 4 Hokages. No. There was only one thing that caught their attention. So even Minato lost, huh? The 4th Raikage's only interest was in the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who had once defeated him and his sworn brother in the 3rd Great Ninja War. It seems that man's speed is incredible. Clenching an apple in his massive fist, the 4th Raikage evaluated the situation. My speed should be faster than Minato's now, but I still don't think I could defeat that guy. And yet Minato, the very ninja who had bested him, alongside the legendary 1st Hokage, the lightning-fast 2nd Hokage, and the famed 3rd Hokage, had all been completely outmatched by Shaijin. That meant there was little chance that he himself could win. Lord Raikage. His secretary spoke cautiously. If that man truly has some grand scheme, should we start monitoring the Akatsuki more closely? Keep an eye on them. The 4th Raikage was a rough, straightforward man, but he was no fool. What mattered most to him was Kumigakure's internal strength. Regardless of what happened in the outside world, as long as Kumigakure remained strong, he was confident they could handle any crisis. This was a lesson learned from years of war. Unlike the other great nations, Kumigakure prioritized its internal stability above all else. This focus had led to a highly unified village, with almost no rogue ninjas in recent years. Of course, this was partly due to the fact that Shaijin had been active long before the 4th Raikage was born. Even his father, the 3rd Raikage, had only vague memories of Shaijin's lofty ideals, nothing that truly piqued his interest. The Akatsuki. Among all those concerned, none were more shaken than the Akatsuki members themselves. The organization had lost the Rinnegan. Without it, they could no longer use the phantom projection, jutsu, for long-distance communication. Upon returning to their hideout, they discovered that pain had disappeared completely. And the one who now controlled the Akatsuki was a blind man. Fortunately, Shaijin's authority remained absolute. At least, none within the organization dared to rebel. However, there were 2 exceptions, Uchiha Obaido's spies, Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki. Unlike the rest of the ninja world, which was fixated on the resurrection of the Hokages and their subsequent defeat, Itachi was solely concerned about his younger brother, Sasuke. Meanwhile, Kasame was more interested in assessing how much strength Shaijin still retained. Shaijin, however, had no interest in their thoughts. Instead, he gave them a command. Go to Konoha and bring back Sasuke Uchiha. Itachi's expression changed instantly, Isn't this a bit much? Kasame grinned, flashing his sharp teeth. That kid is Itachi's younger brother, right? And he has quite the grudge against Itachi. If he joins the Akatsuki, how will Itachi manage? Oh. Shaijin, seated in his wheelchair, tilted his head slightly, as if surprised by Kasame's resistance. So, are you refusing the mission? No, no. Kasame immediately chuckled. Not at all. At the very least. Itachi looked directly at the blind Shaijin, his voice steady. What's the point of recruiting Sasuke into the Akatsuki? He's not that impressive right now. Is that so? Shaijin seemed to understand his hesitation. Then let me put it plainly. An eternal Mangekyou Sharingan can evolve into a Rinnegan. Does that answer your question? Or would you prefer it if I were even clearer? In the future, only a Rinnegan user can lead the Akatsuki. I spent years in Konoha observing Sasuke. He has the qualities necessary to take up that role. I know. You're not happy that I see him as the Akatsuki's successor. Shaijin's blind eyes stared straight ahead. But Itachi, you could always compete with him for the position. Chapter 175, an important message from Black Zetsu. Outside the Akatsuki base, Itachi Uchiha and Kasame Hoshigaki were still processing their conversation with Shaijin. Both of them were surprised by his keen interest in Sasuke Uchiha. What should we do? Kasame gripped his Samehada sword and sighed helplessly. Itachi, if your little brother becomes the leader of the Akatsuki someday, that wouldn't be good for your future, would it? Itachi's eyes flickered with worry. He had never expected that his brother would be valued so highly, especially by someone like Shaijin. To be honest, being the Akatsuki leader was a cursed position. Sure, Itachi felt somewhat relieved that Shaijin saw potential in Sasuke and believed he could awaken the Rinnegan in the future. But Itachi would rather his brother live a peaceful life in Konoha, gain enough power to protect himself, and simply be an ordinary ninja. Unfortunately, Shaijin had given them an order. There was no way to refuse. Even if they declined, someone else in the Akatsuki would take the mission. Who knew what methods they would use? For all they knew, they might break Sasuke's leg and drag him back. We need to inform Abido. Kasame, Abido has been waiting for our intel ever since he took Pain's Rinnegan. He's been planning to take control of the Akatsuki. But now, Kasame looked at Itachi and smirked. It seems Lord Shaijin isn't too keen on Abido taking over. He'd rather have your little brother grow up and take the reins instead. So why not just kill Sasuke? That way, you'll have one less problem in the future, and Abido can proceed with his plan. Itachi's heart tensed, but he spoke calmly. I need to think about it. No. Sasuke was in serious danger. If Abido learned that Shaijin saw Sasuke as the future leader of the Akatsuki, he might try to kill him. Abido and Shaijin were already in conflict over the Akatsuki's leadership. Now, Shaijin wanted to groom a 12-year-old Sasuke. Would Abido, in his unstable mind, tolerate that? Even if there was only a chance. If Itachi couldn't bring Sasuke to the Akatsuki to protect him, Abido might eliminate him just to crush Shaijin's plan. And in fact, that was exactly what Abido was thinking. The moment he received the news, his head ached. Originally, Abido had hoped that Orochimaru's Edo Tensei summons of the past Hokages would deal with Shaijin. Instead, the Hokages had suffered a humiliating 4-0 defeat. Fine. If that failed, Abido at least had the Rinnegan. He figured that having it would force Shaijin and Black Zetsu to negotiate with him, compelling them to discuss the Moon's Eye plan and the Akatsuki's future. But Shaijin wasn't playing along. What the hell? Was there a backup Rinnegan? Did that brat Sasuke actually have the potential to awaken one? Wait a second. When Orochimaru heard Abido's concerns, even he was stunned. So let me get this straight. We betrayed Shaijin, took the Rinnegan, and now you still want to negotiate with him. Abido shot Orochimaru a look. What else? The Moon's Eye plan depended on the Rinnegan. Now that he had one, why wouldn't Shaijin come to the table? Should we deal with Sasuke? Abido studied the intel Kasame had provided, frowning. He didn't want another Rinnegan appearing in the ninja world. At least, not right now. But there was a problem: Itachi. Itachi needed Sasuke to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. If Sasuke died too soon, Itachi might turn against him. Orochimaru, however, had another idea. You seem conflicted, Obito. If Itachi and Kasame are still working under you, why not just abduct Sasuke? Orochimaru was still bitter about his failed objectives during the Chunin exams. Now, upon hearing that Sasuke, who bore his cursed seal, had the potential to awaken the Rinnegan, he immediately proposed another plan. If possible, he would steal Sasuke's body and take the Rinnegan's power for himself. Meanwhile, Itachi received word from Obito that Orochimaru planned to abduct Sasuke. That meant Sasuke now had yet another path ahead of him. Between the two, Itachi still considered Shijin the greater threat. Orochimaru was more human, and he wasn't as strong. Killing Orochimaru would be easy. But Shijin, that man had morals, but his power was overwhelming. As Itachi pondered, he never once considered what Sasuke wanted. Itachi always assumed he knew best for his brother, just as he had once believed that killing their parents and the entire Uchiha clan was the best way to protect Sasuke. But Sasuke was his own person. Right now, his only desire was to gain the power to kill Itachi, not to walk the path others laid out for him. The problem was, he didn't know how to get stronger. Naruto, on the other hand, was improving rapidly. And he had Jiraiya, someone even stronger than their sensei, Kakashi. Sorry, Sasuke Sakura. Naruto scratched his head, looking embarrassed. I'll be leaving Team 7 for a while to train under Jiraiya-sensei. That's great. Sakura instantly brightened. If Naruto left, then she'd have Sasuke all to herself. I see. Sasuke's brow furrowed, not because he would miss Naruto, but because he felt lost about his own future. Naruto had a path forward. What about him? How would he ever surpass Itachi? As Sasuke and Sakura watched Naruto leave, Sasuke felt completely directionless. Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, had never considered training him. Kakashi, too, was busy helping Tsunade stabilize Konoha and had no time for him or Sakura. This was the perfect time for someone to step in. Orochimaru, hooded and hidden, watched Sasuke from the shadows, with Obito nearby. Orochimaru had suffered no major losses in the Chunin exams, only 3 pawns who bore his cursed seals. Now he was here in person to abduct Sasuke. He knew better than anyone how dangerous it was for a young mind to be lost and seeking power. And right now, Sasuke was at his most vulnerable. The perfect time to take him. At the same time, Itachi and Kasame arrived outside Konoha. Even after reporting to Obito, they had to continue their mission for Shijin. At the very least, they had to put on a show. They had to answer to the true master of the Akatsuki. Obito and Orochimaru are here too. Kasame chuckled as he relayed Obito's orders. We'll cause a little chaos in Konoha. Let Obito and Orochimaru take your brother, and then report back to Shijin. You think we can fool him? Itachi lowered his eyes. It's the only option. And once we fail to bring back your brother. Kasame smirked. Obito will finally be able to force Shijin to negotiate on the Moon's Eye plan. Itachi fell silent. Would Shijin really let this slide? Shijin had always known that he and Kasame were Obito's spies. As a double agent, Itachi fed Obito information while secretly warning Shijin about Obito and Orochimaru's plans for Sasuke. Yet, Shijin had made no move. Was he really going to let Orochimaru take Sasuke? Of course not. Even though Shijin appeared calm and patient, he wasn't going to ignore Obito and Orochimaru's betrayal. Especially when they dared to steal someone he had chosen. He just needed time. Time for Black and White Zetsu to locate another one of his subordinates. Aimgakure. At last, Black Zetsu brought news to Shijin. Since the Chunin exams, it had been relentlessly searching for the missing Rinnegan. Now they had found the thief. And his secret. Shijin, you won't believe this. Orochimaru's underling, Kabuto Yakashi. He's the one who stole Danzo's Rinnegan. He hid it away and has been secretly gathering corpses of powerful ninjas. I even led him to Madara's body. Chapter 176. Kabuto Yakashi comes to pay his respects to Shaijin. Inside the Akatsuki base, Shaijin finally met Kabuto Yakashi. Although, according to Black Zetsu, this should be their second meeting, when it had orchestrated to reintroduce a talent Shaijin had once overlooked. Kabuto is also a medical ninja, Black Zetsu said with a mocking tone, introducing Kabuto to Shaijin. In fact, he's quite eager to follow you. No medical ninja in the ninja world would turn down the chance to follow Lord Shaijin, Kabuto said, adjusting his glasses and smiling. Well, perhaps Lady Tsunade, the new fifth Hokage of Konoha, might be the exception. Don't mention irrelevant people here, Black Zetsu cut in sharply, noticing the displeasure on Shaijin's face. Lord Shaijin's will is to save the entire ninja world, not just a few patients. Yes, of course, Kabuto chuckled, as if he didn't quite buy into Shaijin's ideals. But while Lord Shaijin seeks to save the world, he hasn't exactly stopped saving the occasional individual either. That's precisely why, when I came into possession of a Rinnegan and Uchiha Madara's corpse, I came straight to offer my allegiance. Of course. The real reason is still Lord Shaijin's power. Kabuto stood before Shaijin and, rather brazenly, waved his hand in front of the man seated in the wheelchair. If you're going to pick a side, naturally, you pick the strongest. Don't be so insolent, Black Zetsu barked in irritation. Just curious, Kabuto said, withdrawing his hand and offering praise. To defeat all four of Konoha's Hokage despite your blindness, quite the feat. He then shifted the topic with a sly smile. Still, with such power, I imagine Lord Shaijin has no need for the Rinnegan I have in storage, yes. You. Black Zetsu seethed. This bastard, was he trying to leverage the Rinnegan and Madara's corpse to flaunt superiority? Was he not afraid of death? Did he not realize Shaijin could swat him like a fly? In any case, Kabuto continued, raising his head and playing his trump card. That Rinnegan doesn't belong to Nagato or Lord Shaijin. Black Zetsu's heart skipped. He knows. He knows the Rinnegan's true origin. It belongs to Uchiha Madara, Kabuto declared without hesitation. After I obtained Madara's corpse, I confirmed it. The Uchiha's Sharingan evolves, culminating in the Rinnegan, the eye of the sage of six paths. Your research into human experimentation isn't bad, Shaijin said, frowning slightly, his tone somewhere between mocking and impressed. You may keep the eye, but only with the rightful owner's permission. If he demands it back, I can't stop him. After all, Shaijin sighed. My plan was to use your Rinnegan to perform Rin Tensei and bring Madara back to life. Shaijin, Black Zetsu cried, alarmed. Even if it wanted Madara revived, it wasn't worth risking Shaijin for it. Shaijin was far more reliable than Madara. Madara was only a backup. Shaijin was the ideal choice. It's fine, Shaijin waved him off, clearly unconcerned about the sacrifice, quickly changing the topic as he addressed Kabuto. Since you want to research the Rinnegan, I'll allow you to keep it for now, as long as you fulfill a request in return. I've got 2 Akatsuki members whose loyalty is questionable. I'm worried they'll botch the mission I gave them. I want you to bring Uchiha Sasuke, the last of the Uchiha, from Konoha to me. If you do that, I'll let you witness the birth of a Rinnegan firsthand. That would be an absolute honor, Kabuto said, bowing slightly with a smile. Despite Shaijin's blindness, he still offered a respectful gesture. Incidentally, I recently received intel from Lord Orochimaru's network. I know exactly who those 2 untrustworthy members are. They've been colluding with Uchiha Obaido all along. However, Kabuto added, in a somewhat polite tone, I'll need a suitable sacrifice for the Edo Tensei revival of Uchiha Madara. Someone with chakra at least at Jonin level, a final assurance. After all, I was just Orochimaru's subordinate. And now that Orochimaru and Obaido are eyeing Sasuke too. Those traitors, Black Zetsu growled darkly. It's fine, Shaijin interrupted, agreeing to Kabuto's terms. He extended his hand and gave a calm command. White Zetsu, use the spore technique. Yes, White Zetsu answered, quickly planting the technique on Shaijin's finger. A white mass of chakra gathered and detached from Shaijin's hand, forming a robust white Zetsu clone. But it didn't stop there. Shaijin touched the clone's forehead, pouring in potent yang chakra, forming a diamond-shaped seal. As he worked, he asked Kabuto, "Until Madara is fully revived, can your Edo Tensei maintain his peak strength?" "Of course it can," Kabuto replied, fully satisfied. After Kabuto left to fulfill his task, Shaijin turned to Black Zetsu. "He's an ambitious one," Shaijin remarked. "Just like I once was, believing the Rinnegan could grant insight into the power of the Sage of Six Paths. One day, he'll believe he can change the world with that power." "I didn't expect it," Black Zetsu muttered, clearly displeased with Kabuto's arrogance. "His ambition is too much." "No need to worry. With great power comes great responsibility." Shaijin turned his wheelchair with a quiet creak, his voice echoing through the cave. "Someday, once he obtains that power beyond mortals, he'll realize just how many wrong paths one must walk before finding the right one." In the darkness, Black Zetsu could barely see Shaijin's silhouette. But in that moment, it felt as if the ancient Shaijin, master of war and strategy, was awakening once more. "Something feels off," White Zetsu whispered. "Lord Shaijin, he's changed. He barely listens to others now. Everything he says feels absolute." "Of course he's changed." "No." Black Zetsu shook its head. This is the real Shaijin. The man who once walked alone in the ancient age. Back then, he could fool himself, pretending he belonged in the world of medical ninja, surrounded by followers who shared his ideals. But now, as he tries to change the world, he faces a harsh truth. There is no one left who walks with him. He must rely on his own power and wisdom to achieve his goals. Just like when he once resolved to destroy the ninja sect. Decisive, ruthless, uncompromising. And that, Black Zetsu said, its grin widening in the shadows, is exactly the Shaijin we need right now. Chapter 177, A New Storm Within Konoha. Outside Konoha village, two figures moved stealthily through the forest. They were none other than the Edo Tensei reincarnations of the second Tsuchikage, Mew, and the second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki. Naturally, Kabuto wouldn't risk his own safety by entering Konoha. He controlled the two resurrected cage remotely. During this time, Kabuto had unearthed the second Tsuchikage's grave, pairing him with his old friend, the second Mizukage, for this mission. "Never thought." Mew frowned at Genjutsu's figure, clearly unhappy with being brought back by Edo Tensei. "That the two of us would be resurrected one day, by a technique invented by that second Hokage of all people. Seems like a lot's happened lately." Genjutsu stroked his small mustache, relatively easygoing despite the situation. "Our mission is to bring back the last surviving Uchiha. Hard to believe the once famous Uchiha clan has been reduced to a single child." Speaking of which, Genjutsu glanced sideways at Mew with feigned curiosity. "Why do you think the caster resurrected the two of us as a team? Wouldn't the second Kazekage have been a more reliable partner?" Truthfully, Genjutsu held the second Kazekage salmon in high regard, especially after they fought together against Shaijin in the first Great Ninja War, where salmon had proven to be dependable. "I'd have preferred that too," Mew grumbled, turning away. He clearly wasn't thrilled about being paired with Genjutsu, who had been rather unhelpful during their battle with Shaijin. Teammates like this, he didn't trust them one bit. Unfortunately, they didn't get to choose. Kabuto's version of Edo Tensei, perfected thanks to what he learned from Shaijin, left them no room for resistance. He issued one command, and they had to follow. That said, Kabuto did enjoy occasionally puppeteering his resurrected corpses. After all, these legendary shinobi possessed abilities he himself had never had access to. The temptation to manipulate them in battle was strong. However, he had too many pawns to manage now. He could only give basic commands, letting them operate semi-independently. Truth be told, Kabuto was thriving. Compared to his former master Orochimaru, Kabuto was now far more extravagant. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had to sneak into Konoha alone After all the Hokages he revived during the Chunin exams were crushed by Shijin and sent back to the afterlife. Inside a sweet shop in Konoha, Orochimaru and Abido sat at one table. Itachi and Kasame sat at another. Had any Konoha ninja realized 3 S-rank rogues were casually sitting in the same shop, they might have had a mental breakdown. But one of them had changed noticeably. Abido had already transplanted a Rinnegan into his left eye socket. As soon as he acquired it, he implanted it without hesitation, since the Rinnegan allowed him to summon the demonic statue of the outer path, ensuring the Akatsuki's ultimate weapon was under his control. As long as he had the statue and the Rinnegan, Shijin and Black Zetsu would have no choice but to accept reality. But first, he needed to cut off their last hope. Uchiha Sasuke, the Uchiha heir who might awaken the Rinnegan in the future. But to take Sasuke, Abido couldn't ignore Itachi. He had to loop in his agent. Relax. I won't kill Uchiha Sasuke. That's a relief, Itachi replied, lowering his gaze. Though he said nothing more, his eyes had already turned blood red. Then it's settled. Abido glanced at Kasame and gave a quiet order. Stir up a conflict in Konoha, create a distraction. We'll snatch Sasuke in the chaos. Got it. Understood. Kasame grinned, seemingly casual. Let's hope that explanation's enough to report back with. Who cares about that? Abido smirked. If they won't accept reality, I'll just take the demonic statue. Once they lose the statue and the Rinnegan, the Akatsuki will be nothing but an empty shell. We'll toss Shijin and Black Zetsu aside and build a new Akatsuki. Everyone turned to look at him. Honestly, the plan wasn't bad. The only problem was that it was Abido proposing it, and only Kasame seemed on board. Then, Itachi finally asked the question that had been troubling them. What if they choose to go to war? They won't, Abido scoffed, shaking his head. If Shijin had the resolve or the ability to chase me and Orochimaru, he'd have done it by now. As long as we take Sasuke, he'll have no choice but to compromise. I agree. Orochimaru chuckled, eyes narrowing. That man already knows your connection to Abido, yet he still sent you to retrieve Sasuke. There's only one reason for that. He wants a graceful compromise. Even if Sasuke can awaken the Rinnegan, that journey will take a long, long time. Not to mention. Orochimaru turned toward Itachi, his tone pointed. Some essential conditions. Clearly, Orochimaru had squeezed some valuable secrets from Abido, including details about the Rinnegan's origin and the Uchiha's path of evolution. Itachi felt a chilling gaze on him. But he said nothing. He couldn't afford to reveal his true thoughts here, not with these wolves. Truthfully, neither Shijin's Akatsuki, nor the new Akatsuki Abido and Orochimaru dreamed of, were suitable for Sasuke. Only one place was Konoha. Itachi lifted his eyes and spotted a familiar silver-haired Konoha ninja standing outside the shop, Kakashi Hatake. His forehead protector reflected the sunlight, the swirling emblem still bright and clean. Outside the shop, a warm laugh rang out. A Konoha Jonin in a green vest walked over with some comrades and greeted the man at the door with enthusiasm. Yo, Kakashi, what brings you out here today? I've got a meeting with Sasuke. Kakashi tilted his head, adjusting his headband slightly. His eyes scanned the sweet's shop, and already he could sense a few familiar, unwelcome presences. He sighed inwardly. Right now, he had only one hope. That his prideful, hot-headed student wouldn't show up. Hey Kakashi, I'm not late, am I? Sasuke's voice reached his ear, followed by a casual complaint. I hate sweets, why'd you pick this place to meet? Chapter 178, Uchiha Sasuke's Possible Defection. This was seriously bad. The moment Kakashi Hatake spotted several rogue ninja inside the Konoha Sweets shop, he tensed up, keeping vigilant for any movement from them. Even though among them was Uchiha Abido, someone Kakashi cared about, he dared not act recklessly, not in a busy district of Konoha. Any conflict here could end in disaster. After all, these rogues weren't to be taken lightly. While Shijin and Nagato were the greatest threats during the Chunin exams, Konoha could no longer afford to ignore Orochimaru and Abido either. In fact, compared to them, Itachi, who once tipped off Konoha, seemed almost friendly. Of course, that only applied if Sasuke didn't recognize him. Kakashi knew there was hidden truth behind the Uchiha clan's massacre, but no one had been able to uncover it. He didn't know how to break it to Sasuke. Fortunately, when Sasuke arrived, the rogue ninjas seemed to sense something and silently disappeared from the shop, avoiding conflict. However, as a shinobi of Konoha, Kakashi couldn't just pretend those rogues didn't exist, especially Orochimaru and Abido, the two who had orchestrated the Chunin exam disaster. That incident had cost Konoha the life of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. More importantly, the outcome had led to Shijin's resurrection. He had effortlessly destroyed the Edo Tensei resurrected Hokages, and just his presence alone had shaken the spirit of Konoha's ninja, leaving a deep psychological scar. Kakashi gave Sasuke a vague excuse to go train alone and quickly gathered his comrades. While one went to inform Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, the rest followed Kakashi to intercept Orochimaru and Abido. Yet before they could find Orochimaru, they ran into Itachi and Kasame of the Akatsuki. This was the last thing Kakashi wanted. He really didn't want to clash with Itachi. He'd even hoped to ignore the Akatsuki duo entirely. But Itachi had been waiting for him. Unfortunate timing, Kakashi sighed, glancing at his two comrades, Asuma Sarutobi and Kurenai Yuhai. Neither of them knew the full story behind Itachi, and both looked ready to fight. No, Itachi replied with a calm smile. This couldn't be better timing. He politely greeted the three Jonin. Mr. Asuma, Miss Kurenai, and Kakashi-san, it's been a while. Where's Orochimaru? Kakashi cut straight to the point, hinting to Itachi that they only wanted to capture Orochimaru and Abido. Kakashi. Asuma drew his twin chakra blades, eyeing the Akatsuki robes warily. Isn't the Akatsuki a bigger threat than Orochimaru? She's right, Kurenai added, eyes narrowing. Kakashi inwardly cursed. Asuma and Kurenai were ready to fight, and Kasame on the other side was clearly eager for it too. Looks like we're right on schedule, Itachi-san. Kasame grinned, brandishing Samehada. Their mission was to stir up chaos in Konoha to distract attention, while Abido and Orochimaru moved in to capture Sasuke. Then let's begin. Itachi raised his gaze. His Sharingan transformed instantly into the main Jikayo Sharingan, and Kurenai fell under his Genjutsu. At the same time, Kasame lunged toward Asuma, swinging his massive blade at a diagonal angle. By the riverside in Konoha, Itachi and Kakashi stood apart, facing each other. Kakashi hesitated, slowly raising his hand to form a seal, but before he could act, Itachi's main Jikayo Sharingan locked eyes with him. Tsukuyomi. The world turned black and white. This was Kakashi's second time falling to Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Last time, they had exchanged intel about Abido within that mental realm. This time, Kakashi was ready. The Akatsuki, Orochimaru and Abido. All of them are targeting Sasuke. Itachi didn't hide anything. We've received orders from Shijin to bring Sasuke back to the Akatsuki. Orochimaru and Abido infiltrated Konoha to prevent that. It was an impossible situation. Whether Sasuke joined the Akatsuki or was taken by Orochimaru, both paths were equally dangerous. All Itachi could do was place his hope in Konoha. That Konoha would protect Sasuke. But he couldn't explain why. The truth that Sasuke might awaken the Rinnegan would draw too much attention. Konoha's leadership must not know. Still, he could trust Kakashi. Kakashi had the strength to counter Abido. He was also Sasuke's Jonin instructor. He could protect his student. Well, it wouldn't be easy. But Kakashi didn't refuse. I understand, I'll protect Sasuke, he promised. However, Kakashi pressed further. That child has been consumed by hatred. I know now that there's more to the Uchiha massacre than we thought. Tell me the truth, Itachi. Don't let Sasuke drown in hatred. At this point, there's no need for that. Hatred will make Sasuke's Sharingan stronger. Itachi refused. He wouldn't let Sasuke let go of his hatred. He had no intention of revealing his own buried past. Maybe. He never would. Go stop Orochimaru and Obaido, Itachi said, interrupting before Kakashi could ask more. While you've been occupied with me and Kasame, they've already taken Sasuke. Panic flashed across Kakashi's face. In that moment, they cooperated seamlessly. Back in the real world, by the Konoha riverside, Kasame and Asuma had only just begun their battle. Itachi staggered backward, clutching his eye, as if Tsukuyomi had been countered by Kakashi again. He looked pale and exhausted. Kasame were withdrawing. Itachi said hoarsely, "My Tsukuyomi was broken." Itachi-san. Kasame retreated from Asuma, glancing back at Kakashi and then at his visibly weakened teammate. He frowned. This wasn't going to plan. If he wanted to keep fighting, he'd have to face all three Jonin while protecting an injured Itachi. This won't satisfy either party. Kasame muttered. Neither Shijin nor Obaido would be impressed by such a small distraction. He hadn't even warmed up yet. Kakashi also has the Mangekyo Sharingan. Itachi reminded him. Mangekyo, huh? Kasame noticed the crimson gleam beneath Kakashi's lifted headband and immediately avoided eye contact. Now this was serious. As Obaido's subordinate and Itachi's teammate, Kasame knew all too well what the Mangekyo Sharingan could do. Water style, exploding water shockwave. With that, Kasame formed seals and launched a massive wave, dragging himself and Itachi away swiftly. Earth style, earth wall. Kakashi quickly countered the wave with an earthen barrier, watching as the Akatsuki duo fled. We're going after them. Asuma gripped his chakra blades, eager to continue. He'd barely begun fighting. Asuma, don't. Kakashi shouted. They've already escaped. We need to track the real intruders. Time was short. He had to get back to Sasuke fast. Kakashi regretted sending Sasuke off to train alone. He should have kept the boy by his side, even if Sasuke had lost control at the sight of Itachi. Now, even though Itachi had warned him quickly, Kakashi could only hope he wasn't too late. But he was. Even a brief delay had cost him dearly. When Kakashi arrived at the training grounds he'd assigned to Sasuke, he found only an empty field. And traces of a brief scuffle. Not much sign of a fight. Kakashi examined the terrain, his heart sinking. Sasuke didn't resist much. Even if Sasuke wasn't strong enough to fight Orochimaru and Obaido, his techniques, especially his fire-style jutsu, always left clear marks. But here, there was barely anything. This suggested the worst possibility. That Sasuke, obsessed with gaining power for revenge, had been deceived, maybe even willingly chose to defect and follow Orochimaru. It was entirely possible. Especially now that Naruto had been accepted as Jiraiya's student, growing stronger and gaining recognition. The imbalance was eating away at Sasuke. The once useless Naruto was now one of the Sanin's disciples, while Sasuke remained stagnant. No one guided him. Even Kakashi had been too busy to assign meaningful missions. For someone proud and power-hungry like Sasuke, it was too easy to be led astray. Kakashi had noticed this change in his student and wanted to talk with him about it. But just like his own teacher had once done, he realized now it was too late. Report to the 5th Hokage. Sasuke has gone missing. Kakashi took a deep breath. Hiding his suspicions, he gave a grave order. Most likely, Sasuke has been taken by Orochimaru and Obaido. I'm going after him. Asuma, go request backup. Asuma clapped a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. He'd already seen what Kakashi had. But years of friendship meant Asuma wouldn't say it aloud. Be careful. If it's hopeless, just hold on, I'll catch up after reporting in. Chapter 179, The 4 Edo Cage. Kakashi Hadege's instincts were right. Because Uchiha Sasuke had indeed chosen to defect. When Orochimaru and Uchiha Obaido approached him and promised to make him stronger, Sasuke made up his mind to abandon Konoha. Even if they were dangerous rogue ninja. But for the sake of revenge, Sasuke didn't care where his power came from. As long as he could one day kill Itachi, he was willing to cast everything aside. HMPH. Even as he chose to follow Orochimaru, Sasuke's pride never wavered. Don't disappoint me. We won't. Orochimaru, unfazed by Sasuke's attitude, licked his lips with snake-like greed. I want nothing more than for you to become as powerful as possible. Ideally, powerful enough to awaken the Rinnegan. Then, the fruit Orochimaru would harvest would be all the sweeter. Unfortunately, they had barely left Konoha when Kakashi, tracking their trail, caught up. If it's not trouble on their side. Orochimaru glanced sideways at Obito. Then, it must be that your old friend isn't ready to give up on you. HMPH. Obito snorted, full of disdain as he turned and leapt toward Kakashi. I'll handle him, you two keep moving. Much appreciated. Orochimaru smiled wickedly. The shinobi of Konoha. They never seem able to cut their bonds. As he looked at Sasuke, Orochimaru couldn't help but see another blonde brat in his mind. And that blonde brat's teacher. Surely by now, Jiraiya and Naruto were training somewhere in the land of fire. If they learned that Sasuke had gone with him, that would complicate things. Let's go. Orochimaru turned to Sasuke with a smile. We don't want the wrong people hearing about this before we're gone. But before the words even left his mouth. Splash. A water bullet burst from the trees. Orochimaru's smile vanished. He raised his arm, but the water strike tore straight through it like a bullet. This is. His heart chilled. This technique, he recognized it instantly. The water gun technique of the Hazuki clan. And its mastery far exceeded that of Suijutsu, the young Hazuki boy Orochimaru had once captured. Hahate. Laughter rang from the forest. Kids these days, amazing. The second Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, stepped out from the trees, scratching the back of his head as if embarrassed. I thought I'd nailed the ambush. Can't believe you're still alive. There was no humor on Orochimaru's face. Because he could already sense it. This man had been resurrected by Edo Tensei. Which meant someone else out there could use the technique. All right then. Genjutsu shrugged as Orochimaru stayed silent. Even if I didn't kill you in the ambush, the result of our fight won't change much, right? Who is this guy? Sasuke asked instinctively. Youngsters these days don't even know me. Genjutsu puffed out his chest, stroking his mustache. This is what we call disrespect to our ancestors. Second Mizukage Genjutsu Hazuki. Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes, his gaze deadly. But what I find even more curious is who performed the Edo Tensei that brought you here. Because a legendary user of the water gun technique, summoned with such precision, had to be someone important. Correct. Genjutsu dramatically gave Orochimaru a thumbs up, then sighed. Too bad I can't tell you the second answer. But I've already guessed it. Orochimaru's eyes locked onto Genjutsu, cold and dangerous. Kabuto, it's you, isn't it? He was certain now. Aside from himself and Lord Shijin, the only person capable of mastering Edo Tensei to this extent was his former assistant. Especially a version this perfected. Orochimaru's expression grew darker as he thought about that once useless assistant who'd once trailed behind him, unable even to participate in real combat. No wonder. A cold voice sounded behind him. But faster than that voice. A blade. A tall, bandaged figure appeared out of thin air behind Orochimaru, his sword stabbing clean through him. So it's you. Orochimaru spat blood, glaring at the attacker with contempt. Second Tsuchikage Mew. Kabuto. You really were hiding a lot from me, weren't you? His eyes turned murderous. Did you think summoning 2K with Edo Tensei gave you the right to betray me? In the next instant, Orochimaru's mouth opened wide. Another Orochimaru burst from it. Summoning jutsu. Using his body replacement technique, Orochimaru retreated to a safe distance and instantly summoned 2 coffins. My collection isn't inferior to yours. Thud. 2 coffin lids fell open, and 2 figures stepped out. The 4th Mizukage, Yagura. The 4th Kazekage, Rasa. During the Chunin exam incident, Orochimaru hadn't used these 2. He'd saved them, knowing they wouldn't have been much help against the resurrected Hokage. But now, they were just what he needed. The battle dynamic shifted instantly. Orochimaru plus 2 Kage versus Genjutsu, and Mew, 3 Kage against 2. And no one knew the Edo Tensei technique's flaws better than Orochimaru. My such a vast collection, Lord Orochimaru. Mew's mouth echoed with Kabuto's voice, still full of mocking respect. Perhaps I moved too soon. But Kabuto's tone turned serious. The difference between Kage matters. Your 2 artifacts didn't exactly perform well in life. Yagura was assassinated by Kisame. Rasa, Orochimaru himself had killed him. Meanwhile, Mew and Genjutsu were true monsters, veterans of the Warring States era. The only mark against them was that they'd once lost to Shijin. Then again, everyone had lost to Shijin. Well then, let's test that theory in battle. A mocking smirk crossed Orochimaru's lips. He knew the gap between Kage, but he had only summoned them as distractions. The real force was himself, because he understood Edo Tensei better than anyone. And more importantly, his ally was nearby. Once Obito finished off Kakashi, he would be here any moment. Sasuke, stay back. Orochimaru calmly raised his hand. You've already seen Lord Shijin's strength, but let me show you what a true Kage-level battle looks like. You don't get many chances like this. Chapter 180. You might not fully understand how Kage-level shinobi fight, Kabuto. Yes. Opportunities like this are indeed rare. Even in all of Orochimaru's 50 years of life, battles between 2 Kage were rare and extraordinary, so a fight between 4 Kage was nearly unprecedented. This kind of battle was guaranteed to be intense. And yet, when Orochimaru had the 4th Kazekage Rasa charge head-on against the 2nd Tsuchikage Mew, it quickly turned into a one-sided beatdown. Rasa's golden sand surged upward, forming a massive golden spear aimed straight at Mew, only for it to be instantly obliterated by a flash of dazzling white light. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. The blinding white beam between Mew's palms not only shattered the golden spear, but also disintegrated the 4th Kazekige's reanimated body. As his body broke apart into fragments of paper and scattered like confetti in the sky, Rasa was rendered completely powerless. The chakra required for that technique. Orochimaru felt a creeping unease rise in his chest. He sensed something was off. Kabuto's Edo Tensei was superior to his own. Impossible. Orochimaru prided himself on his mastery of Edo Tensei, believing even the 2nd Hokage, who created the technique, couldn't surpass him. His version was supposed to be the most perfected one. Yet somehow, Kabuto, his former assistant, had managed to summon and control Kage-level reincarnations with chakra levels nearly equal to their living selves, and with no signs of instability. How could this be? Orochimaru wasn't someone who refused to acknowledge others' talent. He'd admitted many surpassed him in various areas. But to be outdone in the technique he'd made his life's work. Unacceptable. Especially not by someone he once thought of as a talentless medic. Kabuto. A medical nin, nothing more. He'd watched him grow, trained him himself, and yet he had exceeded him in this. On the other side of the battlefield, another one-sided match. Hadohata. Yagura, you're just like when you were a kid. The 2nd Mizukage, Genjutsu Hazuki, grinned as he effortlessly pierced through the 4th Mizukage Yagura's reanimated body with his water gun technique. Second, Yagura's eyes twitched as he looked up at his predecessor before his body crumpled. In mere moments, Orochimaru's side was on the brink of collapse. Kabuto, you really were hiding deep. Orochimaru grit his teeth, stalling for time. I'm curious, when did you perfect Edo Tensei? How did you surpass me? Apologies. It seems I've surprised you, Orochimaru-sama. I should feel honored, having once followed so closely behind you. Controlling Mew's body, Kabuto floated down to Orochimaru and spoke. But I'm not here to chat, I'm not letting you stall, hand over Sasuke. Sasuke. Orochimaru turned sharply toward Uchiha Sasuke, hiding nearby. Something clicked in his mind. His gaze turned frigid. You're working for Shijin. Technically, Kabuto clarified. I'm with Akatsuki now. Orochimaru's fury grew darker. There's no difference. Akatsuki or Shijin, they were one and the same in this case. Sasuke's not going anywhere with you. Orochimaru stepped in front of Sasuke. He wants to kill Itachi, and Itachi is in Akatsuki. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's tone grew colder, like a veiled accusation. No point hiding anymore, right? Itachi and Kasame are spies, Obaido's agents inside Akatsuki. Surely, you don't think Lord Shijin is unaware of that? Orochimaru's heart sank. No. That idiot Obaido got it wrong again. He thought Shijin sent Itachi and Kasame to negotiate. But the truth was, Shijin had prepared a backup plan all along. Itachi and Kasame were bait. Kabuto was the real extractor sent to retrieve Sasuke. This is bad. Orochimaru clenched his jaw, then made a snap decision. He grabbed Sasuke and bolted, leaping into the distance. Wait. Sasuke wasn't even fully caught up. He still wanted to know, where was Itachi? Which side had the best chance of helping him kill his brother? But Orochimaru didn't care about that. He only cared about Sasuke's potential, his body's ability to one day awaken the Rinnegan. Kasame, Itachi. As he fled, Orochimaru shouted into the woods. Kabuto's orders are to eliminate you both. As expected, Itachi and Kasame were hidden nearby. Itachi couldn't abandon his brother's fate. Beneath a large tree, Kasame stood, Samehada slung over his back. Itachi sat in the branches, calmly observing the fight. What now? Kasame tilted his head. Do we interfere? Itachi's body turned into a murder of crows, vanishing. Of course they would interfere. Itachi's goal had always been to keep Sasuke from falling into enemy hands, whether Akatsuki or Orochimaru. And now Orochimaru was cornered. If Sasuke was taken to Akatsuki, Itachi wouldn't be able to intervene, not even with his life. He knew he was no match for Shijin. On the battlefield, Orochimaru was fast, but Mew was faster. Wrapped in bandages, the second Tsuchikage cut off Orochimaru's escape route. Genjutsu approached from the other side, forming a deadly pincer. Give up Sasuke, Orochimaru-sama. Kabuto's voice echoed through Mew's body. Only Lord Shijin can unlock Sasuke's true potential. In your hands, it would be wasted. HMPH. Orochimaru scoffed at Kabuto's persuasion. So you found a new master, and now you look down on me. No. I respect you, Orochimaru-sama. When I was lost, you taught me how to gather knowledge, how to find my identity through information. Now, I've found it. Kabuto continued, calm and cold. But you're still lost, Orochimaru-sama. Not all of us were born to change the world. Some of us are windmills waiting for the wind to come. You can't defeat Lord Shijin. Nor can Obaido defy him. As he manipulated the two-cage to close in, Kabuto offered a final chance. Surrender, bring Sasuke with us. Plead to Lord Shijin, and I believe he'll forgive you, perhaps even restore your position. He's not as generous as you think. Orochimaru hissed, rage flashing in his eyes. His neck suddenly extended, biting toward Genjutsu from behind. Combat had begun. Orochimaru wanted to seal Genjutsu first. He was the easier target. Mew could fly and evade. But he miscalculated. Genjutsu and Mew had once fought side by side. Though they bickered often, their battlefield coordination was flawless. Genjutsu's water gun pierced Orochimaru's neck. Mew slashed down with a sword toward Orochimaru's chest. Too late. Orochimaru's body turned to mud. Earth clone. Kabuto's eyes widened. He had misjudged. He thought shadow-level battles were just flashy jutsu exchanges. He hadn't grasped the cunning, the layers of deception, learned through years of life-and-death combat. But it was fine. Mew alone was enough to complete the mission. Even if Genjutsu was sealed. As long as Sasuke was captured, everything would be fine. But when Mew reached out to grab Sasuke, a flurry of crows exploded in front of him, reforming into Itachi. At the same time, Kisame charged in, Samehada crashing down in a wave of water, forcing Mew back. The traitors had made their move. Your Edo Tensei is impressive. Orochimaru chuckled as he calmly withdrew his hand, having sealed Genjutsu like a mummy. But you don't seem to know how to use them in battle, Kabuto. Chapter 181. Welcome back to the living world, Lord Madara. Battle. This was clearly Kabuto's blind spot. In fact, this wasn't something he ever had experience in. Kabuto had always had a clear understanding of what he was capable of. When it came to combat, he never thought of himself as strong, he only aimed to be able to protect himself. But now, it seemed he truly needed to study it seriously. At least so that, next time he faced cage-level opponents, he wouldn't make such amateur mistakes. And now, the tide of battle had turned against him. The situation looked grim. There was seemingly no hope of seizing Uchiha Sasuke. Second Tsuchikage Mew alone clearly wasn't enough. On Orochimaru's side stood not only Sasuke, but also Uchiha Itachi and Kisame Hoshigaki. The reanimated 4th Mizukage Yagura and 4th Kazekage Rasa were also rapidly regenerating. From any angle, Orochimaru's side now possessed 5 cage-level forces. Kabuto had only one left, Mew. But a small twist hit the battlefield. The moment Sasuke laid eyes on his brother, his face twisted with pure rage, fury blinding his reason. Itachi. Sasuke lunged, kunai in hand, slashing at his brother's throat. However, the attack was laughably weak. Itachi didn't even bother to glance. With effortless precision, he caught Sasuke's wrist midair. Cracked. A brutal twist dislocated Sasuke's wrist, the kunai clattering to the ground. Arg! Sasuke screamed in pain. Yet, his older brother showed no sympathy. Seemingly annoyed by the noise, he released Sasuke's arm and drove a fist deep into his gut. Thud! Sasuke's mouth gaped in silent agony, and the pain spread through every nerve in his body. He collapsed, gasping on his knees. Wide-eyed and trembling, Sasuke knelt wordlessly, his breath ragged. A bit harsh for your little brother, don't you think, Itachi-kun? Orochimaru chuckled as he observed. So this is Itachi's little brother. Kisame tilted his head, grinning. Hard to see what's so special that both Lord Shijin and Abaido are fighting over him. Focus on the enemy. Itachi cut in, shaking his head. He turned his gaze toward Mew, analyzing the next move. From what he'd seen, Mew's abilities were tricky. He could fly and vanish. This would not be an easy opponent. Still, it didn't matter. Itachi's goal was to delay, nothing more. The longer they kept Mew tied down, the more likely Konoha's forces would arrive. The less chance Sasuke would escape. And that prediction was accurate. Mew's flight and stealth made him a difficult target. Orochimaru and Kisame had no easy way to pin him down. Their only option was to wait for a clean strike. But just as they couldn't quickly defeat Mew, Mew couldn't beat them either. The battle quickly deadlocked. What a pain! Kabuto, controlling Mew, narrowly dodged a massive summoned sword from Orochimaru's mouth, then destroyed Kisame's water dragon jutsu. I thought 2 cage-level summons would be enough. But oh well. Combat was never my thing. Fighting should be left to those who enjoy it. Kabuto's voice turned mocking, even as he rebutted Orochimaru's earlier scorn. Orochimaru-sama, we are reanimators. Victory lies in the ones we summon, not ourselves. Orochimaru's eyes darkened. What was that supposed to mean? Kabuto still had more summons hidden. What had this man looted in secret while working under him? How many cage-level corpses had he stockpiled? Then, Mew landed in the distance. For the first time, the calm, calculating reanimator showed smugness and levity. His tone held a touch of amusement, even mockery, as though he already saw this battle in his favor. Well then, our warm-up is over. Before the true battle begins. On behalf of Lord Shijin, I must ask, just one last time. Kabuto's voice grew cold, ominous. Are you all truly prepared to betray Lord Shijin and betray Akatsuki? Huh? Kasama bared his sharp teeth, grinning. Trying to recruit us again on Shijin's behalf. Though he respected Shijin, Kasama placed his faith in Obaido's promises. Looks like your collection gave you some confidence. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, uneasy, but behind him stood the reformed Yagura and Rasa. Flanking him were Kasama and Itachi. No matter how he analyzed it, Kabuto had no reason to be this confident. Even if he reanimated 5 Kage, victory was uncertain. So what exactly had he brought out? Mew raised a hand, his tone final and chilling. Summoning jutsu. A summoning seal erupted on the ground. A coffin emerged from the smoke. Orochimaru smirked coldly. He knew Edo Tensei's weakness, and struck. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. As he hurled a shuriken, it split into dozens, all aimed at the still-forming coffin. Foolish. Orochimaru sneered, mocking his former assistant. Kabuto, battle isn't a child's game. That coffin won't even open before. Boom. The coffin lid blasted off. As if the reanimated soul inside couldn't wait another second. A surge of overwhelming chakra exploded outward, kicking up a towering dust cloud and consuming the shadow shuriken entirely. The seal was complete. This reanimated figure could no longer be stopped. Such immense chakra. Kasama, usually unshaken, looked grave. He could feel the terrifying power approaching. No way. This is like... Orochimaru's eyes widened. The only time he'd felt this was when he summoned the first Hokage. Itachi remained calm, but subtly stepped between Sasuke and the source of the chakra, shielding his brother. Clack. A black-gloved hand rested on the coffin edge. The figure within was about to emerge. Welcome back to the living world. Kabuto, speaking through Mew's body, spread his arms wide. His voice dripped with reverence and joy. He didn't care that the summon might overpower him. He smiled as the figure rose from the coffin, his words ceremonial. It is my great honor to welcome you back on behalf of Lord Shijin. And then, he spoke a name that instantly froze every warrior present. Lord Madara. Chapter 182, Impressive Eyes. Madara. Uchiha Madara. There was only one man in the entire shinobi world worthy of such reverence from Kabuto. Orochimaru's blood surged as he realized what was happening, panic and fury swelling in his chest. What the hell? Was this some kind of joke? Kabuto, this man had actually hidden Uchiha Madara among his private collections. Even Itachi and Kasame, usually calm, could no longer maintain their composure. There was not a single shinobi who could afford to overlook Madara's name. Clatter. From the shadows emerged a man with loose, wild hair. He wore crimson battle armor and a cold, expressionless face. With a few slow steps out of the coffin, he cast his gaze on second Tsuchikage Mew. Just those few steps unleashed a wave of terrifying pressure. The man who once rivaled Hashirama Senju, the first Hokage, in a duel that ended only in mutual death. The man feared as the demon of the shinobi world, Shinobi no Shura. Ahem. The Edo Tensei technique. Madara flexed his arm, immediately understanding the nature of his body and Mew's state, and sensing the one controlling the jutsu. He'd also overheard a name that piqued his interest. What's going on? Where's that brat Nagato? Madara crossed his arms. His voice softened slightly, though his face remained ice-cold. And you, what's your relationship with Lord Shijin? I am a subordinate of Lord Shijin. Kabuto's voice carried a quiet chuckle, and he wasted no time in turning Mew's gaze toward Orochimaru's side. The shinobi world has encountered some complications. Obaido stole your Rinnegan, joined with traitors, and betrayed both Lord Shijin and your will. I had no choice but to reanimate you, Lord Madara. That fool betrayed me. Madara's face shifted, then slowly twisted into a cold, mocking grin. HMPH, not surprising in the slightest. Of course. He'd never trusted Abido. Even in death, he'd implanted a cursed seal on Abido's heart, expecting betrayal. But Abido's treachery was a minor concern. Madara could crush him like an ant. So, Lord Shijin has returned as well. That was what truly concerned him. Lord Shijin, his trusted ally in the Moon's Eye plan, the one who had both strength and vision. His guidance had shaped much of Madara's grand ambitions. Yes. By twist of fate. Kabuto's tone held amusement. Thanks to a certain someone, Orochimaru, who sought to exploit Lord Shijin's power, he was revived into this world once more. Ahem. Madara nodded faintly, glancing lazily toward Orochimaru and the others. So then, he wants me to deal with these traitors. More precisely, to retrieve the boy from them. Mew pointed toward Uchiha Sasuke. Since your Rinnegan was stolen by Abido, the Akatsuki plan needs a new candidate. That child is the one Lord Shijin believes has the most potential to awaken the Rinnegan. If I'm here, there's no need for some candidate. Madara scoffed. His return alone rendered contingency plans unnecessary. But then he saw Sasuke and paused. That face. It looked exactly like his younger brother, Izuna. Interesting. Madara's curiosity flared. He recalled Shijin's high expectations and was genuinely intrigued. Does Lord Shijin truly believe this boy can awaken the Rinnegan? Yes. He's the reason I brought you back now, Lord Madara. Ahem. Madara gave a slow nod. He had accepted Kabuto's reasoning and was willing to help retrieve Sasuke. He wanted to see what kind of potential this boy, who looked so much like Izuna, really had. After all, as someone who had truly awakened the Rinnegan, no one knew better than Madara how difficult it was. Even achieving the eternal Mangekyo was not enough. One needed Hashirama's cells and decades of cultivation to awaken the eye of the Sage of Six Paths. And this boy, could he really reach such heights? While Madara silently observed Sasuke, Orochimaru and the others were suffocating under the pressure emanating from him. Even just a hint of his chakra and the legendary aura from the Warring States era left them too terrified to move. Itachi-san. Kasame's usual smugness vanished. He gripped Samehada tightly, a cold sweat dripping down his shark-like face. I don't think we can win against this one. Of course not. Even Kasame, with all his chakra reserves, could sense the immense gap between them. Itachi understood it even more clearly. As a fellow Uchiha, he knew better than anyone what Madara represented. We need to retreat. Orochimaru's gaze lowered. He was already thinking about abandoning Itachi and Kasame to use them as a distraction to escape with Sasuke. But before they could make a move, Madara agreed to help retrieve Sasuke. Then, I leave everything in your hands, Lord Madara. Kabuto's tone smiled as he handed over full control. Very well. Madara nodded lazily. With that, he began walking toward them. Each step he took increased the pressure on everyone. Kasame's expression changed. The sound of Madara's footsteps made his heart pound instinctively. A drop of sweat rolled down his forehead. He gripped Samehada and struck first. Clang! He lunged, slashing at Madara's neck with Samehada, its bandages tearing to reveal sharp spikes. Ahem. One of the Hashigaki. Madara tilted his head, dodging with ease and grabbing Kasame's wrist. Samehada tried to bite back, its handle extending, but Madara was faster. His Sharingan flared, reading every movement. Cracked. He drove his elbow into Kasame's jaw, sending the massive man flying. Then Madara flashed in the air. Thud. A kick slammed into Kasame's chest, launching him like a ragdoll. Ka. A flock of crows burst out, forming Itachi in midair. He slashed at Madara's chest with a kunai. A genjutsu-based sneak attack. Madara sneered, deflecting Itachi's strikes with just his wrist. Uchiha-style swordplay. Your technique's not bad. Itachi said nothing. He followed with 3 more swift slashes, then hurled the kunai like a shuriken. In that same second, he was already forming hand seals. His speed was breathtaking. Fire-style, great fireball jutsu. A massive fireball roared forward. Good seals, solid ninjutsu. Madara calmly matched him. Lucky for me, I'm decent with fire-style myself. Fire-style, great fireball jutsu. A bigger fireball erupted from Madara's mouth, swallowing Itachi's technique whole. Flame surged forward. Itachi raised his hand, blood dripping from his manjikayo. Amaterasu. A flicker of black fire burst out. It clung to the flames themselves, using them as fuel, and erupted into an even more terrifying inferno. It can even ignite fire itself. Kabuto's voice echoed from behind. That's Amaterasu. Madara smirked, unshaken. One of the manjikayo's abilities, said to burn all it touches. Impressive eyes they have over there. Chapter 183, Let this childish farce end here. Impressive indeed. It was rare for Madara to offer such praise. But as the wielder of the Manjikayo Sharingan's Amaterasu, Itachi felt no joy. On the contrary, the pressure was only mounting. Because only Amaterasu had barely proved useful. His Manjikayo powers consisted of Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. And Tsukuyomi, a genjutsu, would never work on Madara, acknowledged as the most powerful Uchiha in recorded history. Itachi knew his illusion wouldn't stop him. But Madara's compliment ended there. The man, interested only briefly in a promising junior, suddenly erupted in layers of chakra. Blue skeletal ribs surrounded him, building rapidly into a massive half-bodied giant. Susanoo. Madara raised the hand of his blue Susanoo, summoning a glowing blue curved blade. Without hesitation, he slashed downward, cleaving through the Amaterasu flames with ease. The enormous blade was now aimed directly at Itachi. Enough, the Manjikayo Sharingan's tricks bore me. Protected within his Susanoo, Madara chuckled. For the Uchiha, true combat is a contest of Manjikayo. Since you've sided with Abido, you know that our final battles always boil down to Susanoo v Susanoo. Let's see yours. Itachi gritted his teeth and formed a seal with his fingers. Though uncertain of victory, he couldn't retreat, not when he needed to stall for Konoha's reinforcements and protect his brother. The next moment, red skeletal ribs erupted from his body. He raised his fingers, eyes locked on Madara, and called forth his own red Susanoo. Interestingly, they both activated Stage 2 Susanoo, half-bodies with armor. And both launched attacks simultaneously. What is that? Sasuke looked up in horror at the 2 towering spectral giants. He'd never seen such overwhelming power. This level of combat, far beyond what he had witnessed during the Chunin exams. So that's the legendary Susanoo. Orochimaru, in contrast, was oddly amused. He examined each Susanoo like a curious scientist, eyes shifting between blue and red. But eventually, his snake-like gaze settled back on Sasuke. This boy was his shortcut to acquiring that power. The battlefield's intensity surged. Everyone knew things were about to get far more brutal. Itachi's red Susanoo lifted its hand, conjuring a spiraling set of Yasaka Magatama. So he's going there. Madara didn't back down. His blue Susanoo raised both arms and tore the air apart, forming his own Yasaka Magatama, hurling them toward Itachi. Damn it! Itachi responded immediately, throwing his red Magatama to intercept. Boom! 2 opposing sets of chakra weapons collided midair, causing the very Susanoo forms to crack and tremble. They knew. If they didn't reinforce Susanoo, it would collapse. Itachi especially couldn't afford that. His real body wasn't as resilient as an Edo Tensei. Sasuke wouldn't survive the backlash either. So, his red Susanoo erupted further muscle-like chakra filling in, forming a more complete humanoid shape. It donned armored plating, gripped a gourd in one hand and a round shield in the other. Stage 4 Susanoo. The completed form slammed its wave-patterned shield into the ground, tanking the massive shockwave head-on. Yata mirror. Madara narrowed his eyes in recognition. Said to block and reflect any physical attack. Which means there must be a corresponding offensive weapon. Madara ignored the cracks in his own Susanoo, focused entirely on the red Susanoo's gored hand. What kind of weapon would pair with the Yata mirror? Then, Itachi gave him the answer. The gourd-holding hand flared. A brilliant red beam, glowing like molten lava, shot from the gourd, piercing clean through Madara's blue Susanoo. And even more shocking, it pierced Madara himself. Ah, so it's the legendary Totsuka blade. Madara smiled. Not at all afraid of being sealed away. He knew full well the Totsuka blade could trap souls forever in a drunken dream. But his will would never succumb. As the blade struck, Madara raised a finger. His Susanoo surged upward, taller, stronger, now encasing him in a core crystal. The Totsuka blade snapped in half. No, Itachi had deactivated Susanoo entirely. He had known one strike wouldn't defeat Madara, and had planned to retreat all along. But his body couldn't hold on. After Tsukiyomi on Kakashi, after Amaterasu and Susanoo, Itachi coughed blood, stumbling, barely staying on his feet. Yet he stubbornly pulled Sasuke up, determined to flee. Thankfully, he had a teammate. Even if that teammate was also spying on him. Kisame suddenly darted forward, body transforming into a half-shark monstrosity. He grabbed both Itachi and Sasuke and sprinted away at top speed. No matter what, the mission could not fail. Even if he wasn't Madara's match, Kisame had prepared for this moment, forming a strange and silent trust with Itachi. What? Orochimaru was stunned. Those two just fled with Sasuke. Did that mean he had to face Madara alone now? Eyes wide, he slowly turned his head. To see the colossal form of Madara's complete body, Susanoo rising behind him. A true god of war. Anyone who saw this 100-meter tall warrior would feel their will to fight crumble. Itachi surely fled for this very reason. After all, as an Uchiha, he knew Madara's secrets. Knew he likely possessed eternal Mangekyo, and with it, this near-invincible ultimate form. Those bastards. Orochimaru gritted his teeth, then burst into speed, lower half transforming into a massive snake as he slithered away. Trying to run. Madara sneered, watching their retreating figures like ants scurrying under his feet. Then, the complete Susanoo drew its massive sword. Slash. The air split apart, the earth carved open into an abyss, blocking their escape. Dust and debris exploded into the sky. The fleeing trio were thrown to the ground, unable to cross the gap. Above, the colossal blue warrior hovered, wings flapping to keep it aloft, landing gently in the chasm it had created. Only its massive head loomed before them. Madara stood atop the crystal on its forehead, calmly overlooking the battered group. His mouth curled into a cold smirk, mocking their futile escape. Let this childish farce end here. He reached out Susanoo's giant hand. Now, hand over the boy. I'd rather not disappoint Lord Shijin the moment I return to this world. Chapter 184, Reunion. Uchiha Sasuke had been taken by Madara. Because no one could resist Madara's power. The colossal wings of his full-body Susanoo spread wide, blotting out the sky, carrying away the black-haired boy as they soared high into the heavens. Cough coughs. Uchiha Itachi could only watch as his younger brother was carried off. His weakened body could do nothing to stop it. Worse still, now that Madara had discovered that the one with the Mangekyo Sharingan was Sasuke's older brother, he chose to spare the traitors, if only lightly. That elder brother would become the necessary sacrifice to nurture the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. And yet, in Itachi's heart, there was only worry for his younger brother. He only hoped Sasuke wouldn't be harmed within Akatsuki. As for the rest, the future remained uncertain. As long as Sasuke was safe, even if he was led astray by Shijin and Madara, Itachi believed he could one day bring his brother back to the right path. After all, to awaken the eternal Mangekyo, or even the Rinnegan, Sasuke would need his brother's ocular power. The two of them were destined to meet again, though next time it may be in a life-and-death battle. Kisame and Orochimaru didn't understand any of this. Only after seeing Madara's colossal blue Susanoo fly off did they realize just how close to death they'd come. We really are lucky, aren't we? Kabuto, controlling the body of second Tsuchikage Mu, unsealed the second Mizukage and smiled at Orochimaru and the others. Let's hope you're just as lucky when we meet again, Lord Orochimaru. Until then. Poof! The two reanimated Kage vanished in clouds of smoke. Orochimaru gritted his teeth. That useless former assistant of his had found a new master and now dared to look down on him, infuriating. Still, all they felt was anger. The others who had witnessed the battle were left with nothing but fear. Kakashi Hadake, Uchiha Obaido. Once teammates, now opponents, locked in a drawn-out clash, until Kabuto summoned Madara through Edo Tensei. The moment Madara appeared, unleashing his full-body Susanoo, Obaido immediately agreed to a ceasefire. He knew then his true crisis had arrived. Madara had been brought back to life. To Obaido, Madara was more dangerous than even Shijin. At least with care, he could avoid being killed by Shijin. But Madara had planted a cursed seal in his heart. Worst of all, Sasuke had now fallen into Madara's hands. He was probably just a disposable pawn in Madara's eyes. Obaido cast a cold glare at Kakashi, blaming everything on his former friend. If it weren't for your interference, Sasuke wouldn't have been taken by Madara. Thanks to you, the whole ninja world is now in danger. Sasuke. Kakashi gazed into the distance, watching the blue dot that was Madara's Susanoo disappear into the sky, slowly facing the reality of his student being taken. Compared to reprimanding Obaido and Orochimaru for abducting a Konoha shinobi, Kakashi asked the most important question. Why are you all after Sasuke? That was the true issue. Kakashi had always believed that Sasuke carried too much hatred and responsibility, which might drive him down a dark path. But now, was there another secret? Sasuke was just a Konoha genin. Even as the last Uchiha, awakening the Mangekyo was likely his limit. So why was he so important to Obaido, Orochimaru, Madara, and Shijin? Obaido, of course, refused to answer. Now he had to find Orochimaru. They needed to prepare for the threat of Madara's resurrection. To be fair, Obaido hadn't exactly betrayed Madara yet, but Madara had always doubted him, and now the time for true rebellion had come. After all, Obaido knew better than anyone how proud Madara was, boasting endlessly about how their plan came from Shijin and the Sage of Six Paths. Meanwhile, Konoha's reinforcements finally arrived. But they were too late. All the rogue shinobi had vanished, and all that remained was the massive gorge left by Madara's attack. Madara's been revived, he did this. Fifth Hokage Tsunade had come herself, hoping to capture Orochimaru. Now she studied the abyssal scar across the battlefield, listening to Kakashi's report. Unfortunately, Kakashi didn't know much. He had only seen Madara descend like a god and crush Itachi and the others, then take Sasuke and leave. So you're saying? Tsunade frowned, then asked. Sasuke didn't defect on his own, did he? Kakashi said nothing. He and Tsunade both knew Sasuke had likely chosen power over loyalty. But this excuse could at least protect him from criminal status. Tell that to Jiraiya and Naruto. Tsunade issued her orders, no wanted notice for Sasuke. Before leaving, she placed a hand on Kakashi's shoulder. Let's hope our story doesn't repeat in the next generation. The rest is up to them. This was a Hokage giving Sasuke a backdoor. One that left room for his return. Tsunade didn't want Team 7 to fall apart like she and Jiraiya had, or like Kakashi and Obaido. Of course, not everyone would be fooled. Least of all, Jiraiya, who had watched Sasuke grow up. Upon hearing the news, Jiraiya instantly understood Sasuke's stance in this tug-of-war. Still, he didn't expose the truth. Instead, he would use it to push Naruto to grow stronger. Naruto. Sasuke has been taken. By who? Naruto's face twisted in shock and anger. Based on what we know, Akatsuki under Shijin. Jiraiya had long suspected Shijin's strange attention toward Sasuke during the Chunin exams. Now it made sense. This boy might also have the potential to change the world. After all, Sasuke nearly became Jiraiya's disciple. We're going to bring him back, Naruto declared, face deadly serious. But we're not strong enough yet. You must get stronger if you want to save Sasuke from Shijin. Jiraiya gently warned him. But be ready. If Sasuke is used by Shijin, then one day you may have to fight him. Aimgakure, outside the Akatsuki base. Rain fell endlessly from gray skies. Shijin, blindfolded in black gauze, sat in a wheelchair. Beside him, Nagato held a paper umbrella. They waited, welcoming the return of Madara and Sasuke. Sasuke hesitated. Back in the Chunin exams, Shijin had terrified him, an overwhelming presence disguised as a healer, yet intent on reshaping the world. This man was no healer. But if Sasuke wanted power, he had to follow Madara and face Shijin. HMPH. Madara casually raised a hand over Sasuke's head, shielding him from the rain. Not for long, though. Shijin, noticing, simply raised a finger skyward. A violent gust tore through the clouds, scattering the storm. The rain stopped. Sunlight returned. This simple act, changing the weather, shocked Madara and Sasuke alike. Even those standing behind Shijin were stunned. That kind of power was beyond imagination. Interesting. Madara smirked, seeing Shijin's living body, now certain of one thing. This man had truly returned. And perhaps his power was even greater than expected. For now, they were still allies. Madara only hoped Shijin wouldn't covet the power of the Ten Tails. Chapter 185. Things have gotten very bad because of Uchiha Obito. In truth, Madara was overthinking it. Shijin had no real interest in the Ten Tails possibly reviving in the future, and he had already explained everything that had happened since his return to Madara. For example, Obito, trying to seize control of the Eye of the Moon plan, ordered his subordinates to kill a tailed beast, delaying the plan significantly. Or, Obito, attempting to take over Akatsuki, allied with Orochimaru to resurrect the former Hokage using Edo Tensei, nearly destroying the organization, yet inadvertently triggered Shijin's return. Put simply, Obito had stirred up one disaster after another, and Shijin had been cleaning up the mess. I'm ashamed. Madara could only apologize after hearing everything. Veins bulged on his forehead in frustration. He couldn't believe the man he had chosen with such care before death, Uchiha Obito, turned out to be so foolish and short-sighted. After all, Black Zetsu, left behind to assist Shijin, had always been dependable, carrying out every order without hesitation, loyally tending to Madara's legacy. But Obito had done nothing but bring trouble. Madara was starting to regret it. Perhaps he had been too impressed by Obito's emotional outburst, by the awakening of his Mangekyo, but power alone did not equate to the strength necessary to carry out the Eye of the Moon plan. That fool had caused so much chaos just for control. But really, did it matter who had control? Wasn't the plan to bring peace to the world through infinite Tsukuyomi? Who cast the Genjutsu should make no difference, right? Well, maybe it did. After all, the one who gained the 10 tails and cast infinite Tsukuyomi would essentially become a god. Perhaps Obito's ambition was only natural. Still, Madara glanced at Shijin, unable to see any sign of such ambition in him. On the contrary, Shijin treated Madara with genuine respect and clearly had no intention of fighting over the plan. He was even entrusting the 10 tails and the Eye of the Moon plan entirely to Madara. We leave the plan to you. Because Edo Tensei restores the dead to their prime, and my body has certain issues. Since Obito stole your eye and betrayed Akatsuki, Black Zetsu sought out Kabuto to revive you. Now, all must be entrusted to you once more. You don't seem like someone with bodily issues. Madara narrowed his eyes, sensing the terrifying chakra hidden beneath Shaijin's calm exterior, power that made even him uneasy. If I'm not mistaken, your chakra surpasses even Hashirama's. That was staggering. In the face of Shaijin's chakra, Madara felt an almost illusory sense of disparity. A difference like a step on a divine staircase. No, it wasn't an illusion. Madara remembered how Shaijin had casually changed the weather to welcome him. It proved their powers were of entirely different magnitudes. This kind of power should be called Six Paths level. Shaijin freely revealed the nature of his power, even dangling a hook before Madara. Once you obtain the 10 tails, you'll have this kind of power too. Because this chakra contains 7 types of elemental changes, it's a qualitative leap beyond normal chakra. That explanation ignited Madara's intense curiosity. After awakening the Rinnegan, he had finally mastered 6 nature transformations. But this was something even greater. As a former warrior who once reveled in battle, Madara was excited. He couldn't suppress the urge to challenge Shaijin. His fingers twitched slightly. He wanted to fight. You'll understand once you become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. Shaijin, as if blind to Madara's fighting spirit, waved it off lightly. For now, where are we with the Eye of the Moon plan? Madara finally turned to business. The situation may be quite bad. Shaijin led Madara deep into the Akatsuki base, where the demonic statue of the outer path still sat dormant, a giant, empty husk. Clearly, they hadn't even completed step 1. Worse, the Rinnegan Madara left behind had been lost. Still, not all was bad. Akatsuki had never been stronger. With Shaijin alive and Madara reanimated, they now had 2 individuals strong enough to crush the entire ninja world and capture any tailed beast. But the 3 tails had yet to be revived. No matter how strong they were, there was nothing for them to do yet. Just as Madara sighed and muttered some complaints, a summoning jutsu activated. Suddenly, the demonic statue vanished. Summoning jutsu. Madara's mouth twitched into a sarcastic smile. Someone just summoned away my statue, right in front of me. Probably Abaito. Black Zetsu emerged cautiously, reporting. The other Rinnegan is in Kabuto's hands. Only Abaito has implanted it. He took my eye. Madara glanced back, sneering. Perfect. He needed someone to use Rin Tensei on him anyway. That idiot would make the perfect sacrifice. Find him. Shaijin turned to Black Zetsu. From now on, the Eye of the Moon plan and Akatsuki are Madara's responsibility. Then, Black Zetsu agreed, though he cast a worried glance at Shaijin. Though Shaijin couldn't see, he turned precisely toward Sasuke. I'll look after the boy, he'll be our backup. Totally unnecessary. Madara started, but stopped when he looked at Sasuke's face. He nodded instead, and even smiled faintly. So this child is the last Uchiha. Now, this final clansman, would he one day stand behind him? Things were becoming interesting. Even before the Eye of the Moon plan officially began, Madara found himself curious about Sasuke, perhaps hoping this descendant might become his comrade. Especially since this boy resembled Izuna so much. Izuna, before you died, you asked me to protect the Uchiha. But back then, not one of them chose to follow me. As Madara recalled his brother's final words, he stared at Sasuke with a strange sense of fate. Now perhaps this is what you meant. To protect this last little Uchiha. Chapter 186, Uchiha Sasuke at 16. Uchiha Madara was acting a little unusually. When he realized the Eye of the Moon plan couldn't yet proceed, he personally volunteered to take over Sasuke's training and guidance. While Black Zetsu searched for Abaito's whereabouts, Madara opened up a private training ground and began subjecting Uchiha Sasuke to the most grueling regimen imaginable. Faster, stronger strikes. Madara stood in the training ground with arms crossed, expression cold as he effortlessly dodged Sasuke's attacks, barking criticisms at the boy's lack of precision and power. To Madara, Sasuke's current fighting style was utterly unworthy. Even though Sasuke was only 12 years old and had just awakened the two-tamo Sharingan, Madara made him spar directly against his own near-peak strength. The intensity was monstrous for someone that age. Yet, the results were clear and drastic. Having grown up training alongside his brother Izuna, Madara knew exactly how to forge a child into a true killer. Naturally, taijutsu was only the foundation. Ninjutsu was emphasized just as much. Madara didn't hold back, especially with fire release techniques. His mastery of fire far exceeded anyone in the ninja world, surpassing even Jiraiya, who had previously trained Sasuke. But above all, he focused on the Sharingan. Madara noticed that Sasuke's use of the eye was primitive. He couldn't even use genjutsu. His greatest strengths were mimicking opponents' movements and high-speed visual tracking. Genjutsu is far more useful in combat than you realize. Against anyone below the level of Hashirama or Lord Shijin, genjutsu alone can end a fight instantly. For you, genjutsu will conserve chakra and exploit enemy weaknesses. Sasuke frowned, impatient. He wanted power. "Will this help me kill Uchiha Itachi?" he asked. "I want to learn what you used that day, the power called Susanoo." Susanoo. Madara smirked, clearly proud of his own. "That power only manifests after awakening the Mangekyou Sharingan," he said. "But to awaken it, you must experience immense pain, pain that breaks your soul. The deeper the wound, the greater the eye's power. The fastest way was to suffer." Shijin, who had been listening nearby, furrowed his brow slightly. Was this really how far the Uchiha had strayed? But it was undeniably effective. Rather than trying to guide Sasuke to intensify his emotions and stimulate the special chakra pathways of the Uchiha brain, triggering the eye through trauma had countless successful precedents. Enough. Continue training. Madara glanced at Sasuke and dropped the topic. "Without a strong body, the Sharingan's burden will destroy you." Sasuke gritted his teeth and stood straight again. He couldn't deny. Madara's training worked. Where once he was completely overpowered, he was now landing more and more hits, enduring more rounds in their spars. Slowly but surely, Sasuke was growing stronger. He had begun accompanying Akatsuki on missions, and his combat prowess rivaled, sometimes exceeded, other members. There was only one issue. He still hadn't awakened the Mangekyou Sharingan. But under Madara's tutelage, Sasuke had already evolved to the three-tamo stage, and now fully mastered many of the Uchiha clan's legendary techniques. In fact, he was stronger than several Akatsuki members. Still, his mind was singularly focused. Kill Itachi, that was all that mattered to Sasuke. He cared nothing for Akatsuki's vision of world peace through weaponized fear. Land of Rain. On Akatsuki's training field, two figures moved with lightning speed, clashing in a blur of strikes. Sasuke slashed at Madara with ruthless fury. He didn't hold back. Their training had no need to preserve Madara's life. He was already dead. Still too slow, still too soft. Madara parried casually, commenting coldly on Sasuke's weaknesses. This boy was too merciful. Madara could see through the facade. Sasuke's cold mask hid a fragile heart. Unless pushed to the brink, he couldn't bring himself to truly kill anyone except Itachi. Listen, brat. In the Warring States era, that weakness would have gotten you killed. Madara countered mid-combat, scolding him loudly. If you can't finish your enemy up close, then use overwhelming ninjutsu to end it. Sasuke leapt back, forming hand signs midair, then spewed a blazing wall of fire. Fire style, majestic flame destroyer. Still too weak. Madara's blue Susanoo erupted from the flames. He slashed through the fire with ease, advancing steadily. Even that won't pierce Itachi's Susanoo, Madara warned. His is defended by one of the divine treasures. Above them, lightning danced in the storm clouds. Sasuke raised a hand, summoning a massive beast of lightning. Lightning style Kirin. His signature jutsu. Harnessing the weather itself, the lightning beast plunged downward with godlike speed and power, impossible to dodge. But to Madara, it was nothing. Useless techniques with environmental limitations. Madara scoffed. His armored fourth-stage Susanoo absorbed the strike, only slightly rattled. Failed. Sasuke slumped, breathless. Against a fourth-stage Susanoo. Your attacks aren't enough. Madara approached. To break it, you need your own Mangekyou Sharingan. Sasuke didn't reply. He already knew what Madara wanted him to do. Kill someone precious, give in to rage, feel the agony. Team 7. Naruto. Sasuke knew the path to Mangekyou, but the thought of killing Naruto, someone he once entrusted his life to, was unbearable. Even after all these years, he couldn't bring himself to do it. Naruto was his last remaining warmth after the Uchiha massacre. Doesn't matter, he muttered, gripping his sword and standing again. Even without the Mangekyou, I'll kill Itachi. Madara stared at him blankly. Fine. We haven't found them anyway. He mocked, half joking, half annoyed. Come help with Akatsuki's missions. To prevent any more tailed beast trouble, we'll start collecting them now. Besides, no matter how well they hide, they won't sit idly by while we gather all the tailed beasts. Madara's eyes gleamed dangerously as he folded his fingers together. He was ready. Time to smoke the rats out of their holes. Chapter 187, Shijin's Yamatsu Hirasaka. Uchiha Madara was no stranger to strategy. In fact, he was highly adept at deception and scheming. With the recent resurrection of the Three Tails, all 9-tailed beasts in the shinobi world had once again manifested, and Akatsuki's plan could finally begin in earnest. Granted, Akatsuki no longer had the demonic statue of the Outer Path. But that didn't stop them from capturing the tailed beasts. After all, with Shijin and Madara present in Akatsuki's base, there was no way any tailed beast could cause trouble there. In truth, Akatsuki had already been secretly collecting them. Several Jinchuriki who'd lost contact with their villages, like Roshi of the Four Tails and Utakata of the Six Tails, had long since fallen under Akatsuki's control. The plan was to avoid alarming the great nations by seizing the isolated ones first. Moreover, this approach was a trap, bait meant to lure out Obaido and his hidden allies. Ever since Madara had been resurrected via Edo Tensei years ago by Kabuto, Obaido and his group had vanished without a trace. Still, they couldn't hide forever. With his Kamui Mangekyou, Obaido could vanish with ease, but Madara was waiting for a chance to draw him out. After all, that fool had stolen the demonic statue and one of the Rinnegan, clearly not to stop the Eye of the Moon plan, but to take it for himself. The shinobi world situation had become strange. Akatsuki had made their intentions plain during the Chunin exams 4 years ago, revealing their desire to collect the tailed beasts and create a weapon of war. Yet none of the major villages had taken real action. Maybe because the blade hadn't yet touched their own throats, they hadn't realized just how dire the crisis truly was. But now, the sword of Damocles was about to fall. Madara gathered the entire Akatsuki, including Shijin, to discuss the upcoming operations. Without the demonic statue, they would need to bring back the Jinchuriki alive or extract the beasts directly. The teams were assigned as follows. 1 Tails Jinchuriki, Deidara and Sasori. 2 Tails and 8 Tails, Madara and Sasuke. 3 Tails, Nagato and Konan. 5 Tails, Kabuto and Shijin. 7 Tails, Kakuzu and Hiden. The setup was fairly logical. Gaara, the 1 Tails host, had become the 5th Kazekage of Sunagakure, which was Sasori's birthplace. The 2 Tails and 8 Tails resided in Kumigakure, arguably the strongest of the 5 great nations. Madara would handle them himself, bringing Sasuke for combat experience. The 3 Tails had just revived and wasn't yet sealed into a host. Nagato and Konan were sufficient. The 5 Tails was in Iwagakure, where Kabuto had previously served as a spy. Shijin would accompany him, partly to monitor him. The 7 Tails was hidden in Takagakure, Kakuzu's home village, and the one he knew best. The 4 Tails and 6 Tails were already secured. Once this was done, Akatsuki would possess 8 of the 9 beasts. The last, the 9 Tails, was to be kept for later. Midora intended to use Naruto Uzumaki as bait, a grand trap for Obito, and a final test for Sasuke. Just as Shijin had once entrusted Midora with guidance, Midora too began to consider entrusting the Eye of the Moon plan to Sasuke, should the mission face delays. Then, let's move out. A brilliant blue complete body Susanoo erupted around Midora, enveloping both him and Sasuke, launching them into the sky toward their mission. They had the most to capture. Midora had no time to waste. Still as domineering as ever, Kakuzu shook his head and left with Hidden for Takagakure. Their mission was relatively simple. The Seven Tails host was not particularly strong. Let's not waste time either. Sasori and Deidara mounted a clay bird. Let's go, let's go. Deidara cheerfully waved and took off toward the sand village. Lord Shijin will be off too. Nagato and Konan nodded politely to Shijin. Soon, only Shijin and Kabuto remained. After everyone had departed, Kabuto adjusted his glasses. Though he had joined Akatsuki, he'd always carried ambitious dreams and only feigned loyalty to Midora. But now, he acted like a different man. With no one else around, Kabuto bowed respectfully to Shijin and quietly pushed his wheelchair forward. Let's go too. Shijin slowly raised his hand. As his fingers brushed the air, a pitch-black dimensional gate appeared before him like a shifting grid of darkness. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A terrifying spacetime technique. Created by Shijin using the principles of the Flying Thunder God technique, this jutsu allowed him to teleport anywhere in the shinobi world. The truly terrifying part. He didn't need to leave any markers behind. He could open this gate silently, at will, even mid-battle, and attack through it across vast distances. Looks like we'll be the first to finish our mission. Kabuto hid his awe, smiling as he complimented Shijin's technique while offering a fake prayer for Iwagakure. Let's hope the Iwa shinobi don't get too scared when they see you. They won't fear what they don't understand. Shijin smiled faintly, recalling Black Zetsu's stunned expression the first time he used this jutsu. Only those who truly understand Yamatsu Hirasaka grasp its terror. Chapter 188, The Defeat of the Five Tails Jinchuriki. Land of Earth, Iwagakure. In recent years, the third Tsuchikage, Anoki, had been persistently wary of Akatsuki. Unfortunately, all he could rely on was Iwagakure's own strength to mount a defense. Due to mutual distrust between the great nations, even though Anoki suspected that Konoha might have more intel on Akatsuki, the iron rule of the shinobi world, information is priceless, meant Iwa couldn't glean much from them. Still no word, Anoki sighed. He had been searching but had found nothing useful. Even rumors of Deidara were scarce these days. Isn't that a good thing? Asked his son Kitsuchi, puzzled. Of course not. The diminutive Tsuchikage leapt up and thumped his son on the head, shouting angrily, No news is the worst news. You think someone like Lord Shijin, with his status and power, would just stay hidden in the shadows forever. Right. Kitsuchi scratched his head helplessly. We've done our best to track Akatsuki's movements, but they've become ghost-like, only showing up occasionally on missions in minor nations. Especially this year. Not a single trace. Kitsuchi felt Iwa had already gone above and beyond in its efforts, and since Akatsuki showed no direct hostility toward them, maybe his father was overthinking. But that was a naive assumption. If someone hadn't turned on you yet, it didn't mean they were harmless. It just meant you weren't considered a threat. You were a lamb to be slaughtered at any moment. Boom! Just as Kitsuchi and Anoki were discussing Akatsuki, a deafening explosion rocked the village, shaking the entire earth and causing both men to stumble. Anoki leapt to the Tsuchikage Tower's window and saw a massive plume of flame rising at the edge of the village. That direction. It was where the Five Tails Jinchuriki lived. Had Han suddenly gone berserk? That hadn't happened in years. Han had always coexisted well with Kokuo, the Five Tails. There hadn't been a single incident until now. At the village outskirts, Kabuto stood behind Shijin's wheelchair atop a stone building, both calmly observing the mushroom cloud of fire. Isn't that a bit excessive? Kabuto muttered. Shaijin shook his head slightly, his blindfolded gaze resting on the burned but still standing Jinchuriki in the distance. Since we're visiting, it's only polite to announce ourselves. Capturing the five tails isn't the main goal, Shaijin said coolly. Making Iwa understand Akatsuki's threat is. If I must, I should crush Iwagakure entirely to show them their helplessness. Only then could the shinobi nations be forced to unite. That unity, and the vast chakra it would gather, was key to reviving Kaguya Otsutsuki. Who are you people? Han, armored in his signature red suit, was scorched but unbroken. A single tail protruded behind him as he stared at the two figures standing atop the house. They were far too strange. They had simply appeared, stepping out of a black portal. Han had attacked immediately, only to be stopped with a single finger, and then scorched by devastating fire-release jutsu. Who were they? Han was a loyal, no-nonsense warrior, a model Jinchuriki who never involved himself in politics. He knew little about Akatsuki. Kabuto, however, smiled and pushed up his glasses. Who we are, haven't you figured it out yet? A massive question mark formed in Han's mind. Standing before you is the greatest man in the shinobi world, Kabuto said with a grin. A god, a saint, surely you've heard his name, grew up listening to his tales. I am Shaijin. Shaijin cut Kabuto off calmly. His name alone struck Han harder than any attack. He didn't need titles. Just his name. Han's pupils shrank. Even the five tails within him, Kokuo, trembled in recognition. They both knew the legend. I need the five tails. Shaijin extended his hand. Kokuo, you can hear me through your host. If you know my story, you should understand, resisting is pointless. Kokuo recoiled. If this was the same Shaijin of legend, then there was no point in fighting. After all, he nearly destroyed the ninja world in ancient times. Even the Sage of Six Paths' teachings barely stopped him. But Han didn't waver. I won't give him up. His red armor hissed as steam erupted around him. He launched himself at Shaijin. No matter what, he couldn't hand over Kokuo. A Jinchuriki existed to serve their village. Han had sworn that purpose. Tails sprouted behind him, 5 crimson appendages of raw power. He'd mastered the five tails chakra. His tailed beast cloak enveloped him in blazing chakra. He charged. A crimson fist, the size of a boulder, flew straight for Shaijin. Neither Shaijin nor Kabuto flinched. They knew it was futile. Yamatsu Hirasaka. Shaijin lightly tapped the air. A black portal opened before him, another behind Han. Han's fist flew through both portals and slammed into his own back. His steam armor shattered. He tumbled to the ground at Shaijin's feet, stunned by his own blow. No. He wasn't done yet. He still had his ultimate move, Tailed Beast Bomb. Rest now. But Shaijin had already placed a hand on his head. A crushing surge of chakra slammed down on Han like a mountain. When you awaken, your painful life will be over. The five tails belongs to Iwa. Han tried to stand. But he couldn't move anymore. Black sealing chakra began flowing across his body, locking away his power. Yet, that brief struggle had bought just enough time. Anoki arrived with Kitsuchi and Kuretsuchi. Anoki's heart sank at the sight. Han collapsed at Shaijin's feet. Shaijin himself, seated in a wheelchair. Hey, you. Kuretsuchi started to yell. Kuretsuchi. Anoki barked. The elderly Tsuchikage floated gently down, eyes filled with a heavy mix of caution and disbelief. Lord Shaijin. Meeting again now. Felt like a lifetime ago. Shaijin still looked like a man in his prime. Anoki had grown old. Anoki. Shaijin's eyes were blindfolded, but he didn't seem surprised. Maybe. He only recognized the chakra. He raised his head, emotionless, as more Iwanin gathered around, quietly encircling him. Kitsuchi subtly gave orders to close in. Anoki didn't stop them. Last time you came to Iwa, you saved our elders, Anoki murmured. You should have been our eternal benefactor. But now, it seems we must become enemies. Chapter 189. Kabuto makes his move, the third Reikage. The Iwagakure shinobi tightened their encirclement. The cliffs and rooftops around the area were already swarming with shinobi, each fully prepared for battle, quietly awaiting the Tsuchikids' command. They're already surrounded, so why do they still look so calm? Kuretsuchi, granddaughter of the third Tsuchikage, whispered to her father Kitsuchi. Kitsuchi looked uneasy. He knew more than his daughter did. Though they had successfully surrounded Shijin, he wasn't someone to take lightly. He had once defeated 4 Hokage. How could someone like that ever be intimidated? Stay sharp, Kitsuchi warned, placing a hand on Kuretsuchi's head. This might turn into a brutal fight. And if it did, Iwagakure might not come out unscathed. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, understood this too. Even though Shijin had invaded the village, he still hoped to resolve things peacefully. He was even prepared to lower himself, sacrificing the pride of a cage for the sake of diplomacy. If Lord Shijin is willing to return our village's Jinchuriki, Han, then in light of past friendship, Iwagakure will still offer him the respect he deserves. But his words sparked outrage among the shinobi. Lord Tsuchikage, how can you let him go? He's an enemy who invaded our village. Ancient legend or not, we can't just let him walk free. Silence. Anoki's thunderous voice cut through the protests. The aged yet commanding Tsuchikage radiated authority. Yet his eyes, when they landed on Shijin, were full of hope, hoping for peace. Lord Shijin. He tried to speak again. But Shijin merely raised a hand, his brow faintly furrowed. I don't wish to fight old comrades either, but if you want me to release the 5 tails, shouldn't we ask his opinion first? Anoki was baffled. Ask Han's opinion. What did that mean? Could it be? Was Han already dead? Anoki glanced toward the red-armored figure lying at Shijin's feet. Run! Han weakly muttered. What? Anoki couldn't hear clearly. Run now. Han's eyes were full of fear. He had been subdued by Shijin with a single hand, and in that moment, he had felt a terrifying, suffocating chakra press down on him. This man shouldn't exist in the shinobi world. As a veteran Jinchuriki who had faced legends like the 4th Hokage and the mighty 3rd Reikage, Han knew. None of them came close to this. Even the 5 tails within him, Kokuo, was trembling in fear. Don't mind me, just run. Han roared, using the last of his strength. He had once seen thousands of Iwa shinobi struggle to defeat the 3rd Reikage, and now, Shijin made even that legendary Reikage seem small. Worse still, Shijin's abilities were bizarre. He appeared out of nowhere, used a space-time technique to turn Han's own attack against him. He could escape at any time. Han knew. Iwa had no chance. Fighting would only lead to meaningless loss. Even someone like Han, a treasured weapon of the village, was now urging his people to abandon him to avoid annihilation. He disagrees. Shijin sighed, which means we can't reach an agreement. Now, we'll have to fight. His tone shifted. He looked toward Anoki. Before we begin, may I ask you something? Anoki broke into a cold sweat. The atmosphere turned suffocating. All around, Iwa shinobi tensed, fingers gripping kunai and blades. What is it? Anoki asked warily. Ahem. Shijin tapped the armrest of his wheelchair thoughtfully. Would you rather suffer in live or die without a sound? Because my power might be a bit much for you all. So I wonder, if I want you to witness the new world Akatsuki will build, perhaps I should give you more evenly matched opponents. Anoki's heart sank. Hey, stop underestimating us. Kuretsuchi snapped angrily. We know you're with Deidara. Even if you're as strong as him, you're not getting out of here. Kuretsuchi. Anoki snapped again. Anything could happen on this battlefield. Kabuto chuckled. They think we're on Deidara's level. With their knowledge, they can't even fathom Lord Shijin's true strength. Lord Shijin. Kabuto raised his hand. Shall I take care of this? Shijin lazily waved permission. The next moment, Kabuto's expression turned sharp. He rapidly formed hand seals. Boom! Coffins burst from the ground, creaking open, each one a product of Kabuto's years of preparation. Many of them contained cage-level shinobi. But the one that struck fear into Iwa the most was his personal masterpiece. Thud! The first coffin's lid slid open. A towering, muscular figure stepped out, blonde-haired, shirtless, a lightning scar across his body. Lightning chakra crackled around him. The third Reikage. The man who once fought 10,000 shinobi alone. Though he had died from sheer exhaustion, not battle, Iwa shinobi would never forget his rampage through their forces. Truth be told, he terrified them even more than Shijin. The third Reikage A. Anoki's face showed clear dread. Even Kuretsuchi, usually fearless, remembered the terrifying stories from her youth. Now, your war may continue, Kabuto said with a smile. This Reikage will never tire, his chakra will never run dry, you can fight forever. Until, not a single soul in Iwa remained standing. Chapter 190, A Gift for the Third Tsuchikage. War raged on. The shinobi of Iwagakure lay, scattered across the battlefield. In his Edo Tensei state, the third Reikage unleashed his lightning release chakra mode without any need to conserve chakra. Leading a squad of reanimated ninja, he rampaged through the Iwa forces like a god of destruction. To them, it was nothing short of a dimensional slaughter. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, could only watch helplessly as chaos unfolded. Unable to halt the enemy, he shouted orders to his people, trying to secure a retreat. Evacuate the battlefield. Everyone fall back. Withdraw into the cavern network beneath the village and establish a new defensive line. Earth-style earth flow wall. A massive wall of earth rose to divide the village interior. Under the command of Anoki and Kitsuchi, countless Iwa shinobi retreated behind it to regroup. However, the third Reikage tore the wall apart with a single charge. The Edo Tensei army, led by that terrifying man, burst through the defensive line like wolves into a flock of sheep. This wasn't just chaos. This was war. Real war. The massive Iwa army, known for its numbers and power, was quickly overwhelmed. Reinforcements poured in from every direction to plug the breach, only to be crushed by the unrelenting undead forces. This 100-strong Edo army, led by the third Reikage, wielded strength akin to a full invasion force. Anoki and Kitsuchi ordered a full evacuation of Iwagakure, turning their once thriving village into a ghost town, a battlefield. And the ones responsible were already withdrawing. A black, square-shaped spatial rift, the Gate of Yomi, descended from the air, enveloping Shijin, Kabuto, and the subdued Five Tails Jinchuriki. Their figures were about to vanish from Iwagakure altogether, leaving without even a proper farewell. Anoki, eyes wide, moved to stop them, but dust release wouldn't reach them in time and might kill Han in the process, so he hastily triggered another jutsu. Earth-style Great Moving Core. Suddenly, the ground beneath Shijin and Kabuto collapsed. It was as if they had fallen into a pit. Shijin calmly reached out and pressed against the pit wall. The ground beneath them rose like an elevator, lifting him, Kabuto, and Han back to surface level. How troublesome. Kabuto smiled as the ground shifted beneath their feet. Once they were back on even ground, Shijin extended his left hand toward Anoki. His fingers clenched tightly as natural energy surged, compressing the air around Anoki and slamming him to the ground with immense force. No. Anoki felt the pressure before he could even sense the attack. The invisible weight crushed him to the earth, face bloodied, unable to move. What kind of jutsu was this? All he could do was watch as the Gate of Yomi consumed Shijin and Kabuto once more. Farewell, Lord Tsuchikage. Kabuto waved mockingly, his glasses flashing ominously. I hadn't planned to leave you a gift, but now it seems I should. Anoki shuddered. That tone didn't sound pleasant at all. Whatever gift Kabuto left, it couldn't be good. As Shijin and Kabuto disappeared, the pressure on Anoki vanished. He clutched his aching back and stood up, preparing to help fend off the rampaging Edo forces. But, before he could react, a figure emerged silently behind him. A blade swung toward the back of his head. Luckily, Anoki spotted the attacker's shadow. His short stature allowed him to notice the silhouette quickly. He rolled away just in time to avoid the fatal strike. Then he looked up and froze. Lord Second Tsuchikage. Anoki's forehead broke into a cold sweat. It was Mew. His teacher. The man who taught him everything about dust release. The one who molded a hot-headed youth into the third Tsuchikage. The one who voluntarily stepped down to let Anoki rise. And now, teacher and student stood on opposite sides of a battlefield. Not bad, Mew remarked coldly, his tone unchanged from life. He raised his sword again. Now defeat me. This body retains all of my power, and with Edo Tensei's infinite chakra, I may be even stronger than before. Anoki truly began to sweat. As Mew's successor, he knew better than anyone how powerful his master was. Back then, he couldn't even land a blow against him. Worse, the Edo army was still wreaking havoc inside Iwagakure. You'd best defeat me quickly, Mew warned sternly. In your current state, you can't protect the village otherwise. Dust release, detachment of the primitive world technique. Anoki gritted his teeth, made his decision, and formed his signature technique. A bright cube of light shot toward his master. Once teacher and student, like father and son. Now forced to cross blades in the ruins of their home. But Anoki knew, if he showed the slightest hesitation, his teacher would scold him like the boy he once was. Meanwhile, at the Akatsuki base, Shijin and Kabuto returned with the captured Five-Tails Jinchuriki. As Kabuto continued controlling the Edo army remotely, he asked about the goal of their assault. How far should we push them before stopping? They need to understand, fighting Akatsuki isn't just about strong shinobi, Shijin answered. They'll need a full-scale army. Understood. Kabuto nodded, then added with a grin, but with you and Lord Madara, can the ninja world really find the will to resist? He had seen what happened to Iwagakure. What chance would the Cloud Village have against Madara? Some villages' morale might already be breaking. Shijin's answer was firm. He had seen countless unwavering souls over 1,000 years, descendants of the Sage of Six Paths. Their will wouldn't crumble from a few defeats. More importantly, they had no choice. There's no going back. Their only chance is forward. Raindrops fell from the sky as Shijin recalled his own desperate moment from 1,000 years ago. Back then, I couldn't bring myself to live in cowardice either. Why would they? Kabuto smiled wryly, unable to respond. He had never once seen weakness in Shijin, never imagined he'd struggled with his choices. To Kabuto, Lord Shijin had always been a flawless being. But just as he prepared to dig deeper, his face suddenly changed. Something unthinkable had happened in Iwagakure. Impossible, the second Tsuchikage lost. Anoki surpassed his master, not so surprising. Though blind, Shijin understood the outcome as if seeing it firsthand. Not through prophecy, but through the insight earned over 1,000 years. Recall the Edo army, he instructed, casually twirling a glowing dust release cube. We've done enough. Now, let's see how Madara and Sasuke handle the next stage, and Madara never disappoints. Chapter 191, Konoha, the last standing giant. Anoki, the third Tsuchikage, gasped for breath. Before him, his mentor, the reanimated second Tsuchikage Mu, was reconstituting. Though Anoki had defeated him, he no longer had the strength to seal him away. However, the battle came to an abrupt end. The Edo Tensei ninja were beginning to dissipate one by one, dissolving into mist. Anoki was caught off guard, watching Mu's body rapidly reform, yet the old master no longer attacked. The real storm is coming. Mu looked at his disciple, taking this final chance to pass on a warning before fading completely. Anoki, don't stand still. This power you have now is far from enough for what's ahead. With that, the second Tsuchikage vanished into smoke. Anoki's expression was peculiar. He had already fought beyond his limits to defeat his teacher. What more strength could he possibly find? He was nearly 80. Was the world really throwing this much trouble at someone his age? And that wasn't even the worst of it. His village was in ruins. Their most vital strategic asset, the Five-Tails Jinchuriki Han, had been taken by Akatsuki. Years ago, they had lost their four-tails Jinchuriki, Roshi. Now, Iwagakure had lost all its deterrent power. Dad. Kitsuchi approached grimly to report. I saw it all. Anoki waved him off and issued his orders in a weary tone. Get people into the land of rain. I remember Akatsuki's base is there. Even if they have to dig up the whole country, we're finding Han. He paused, remembering Mu's warning. No, tell them to move with caution. Also, start looking for Roshi again. And get intelligence on the other villages. Knowing that man's methods, he won't stop with Iwagakure's tailed beasts. Kitsuchi quickly jotted everything down. Soon after, Iwagakure's scouts returned with reports from across the ninja world. Akatsuki had struck every major village. The least affected was Kirigakure. Since they hadn't sealed the reborn Three Tails, they only lost it to Nagato and Konan. Attempting to recover the rogue Six Tails Jinchuriki, Utakata yielded nothing. Kirigakure, too, had lost all its beasts. Sunagakure fared worse. The one-tailed Jinchuriki, Gaara, was also their newly appointed fifth Kazekage. He was taken by Deidara and Sasori. The morale of Suna was shattered. Their people couldn't even protect their own Kage, who sacrificed himself to shield the village. But the worst fate fell on Kumigakure. Their mountain stronghold was cleaved in half by Uchiha Madara's perfect Susanoo. The fourth Raikage's fate was unknown. Both the Two Tails and Eight Tails were forcibly extracted. The survivors fled in terror to the relative safety of Turtle Island. Of the 5 great nations, only Konohagakure remained untouched. The tailed beasts passed down for generations had been seized in mere days. Within weeks, Akatsuki's terror swept the ninja world. Every shinobi knew the threat, and every gaze turned toward Konoha, because no one believed Akatsuki would spare the Nine Tails. Naturally, that included Konoha itself. Inside the Hawkage Tower, Tsunade, the 5th Hawkage, was overwhelmed by the grim reports. The other villages' devastation, once a cause for secret relief, now spelled out an imminent crisis. Konoha's fate could follow the same path. Hawkage-sama, a guard named Rado cautiously asked, should we raise the village's alert level? Tsunade nodded silently. They all knew the truth. What use was increased security now? Not even the combined power of 4 Hawkage could defeat Shijin. Now he had Madara at his side. What defense could they mount? Given Madara and Shijin's feats, if Akatsuki attacked, their only consideration would be how many could survive. Everyone in Konoha, with half a brain, knew. There was no bridging this power gap with numbers or will alone. The only slim relief was that Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, was not in the village. Jiraiya, upon learning the other beasts had been taken, immediately sent Naruto to Mount Myaboku. There, the Toad Sages would teach him Sage Mode while keeping him hidden from Akatsuki. But Mount Myaboku could only shield Naruto. It couldn't protect Konoha. Facing the looming threat of Akatsuki, Tsunade had to brace for the worst. You all begin evacuation preparations immediately. Tsunade stood atop the Hawkage Tower, gazing out at her beloved village. Prepare for the possibility that this place may become a battlefield and be reduced to rubble. Yes, ma'am. The gathered shinobi nodded grimly. Ever since the news of Akatsuki's raids broke, a heavy gloom settled over Konoha. Everyone understood this crisis would surpass any before. And just then, a visitor came in the dead of night. A long-haired man in a hooded cloak silently entered the Hawkage Tower. He appeared behind Tsunade, licking his lips with a smirk as he greeted his former teammate. Long time no see, Tsunade. Orochimaru. Tsunade turned sharply, her brow furrowed at the familiar face. You've been quiet lately. What do you want? I don't have time or energy to fight you. In the past, she would have ordered the ANBU to capture him immediately. But now, with the Akatsuki crisis looming, she couldn't waste resources on someone like Orochimaru. But I do have the time. Orochimaru grinned, amused at her desperation. I know exactly what kind of trouble Konoha's in. What if I said I could help? Don't be ridiculous. Tsunade scowled. You brought back the first Hawkage just to fight that man, and what happened? What happened was that Shijin had been fully resurrected. Now no one could stop him. And with Madara, their domination of the ninja world was imminent. But Tsunade, you have no solutions of your own. Orochimaru's smile deepened. Maybe what I offer is just a straw, but it's still something to cling to. Tsunade fell silent. First, summon Kakashi Headache, Orochimaru said smoothly. This conversation could be overheard by Akatsuki, so we need somewhere safe to talk. Chapter 192, Orochimaru's Battle Plan. Akatsuki was moving far too fast. It wasn't just Konoha that was shaken. Uchiha Obaido was even more concerned. He was certain that Madara and Lord Shijin were doing everything they could to find his whereabouts. And for once, as Obaido's ally, Orochimaru wasn't planning to betray him. For one, they were bound together by circumstance. And two, Obaido still held secrets that piqued Orochimaru's curiosity. Now, Orochimaru's visit to Tsunade in Konoha was a joint decision between the two of them. They needed to make use of Kakashi Hadake's Kamui Sharingan. And more importantly, they needed Konoha's cooperation. In the Kamui dimension, this Mangekyo Sharingan-created space had become strangely bustling. To evade Akatsuki's surveillance, Obaido and Orochimaru had relocated everything here. Even Itachi and Kasame were hidden within. And truthfully, it was incredibly secure. Only Obaido and Kakashi could open the gateway to this realm, using their respective Kamui eyes. Even Kakashi himself had never been here before. Despite possessing the Kamui eye, he had always avoided experimenting with the dimension for safety. But all that didn't matter right now. The moment he laid eyes on Obaido inside, his expression changed. Obaido. HMPH. Obaido scoffed. He had no desire to meet Kakashi again were it not for the threat of Madara. That guy had always rubbed him the wrong way. Meanwhile, Orochimaru and Tsunade chatted with surprising ease. This place is the only one that can be truly secure, Orochimaru explained with a smile. Akatsuki has a creature called Zetsu. It can hide anywhere and steal information undetected. Right now, the Kamui space is the only place where secrets are safe. 3 Konoha traitors. Tsunade scowled at Orochimaru, then at Obaido and Itachi. You I can almost forgive, but those two, one started the Nine-Tails attack, the other massacred his whole clan. Indeed. Orochimaru had caused little direct harm to Konoha. But Obaido and Itachi, their crimes were enormous. Tsunade had no desire to work with them. You don't have a choice. Obaido cut in coldly. Neither do we. Face reality, 5th Hawkage. Shijin and Madara aren't something you can fight. They could wipe Konoha off the map in a blink. I don't even need to work with you. Obaido's gaze turned to Kakashi. I could just take back the eye I gave him, but Orochimaru convinced me that cooperation is smoother. That's the only reason I'm entertaining this plan. You. Enough. Orochimaru smiled and smoothed things over. Now's not the time to argue about the past. Our mutual enemy is Shijin and Madara. Let's focus on them. Orochimaru-san, Itachi suddenly spoke. Explain the plan. Gladly. Orochimaru's eyes gleamed with amusement. Now was the time to lay his cards on the table, and perhaps win Tsunade over completely. The plan was simple. Akatsuki had gathered all the other tailed beasts. Only Konoha still had the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. Akatsuki's attack on Konoha was inevitable. But that attack could create an opportunity. If Konoha's defenses were strong enough, Akatsuki would be forced to split their forces. At least one of Madara or Shijin would need to appear personally. At that moment, Obaido would also act. Only those two, Madara or Shijin, could possibly stop Obaido. If one of them appeared elsewhere, the Akatsuki base would be unguarded. That's when Kakashi will infiltrate Akatsuki's headquarters, Orochimaru continued. Using the resonance between their twin Kamui eyes, Obaido can send him deep into Akatsuki's base. Then, we free the captured tailed beasts and Jinchuriki. He glanced casually at a massive structure within the Kamui dimension. Afterward, we rally the other villages and gather all of the ninja world's strength for one final battle. This plan hinged on exploiting the spatial resonance between the two Kamui eyes. Kakashi and Obaido could send people or objects across great distances in an instant. It was, essentially, a tactical teleportation play. Even if Madara or Shijin could teleport using Flying Raijin, they wouldn't be able to react in time to return to the Akatsuki base. And so, the plan looked airtight. Konoha didn't have to do much, just defend itself. All they needed to commit was Kakashi's Kamui eye. We have no other options, Tsunade. Orochimaru narrowed his snake-like eyes, his tone both persuasive and pressing. Even the power of former enemies must be used, if it means saving the world. Let me think. Tsunade rubbed her temples. We don't have time, Orochimaru pressed. And neither do you. Even if your plan works, and we recover the tailed beasts. Tsunade's voice was low. We still might not win the final battle. True. But it's our only chance. Orochimaru licked his lips. We can't just sit here waiting to die. Even if hope was slim. They had to act. Tsunade and Kakashi left the Kamui space. But she'd already decided. She would cooperate with Orochimaru to stop something even more dangerous. At the same time, Tsunade realized something else. If she could ally with Orochimaru, why not the other villages? This was the perfect time. Every village had witnessed Akatsuki's horror. They knew no single village could stand alone. A united shinobi alliance was possible. But, as soon as Tsunade and Kakashi were gone, the tone between Obaido and Orochimaru shifted. If this plan succeeds, Obaido tore down a veil within the Kamui space, revealing the towering Jido statue. I'll infiltrate Akatsuki's base and steal the Jido statue containing the beasts. Once I have that, Shijin and Madara are no longer threats. Chapter 193, Akatsuki moves out. Akatsuki base. The entire base resembled a hellish prison under the end times. Inside, tailed beasts and Jinchuriki were all bound tightly by black receivers imbued with yin-yang release. All except the 9 tails. The rest of the tailed beasts had already fallen into their hands. Of course, Akatsuki hadn't won them without cost. Take Deidara, for instance, he'd lost an arm. Fortunately, Lord Shijin's medical ninjutsu was astonishingly advanced. He crafted a new arm for him with ease. Deidara flexed his new arm, watching a familiar mouth appear on his palm, astonished. It looks exactly like the original. There's medical ninjutsu this incredible in the world. Maybe look at who treated you. Sasori growled hoarsely, irritated by Deidara's dumbfounded expression. This idiot, the one who fixed him, was none other than Lord Shijin. Compared to Deidara's arm, Uchiha Sasuke's situation was far more serious. After defeating the 2 tails Jinchuriki, he recklessly challenged the 8 tails. Luckily, Madara had been with him. And Lord Shijin, too, was there. Sasuke had barely managed to hold on to his life. Thank goodness Lord Shijin was here. Madara said, after confirming Sasuke's condition was stable, before inviting Shijin to discuss their next operation. Because capturing the 8-tailed beasts was just the beginning. The real threat, Uchiha Obaido. That guy won't give up on the Eye of the Moon plan. Madara was confident in his judgment. He had orchestrated Obaido's fall into despair himself. He was sure Obaido hadn't given up. Now that we have the 8 beasts, he's definitely starting to panic. But we still haven't found his location, Black Zetsu whispered beside Shijin. He can't hide for long. Madara snorted. He's not someone with patience. As soon as trouble comes knocking, he'll crack. And indeed, Madara knew his people well. Uchiha pride was a shared flaw. Let's just continue with our plan, Madara said, turning to Shijin. He's bound to act soon, and his target will be the tailed beasts we've secured. Everyone present, Shijin, Madara, and Black Zetsu, was sharply focused. Even if he gets all 8, it doesn't matter, Shijin said coolly. He didn't care how far Obaido thought he could go. Even if Obaido succeeded in reviving the 10 tails and becoming its Jinchuriki, it meant nothing. But he couldn't speak that truth aloud. Because Black Zetsu was watching. If Black Zetsu caught a whiff that Shijin didn't even mind Abido reviving the Ten Tails, it might suspect that Shijin could even resurrect Kaguya Otsutsuki. So instead, Shijin offered a tolerable bottom line. Just don't let him get the 9 tails. Even that wouldn't matter, Madara laughed. Even if he revives the 10 tails, I have plenty of ways to put him in his place. Don't get cocky, Madara. Black Zetsu interjected grimly. Once he becomes the 10 tails Jinchuriki, his chakra transforms, like Lord Shijin's. That kind of power isn't something you can afford to underestimate. Madara fell silent. He remembered the time his genjutsu had been effortlessly broken by Shijin, the terrifying presence he'd sensed in that instant. It had never left his memory. Was Abido capable of reaching such a level? Looks like we need to split up, Madara muttered, altering his plans. Let Lord Shijin attack Konoha. I'll stay here with Sasuke and guard the beasts. The 9 tails isn't in Konoha, Black Zetsu reminded him. We still haven't found Naruto Uzumaki's location. Doesn't matter. Madara waved it off. This is about baiting out that idiot Abido. The 9 tails we'll deal with later. Madara mimed grabbing ahead. We'll pry the location out of Konoha soon enough. Aren't you sending Sasuke with us? Shijin raised an eyebrow. That kid's will isn't firm enough. Madara's eyes darkened. He still believes he betrayed Konoha, but making him attack it directly? He's not ready. Better he stay and help me deal with Abido. Fine by me, Shijin nodded. At this point, Akatsuki's notoriety had spread across the world. Countless spies from other villages were watching the Rain country, hoping for intel. That meant any Akatsuki movement would quickly be exposed. But Shijin didn't bother hiding. He led the Akatsuki openly. No Yomi no Hirasaka, no teleportation, marching with purpose, making sure every spy saw. Akatsuki's on the move. Their route points toward Konoha. Shijin leads the group. Madara's whereabouts are unknown, likely guarding the tailed beasts. The spies hurried to report back. Many had hoped to reclaim the beasts, but if Madara was guarding them, forget it. That monster had single-handedly destroyed the Cloud Village. No one had heard from the 4th Reikage since. In truth, the Reikage had been gravely wounded during that clash with Madara and fallen into a coma. Before losing consciousness, he'd ordered his men to take him to Konoha, not only for treatment, but to consult Tsunade about stopping Akatsuki. He didn't trust most of Konoha's leaders. But Tsunade, she'd once saved his comrade's life during her travels. To him, the 5th Hokage was a person of integrity. Konoha Hospital. Tsunade frowned. She hadn't expected the 4th Reikage to show up at such a critical moment, let alone on a stretcher. After hearing the Cloud Ninja's explanation, she understood. Tsunade, the Reikage growled as he woke, wrapped in bandages, still scowling. Your medical ninjutsu really is exceptional. I'm more curious. Tsunade crossed her arms, gazing out the window at the Cloud Guards. Just how strong is Madara that he beat you into this state? The Reikage went quiet. When it came to Madara, even someone as proud and unshakable as the 4th Reikage felt dread. He couldn't forget that towering Susanoo. One swing. Just one. And not only had he lost, his entire village had been reduced to rubble. It had never happened before. No enemy had ever crushed Cloud so completely. That man. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead. I was no match for him. You think I didn't know that? Tsunade snapped. Of course you weren't. No, you don't understand. He shook his head slowly. We're not even in the same league. My grandfather was the 1st Hokage, Tsunade said flatly. She wasn't particularly afraid of Madara. He had been defeated by her grandfather. And, as a child, she'd also heard stories of Madara being defeated by Lord Shijin. If anything, it was Shijin she feared most. The man who had once mentored her like a father. As fate would have it. Just then, a Konoha ninja burst in. Lady Tsunade. Akatsuki is on the move. Leading them is Lord Shijin. Chapter 194, Uchiha Sasuke's resolve. This was exactly what she feared. Tsunede's body stiffened instantly. Though she had taken on the mantle of the fifth Hokage and bore the weight of Konoha on her shoulders, she had always told herself she must not fear her old mentor, now turned enemy, Lord Shijin. But the single blow she had received from Shijin during the Chunin exams had left a deep, indelible shadow in her heart. A part of her couldn't bring herself to face him. Even now, Tsunade feared she might freeze in place if she had to fight him again. And just like Tsunade couldn't understand the Raikage's fear of Uchiha Madara, the fourth Raikage couldn't understand Tsunade's fear of Shijin. Tsunade, you're afraid. The fourth Raikage bluntly pointed it out. Fearing an enemy has no place in hearts like ours. Tsunade shot him a scornful look. Who the hell was he to talk? Wasn't he the one nearly pissing himself just hearing Madara's name? That look is seriously offensive. The Raikage growled, rage flaring on his face. Just stay in your bed. Tsunade sighed, turning to leave the hospital room. She had preparations to make. The Akatsuki's attack on Konoha was imminent. Calling it preparation was generous. It was more like struggling not to drown. After all, during the Chunin exams, Shijin had merely released a fraction of his chakra, and most of Konoha's shinobi had collapsed under its pressure. Still, Tsunade had already anticipated this day. All she could do now was pray that Orochimaru and Abido could cause enough trouble to force Akatsuki to pull back. Rain Country border. Kakashi Hadake and Uchiha Abido stood atop a ridge, watching Shijin and the others depart from the Rain Country. Now, it's time to begin our plan. Abido didn't even glance at Kakashi. Madara should still be in the Akatsuki base. I'll lure him out, you sneak in and locate the tailed beasts. Abai. Kakashi tried to speak. We don't have time. And I have no interest in chatting with you. Abido's figure blurred into his Kamui space, leaving behind only a bitter sentence. This cooperation is nothing more than borrowing my other eye to fight Akatsuki. What he didn't say was, this plan was far from safe. He might very well die at Madara's hands. If that happened, no words would matter anyway. Akatsuki base. Madara and Sasuke continued their training. Once again, Madara struck Sasuke down with Susanoo, sighing with a hint of resignation. Sending you to Konoha with Lord Shijin might not have been a bad idea. Maybe attacking Konoha could have triggered your Mangekyo awakening. After all, Sasuke had grown up in Konoha. If he could let go of his past and experience a powerful emotional shift, he might truly awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. It's unnecessary. Sasuke said coldly. I'll find a way to counter Susanoo myself. Then you'll have to exhaust his ocular power. Madara replied, revealing the secrets of the Mangekyo and exposing Itachi's weakness. Without the eternal Mangekyo, every use of its abilities drains your vision until blindness. But if he loses his sight, you may not be able to transplant his eyes to gain the eternal Mangekyo yourself. I don't care. Sasuke had no interest in the so-called eternal Mangekyo. All I want is to kill him. Huh. That's disappointing. Madara let out a laugh, amused despite himself. Lord Shijin, and I see you as the successor to the Eye of the Moon plan. Not interested. Sasuke remained indifferent. So blinded by hatred. Madara clicked his tongue but didn't fault Sasuke for it. In fact, he admired the kid's resolve. Then after your revenge, we'll talk. Sasuke paused, then muttered. Thank you, when I kill him, I'll consider your Eye of the Moon plan. After all, Madara and Shijin had treated him decently. If their vision for eternal peace proved feasible, Sasuke wouldn't mind helping them see it through. Madara chuckled again, saying nothing more. If their plan worked, they wouldn't even need Sasuke. They'd trap him inside Infinite Tsukuyomi too. In that dream world, he'd have his clan, his family, his peaceful youth. Inside Kamui space, Abido was finishing preparations. He needed to lure Madara out of the Akatsuki base without getting trapped or killed in the process. Relax. Everything's ready. Orochimaru smiled, trying to ease Abaido's tension. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked towards several coffins. This time's Edo Tensei will be perfect. Their strength is closer to life than ever. They might not match Shijin. But Madara shouldn't be a problem. Doesn't matter. As long as we get the 8 beasts. Abaido clenched his fist tightly. Then I'll be one step away from becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Once we succeed, not even Shijin will be able to stop us. That ancient relic can stay buried in his story. Let's begin. Abaido turned to the figure beside him. Kisame, it's your move first. Chapter 195, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. Akatsuki Base. Ninjas from across the shinobi world had been desperately trying to uncover the status of the tailed beasts inside the base. However, with Uchiha Madara and Uchiha Sasuke guarding it, none had succeeded. Infiltrating the Akatsuki base was a suicide mission. 100 shinobi might sneak in, and 100 would die. It was a mission that was as deadly in practice as it was on paper. At this very moment, Hadate Kakashi silently appeared near the outer edge of the Akatsuki base, lying in wait for Madara to depart. Inside the base, Madara received news from a white Zetsu clone. And this time, it brought good news. Lord Madara, we've found Kisame Hoshigaki. The clone was visibly excited as it reported. We secretly tailed him and discovered Uchiha Abaido's location. They're hiding not far from the base, waiting for a chance to infiltrate. Hattie. Still bold as ever. Madara chuckled coldly. Leaping down from a high platform, he turned his head to instruct Sasuke. Sasuke, hold the base while I'm gone. Can I trust you? Just a few pests. Sasuke looked utterly disdainful of any enemy that might try to sneak in. As far as he was concerned, no standard Jonin could touch him. Madara raised an eyebrow, glanced at Sasuke for a second, and then followed the white Zetsu clone toward Abaido's last known location. After all, it wasn't far. Even if something happened at the base, Madara was confident he could return instantly. He didn't believe Sasuke would struggle to defend it. This 16-year-old brat. The Jonin from the other villages weren't in his league. However, the moment Madara left, Sasuke met a former Jonin teacher who might actually be a match, his old sensei. Hadate Kakashi, hiding in the shadows, had carefully infiltrated the perimeter. But within the base, he quickly spotted a familiar figure. Even though he'd mentally prepared, Kakashi hadn't expected to encounter him so soon. Uchiha Sasuke sat on a stone step, hand resting on a slender sword, his crimson sharing and swirling as he locked eyes with the intruder. Kakashi. Sasuke's voice echoed coldly through the base. Don't bother hiding, I've already seen you. This is not a place you should be. And indeed, by all logic, Kakashi shouldn't be here. After all, none of the 8-tailed beasts held by Akatsuki came from Konoha. And with Lord Shijin and the bulk of Akatsuki marching toward Konoha, Kakashi, as a Konoha Jonin, should have remained to protect the village. And this isn't where you belong either. Kakashi stepped from the shadows, gaze heavy with disappointment as he looked at his former student. That's no concern of yours. Sasuke gripped the hilt of his sword, the sinister chakra radiating from him unfamiliar and chilling. Leave, Kakashi. I could kill you at any moment, but I'm reserving chakra for real threats. You're not worth it. You should be in Konoha, not chasing a missing nin, while Shijin leads Akatsuki straight at your home. I didn't think. Kakashi sighed, struggling to reconcile the student before him with the past. That you'd turn out like this. But then again, Sasuke had always been like this, aloof, cold, defiant. It doesn't matter what I've become. Sasuke believed he'd grown stronger, that his soul and blade had sharpened since leaving Konoha. As long as I can kill Uchiha Itachi, I don't care if I tear down the shinobi world alongside Lord Shijin and Madara. Enough. Leave, there's nothing for you here. His logic was simple. Konoha wouldn't be foolish enough to covet tailed beasts during a crisis like this. True. But Kakashi didn't move. In fact, his expression turned grim. What he was about to do was far beyond what Sasuke could expect. Konoha doesn't want the tailed beasts. Kakashi lifted his Hiatus, exposing his Mangekyo Sharingan. But we can't allow them to remain in Akatsuki's hands. So that's why you're here. Sasuke casually drew his sword, voice cold. I don't care who owns these beasts, but I'm not letting them leave this place. A battle between former student and teacher was imminent. Sasuke rose, blade spinning in a swift flourish, descending the steps toward Kakashi. But Kakashi stepped back. And at that moment, Sasuke noticed something strange. Kakashi's eye began to spiral, forming a Kamui vortex. A figure emerged from the swirling distortion. Slicked back hair, deep tear grooves on both cheeks, crimson Sharingan gleaming. Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke's face twisted in shock. He had thought Kakashi alone posed no real threat. Now, he realized Kakashi had brought the one person he least wanted to see. Itachi calmly stepped through the vortex, one hand tucked inside his cloak. His gaze, hazy from his failing eyesight, locked onto his younger brother. Sasuke's on guard duty. Then leave this to me, Kakashi. I'm counting on you, Itachi. Kakashi vanished toward the base's inner chambers. He knew full well the truth behind the Uchiha massacre, and while he didn't fear a clash between the brothers, he did feel a twinge of guilt. Sasuke would likely never forgive them for fighting alongside Itachi. But there was no other choice. They had no time to waste. After all, Akatsuki's strike team had been scouted. Only Madara and Sasuke remained at the base. Madara would be handled by Obito and Orochimaru. Sasuke would be faced by his own brother. Itachi's eyes burned red, vision barely registering Sasuke's face, only his taller silhouette, but his voice remained composed. It's been a while, Sasuke. Hattie. Sasuke narrowed his eyes, ignoring Kakashi's departure. All focus was now on his brother, the man who murdered their parents, their entire clan. Yeah, it's been a while. So, Konoha's working with traitors now. Chapter 196, The Brothers Battle, Blades and Dance. Traitor. A harsh word. Yet when Uchiha Sasuke said it, it rolled off his tongue without hesitation. He now stood as a proud member of the Akatsuki, and he hurled the label at Uchiha Itachi without shame. He had the right to. In a strange twist of fate, the once renegade Itachi, who had massacred his entire clan to join the Akatsuki, now slinked in the shadows with Uchiha Obito. Sasuke, on the other hand, had left Konoha, joined the Akatsuki, and quickly earned the respect of giants like Madara and Shijin, especially now as the Akatsuki soared in power. Itachi didn't deny the accusation. He simply stared into his brother's eyes and said coldly, "Looks like Madara's training wasn't enough. You haven't awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan yet." HMPH. Sasuke scoffed, refusing to let Madara shoulder the blame. It was my choice. I don't need those eyes. I can kill you without them. Indeed, it was his choice. Madara had repeatedly offered him the chance to awaken the Mangekyo by killing a close friend, but Sasuke never gave in. Madara never forced him either. In truth, Madara treated him well. Sasuke remembered all of it. He knew Madara wanted to use him for the Moon's Eye plan, but he couldn't deny the man's guidance and respect. Unlike his brother, whom he despised. Gripping his sword, Sasuke launched forward, eyes burning with rage, eager to cut off his brother's head. Itachi's eyes flickered with surprise. He barely raised a kunai in time to block Sasuke's strike. This brother had grown far too strong. Without the Sharingan, he wouldn't have seen that strike at all. Your swordplay is weaker than I thought. Sasuke sneered. He instantly sensed the kunai's fragility and lashed out with a torrent of slashes. In the tight chamber, blades flashed like firelight in a storm. Sasuke danced through the shadows, his blade a blur, every strike lunging for Itachi's throat. This was true swordplay in motion. Itachi's eyes spun wildly, Sharingan tracking the razor-fast strikes. And yet, too fast. Far too fast. Even if he saw the strikes, he couldn't block them all. Not even his old friend Shisui could boast such terrifying sword skill. His brother had grown astonishingly strong. Slash. While Itachi's mind drifted, Sasuke's blade ripped through his shoulder. Blood sprayed in arcs. Itachi grimaced. Then came the second cut. And the third. Itachi was being overwhelmed. His kunai failed to stop the tidal wave of attacks. Within just a few exchanges, Sasuke had driven him to a corner. "Do you feel it now, Itachi?" Sasuke mocked, blade pressing forward. All those years of brutal training under Madara were paying off. "This is the difference between us." With a fierce thrust, Sasuke stabbed both blades into Itachi's shoulders, nailing him to the wall. Sasuke's eyes gleamed with fury, his voice low and deadly. "From the night I was 8 years old, I dreamed of this day." "I see." Itachi met Sasuke's eyes, and his Mangekyou Sharingan flared like a mirror. In that instant, the world turned to black and white. Tsukuyomi. Mangekyou level Genjutsu. Sasuke's consciousness drifted into the world of Tsukuyomi. But his face showed no fear. He knew this technique. Madara had told him everything about the Mangekyou Sharingan and about Tsukuyomi. Madara's training had prepared him well. In this world, you control everything, time, space, all of it. Sasuke looked around the monochrome world and spoke coldly. "But you can't fool me, I know how Tsukuyomi works." "You've been well informed." Itachi wasn't surprised. "Madara must have told you everything, why I spared you, why I wanted you to awaken the Mangekyou." "Hattie." Sasuke sneered. "So you could take my eyes, so you could have the eternal Mangekyou." "Correct." Itachi nodded. "You killed our parents and planned to unlock that power, and hoped I'd awaken my Sharingan from the trauma, just so you could steal it from me." Itachi stayed silent. "How pathetic." Sasuke mocked him openly. "You lost your mind over a pair of eyes, and now even if you gained the eternal Mangekyou, you're nothing." Itachi didn't argue. Once the eternal Mangekyou was an unmatched power. It let Madara rival the first Hokage. But now, in this world, it wasn't enough anymore. Still, it was never about the eyes. Itachi lowered his head, hiding his emotions, pretending to be the power-hungry man he once was. "Without these eyes, I wouldn't have even the strength I do now." He wanted to say more, but then he noticed something. His brother was stalling. Sasuke saw Itachi's realization and didn't hide it. "Sure, in this world you control time and space, but that's a double-edged sword. If you stretch time too long, your real body suffers the burden." "Too bad. Only someone like you, or Lord Shijin, could brute force their way out of a genjutsu like this. So I'll do it the only way I can. I'll endure. I'll wait until your body collapses before my will does." Sasuke spread his arms. He was done resisting. Madara had taught him this countermeasure. He'd trained for this. "I've known worse pain than this. You can kill me 1,000 times here, drain me of blood, rip my flesh, but nothing will hurt more than that night when you killed our parents. If you want to torture me with that memory, go ahead. Because it's the truth. And I've already accepted it. My brother killed our parents, and I'll get my revenge." Itachi's heart trembled. Cracked. A fissure split the Tsukuyomi sky. The black and white world tore, apart like a shredded photo. Both brothers snapped back to reality, their consciousness slamming into their bodies. Now, Sasuke saw the opening and struck. His blade swung toward Itachi's throat. Even though Itachi had willingly broken the genjutsu, there was still a split-second delay. And Sasuke seized it. The sword whistled through the air. But red chakra bones erupted from Itachi's body, forming a skeletal shield. Sasuke was thrown back. HMPH. He rolled, stabbed his blade into the ground, and glared up at the glowing red ribs surrounding Itachi. Already using Susanoo, huh? He stood and mocked him. "You're getting soft, Itachi." I had no choice. Itachi held his eye, weary from the strain. His voice sounded almost impressed. "Your sword is too fast, Sasuke." Chapter 197, the conclusion of the brothers' battle, Uchiha Obito emerges. Sasuke didn't hesitate to accept the praise. But he also faced a new challenge. He still lacked the power to destroy Susanoo. The only fortunate thing was that Itachi's current Susanoo was only in its skeletal phase, its defensive power not yet at full strength. That skeletal Susanoo was still vulnerable. Sasuke immediately formed hand seals. Lightning surged over his blade as he lunged at Susanoo's defenses. That's not enough. Itachi controlled Susanoo to swipe at Sasuke, massive skeletal claws carving deep gouges into the cave floor, barely missing Sasuke as he flipped out of range. Fire style, great fireball jutsu. Itachi quickly formed seals within Susanoo, exhaling a massive fireball that lit up the dark cave as it roared toward Sasuke. This guy. Sasuke stabbed his sword into the cave ceiling, hanging upside down as his hands blurred into seals. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A torrent of fire erupted from Sasuke's mouth, swallowing Itachi's flame whole and heating the very bones of Susanoo to a breaking point. Even Itachi couldn't believe his brother's mastery of fire style. He'd always been a natural, but Sasuke had already surpassed him. The searing flames forced Itachi out of the Akatsuki's cave. Blazing tongues of fire licked the stone, leaving blackened cracks in the rock. Amaterasu. Blood tears dripped from Itachi's eyes as he unleashed black flames to consume the firestorm and to seal off the cave entrance. But Sasuke smirked. He slapped a palm onto the cliff wall, black sealing marks spread rapidly. Fire sealing method. The Amaterasu flames were locked away like flowing water drawn into a dam. Chidori. As the black fire vanished, Sasuke dropped his sword and burst from the cave, lightning chirping in his palm like 1,000 birds. He knew his limitations well. He could counter Tsukuyomi and Amaterasu with intel from Madara, but Susanoo was a fortress he couldn't breach. His chance was now, while Susanoo was still in its first stage. If he could pierce its weak skeleton frame with Chidori and drive it into his brother's heart. The shrill screech of Chidori echoed. Lightning-boosted speed closed the gap in a flash. Sasuke's Chidori pierced through Susanoo's ribs. He even cut a gash across Itachi's chest. But it stopped there. Susanoo began to evolve. Second stage, sinew and flesh wrapped around the bones. Third stage, a towering humanoid form. Fourth stage, thick crimson armor, with the Sake gourd and Yata mirror now in hand. Now, Itachi stood invincible. Sasuke leapt back, not panicked, already shifting to his next strategy. He doesn't have eternal sight. Susanoo won't last long. Madara told me his Mangekyo can't sustain stage 4. That's my chance to win. Madara's voice echoed in his mind. Don't worry, he won't kill you unless he sees you as a real threat. Keep hammering at Susanoo, it'll force his eyes to burn more chakra and worsen his decline. Sasuke slowly retreated. Itachi, meanwhile, covered his mouth and coughed blood. His last fight with Madara had worsened his illness. Now he had used Tsukuyomi, Amaterasu, and a full Susanoo. His body was at its limit. This battle would be his end. But death didn't frighten him, especially dying by his brother's hand. That was always the fate he chose the night he wiped out their clan. He just needed Sasuke to believe it was all true. The armored Susanoo advanced step by step. Yata mirror shielded the front, slowly closing in on Sasuke. Fire style, great dragon fire jutsu. Sasuke launched 4 fire dragons. One was blocked by the Yata mirror. The other 3 dissipated against the armored plating. Still, Sasuke wasn't discouraged. He watched Susanoo's movements carefully, especially the Sake gourd, prepared to dodge the sealing sword, Totsuka blade. Then he noticed Itachi's blood. His eyes flashed red. Victory was near. Madara's intel was clear. By now, Itachi's vision should be failing, tracking Sasuke's movements would be difficult. Just a little more. Boom! The cave behind him collapsed. Tailed beasts burst out roaring. Kakashi. Sasuke's expression darkened. He had hoped to kill Itachi first, then handle Kakashi. But the former teacher had freed the tailed beasts. And worse, 2 of them held grudges against him. Maybe all of them did. Tailed beasts weren't mindless monsters. They had memories. Sasuke could feel dense chakra swelling behind him. He recognized it. A tailed beast bomb. One strike and he'd be obliterated. Akatsuki Brat die. A black-purple-tailed beast bomb soared toward him. This was it. No one could save him. Multiple beasts were charging their own attacks. Wait! Kakashi barely had time to yell. Even Gaara frowned in regret. He knew Sasuke had once been Naruto's teammate. He held no hatred for him. But he couldn't stop the other beasts, nor reason with them. Yet, one man could. A flash of crimson burst beside Sasuke. The red Susanoo returned, shielding Sasuke with the Yata mirror. Itachi had protected him. Despite the risk, despite everything, Itachi shielded his brother. Tailed beast bombs exploded on Yata mirror, shockwaves shaking the heavens. But the toll was too much. The fourth stage of Susanoo crumbled. Only a skeleton remained. Itachi dropped to one knee, coughing blood, yet still forced his broken body to protect Sasuke. Everyone saw it. This man was dying, and he chose to spend his last strength to shield his brother. Even Sasuke didn't understand. Why? His voice trembled. Chidori chirped in his palm. He could kill Itachi in a flash. Why wasn't Itachi afraid? He had killed their parents, sought Sasuke's eyes. Now he threw his life away to save him. Cough. Itachi said nothing, just spat blood. Kakashi watched, expression conflicted. He'd suspected for years. The Uchiha massacre had secrets. So this is it. Itachi smiled bitterly. He turned to Sasuke. Ignoring the Chidori, he reached with two bloodied fingers and tapped his brother's forehead. Forgive me, Sasuke. Sasuke didn't stop him. The Chidori remained charged, but his hand didn't move. That old, familiar gesture. It was the same from when they were children. Itachi collapsed against Sasuke's shoulder, whispering his final words. Live your own life now, Sasuke. Thud. Itachi fell. The red Susanoo vanished in a blink. The tailed beasts saw their chance, roaring toward Sasuke. But the boy stood frozen, as if waiting for death. And yet, it never came. A wall of black flame, Amaterasu blocked the beasts. Even in death, Itachi protected his brother. A cold voice echoed. Uchiha Obaido emerged from the shadows of the collapsed Akatsuki base, smirking. Not surprising at all. I always knew Itachi had other plans when he joined me. What a touching brotherly bond. Obaido. Kakashi's eyes narrowed. We're leaving. Gaara summoned his sand and prepared to retreat. You're not going anywhere. Obaido raised his fingers. The massive Jido statue rose from beneath him. A chain shot out, piercing Gaara's chest and dragging Shukaku from his body. Obaido turned coldly to Kakashi. Kakashi, you think you're some kind of savior. Chapter 198. The 10 Tails, not something Obaido can control. Hade Kakashi. He was Obaido's destined nemesis. According to Obaido's plan, once Kakashi found the location of the sealed-tailed beasts, he would teleport him in. Obaido would then absorb them into the Jido statue. Instead, that bastard Kakashi realized what he was planning and beat him to it, freeing Gaara, and with his help, releasing all the other tailed beasts. Clatter, clatter. Chains burst from the Jido statue's mouth. Harnessing his Rinnegan, Obaido manipulated the Jido statue, attempting to draw all the tailed beasts present into it. Kakashi formed a lightning blade, channeling it through a kunai to slash at the chain linked to Gaara, but it had no effect. Don't think you can stop me. Obaido coldly mocked his former comrade. Once the Jido statue begins extracting a tailed beast's chakra, no one can interrupt it. Sure enough, the chain tethered to Gaara's Shukaku tugged violently, as if in a tug-of-war, and wrenched the beast straight out, swallowing it whole. Gaara's eyes rolled back and he collapsed. Without their beast, a Jinchuriki was doomed. Kakashi leapt to his side, but Gaara's heartbeat had already stopped. The 5th Kazekage was dead. And Shukaku was only the first. In rapid succession, 2 tails, 3, 4. One by one, the tailed beasts were devoured by the Jido statue. No one could stop Obito now. His Mangekyou Sharingan ensured no beast could escape. Abai. Kakashi stared at his former friend, anxiety rising. I didn't expect you, of all people, to pursue this weapon of war. You think this is a weapon? Obito chuckled, mocking Kakashi's naivety. You're wrong, Kakashi. Turning the Jido statue into a war machine by feeding it the tailed beasts is a complete waste. Let me tell you the real goal. Neither I, Madara, nor Shijin. We never wanted to create a weapon, but to use its power to bring forth a new world under infinite Tsukuyomi, where all ninja can dream in eternal peace. That's our true goal. In this dream world, there will be no more war. Rin will live again. She'll have eternal peace. That's the truth behind the Eye of the Moon plan. That's the true purpose of the Akatsuki. Standing atop the Jido statue, Obito gazed out. Its eyes glowed, 8 in total, leaving him just one step away from success. This was the final stage. The Eye of the Moon plan was finally in his grasp. Underground, white Zetsu clones rushed through the earth, panic evident on their faces. They had to report the situation at the Akatsuki base to Madara and Shijin. Konoha. The village lay in ruins. Tsunade, battered and kneeling, glared defiantly at the man in the wheelchair. Shijin. This time, Konoha was even weaker than during the Chunin exams. Tsunade had deliberately left the defenses light, hoping to avoid needless bloodshed. Shijin sat calmly in his chair, face veiled in black gauze. Akatsuki members in black cloaks with red clouds surrounded him. Where is Naruto Uzumaki? Shijin asked quietly. What makes you think I'll tell you? Tsunade gritted her teeth. You'll never find him, you'll never succeed. You grew up under me. You should know how familiar I am with the ninja world. There's no place I can't find. Shijin shook his head gently, as if unable to understand her stubbornness. Then he said softly, Mount Mayaboku, that's where he is, right? Tsunade's heart clenched, he guessed it. She stammered out a denial. You're wrong. Am I? Shijin raised his hand. A pitch-black space-time portal began to form beside him. Lord Shijin. A white Zetsu clone burst from the ground, whispering urgently in his ear. It relayed everything that had just occurred at the Akatsuki base. And Madara? Shijin asked casually. Lord Madara is currently being held off by the first Hokage. The Zetsu clone sounded anxious, unsure whether to mention the worst part. Even if Madara escaped, it was too late. The 8-tailed beasts were already in Obito's hands, and Obito had already vanished again. So, if I don't get the 9 tails now? Shijin tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, frowning slightly. We'll never stop him, if he gets the 9 tails chakra, even just a portion. Lord Shijin. Kabuto leaned down, whispering. I once unearthed the corpses of Kinkaku and Jinkaku from Kumigakure. I gave them to Lord Orochimaru. They possessed part of the 9 tails chakra. Will that interfere with your or Madara's plan? Huh. The Zetsu clone blanched. Black Zetsu. Shijin turned to the figure beside him. Black Zetsu's face darkened. After a moment's thought, it replied gravely. If Obito doesn't care about the 10 tails being incomplete, even a portion of the 9 tails chakra could suffice to revive it. If he succeeds in controlling the 10 tails. But there's no way he can. Black Zetsu's voice hardened with certainty. The 10 tails is far too powerful. That fool Obito can't possibly control it. Chapter 199, The Truth Behind the Massacre. Black Zetsu's judgment wasn't wrong. Because it truly knew how difficult it was to control the 10 tails. However, now that Obito had gained the means to revive the 10 tails, there was no longer any point in Shijin and the others remaining in Konoha to capture the 9 tails. After all, the 9 tails chakra inside Kinkaku and Jinkaku was enough for Obito. Even if they captured Naruto Uzumaki, the 9 tails Jinchuriki, it wouldn't threaten Obito anymore. Kabuto. Black Zetsu growled in irritation, venting at Kabuto. Why didn't you tell us about Kinkaku and Jinkaku earlier? Because at the time, I was only interested in the cage. Kabuto smiled, unfazed. Their power didn't attract me, and Lord Orochimaru wasn't satisfied with their corpses either. I used them to maintain Orochimaru's trust. I didn't expect two nobodies would end up affecting Akatsuki's plans so drastically. His words were calm, reasonable, and left no room for blame. Black Zetsu, despite its anger, couldn't find fault. It had long known Kabuto wasn't truly loyal to Akatsuki. Venting now was pointless. "We're leaving." Shijin pressed his fingers against the air. A pitch-black space-time gate opened before him, his wheelchair gently rolling forward into the void. "Just like that." Deidara grumbled, playing with his clay bombs. "Looks like something big happened." Sasori shook his head, his puppet Haruko following behind Shijin into the portal. "Hurry up, Deidara." Yeah, Scorpion Dana." Deidara followed, reluctantly. One by one, Akatsuki's members disappeared into the gate behind Shijin. The suffocating pressure on the Konoha shinobi lifted the moment Yomi no Hirasaka vanished. Tsunade collapsed. "Lady Tsunade." Shizune rushed to support her. "I must be the most humiliated Hokage in Konoha's history." Tsunade muttered bitterly, glancing at the wreckage of the village with pain in her eyes. "The enemy razed our village, and I, the Hokage, couldn't do a thing." "It's not your fault." Shizune tried to comfort her, then asked cautiously, "Now that the immediate crisis has passed, should we call the younger ones like Sakura back?" Tsunade stayed silent for a moment, then spoke. "Send someone to the Rain Country border. Find out what really happened with Akatsuki." The truth was, Abido had gutted Akatsuki's base and used the alliance with Konoha to fool them all. Kakashi returned with Gaara's body, reporting everything that had transpired. Abido's theft of the tailed beasts and the true purpose of the Eye of the Moon plan. Not a weapon of war, but a technique called Infinite Tsukuyomi. It forces everyone into an eternal dream. Abido already has 8 tailed beasts. He might come for Naruto next. He doesn't need Naruto's 9 tails anymore. Tsunade shook her head. Combining what she heard from Shijin and the others, she looked exhausted. Abido and Orochimaru already possess the 9 tails chakra. Kinkaku and Jinkaku are in Orochimaru's hands. He can already revive the 10 tails. But what could they do? Even if they stopped Abido, what about Shijin and Madara? Their power instilled a fear that crushed all hope. Tsunade sighed heavily. The 5 great nations, once mighty, could now do nothing but wait. "We can't just sit here." The 4th Raikage, having been forcibly evacuated and then returned, roared. "Better to die in battle than do nothing." But one cage has already died. Tsunade had seen Gaara's body. She had already sent orders to return it to Sunagakure. "Death doesn't scare me." "You're too soft, Tsunade." The Raikage snapped. "Death isn't the issue." Tsunade sighed again, proposing something more productive. "Let's start by gathering more intel on Akatsuki. Now that Konoha has also suffered an attack, the other villages won't see us as lucky anymore. All our villages have been violated by Akatsuki. Let's unite, gather all the forces we can. One village alone can't stand against Akatsuki. No matter the odds, at least let's share all information." With the Raikage present, Kumo's stance was clear. Alongside their ally Sunagakure, that made 3 villages: Iwagakure and Kirigakure. Tsunade could only hope they'd see reason. The ninja world now stood divided into 3 camps. Akatsuki, led by Shijin and Madara. Abido's rogue faction. And the 5 great nations, the weakest of all. At Akatsuki's base, Shijin waited for an entire day. Only then did Uchiha Madara return, refreshed and pleased. Apparently, he just battled the reanimated first Hokage. Instead of addressing the crisis, Madara beamed. "I just suppressed Hashirama. Fighting him really is the only joy left in this world." Black Zetsu looked even darker. Shijin nodded solemnly, oddly validating Madara's behavior. "Enough. Let's get down to business. We've got a problem." Black Zetsu finally spoke up. "Abido and Orochimaru possess 9 tails chakra. They could revive the 10 tails at any time. We must act fast." Where's Sasuke? Madara frowned, glancing around. Sasuke was missing. Something happened with him. A white Zetsu clone recounted the battle between the Uchiha brothers. There might be more to the massacre. Obaido claims to know the truth. He left and took Sasuke with him. That brat's falling into his trap. Madara scoffed. He didn't believe Obaido was revealing the truth out of kindness. It had to be manipulation. Mistakes will correct themselves. Shijin wasn't worried. He had already prepared for this possibility. In fact, Obaido wasn't exactly lying. Having witnessed the Uchiha massacre, Obaido spoke mostly truth. And with Orochimaru's reanimated Hokage, he had the proof. Especially the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. To counter Madara, Orochimaru reanimated all 4 Hokage. He failed to defeat Madara, but returned to Kamui space with the reanimations unharmed. Their testimony was the key to Obaido convincing Sasuke. Itachi always loved you. When the Uchiha clan clashed with Konoha's leaders, war was imminent. The higher-ups gave Itachi a choice: kill his clan, including your parents, and we'll let you live. He chose to let you live. Third Hokage. Sasuke turned toward the reanimated Hiruzen. The other Hokage turned as well. It's true. Hiruzen couldn't deny it. From a Hokage's perspective, he had to acknowledge Itachi's sacrifice. And he knew every grim detail, including Shisui's death, and Itachi's double life as a spy. And the bloody night he carried out the massacre. Something inside Sasuke snapped. He had spent 8 years driven by hatred and vengeance, his life defined by the massacre. But now, the truth shattered him. Instead of relief, a heavier burden fell upon him. He lived because his beloved brother killed their clan. He was the root of the massacre. Sasuke sat on the Kamui space steps, tears falling silently. He didn't know where to go from here. Sasuke, don't let this break you. You should inherit Itachi's will. Madara and Shijin never understood Itachi's love for you. They only wanted to use you to awaken the eternal Mangekyo, then the Rinnegan. But that power, Itachi already intended it for you. Obaido's voice was steady, almost tender. Stand with me, Sasuke. Let's create a new world, one where Itachi still lives, a world where the Uchiha clan survives. In that world, you'll never have to relive the past again. You'll have the life you truly wanted. Chapter 200, Fearing Shijin is Only Natural. Uchiha Sasuke could only agree to Uchiha Obaido. In truth, Sasuke had no interest in the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan's power, nor in the Eye of the Moon plan. He agreed to Obaido's proposal in a daze, simply going along with it. Obaido didn't try to lure Sasuke into attacking Konoha either. He knew that the real threat no longer lay in the hidden leaf, but in Uchiha, Madara, and Shijin. Konoha and the other great villages had already been crushed time and time again by Akatsuki. They were no longer real threats. Obaido believed that even Akatsuki itself would cease to be an obstacle once the Ten Tails was revived. Still, more power was never a bad thing, especially since Sasuke was someone both Madara and Shijin had once placed hope in. Luring Sasuke away gave Obaido a twisted sense of satisfaction. Now there was only one question left: when to begin reviving the Ten Tails. The Jito statue already held chakra from 8-tailed beasts. Orochimaru possessed the 9 tails chakra harvested from Kinkaku and Jinkaku. The revival could begin at any time. Once the 10 Tails was revived, the earth-shattering phenomenon would inevitably draw Akatsuki's attention. The 10 Tails may go out of control. It could give Akatsuki an opening. Back when Shijin hadn't yet been reincarnated, Obaido had received intel from Black Zetsu about the risks. He knew the 10 Tails' power caused irreversible transformation. His desire to become its Jinchuriki had once earned Black Zetsu's ridicule. Because Black Zetsu had always believed only Madara could subdue the 10 Tails. But Obaido was ready to bet everything. Only by becoming the 10 Tails Jinchuriki could he defeat Madara and Shijin, who would inevitably try to stop him. Then, he could activate the infinite Tsukuyomi without interference. Sure, getting the 9 tails from Naruto would be ideal, but at this point, it doesn't matter anymore. I can't give Madara and Shijin any more chances to turn things around. Then let's begin. Orochimaru gave a quiet smile. He, too, was almost ready for his harvest. As they began preparations to revive the 10 tails, while Akatsuki watched and waited, the 5 great shinobi nations quickly established a united front. In the past, these nations had fought many wars, and even recently clashed while investigating Akatsuki in the Rain country. But now, the threat was too close to ignore. The 5 Kage convened a summit, and to Tsunede's surprise, the 5th Kazekage Gaara miraculously returned from death. At the summit, all pride seemed to have faded. Each Kage now understood the terrifying power of Akatsuki, forces that could destroy an entire great nation at will. They had no choice but to accept their weakness. More importantly, before the summit began, Tsunade, the 4th Raikage, and Gaara had already reached an unspoken agreement. They would make the same decisions during the meeting and push for a unified front and intelligence sharing. Under those conditions, the summit proceeded smoothly. The 3rd Tsuchikage Anoki noticed the collusion, but couldn't object. At this point, unity was the only option against Akatsuki. After all, Akatsuki had already devastated Iwagakure directly. The 5th Mizukage, Mei Terumi, had long favored openness and quickly agreed to the formation of a joint shinobi alliance. Then, let's confirm our enemies. First, Uchiha Obaido. He has a strange ability to enter a ghost-like state and may become the 10 Tails Jinchuriki. His power is said to even make Shijin wary. He must be dealt with urgently. According to intelligence, Obaido had secretly manipulated the Eye of the Moon plan left by Shijin and Madara. The 3 are no longer aligned, but Obaido may become the final victor. If he succeeds, the entire ninja world will fall under the infinite Tsukuyomi. We don't know if that dream world can ever be broken. Maybe it never will be. Because Shijin has always claimed he wishes to create eternal peace, we may be trapped forever in that illusion. Is such a technique even real? Mei Terumi voiced her doubts. I hope everyone here will believe it is. Tsunede's brow furrowed as she recalled Shijin's ancient deeds. If this technique couldn't bring peace, Shijin would have no problem killing all shinobi. In ancient times, he nearly did. He foresaw the future of chakra and destroyed the Sage of 6 Paths' entire sect. According to our information, only the intervention of a great ninja named Asura stopped Shijin from killing all chakra users. Otherwise, we wouldn't exist today. You've got to be kidding. Mei's pupils widened. But, though shocked, the other Kage didn't deny Tsunede's claims. Their silence was agreement. So, we assume the infinite Tsukuyomi is real. Tsunade sighed deeply. That's a far more comforting belief than hoping it's fake. Yes, they needed to believe it was real. Because if it wasn't, Shijin's alternative path to peace, genocide, was even worse. Then, even if we stop Obaido, can this alliance really take on that man? Mei spoke again. After all, he destroyed the Sage of 6 Paths sect. You've all seen his power firsthand more than I have. So what, do we just sit and wait to die? Gaara suddenly asked her. Kazekage, that's rather rude. Mei smiled, covering her mouth, realizing her words might have been ill-timed. Sorry, I just thought. It's fine. Tsunade understood completely. Her voice dropped. Anyone who has felt Shijin's overwhelming power knows that fearing him is the most normal thing in this world. And Madara, Anoki added, hoping they wouldn't forget about him. Yeah. The 4th Raikage's face darkened. Unlike the others, he had faced Madara in his prime and been utterly powerless. Even a shinobi alliance couldn't stand against Madara alone. With full-body Susanoo, he could cleave mountains in half with a single swing. To him, an army of flesh and blood was nothing but weeds in a field. But that wasn't for him to figure out. The alliance would surely have smarter tacticians. Let's look on the bright side. Tsunade cracked a bleak joke, though no one laughed. At least Madara is weaker than Shijin. We have to face them eventually, right? I'm honestly curious. May played along, chuckling lightly. They're the stuff of legend. Even we 5Kage are afraid of them. If you truly saw them, you might regret saying that. Tsunade hoped the Mizukage would stay sober-minded. She had experienced that despair more clearly than anyone. Moving on, she formally announced the summit's conclusion. Then, the 5Kage have reached a preliminary decision. Let's all act quickly, because once Abaido revives the 10 Tails, this war might end before we can even respond. I'm sure none of us wants to wake up and find our fates already sealed. Chapter 201, The Censor Unit of the Shinobi Alliance. The 5Kage summit had concluded. But the real trouble was only just beginning. When Tsunade returned to Konoha, she was greeted by a bolt from the blue. Jiraiya had returned with Uzumaki Naruto from Mount Mayaboku. During the time they had been away, the entire shinobi world had undergone drastic changes. Naruto, hidden away at Mount Mayaboku, had finally completed his training in sage mode. Once he succeeded, he could no longer sit still and insisted on returning to Konoha to take part in the upcoming war. However, when Naruto arrived back, he was met with the sight of a ruined Konoha, currently under reconstruction. The surprise on his face said everything. He had not yet received word of what had happened. It was Shijin. Haruno Sakura said as she escorted her old teammates. She didn't know all the details, only the outcome. The Jonin took us out on a mission, and when we came back, the village was a wasteland. That's when we learned Shijin had led Akatsuki to attack Konoha that day. Naruto clenched his fists instinctively. Jiraiya, on the other hand, already knew. He had known the reason behind Shijin and Akatsuki's attack on Konoha, which was why he had taken Naruto into hiding at Mount Mayaboku. But it wasn't all in vain. Because Naruto had also obtained the key to the 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze's seal during his stay at Mount Mayaboku. He not only mastered Sage Jutsu, but also gained the ability to freely seal and release the Nine Tails chakra. His strength had improved severalfold. That was why Jiraiya believed there was nothing more he could teach Naruto. He brought him back to Konoha, believing it was time for his student to face his destiny. I'll stop Shijin's plan. Naruto stared at the shattered Konoha and declared with resolve. No matter what he's trying to do, I'll stop him. Jiraiya silently hoped Naruto could really do it. But he remembered what the great Toad Sage had said at Mount Mayaboku. Even that ancient being had little hope of defeating Shijin. In fact, before they left, the great Toad Sage had shared Shijin's history, hoping Naruto could one day be like the legendary ninja Asura, the man who once persuaded Shijin to abandon his genocidal path. Frankly, it sounded utterly ridiculous. You're back just in time. Tsunade was buried in work when she saw Jiraiya and Naruto at the Hokage Tower. She immediately assigned them missions. Jiraiya, you'll help lead Konoha's forces to rendezvous with the other villages. As for Naruto, even though your situation isn't as dangerous as before, you're still likely to attract attention. Try not to appear before the other villages just yet. After all, the other villages had already lost their tailed beasts. Only Konoha still retained both Naruto and the Nine Tails. Even though the 5Kage had agreed to unite, if Naruto kept appearing everywhere, it might be taken the wrong way. Like Konoha flaunting their edge. If other villages believed Konoha planned to use that to their advantage, it would hinder unity. Tsunade's reasoning was sound. But what she hadn't expected was this. Naruto wasn't the only Jinchuriki still alive. Killer Bee, the Eight Tails host from Kumagakure, had also survived. The 4th Reikage, without hesitation, brought his adoptive brother Killer Bee to the alliance, unconcerned with how the other villages might perceive it. Of course, the question came up, but the Reikage and Killer Bee didn't hide it. Though Bee was still alive, the 8 Tails had already been extracted. Before being taken, Juki had left behind one of its tails to prevent Bee from dying. That sparked the other Kage's curiosity. After all, tailed beasts usually loathed Jinchuriki. They saw them as jailers or tools to harvest chakra. Rarely was there mutual trust. Yet here was Juki, leaving behind a tail so B could live. Konoha's 9 tails, Jinchuriki is still alive, right? The Reikage turned to Tsunade with a proposal. We have a special training ground and method for raising Jinchuriki in the cloud. Let your 9 tails Jinchuriki try it. He could become a powerful asset. That was a genuine gesture of alliance. The Reikage was willing to share a closely guarded secret that allowed them to fully utilize their tailed beast, an enormous sacrifice. But the reason was clear. The Reikage knew how likely it was they could lose this war. If they wanted to win, every bit of power counted. Besides, we can't let a tailed beast go berserk in battle. I don't know how powerful the 9 tails is, but I've heard that Uchiha Madara once used it to battle the first Hokage to a standstill. If your 9 tails host loses control, Madara could turn it into a weapon against us. That man is strong enough as it is. Thank you. Tsunade felt a wave of relief. The Shinobi Alliance's leadership was united in purpose. Though some shinobi from different villages might still have grudges, the big picture was clear to everyone. Let's start assigning roles then. We'll have strategists handle army division and structure. Though each cage had experience in battle, they needed expert support for full-scale war. Before we divide units, we must form a sensor unit. To gather intel on enemy movements, we need a team that can monitor chakra across the entire ninja world. Only then can we avoid being completely outmaneuvered in this war. Yes, they could only hope. The sensor unit would help them keep pace. Akatsuki and Abaido's side had moved with astonishing speed. Until now, the great villages hadn't even been able to track Akatsuki's movements. They only reacted after the attacks. Now, the 5 great nations had created a massive sensor unit, incorporating techniques from all their villages and building a headquarters with an enormous barrier network. On that barrier, every chakra fluctuation across the world became visible. Akatsuki's chakra signatures have appeared. Yamanaka Inoichi, the sensor unit's commander, immediately delivered results, proving the benefit of the alliance. Where are they? The Reikage barked furiously. Here. Inoichi uneasily marked a spot on the map. They're still in the land of rain. It seems they're not moving at all. Chapter 202, Final Preparations from All 3 Sides. There was no movement, because Akatsuki had failed to locate Uchiha Abaido. Even Black Zetsu was uneasy now, afraid that Abaido would suddenly appear as the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Only Shijin and Uchiha Madara remained composed. Madara remained rather magnanimous about the situation. Though I'd love to experience the power of the 10 tails Jinchuriki, the success of the Eye of the Moon plan is what matters most. If we can't stop Abaido, and he achieves eternal peace as we intended, it's not a loss for us. As for Shijin, he was the mastermind behind all of this. And Akatsuki, conveniently, had someone to do the dirty work. Kabuto Yakushi, the man who once delivered the corpses of the Gold and Silver brothers to Orochimaru, hadn't expected them to become such a massive problem now. But Shijin had a much simpler reason. He allowed Abaido to become the 10 tails host in order to gain more power. Over the years, since completing Jiraiya's commission to uncover the Child of Prophecy, Shijin hadn't received many missions of high value. Lord Shijin, Abaido becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Kabuto cautiously inquired. Surely that outcome was within your expectations. Won't it interfere with your true plan? And how exactly would it interfere? Shijin idly toyed with a truth-seeking orb on his fingertip and explained. This is a Gyutadama, formed from the pinnacle of all 7 chakra natures. In theory, it can nullify every elemental jutsu in existence. That alone made it the bane of all ninjutsu. Only 10 tails Jinchuriki, or those blessed with 6 paths power, can produce these. Even then, they can only ever manifest 9 orbs, and each use consumes 1. They'll never truly understand the essence of the Gyutadama. But I can create them endlessly. With a flick of his hand, Shijin caused the orb to vanish. Kabuto lowered his head in reverence. The gap between them was simply too vast. Still, the true enemy we must face possesses the same power as me, perhaps even greater. Kabuto's pupils contracted. Wait and see. She's almost here. Shijin gently tapped the armrest of his wheelchair. Before I confront her directly, we must prepare everything we can. Even if, in his memories of the past world, Kaguya Otsutsuki hadn't been particularly impressive. This wasn't a manga. To Shijin, Kaguya remained cloaked in mystery, an immortal deity, eternal and undying. Speaking of which, Kabuto, sensing Shijin's moment of contemplation, decided to shift topics. Orochimaru seems oddly loyal to Obito these days. It was strange. Partly due to Shijin's pressure, yes. But Orochimaru, who would usually betray anyone on a whim, had surprisingly remained cooperative. That didn't match his usual MO. To him, immortality is everything. Shijin speculated aloud. Aside from eternal life, I think he enjoys watching the world turn. Obito is just a windmill he's helping spin. There was another possibility. Obito kept feeding Orochimaru interesting things. The Eye of the Moon plan, the secrets of the Rinnegan, and the Ten Tails all would fascinate Orochimaru. Of course, it wouldn't be unlike Orochimaru to attempt to take over Obito's body with living corpse reincarnation. In fact, it seemed he was pushing Obito to grow stronger just so he could snatch the prize when it was ripe. That was exactly the kind of thing Orochimaru would do. He was brilliant, but never quite self-aware about his own strength, and clearly didn't understand what it truly meant to become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Meanwhile, in the Kamui dimension, Orochimaru really was thinking that anyone with his reincarnation technique, watching Obito's Kamui and Rinnegan powers, couldn't help but feel tempted. As soon as he becomes the Ten Tails host, Orochimaru stared at Obito's body with something like longing. I'll finally reap the rewards of all these years. Of course, he hadn't forgotten about Sasuke. After Sasuke awakened the Mangekyo Sharingan, Orochimaru transplanted Itachi's eyes into him, allowing Sasuke to obtain the eternal Mangekyo. Such a dilemma. Orochimaru looked at both Obito and Sasuke. He'd never felt this fulfilled before. Both of these Uchiha were ideal vessels. Obito noticed Orochimaru's gaze, but he didn't care. He simply gave his order. Get ready. The Ten Tails is too unstable. We can't resurrect it within Kamui space. We don't have enough of the Nine Tails chakra. It might delay its transformation and cause complications. While I'm becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, I need you all to fend off Akatsuki. There's no way they won't notice what's coming. Let's just hope it doesn't take long. Orochimaru turned to his resurrected Edo Tensei soldiers. They may be able to hold off Madara, but not Shijin. That man can sever the souls bound by Edo Tensei with a wave of his hand. It won't take long. Obito raised his hand and opened the Kamui portal, placing the Jido statue and the Gold and Silver brothers' corpses outside. He was fully prepared. Once I become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, even Shijin will be nothing to worry about. Chapter 203, The Ten Tails Revived. There it is. A massive chakra reaction has erupted in the north. At the Allied Shinobi Forces headquarters, the chakra detection barrier orb blazed with intense energy. Everyone immediately realized what had happened. Uchiha Obito. The chakra was coming from him. The man who had hidden in the shadows for so long had finally revealed himself. The response from HQ was swift. Move immediately. Send the ambush unit at top speed. We'll follow behind. All divisions are to sweep the area en route, searching for traces of Obito's allies Orochimaru and the remaining Akatsuki members. Above them, the sky was darkening with storm clouds. Obito stood atop the Jido statue, now infused with the chakra of 8-tailed beasts. The statue opened its mouth wide, releasing 2 massive chains. Those chains wrapped around the Gold and Silver brothers. In the next instant, Crimson Nine-Tails chakra erupted from their bodies, residue from when they had once devoured the beast's flesh. The Jido statue suddenly shuddered with excitement, pulling the brothers into its gaping maw. Its eyes blazed with light. It was happening. The once dried husk of the Jito statue was now saturated with chakra, enough to reawaken its true form. Roar! It reared its head and howled to the heavens. No longer the Jito statue. It was now the 10 tails, the source of all chakra in the world. Everyone had heard of the 10 tails and its terrifying power, but none had imagined the sheer dread that would accompany its return. Worse still, it emerged with an instinctive desire to destroy the ninja world. The 10 tails was a rampaging beast. Abido, realizing things were spiraling out of control, quickly landed on the 10 tails' head and tried to subdue it with his Rinnegan. But just as he began forming the seals to become its Jinchuriki, a black vortex of spacetime split open in front of him. Tusk caused quite the spectacle, didn't you? Madara Uchiha emerged first, his mocking voice brimming with arrogant confidence. Madara. Abido's face darkened. He'd expected Akatsuki to arrive quickly, especially after what Shijin had done to Iwagakure, but this was too fast. From the portal came rows of Akatsuki members in black cloaks, parting down the center as a black wheelchair slowly rolled through. Shijin had arrived. Akatsuki had mobilized in full force. HMPH. Abido scoffed angrily and wasted no time. He activated Kamui, summoning his own reinforcements. Orochimaru, Kasame Hoshigaki, and Uchiha Sasuke. Madara barely blinked at Orochimaru and Kasame, but when he spotted Sasuke, he paused, surprised for a moment, then chuckled wryly. Sasuke, have you chosen his side? Sasuke remained silent for a moment, before answering with a truth that silenced them both. What difference does it make? You both want the same thing. Yeah. You little brat. Madara sighed, not angrily but wistfully. Still, it does make a difference. I personally raised Abido, he betrayed me, and I raised you too, Sasuke. You should be used to that by now. Abido shot him a scornful glare. When you left Konoha, not a single clansman followed you. Madara just smiled, though a glint of cold light flickered in his eyes. True, I've long since grown used to betrayal, attack. At Madara's word, he lunged toward Abido and the 10 tails. Summoning jutsu. Orochimaru slammed his hand down, summoning coffins from the ground. One opened, and the incomplete form of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, leapt out to clash with Madara. Madara. Hehehe, Hashirama, just in time. Madara laughed joyously and hurled himself into battle, completely ignoring Abido and the 10 tails. Chaos erupted across the battlefield. Akatsuki members surged forward to meet the Edo Tensei forces. The area became a war zone. Be careful. Orochimaru landed atop the 10 tails' head and warned Abido. Shijin can break the balance at any moment. He can easily dispel Edo Tensei. I won't give him the chance. Abido's Rinnegan flared as he tried to stabilize the 10 tails and glared straight at Shijin. Then he struck. The 10 tails opened its maw. 10 tails rose high behind it. A massive, blood-red-tailed beast bomb began to form, targeting Shijin directly. That's the 10 tails beast bomb. Even Kabuto looked shaken. He'd never seen anything like it. The scale of chakra far eclipsed anything any tailed beast had produced before. Coming right for me. Shijin calmly lifted his hand. Yomi no Hirasaka bent space into a tiled grid as a black portal expanded in front of him. Whoosh! The tailed beast bomb vanished into the portal. No. Abido's eyes widened. A second portal opened behind the 10 tails. Too massive to move quickly, the beast couldn't escape in time. Boom! The tailed beast bomb slammed into its back, triggering a massive explosion that launched Abido, Orochimaru, and the 10 tails into the sky. The shockwave engulfed the battlefield. Everyone was blasted back, barely escaping with their lives. Did the 10 tails just blow itself up? Kabuto brushed away dust and stared up at Shijin, who had calmly nullified the shockwave, and then up at the falling 10 tails. It won't die. Shijin shook his head. He could feel the beast evolving midair. It was sentient. A beast, yes, but a smart one. When faced with danger, it began to transform. Splat! The 10 tails crashed down like a mass of rotten flesh. Then began its metamorphosis. Its frame shrank and thinned, growing long claws where tails once were. Its head twisted into a tangle of roots, and in its center, a single red Rinnegan with Tomo spun. Fixated on Shijin. Roar! It howled at him. Don't attack Shijin. Abido clenched his jaw, forcing the 10 tails to halt. The figure in the wheelchair was untouchable. Attack him, and they'd suffer worse. Don't attack him, and he'd control the battlefield. That blind man was proving to be the most dangerous enemy of all. Chapter 204, Sneak Attack. Faster, we need to move faster. The battle between Akatsuki and Uchiha Abido has already begun. We must get there before it ends. We can't let the situation spiral further out of control. Allied Shinobi Forces Headquarters. Shikaku Nara, acting as the strategist for the Allied forces, was relaying orders through Yamanaka Inouchi's mind transmission technique to all divisions. Why not just let them fight it out? Wouldn't it be better if they exhausted each other before we stepped in? We'd lose fewer people and maybe win the war easier. It was a natural thought. Some ninja hoped the enemy would weaken themselves. We can't think that way. Shikaku was forced to lay out the brutal truth. For both sides, this battle is about gaining control of the 10 tails. That creature is a devastating weapon of war. No matter which side wins, if they take the 10 tails, we'll face a far greater threat than before. Of course, there were things Shikaku wasn't saying out loud. In his judgment, if the 10 tails were to fall into the hands of Akatsuki, under Uchiha Madara and Lord Shijin, it would be an even greater disaster. Those two would become truly unstoppable. Ideally, the Allied forces would form a silent, temporary understanding with Uchiha Abido, working together to eliminate Shijin and Madara, their shared and most dangerous enemies. That way, the war might actually be survivable. Besides, the Allied forces had a trump card, Hadate Kakashi, a ninja uniquely suited to counter Abido. With the intel they had on Kamui, Shikaku had already drafted several combat strategies that could exploit it. Command, this is the advance unit. We've reached the outer edge of the battlefield. High above, riding a strange ink bird, Sai from the Konoha ANBU had arrived with a reconnaissance team and was reporting in. We've seen the 10 tails. Sai's normally pale complexion looked even more ghostly. He spoke in a flat, emotionless tone, but the gravity of his words was clear. What else? Shikaku pressed immediately, needing information on 3 figures. Have you seen Uchiha Madara, Lord Shijin, Uchiha Abido? Are they fighting? What's the current situation? It's strange. Kinkuro, the elder brother of Gaara, spoke up beside Sai. Something's off. It looks like both sides are in a standoff. No one's making a move right now. But from what we can see, Kinkuro looked out at a crater the size of a town. There was definitely a major clash earlier. Looks like a huge explosion. No idea what caused it. That aligns with what we suspected. Shikaku nodded back at HQ. Our sensory team also picked up a massive surge of chakra. Other scouts confirmed a shockwave reaching even their position. Stay put, keep watch and keep relaying intel. Wait for the main force. He knew the recon team wouldn't change the tide of battle, but real-time intelligence might. Understood. Sai and Kinkuro responded in unison. Unfortunately, their presence hadn't gone unnoticed. Both Abido's camp and Akatsuki quickly picked up their trail, but none seemed concerned. Just a few ants. Madara didn't even look their way. He was busy trying to activate a control talisman on Abido, but got no response. My seal has been blocked. Madara frowned. Probably Orochimaru's curse mark, Shijin murmured, eyes closed but calmly analyzing Abido's chakra. He's layered in it. That mark might be Abido's doom. Abide. Orochimaru suddenly appeared beside him, aware that trying to use the 10 tails against Shijin was getting them nowhere. How long until you become its Jinchuriki? It still needs to evolve. Abido deflected, glancing at his own chest, hiding a secret from Orochimaru. No. not entirely hidden. In Obaido's heart, Madara had embedded a control seal at his death, preventing him from taking his own life and allowing Madara to override him at any moment. Meanwhile, Orochimaru had placed his own curse mark on Obaido's body, meant to counter Madara's control, but it could also be used to take Obaido's body. A precarious balance. If Madara tried to control him, Obaido could invoke Orochimaru's curse to resist, but that might let Orochimaru take over instead. If Orochimaru tried to take his body, the internal seal would react, and Madara would gain control. Obaido was caught between two masters, and neither could be trusted. To become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, both curses had to go. But he couldn't let Orochimaru know that. Still, it wasn't a lie, the Ten Tails did need more evolution. After all, it was incomplete, missing much of the Nine Tails chakra. It's still evolving. Orochimaru frowned. He only had Obaido's word to rely on. How exactly? It reacts to threat and pressure. Obaido gazed down at the Ten Tails, one eye purple with the Rinnegan, the other red with Tamo, a terrifying dual gaze. The more danger it senses, the more it evolves. Just as Obaido continued to stall, a black vortex opened behind him, and a hand reached silently for his back. Chapter 205, The Accidental Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Watch out! Kisame Hoshigaki was the first to notice that hand. A seemingly harmless strike, but one that had been teleported into position by Yomi no Hirasaka, a top-tier space-time jutsu. Uchiha Obaido's eyes flickered with surprise, but as soon as he recognized the attack, he calmly activated his Kamui phasing ability, completely unconcerned. In fact, Obaido even felt a tinge of regret. If that hand had struck without him noticing, piercing through his heart, it could have destroyed both Orochimaru's curse mark and Madara's control seal. He might have teetered on the edge of death, but it would have opened the path to becoming the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Too bad. He'd noticed. Cracked. A sharp pain erupted in Obaido's chest. Instinctively, he looked down to see a hole punched clean through his heart. Impossible, I was in the Kamui dimension. His mind reeled. If his body was phased into Kamui space, impervious to attacks in the physical world, how had this strike landed? This made no sense. No one expected this. Everyone present knew how troublesome Kamui was. Unless one had the same Mangekyo Sharingan, Obaido was virtually untouchable. As long as he wasn't careless, no one should be able to harm him. But Lord Shijin's technique had broken Kamui. Yomi no Hirasaka is the highest level of space-time manipulation. Shijin's voice drifted from the black spatial rift. I can adjust coordinates at will, opening a portal directly within your Kamui dimension. Once I've locked onto its location, you can't escape me, even if you hide in your pocket dimension. And in the next instant, Shijin's hand retracted. Obaido fell, a gaping hole in his chest, his face pale. Yet even as he dropped, he was forming hand signs, lips curling into a smile, murmuring like he was speaking his final words. As expected from Lord Shijin, he even gave me the chance. What a joke. Everyone's expressions changed dramatically. Madara, Orochimaru, even the allied shinobi forces watching from afar, none had expected this sudden assassination attempt to succeed so utterly. Obaido looked undeniably dead. No one without a heart could survive, not even someone like him. It was staggering. Obaido, the man who'd been the greatest thorn in Akatsuki's side and the most persistent enemy of Lord Shijin and Madara, had been killed just like that. But then again, maybe it wasn't surprising. Because the one who killed him was Shijin. A man for whom nothing seemed impossible. He had struck down the lead enemy right as the Great War began. Lord Shijin's technique. Madara's face showed awe and deep caution. He could feel it, an unbridgeable gap between himself and Shijin, one that not even the Rinnegan could close. A terrifying gap. So it's come this far, Black Zetsu muttered with eerie delight. Yomi no Hirasaka is truly perfected now. Something's wrong. Orochimaru, unlike the others still marveling at Shijin's technique, sensed danger. He knew Abaido's death meant Akatsuki would come for him next. His Edo Tensei summons were no match for Shijin. Without hesitation, Orochimaru turned and fled. Kabuya. Shijin didn't need chakra sensing to know Orochimaru was escaping. He tilted his head slightly, issuing an order. Retrieve Uchiha Itachi's body. Yes, Lord Shijin. Kabuto bowed, then slithered off like a snake, chasing Orochimaru down. As for Kisame and Sasuke, they were no longer a threat. With Abaido down, his side had essentially lost. Command, this is Sai. From atop his ink bird, Sai reported to the Allied Shinobi Forces HQ. Abaido is down, Orochimaru is retreating, his side can no longer fight. The 10 tails will fall into Akatsuki's hands. This battle had started fast and ended even faster. The Alliance's best-case scenario had slipped away. Things were now headed for the worst. But then, something's wrong again. Sai, still observing, suddenly noticed another strange shift. The 10 tails body was rapidly contracting. At its core was Abaido, still alive. The 10 tails contraction created a spiraling wind, sucking in everything nearby. At its heart was Abaido, somehow clinging to life. He's becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. Black Zetsu shouted, voice filled with dread. Shijin's attack should have killed him, but now that he's merging with the 10 tails, all fatal injuries will be healed. He planned this from the beginning. Shijin's expression remained unmoved. Everyone else focused on Abaido. Shijin, he was already watching Kabuto hunt Orochimaru. Indeed, Abaido had planned for this, and Shijin, sensing his chaotic chakra, had merely helped push him over the edge by piercing his heart. The 10 tails Jinchuriki. Madara's face twisted. He knew, thanks to Black Zetsu and Shijin, that this meant Abaido's chakra would evolve. That evolution was called 6 paths. Power that even Shijin might not completely surpass. So it begins. Shijin didn't seem concerned. He simply tapped the armrest of his wheelchair, calmly estimating how long Abaido would take to finish the transformation. Abaido's arrogance had come from ignorance. But once he became the 10 tails Jinchuriki, he would finally understand what it meant to stand atop the ninja world. And what it meant to stand beneath Shijin. Chapter 206. Only after gaining the power of the 6 paths will you understand my terror. Before everyone's eyes, the 10 tails swiftly contracted into a sphere. A white, egg-like shell that enveloped Uchiha Abaido within it. Crack, crack. Cracks spiderwebbed across the surface. And then, the shell shattered into countless crystalline fragments of chakra, floating through the air. Suspended within those glimmering fragments was a pale figure. His appearance still vaguely Abaido's, but transformed. His hair was now stark white. One long horn, one short, jutted from his forehead. His eyes, one Mangekau Sharingan, one Rinnegan. But they held a dazed, almost newborn gaze. He looked like an infant newly birthed. His flesh, white as snow, draped over him like a celestial robe. Black Tomo markings appeared across his chest, and more horn-like growths sprouted from his back. Floating behind him, a circle of black truth-seeking orbs. In his hand, a black staff, as if he held the power to remake the world. In this moment, Uchiha Abaido had transformed. The difference between a 10 tails Jinchuriki and any other was now painfully clear. This chakra, Edo Tensei First Hokage, Hashirama Senju, narrowed his eyes with unease. Feels like it might surpass even mine. The other Hokage, summoned by Edo Tensei, fell silent. Because they could all feel it, their insignificance. Orochimaru has fled. Second Hokage Tabarama Senju changed the subject, quickly forming hand seals. Let's undo the Edo Tensei control seals. Understood. Hiruzen Sarutobi and Minato Namikaze also began unsealing themselves. Orochimaru had once again used Edo Tensei to control them, claiming it was to stop Lord Shijin. And while that was partly true, they had knowingly let him do it, seeing no better alternative. In a way, they had been using Orochimaru too, hoping he and Abaido could weaken Shijin. But now, Orochimaru had abandoned them. And the Edo Tensei reanimations would now need to make their own decisions on which side to take. If either could even be considered allies. Let's wait and watch. Tobirama instructed coldly while teaching the hand signs to the others. We may only have one shot at this. Even perfected Edo Tensei required original bodies. Except for Hashirama, Orochimaru had no more backup vessels. Tobirama glanced sharply at Abido, who now hovered like a dazed god. And then at the man in the wheelchair, face darkening. Is it just me? Or is something off? What's wrong, Lord Second? Hiruzen looked at him in surprise. Abido's chakra is strong. Tobirama said, frowning. But when I tried sensing Lord Shijin, I got the feeling he was even stronger. It's not just you. Hashirama nodded gravely. You're not strong enough to feel it clearly, Tobirama, but I can. Lord Shijin is indeed stronger than Abido right now. That, anyone with acute chakra sensing could tell. Including the newborn, Ten-Tails Jinchuriki himself. Abido's eyes scanned the field, drifting over every figure. But the moment his gaze locked on Shijin, his body instinctively lurched backwards. He was trying to flee. He had just become the Ten-Tails host, and was already trying to run. What is this? Even Madara looked baffled. It's a predator-prey instinct. Black Zetsu muttered. His body knows Shijin is more powerful. He's scared, plain and simple. Abido hasn't yet mastered the Ten-Tails. His will is weak. The beast is acting through instinct, not logic. But Abido didn't get far. His body warped grotesquely, stretching and swelling. He's losing control. Black Zetsu grinned darkly. The Ten-Tails is fighting for control of his body. This was their chance. If they could defeat Abido now, they could rip the Ten-Tails out of him and reclaim it. I knew it. He never had the will to control it. But Black Zetsu underestimated Abido. Inside, Abido's mind was being shredded. But he kept reassembling himself. He would not lose. Because Abido had suffered far worse than mental anguish in his life. Still, Madara made the first move. He flashed through hand seals and pressed a palm to Abido's chest, intent on forcibly extracting the Ten-Tails. Madara. Hashirama instinctively moved to stop him. While Abido was dangerous, letting Madara and Shijin take the Ten-Tails was far worse. Right now, a feral Abido was the safest option. Hashirama. Madara turned slowly, his Edo body sneering. You want to stop me now? Abido can't control the Ten-Tails, and besides, you're not even my equal anymore. Madara had retained most of his power. Hashirama's Edo body, however, had been greatly weakened. Last time, Madara had crushed him. This time, he had Shijin on his side. Madara. Hashirama tried to reason with him. Letting Abido and the Ten-Tails die together is what's best for the world. Huh? Madara laughed. He hadn't spent decades chasing the Moon's Eye plan just to let it all die now. You think I... Watch out. Suddenly, Abido's warped body lashed out, hurling a truth-seeking orb at Madara. Damn it. Madara's eyes widened. Even now, Abido retained a predatory instinct. Too fast to dodge. But a black portal appeared before Abido. He hesitated, didn't dare enter, and slowly recoiled. Back off. Leave this next part to me. Shijin's voice floated from the portal. And then, a hand emerged, swathed in green chakra. It struck Abido's chest, sending the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki flying. Abido coughed blood, crashing through the air. Impossible. Eyes wide, clutching his chest, Abido felt the Ten-Tails inside him shudder, trying to tear free. No, it wasn't impossible. Abido desperately stitched his mind back together. But when he looked again and saw the wheelchair in the portal, his face turned ashen. How can this be? He didn't want to admit it. But now, even as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, Lord Shijin's chakra was still above his own. Was this some kind of sick cosmic joke? Before becoming the host, Abido had believed they were equals. Now, he saw the gulf. The terrible, infinite gulf. Now, you too possess Six Paths power. Shaijin's eyes remained hidden behind cloth. He tilted his head slightly, his voice calm. Do you still think you can compete with me for the Moon's Eye plan? Chapter 207. Uchiha Abido fighting Shaijin is like 12-year-old Sakura fighting Tsunade. The black truth-seeking orbs twisted and spun. They transformed into a spear-like staff, the Gyudo Yari, falling into Uchiha Abido's hand. Abido didn't want to believe it. He'd betrayed Madara, borne everything alone, climbed all the way to the summit of power as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki to claim control over the Moon's Eye plan, only to find himself retreating from another man. A blind man, no less. Abido shot forward, hurling his spear at Shaijin's body with a hoarse, heavy voice. Now I'm the strongest in the world. You've never been the strongest, never. Shaijin calmly raised his hand. A black truth-seeking orb twisted into a long sword, colliding with Abido's spear. The impact instantly blasted them both backward. Abido raised his arm to shield himself from the blast, but Shaijin was already cutting through the smoke, sword in hand. Nor am I. Shaijin's voice remained tranquil. Another truth-seeking orb formed in his palm. His blade flashed. Abido's arm was sliced clean off. Abido staggered back. Their speed was so fast it dazzled the eye. Even flying thunder god users like Tabarama and Minato couldn't keep up. They could only watch, stunned. This was raw speed. The kind granted by Six Paths power. No space-time jutsu required, no damage to the body. So fast. Madara's Rinnegan narrowed. Even he, empowered as he was, couldn't wade into this level of combat. The Six Paths. They stood above all shinobi. This was the apex. But even among gods, Shaijin's blade moved faster. Abido's severed arm regenerated quickly. As the Ten Tails host, his healing was absurd. Heart wounds and limb loss were minor annoyances. But his regeneration seemed to only delay the inevitable. Another truth-seeking orb formed into a shield. His last line of defense. And then, he miscalculated again. Sage art, lightning style. A silver bolt crackled through Shaijin's palm. It cut diagonally across Abido's shield, splitting it clean in half. Impossible. Abido's eyes widened in disbelief as Shaijin burst through the gap, his sword slicing deep into Abido's chest. How? Even Black Zetsu was shaken. Truth-seeking orbs were supposed to nullify all ninjutsu, not get split by it. There's a kind of power. Natural energy. Hashirama explained with grave clarity. It enhances chakra into something else, sage chakra. More accurately, Shaijin spoke calmly, flicking blood from his sword. I've mastered Six Paths sage art. A power beyond ordinary sage chakra. I understand the essence of truth-seeking orbs far better than you. And I understand how to fight at the Six Paths level far better. Abido's body split in two, but instantly reformed upon hitting the ground. Still, he now understood a terrifying truth. He couldn't defeat Shaijin, even as the Ten Tails Jinchuriki, with power that eclipsed even Hashirama and Madara. He still couldn't surpass him. Maybe through cunning or battle experience. But even that was wishful thinking. Shaijin had fought during the Sage of Six Paths era. His understanding of this power was leagues beyond Abido's. His last hope, Kamui. But just as he thought of it, he realized, horrified, he couldn't use it. Not now. Not while his body was too powerful, too dense to phase through dimensions. Without Kamui, he was even weaker than before. This was never power meant for you. Shaijin's hand reached for Abido's chest. But I'm the one who will wield it in the end. Abido growled. His body flared with red flames, truth-seeking rods in hand. He slammed them into the ground and summoned a six-sided crimson barrier. The Six Crimson Ray Formation. Stronger than Konoha's Four Crimson Ray Formation. But even so, Abaido didn't believe it would stop Shijin. He only needed time. His remaining truth-seeking orbs took form as various ninja tools. One last stand. But to everyone watching, it looked like nothing more than desperate flailing. A child gripping the sharpest sword in the world, charging recklessly at a grown man. And the grown man, calm, patient, letting the child wear himself out. Abaido's become the Ten Tails Jinchuriki. Sai calmly reported to Allied HQ. Shijin has engaged him. Abaido's already losing. Wait. Already? Narashikaku sounded stunned. Even as the Ten Tails host, he's still not Shijin's equal. Not even close. There's not a glimmer of hope. Shijin said they were peers once. Sai paused thoughtfully. But this looks more like Tsunade-sama fighting Haruno Sakura. Huh. Shikaku blinked at the odd comparison. But as he considered it, the gap made sense. To clarify, Kinkuro added, studying the battlefield. 12-year-old Sakura. And I'm not joking. Understood. Shikaku sighed grimly and glanced at the latest sensor data. We're detecting 4 new chakra signatures, each one strong enough to destroy a village. Were those Shijin's attacks? No. Sai shook his head. He stared at the battlefield, at the god tree blooming behind Abaido, at the 4 crimson Ten Tails, bombs gathering in the sky. That's Abaido's counterattack. But he looked back at the figure within the 6 crimson ray formation and said simply, even if 12-year-old Sakura tried everything, she could never beat Tsunade-sama. Chapter 208, The Arrival of the Allied Shinobi Forces. Uchiha Abaido had unleashed every technique at his disposal. Whether it was the Ten Tails tailed beast bombs forming rapidly from the divine tree behind him, or the ninjutsu tools crafted from the truth-seeking orbs before him, these were his final gambits against Shijin. Because he was not suited for battles at this level. In such a tier of combat, ordinary jutsu became meaningless, and he didn't have the luxury of time to familiarize himself with the power he had newly gained. Moreover, Abaido couldn't gain insights on 6 paths level combat from Black Zetsu or even from Shijin himself. He could only rely on his own instincts to fight. Shijin's palm struck the 6 crimson ray formation. It shattered like glass in an instant. At the very same moment the barrier broke, the tools formed from the truth-seeking orbs flew at Shijin, and 4 crimson Ten Tails tailed beast bombs came crashing down. This was Abaido's strongest attack. A flash of white light shimmered along the black sword in Shijin's hand. And with a single strike, he cut through all 4-tailed beast bombs and every truth-seeking orb tool. That strike was as sharp and overwhelming as ever. But it still couldn't stop the ensuing explosion. The combined blast of truth-seeking orbs and tailed beast bombs bloomed into a blazing mushroom cloud, hotter than the sun. Even from far away, the Allied shinobi forces could see the towering firelight. The earth trembled, the blast shockwaves swept the land. What is that? Fourth Raikage stared at the explosion in the distance, eyes bulging as the air pressure knocked him clean off his feet. Defensive formation. Tsunade's voice rang like a thunderclap through the Allied shinobi forces. Earth-style users surged forth, creating a unified defense. Earth-style earth flow wall. Dense earthen walls rose to meet the shockwave. But the force of the distant explosion shattered wall after wall, until Jirya and Kitsuchi led a larger defense, constructing a wide stone fortress that finally managed to withstand the fallout. How far are we from that? Anoki's voice trembled. No one answered, because all eyes were glued to that towering mushroom cloud. And if this was how distant observers reacted, those close to the battlefield were in even worse shape, each forced to rely on their own defensive jutsu. But ultimately, only 2 people could keep everyone alive: Uchiha Madara and Hashirama Senju. Madara realized the danger instantly, activating his full-body Susanoo and shielding the entire Akatsuki within its wings. Even then, the explosion shredded its wing armor. The once invincible god of battle wavered on the edge of collapse. Meanwhile, Tabarama and Minato activated Flying Thunder God, warping the surprise attack squad behind Hashirama for protection. Minato even brought the lone Uchiha Sasuke along without a second thought. As for Kisame, watching the man he followed, Obito, he simply smiled, accepting death. Just before the end, he fused Samehada into his own body. Summoning Jutsu, five-fold Rashomon. Hashirama sensed immense pressure and summoned 5 giant gates, only for them to be obliterated instantly. Wood style, wood human technique. A massive wooden avatar shielded everyone behind him and was annihilated just as quickly. Wood style, ranking shield technique. He conjured huge wooden barriers. But this was the true power of the Ten Tails Jinchuriki on full display. Even Madara and Hashirama struggled beneath the overwhelming shockwaves of Obito's attack. Obito may not match Shijin, but he wasn't weak. His gaze was sharp, focused, scanning the flames for Shijin's chakra. He knew that wouldn't be enough to kill him. Not someone like Shijin. But even you. Obito's face curled into a sneer, trying to reclaim a sliver of pride. You didn't walk away from that unscathed, did you? Though inwardly, he panicked. He couldn't sense Shijin's chakra. Could it be? Had he actually killed Shijin? Was that even possible? A bit messy, I'll admit. Shijin's voice whispered behind him. When? Obito spun around, terrified of another heart-piercing attack. But this time, it wasn't his heart. Just as he turned, he saw the edge of Shijin's black cloak dusted with ash, and a hand glowing with chakra touched his body. 6 paths, extraction seal. Shijin's palm pulled forth a surge of chakra. The Ten Tails chakra. You. Obito's face twisted in horror. Behind Shijin, a massive black truth-seeking orb formed. Yin-yang chains burst out. Binding Obito to it, he couldn't move. From his stomach, a black vortex swirled. Obito saw it. It was familiar. Just like that time, when he'd ripped the 9 tails from Kushina Uzumaki. Now, he was the one losing his tailed beast. The 10 tails, like a tide, was wrenched from him. It howled in rage, trying to attack. But the chains coiled around Obito kept it still, pinned in place. Huh? Obito gasped like a drowning man, his face pale. He was dying. Only the 6 paths chakra let him barely survive. Though now, it meant he'd become someone else's tool. Madara! Black Zetsu shouted. Madara's eyes gleamed coldly. He understood. This was the chance. Cracked. Yin-yang chakra flared from Obito's hand. His fingers moved of their own accord. The Rin rebirth seal. Madara's body gleamed white. He was coming back to life. He glanced at Shijin, the only man who could stop him. Would Shijin interfere? But Shijin did not. The ritual completed, Madara's body returned to flesh. The Edo Tensei Rinnegan in his eye socket turned to dust. Madara. Shijin casually pulled the other Rinnegan from Obito and tossed it to him. Your eye. Madara caught it, inserted it, and looked toward the bound 10 tails. Begin, Madara. Black Zetsu sneered. Shijin won't stop you, he won't compete for it. Madara chuckled bitterly. Even after Obito's failure, he wasn't sure he could handle Shijin. He probably doesn't care for such weak power. He began forming the seal. But Shijin suddenly grabbed his wrist. Lord Shijin. Madara's face darkened. Shijin. Black Zetsu's tone shifted. No. Shijin shook his head. Isn't the 10 tails missing the 9 tails chakra? Obito was too weak. Even if you become its Jinchuriki now, would it be enough for the infinite Tsukuyomi? Madara's expression eased. He understood. This 10 tails was incomplete. There was still 1-tailed beast left. Obito's 10 tails was a defective product. Summoning jutsu. Madara bit his thumb, channeling his link to the 9 tails. Found it. His eyes locked on one man. Minato Namikaze. The 4th Hokage stiffened. He knew Madara had sensed the half of the 9 tails sealed within him. And Madara turned to the oncoming allied shinobi forces and sneered. So the 5 great nations actually came together. Shijin also sensed their arrival. Calmly, he issued orders. Find a white Zetsu clone, check on Kabuto, have him return Madara's other Rinnegan. Understood. A white Zetsu shot underground. Do we need an army? Black Zetsu asked. We have the 10 tails, we can create one. Do we need one? Shijin looked puzzled. Absolutely not. Madara's expression lit up with battle hunger. You've done enough, Shijin. Leave the rest to me. Chapter 209, A Conflicted Uchiha Sasuke. The allied shinobi forces had finally arrived on the battlefield. In a sense, they had timed it well, no longer needing to face the 10 tails Jinchuriki, Uchiha Obaido, but instead the remaining Akatsuki. On top of that, Orochimaru's escape had left his Edo Tensei reanimations behind. Freed from his control, they could now serve as powerful allies. Grandfather, second grandfather. Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Hashirama and Tabarama Senju. Much of the crushing weight she'd borne finally lifted. Old man. Jiraiya called out cheerfully to the third Hokage, Saruto by Hiruzen, but wasted no time searching the battlefield. Where's that bastard Orochimaru? He ran. Hiruzen's expression soured at the mention of his brilliant yet wayward student. He couldn't help but sound tired. He bolted when Obaido started losing. Typical. Jiraiya muttered under his breath, then turned toward a much more moving scene. Minato Namikaze reunited with his son, Naruto. His eyes held a trace of emotion. Dad. Naruto, glowing in his 9 tails chakra mode, ran to Minato, overwhelmed with joy. He hadn't expected to reunite with his father here and now. But Minato's expression was grim. His eyes locked on Uchiha Madara in the distance. Naruto, this place is dangerous. He was right to worry. Those already in the thick of battle knew full well. Akatsuki's next target was Naruto, and the 9 tails sealed within him. But Naruto didn't care. His gaze shifted beyond his father, locking onto Sasuke. He sprinted toward his friend without hesitation. Sasuke. It's been so long. Sasuke was silent, his Sharingan glowing as he looked at his golden-cloaked friend. Words wouldn't come. What was there to say? His long-awaited vengeance had come, only to feel meaningless. Fight with us. Come on, Sasuke, let's stop Shijin together. Naruto didn't wait for a reply. He grinned, pulling Sasuke along, ignoring the storm of emotions behind those crimson eyes. Sasuke didn't resist. He simply followed Naruto, letting himself be pulled back into the group that had once been his comrades. Because honestly, he didn't know what to do anymore. Obaido had brought him here to fight Madara. Naruto asked him to fight Shijin. He had said no to neither. Just drifting. It didn't seem to matter. He had no family left, no purpose, nothing that gave his actions meaning. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's eyes lit up when she saw him. Their classmates' expressions were more complicated, but no one spoke ill. After all, they'd all grown up together. It looked like the allied shinobi forces had gained powerful reinforcements. Even Obaido had been rescued by Kakashi. Meanwhile, Akatsuki's side had grown thin. With Orochimaru gone and many members fallen, only Madara stood alone against the allied forces, his only companion, a white Zetsu, carrying the Rinnegan stored by Kabuto. At the center of the battlefield, Madara took the second Rinnegan from the Zetsu and placed it into his eye socket. Perfect timing. Madara's eyes swept the battlefield, locking onto Minato and Naruto. He smiled, a dark, dangerous grin. Just perfect. All the 9 tails chakra is right here. Right now. He was in his prime. Or rather, he had never been stronger than at this moment, just before becoming the 10 tails Jinchuriki. A perfect body and complete ocular power. Be careful. Hashirama immediately sensed Madara's killing intent. Without even greeting Tsunade, he surged into battle mode, chakra roaring around him. All units ready positions. Commanders throughout the Allied forces barked orders, keeping formations tight as they prepared for the worst. Everyone stay in formation. Fourth Reikage raised his arm, bellowing to the shinobi around him. Wait for tactical orders. This wasn't a battle like any before. There was no room for reckless charges. They needed strategy. These weren't enemies you could beat with brute force. Uchiha Madara and Shijin defied logic, defied reason. Rushing in would only lead to massacre. Ready? Madara's smile widened. He strode slowly toward the Allied forces, his aura radiating death. Back at HQ, Nara Shikaku was drenched in cold sweat, absorbing reports from the front and piecing together a battle plan. Only Madara. He confirmed with Yamanaka Inoichi, then let out a dry laugh. He really is confident, isn't he? Feeling the pressure, Shikaku. Inoichi asked quietly, sensing the burden weighing on his friend. More than a little. Shikaku chuckled bitterly. We're talking about tens of thousands of lives and the future of the shinobi world. But Shikaku composed himself. There was no time for hesitation, not when his friends, comrades, and even his own son were on the battlefield. Let's begin. I'll brief everyone on Madara's abilities. I'm sure the name needs no introduction. In the Warring States era, he rivaled the first Hokage Senju Hashirama. They fought to a draw even in death. First, do not make direct eye contact. Avoid visual genjutsu and preserve the formation. Shikaku didn't know what Madara would do next. All he could do was ensure that field commanders had the intel they needed. Second, water-style users be ready. Madara is the most powerful fire-style user in shinobi history. But beyond that, there wasn't much he could say. War rarely went according to plan. And just as Shikaku gave his final instructions, the 4 Hokage reanimations charged headfirst to meet Uchiha Madara. Chapter 210, The Ninja Alliance Strikes Back. Madara. Hashirama Senju was the first to act. Because on this entire battlefield, he was the only one who had a chance to stop Uchiha Madara's rampage. Hashirama. A flicker of battle lust flashed across Madara's face, but it quickly faded. He wasn't here for a grand showdown with Hashirama this time. If they really fought, it wouldn't be decided anytime soon. What mattered now was the outcome of this war. Limbo. Madara glanced at Hashirama. He just made a promise to handle all these troubles himself and couldn't afford to lose face in front of Shijin. Hashirama charged at Madara without noticing anything unusual, only to be suddenly sent flying backward, as if struck by an invisible force. Brother. Tabarama's expression changed instantly. He knew all too well that nothing had appeared in front of Hashirama. He was just blasted away out of nowhere. This scene was far too eerie. Before Tabarama could react, his body suddenly froze in place, his reanimation body torn open at the chest in a single instant. Second Hokage. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, was also stunned. Such bizarre battlefield phenomena were unheard of. And before he could even respond, he suddenly felt like his skull had been crushed by an unseen force. Third, Minato Namikaze sensed something was very wrong. Though he didn't know what was happening, he immediately began teleporting across the battlefield using Flying Thunder God. Whatever this strange attack was, as long as he didn't stop moving, it shouldn't be able to hit him. Ninetales chakra mode activate. Minato's body erupted in golden light as he entered Ninetales chakra mode for the first time in combat. He was trying to use the enhanced sensory abilities to locate this mysterious force. And yet, nothing. Even the Ninetales chakra couldn't detect anything unusual. Still, he had to find it. With his reanimation body's immortality, he could afford to take the hit. His job now wasn't to dodge, but to expose the nature of this unknown attack for the Ninja Alliance. Just as he paused to test whether the invisible force only struck once, his body was suddenly cleaved in half at the waist. This is. Right before his body was ripped apart, Minato realized what was going on. An invisible enemy. There were invisible, unknown enemies on the battlefield. Just now, while he had stopped moving for a moment, two fast-moving figures had torn his body apart. But, even until the moment he was hit, his senses never detected them. For something to evade the sensory capabilities of Nine-Tails Chakra Mode, the strongest in the shinobi world, that was the only intel Minato could provide. Not entirely useless, but not particularly helpful either. If even the Nine-Tails couldn't detect them, expecting the Alliance to do so was unrealistic. "Watch out!" Tabarama, after reforming his body, quickly shouted, "There are others on this battlefield." "No, there aren't others." Hashirama gently shook his head, eyes fixed on Madara, who was now embedding black rods into Minato. "We couldn't see what attacked us. It's probably something like a clone of Madara's." As former rivals, Hashirama knew Madara's tactics well, especially how he liked to strike first. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he was certain it was Madara's doing. "You're as sharp as ever, Hashirama." Madara smirked with pride, but of course, he wasn't about to reveal his ultimate technique just yet. As Madara reached out to extract the Nine-Tails from Minato, a Rasen Shuriken flew straight at him. "Get away from Dad." Naruto Uzumaki had multiple chakra arms from the Nine-Tails extending from his body, forming another Rasen Shuriken to hurl at Madara. Madara raised his hand, emitting a flash of white light that absorbed the Rasen Shuriken completely. The Rinnegan can absorb jutsu and convert it into chakra. Jiraiya shouted to warn Naruto. He'd never fought pain before and didn't know how the Rinnegan worked. But Jiraiya's warning was far too slow. Madara noticed Naruto charging forward and grinned, his hand reaching out with a sudden gravitational pull to drag Naruto in. "Naruto." Jiraiya's face twisted in shock. "Don't worry, Master Jiraiya." A golden chakra arm from Naruto slammed into the ground, anchoring him in place. Wind-style Rasen Shuriken. Two more arms formed behind Naruto, hurling another Rasen Shuriken at Madara, who tilted his head to dodge. "Jiraiya, take Naruto and fall back." Tsunade's voice rang out coldly as she swung a fist at Madara. "Don't fall behind, Tsunade." The fourth Raikage flashed forward, body wrapped in lightning chakra. His brother Killer Bee followed close behind. Clearly, these Taijutsu specialists were the vanguard of the Ninja Alliance. Behind them, Anoki the third Tsuchikage, Gura the fifth Kazekage, and others gathered chakra, ready to provide support. In that moment, the battlefield descended into full-scale war. Tens of thousands of Ninja Alliance forces surged in waves to surround Madara. Ninja Alliance headquarters. Shikaku Nara monitored every battlefield detail nonstop, carefully analyzing and predicting Madara's next move. So it's begun. If everyone is focusing on him, then Madara will probably activate Susanoo next. After all, based on the intel from the surprise attack team, Madara has been fully revived by Albedo. His flesh and blood body isn't as protective as Susanoo. Sure enough, just as Shikaku predicted, as the ninja swarmed closer, Madara raised his fingers, and a blue Susanoo enveloped his body. "Which form?" Shikaku urgently asked the front lines. "Half-body Susanoo." The frontline captains reported back, but it doesn't look strong enough to block our attacks. After all, the vanguard included two cage-level leaders. Even the reanimated first and second Hokage were charging in. It looked like Madara's half-body Susanoo wouldn't hold up for long. Earth release units prepare. Shikaku's nerves were taut. He was up against someone strong enough to destroy a nation alone. A bit troublesome. Madara's face showed a hint of mockery as vines and sand trapped his Susanoo's movement. Though most of these little guys are weak enough to kill instantly, with Hashirama here, it's not going to be easy. Even I have to go all out. Next moment, Susanoo erupted from the earth once again. Madara's fist clenched, and he stepped into the crystal atop Susanoo's head, beginning to manifest the full-body Susanoo. A towering blue godlike warrior, over 100 meters tall, burst through every bind and trap. This massive blue figure reached for its katana, ready to slash and scatter the entire alliance in a single blow. But that was exactly what Shikaku had been waiting for. This was the battle the Ninja Alliance had long prepared for. Earth-style Great Core Collapse. As all the Earth-style shinobi formed seals simultaneously, the ground beneath full-body Susanoo collapsed, dragging the blue warrior down with it. "You bastards!" Madara's expression twisted. Even though he had Susanoo spread its wings to lift into the air, it was too late to stop Hashirama from piling on. Wood-style Wood Golem Technique. Wood-style Wood Dragon Technique. Hashirama formed seals in a flash. A towering wood golem burst from the ground, slamming down on Susanoo's wings, while a wooden dragon on its shoulder wrapped tightly around its neck, trapping the blue warrior in a massive pit. Chapter 211. The Sage of Six Paths may descend at any moment. Madara, you were too careless. Hashirama stared at Madara's immobilized Susanoo, finally allowing himself to relax. At least, for now, they had one enemy contained. Truth be told, he felt a bit ashamed. Back when Madara charged into battle alone, it should have been him, his old friend and rival, to step up and stop him. But as a reanimated version of himself, Hashirama no longer had that strength. Madara, give it up. Standing atop his wooden golem, Hashirama peered into the crystal that housed Madara, speaking to his old comrade with a heavy tone. You've gone down the wrong path. The ninja world has never needed. Hashirama. Madara cut him off with a scoff, mocking his idealism. Still the same as ever, trying to talk your enemy down before the fight's even over. Hashirama frowned, recalling the strange attack he'd suffered earlier. His voice turned grim. You're planning to use that clone technique, the one that can fight while invisible, aren't you? HMPH. Madara smirked coldly, his Rinnegan glowing faintly. Correct. Hashirama's instincts immediately went on high alert. But just as he moved to defend against Madara, the arm of his wooden golem was slashed clean through by a sudden invisible strike. Susanoo. Hashirama instantly recognized what had attacked him. His expression hardened. Impossible. How could it be Susanoo? Madara's Susanoo was still restrained by his wooden golem. Even for someone as powerful as Madara, it shouldn't be possible for a clone to summon a fully realized Susanoo like the original. It defied logic. Hashirama raised his hand, commanding the wooden dragon to strike at the hidden Susanoo, but there was nothing, no target at all. Even worse, the dragon itself was cleaved in an instant. Madara's smirk deepened. His blue-armored warrior broke free of its restraints and soared into the sky once more. Madara. Hashirama hastily formed hand seals, trying to summon another wooden golem to stop him. But in the blink of an eye, his own body was split apart. Watch out. There's something hidden on the battlefield. Something that can use Susanoo just like Madara. Tobirama shouted in warning to the Ninja Alliance, hoping his words would help, but they were of no use. Because what they now faced was a force far beyond their understanding. No. It was a force far beyond anything they could fight. Suddenly, invisible slashes rained down across the battlefield. Panic swept through the Alliance like wildfire, pure, unrelenting fear. Naruto and Minato both tried to use the Ninetales chakra to sense the hidden threat. But it was useless. Madara's Susanoo streaked through the sky and stopped right in front of Naruto. He dispelled the duplicate and reached out toward Naruto's neck. Uzumaki Naruto. I'll be taking the Ninetales now. NARUTO. The Ninja Alliance charged forward to help. But a strange, ghostly slash carved a trench through the battlefield, kicking up a wall of smoke and dust that cut them off. Minato and Tobirama, the fastest among them, rushed forward, but the moment they moved, an unseen force slammed them into the ground. Fortunately, they both used Flying Thunder God to escape just in time. They couldn't stop. If they stopped, they'd be attacked. But still, they had to keep going. Naruto clearly couldn't take on Madara alone. Fourth. Tabarama's voice was sharp with urgency. Get that boy out of here. You can use Flying Thunder God without limits through reanimation. He must not fall into Madara's hands. Sadly, his warning came a moment too late. Madara placed his hand over Naruto's abdomen and activated the tailed beast extraction seal, forcefully ripping the nine tails out of Naruto's body. The nine tails roared in agony, clawing wildly. But the 10 tails sensed its chakra. One of its tails transformed into a clawed hand and dragged the nine tails' chakra back. Naruto's head slumped forward. Madara tossed his body to the ground with disdain. Sasuke appeared before Madara in a flash, slashing with his sword and forcing Madara back. He looked down at Naruto's body, and his heart sank. Naruto. Sasuke stared in disbelief. He knew that Jinchuriki die when their tailed beast is removed, but he never imagined it would happen to Naruto. This teammate wasn't that important. No, this teammate was actually really important. Because he was a friend he trusted with his life since they were kids. He's dead. Madara chuckled softly, stretching out a hand toward Sasuke. Come back to our side. This is the path you were meant to walk. The latest chapter available at 69 Book Hub. Even though Lord Shijin and I no longer need your eternal Mangekyo as a backup, I'd still like to see you by my side. This boy, he'd raised him himself. Madara had always been fond of Sasuke, who looked so much like his own brother. In Sasuke, he saw reflections of his past. Sasuke gave no reply. Naruto is my friend. The dark-haired young man plunged his sword into the ground, picked up Naruto's limp body, and turned to leave. Friend, huh? Madara chuckled but didn't stop him. To him, Naruto and Sasuke no longer mattered. His gaze shifted. He was now searching for Minato. But Minato was already gone. Madara's eyes flickered. He tried using Limbo with his Rinnegan to track him down, hoping to seize the last fragment of the Nine Tails chakra, but he found no opening. That fourth Hokage, his teleportation was too fast. Fast enough to snatch Naruto's body right from Sasuke's arms. I'm going to save him. Minato left behind just one sentence before vanishing with his son, urgency etched across his face. He needed to get somewhere safe, somewhere he could transfer the nine tails sealed within himself into Naruto. It was the only chance to save his son's life. Sasuke stared blankly at the golden flash that disappeared from sight. After a moment of thought, he leapt in the same direction. He didn't want to be part of this war anymore. Right now, Sasuke only wanted to know if Naruto could be saved. Tabarama noticed it all. His eyes scanned the battlefield, flashing with a strange glint, and without a word, he followed after Minato and Sasuke, quietly exiting the battlefield. Meanwhile, chaos was erupting everywhere. The morale of the Ninja Alliance had collapsed. The invisible enemy had driven terror into their hearts. And the cause of it all, Madara, continued sweeping through the battlefield, keeping the Alliance at bay with his Limbo clones while still searching for Minato. Black Zetsu, tell Madara that it ends here. Shijin had been monitoring the battlefield the entire time. He quietly ordered Black Zetsu beside him. This is enough. Initiate Infinite Tsukuyomi before something unexpected happens. There's still a portion of the Nine Tails chakra. Black Zetsu muttered, hoping Madara could retrieve it from Minato as well. The Sage of Six Paths might descend. Shijin flared his nostrils slightly, as if sensing some unknown threat. His tone darkened. I don't know whose side he'll take if he shows up. Let's revive Lady Kaguya before that happens. Understood. Black Zetsu was instantly shaken by Shijin's warning. Chapter 212, A Way to Meet the Sage of Six Paths. Shijin wasn't wrong. Because the Sage of Six Paths could indeed appear at any moment. After Minato took Naruto away, he transferred the Nine Tails from his own body into Naruto's and anxiously waited for his son to wake up. But there was still no response. When Sasuke arrived and saw Naruto on the brink of death, he stood beside Minato and asked quietly, "Is it not working?" Sasuke's expression grew darker by the second. Minato slowly lowered his head. There is nothing more painful for a father than being unable to save his son, than watching his child die before his very eyes. But Minato was truly powerless. Actually, Tabarama's voice appeared beside them, sounding unusually hopeful in that moment. There is still one way to save this boy. What is it? Minato and Sasuke turned at the same time. Cross the boundary between life and death, and beg the Sage of Six Paths to intervene. Tabarama's eyes locked onto Naruto's unconscious face as he calmly spoke of the knowledge he had once learned from Shijin. Whether to save this child or the world, our only hope lies with that legendary god. This, too, was why Tabarama had left the battlefield. Because he, more than anyone, understood the truth. There was no way the Ninja Alliance could defeat Madara. Especially with someone like Shijin standing behind him. A man like a god. Only a true god, only the Sage of Six Paths, could resolve the crisis now threatening the ninja world. Back then, Shijin once shared a method to heal my elder brother by placing a soul on the edge of life and death. If the soul reaches the boundary between the living world and the underworld, it can encounter the legendary Sage of Six Paths. Tabarama slowly told the tale, explaining how the Sage of Six Paths still existed in the world, and how his brother had truly once met that ancient god. The Sage of Six Paths, huh? Sasuke furrowed his brows. One must be unafraid of death. Tabarama explained the conditions needed to reach that place between life and death, and must carry an overwhelming obsession at the moment of death. This act was essentially encouraging suicide, and the chance of success felt infinitesimally small. From Tabarama's description, the whole thing sounded like mere superstition, praying to a god in times of desperation. Something people did for comfort. Yet at that moment, Tabarama described it not as folklore, but as an ancient, buried truth. Then I'll go ask the Sage of Six Paths. Minato joined his hands together. You've already died once, fourth. Tabarama shook his head slightly, sounding a little regretful. Based on my analysis, after we were released from reanimation last time, your soul would have returned to the underworld. You likely can't enter that boundary anymore. Because I tried it once myself. Tabarama admitted he had tested this during his previous reanimation, but my soul didn't stop at the border. It went straight to the underworld. Then his gaze fell on Sasuke, the only living person among them. Only the living might still have a chance to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke twitched at the corner of his mouth. Sure, life and death didn't feel that different to him anymore, but being straight up encouraged to off himself, that was a surprise. Honestly, kind of unexpected. Still, if this truly could bring Naruto back, maybe it was worth the risk, even if it meant actually dying. After all, back in Team 7, Sasuke remembered that he was once willing to die to protect Naruto during missions. That guy would have done the same for him. Even back then, when Sasuke hadn't yet avenged his clan, he was willing. Now that his revenge was done, now that he knew the truth about Itachi, there wasn't much point in staying alive anymore, was there? I'll do it. Lightning flickered at Sasuke's fingertips. He looked at Naruto one last time, then glanced back at Tabarama. I hope what you're saying is true. Sasuke. Minato stepped forward to stop him. He wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice himself for his son, but he couldn't let his son's friend do the same. It's fine. Sasuke smiled faintly, as if he'd come to terms with everything. If the roles were reversed, that guy would definitely do the same. Yes, without question. Sasuke knew Naruto too well. Even if this whole thing sounded absurd, Naruto had never cared about his own life. He always gave it his all, no matter what. Don't go into this with that mindset. Tabarama's voice turned stern, warning Sasuke. If you face death with no regrets, your soul will simply pass on. It won't stay on the edge of life and death. Before you die, you must have a powerful obsession. Only that obsession will keep your soul from drifting into the underworld. Sasuke's eye twitched. Wait, so he couldn't even die in peace. Was this second Hokage for real? Sasuke couldn't help thinking about Tabarama's reputation. After all, most of the disasters in the ninja world could be traced back to him. If he hadn't invented reanimation, if he hadn't used it to bring back Shijin in the first place, none of this mess might have happened. An obsession, huh? Sasuke closed his eyes and combed through his memories. Then, with a surge of lightning, he drove his hand through his own heart. Minato immediately caught his collapsing body, gently laying the boy, who was willing to die for his son, on the ground. Now, all they could do was wait. Chapter 213, The Sage of Six Paths. The boundary between life and death. The threshold between the living world and the underworld. Uchiha Sasuke looked around with unease, surprised by his surroundings. It felt as if he were lying between pools of water. Instinctively, he stood up. Today is quite the rare occasion. To meet two new visitors at once. An aged voice came from behind, instantly making Sasuke tense as he turned around warily. In front of him stood an old man. His face was deeply wrinkled, two strange horns protruded from his forehead, and a red spiral symbol marked his brow. Long white facial hair hung neatly, and he wore a robe adorned with black tamo patterns. In his arms, he held a staff, the shakujo. The way he looked reminded Sasuke of Uchiha Obaido when he became the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. But the clearest giveaway. Floating beneath the old man's serpentine lower body were several black orbs, truth-seeking balls. The Sage of Six Paths. Sasuke's expression turned serious at once. That's what they once called me. The old man nodded gently, confirming his identity without hesitation. Sasuke's expression stiffened. He hadn't expected Tabarama's suggestion to be true. He'd really met the Sage of Six Paths. Their plan had actually succeeded. But Sasuke quickly caught on to a detail and asked urgently, "You said two visitors. Who's the other one?" "Uzumaki Naruto." The sage answered calmly. Sasuke's heart clenched. He spoke with resolve. "Then, Sage of Six Paths, can you bring Naruto back to life?" "Hey." The sage let out a soft laugh, surprise flashing in his eyes. "I didn't expect the bond between this era's reincarnations of Asura and Indra to be so strong. You care a great deal about that boy." "HMPH." Sasuke scoffed, unwilling to admit it, and quickly changed the subject. "Enough. What do you mean by reincarnations of Asura and Indra's chakra?" "It's a long story." The sage sighed softly, touching the surface of the water with his staff. Memories from long ago shimmered to life in the pool below. "I hope you don't find this old man too long-winded." He began calmly recounting the tale. Over 1,000 years ago, humanity had no chakra. Then came the divine tree, and with it, a woman who served it. Otsutsuki Kaguya. She was my mother. His tone darkened as he spoke of her. He explained how she consumed the fruit of the divine tree, used infinite Tsukuyomi to end wars, gave birth to two sons, and later fought against them when she sought to turn all humans into white Zetsu. My brother Hemura and I sealed her away. But I failed to notice the darkness she left behind. That darkness influenced my sons, Indra and Asura, and their reincarnations. It incited conflict between them for generations, wars that have lasted over 1,000 years. Sasuke listened in silence, his brow furrowed. He now understood. His chakra came from Indra, the sage's elder son, just like Uchiha Madara's did. As for Naruto, his chakra came from Asura, the same as Hashirama Senju's. They were all vessels for the chakra of these two ancient brothers. I want the two of you to stop what's coming. The sage knocked his staff once more. The water now showed Madara absorbing the Ten-Tails and becoming its Jinchuriki. If this continues, and Madara uses the Ten-Tails to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, my mother will return, and all humanity may be turned into white Zetsu. Sasuke fell silent. Do you refuse? The sage asked, somewhat disappointed. He had believed Sasuke to be the most reasonable of all Indra's reincarnations, not one to reject such a plea. No. Sasuke shook his head and instead asked, what do we have to do to stop this? I will give the power of yin and yang to you and the reincarnation of Asura. With both, You conceal either Madara or my mother. The sage raised his hand, and in his palm appeared a crescent-shaped seal, yin power. This yin power. Once Sasuke received it, his eternal Mangekyou Sharingan would instantly evolve, greatly boosting his ocular power, even awakening the Rinnegan. Only with this power could they stand against Madara as the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. I understand. Sasuke nodded, then raised a far more difficult question, one even the sage seemed troubled by. Then what about Shijin? Who is that man? How can we defeat him? The sage fell into silence. A sigh escaped his lips as he spoke with helpless reverence. That man, Shijin, is someone even I cannot contend with. He waved away the water's reflection and muttered, whether in the ancient world or this decaying present. You're the sage of 6 paths. Sasuke frowned deeply. Sigh. The sage tapped the water once more with his staff. His eyes grew dim. If you must face Shijin as an enemy, at least understand his past first. In ancient times, Shijin and I were enemies. But in a way, we both wanted the same thing, to make chakra a force that brought happiness to the world. However, Shijin foresaw far more than I did, more even than the prophecy of the great Toad Sage. He predicted that chakra would inevitably lead to even crueler wars. So, he was manipulated by the darkness left behind by my mother. He stole the power I left behind and destroyed the ninshu I had created. Sasuke's eyes narrowed. But, in the end, it was Asura's persuasion that led Shijin to believe in chakra's potential for good. He chose to believe it could bring happiness rather than suffering. Sasuke suddenly felt like he understood Shijin. No one could endure walking the right path, only to be told by someone else to turn back and take a different one. We're lucky, I suppose. That Shijin didn't choose to destroy the world. The sage let out another sigh. He didn't want Sasuke siding with Shijin. But the wars of this world, most are stirred by the darkness left behind by my mother. That same darkness has used Shijin and every reincarnation of Asura and Indra across the centuries, continuing their endless conflict and plunging the world into lasting pain. And countless souls suffering in agony. As the sage spoke, he looked down into the water. The surface slowly shimmered with countless stars, like a boundless galaxy, brilliant and entrancing. Chapter 214. The difference between Indra and Asura's chakra reincarnations. The starlit sky was truly beautiful, even if it only appeared like a reflection on water. Yet Uchiha Sasuke couldn't quite understand what the Sage of 6 Paths meant. This is the boundary between life and death. The sage explained solemnly. Each of those glimmering lights above is the soul of someone who, for 1,000 years, has been trapped by obsession, unable to find peace. They are bound to this place for eternity, never finding release. Sasuke felt dizzy just looking up. From beneath his feet, he could see countless stars, so many he couldn't possibly count them. How many souls were trapped here, unable to pass on? To be trapped by obsession usually means that their life in the mortal world was filled with regret. Not everyone in this world can face death calmly. As the sage spoke, his staff swept again, and the image of Shijin appeared. That man stood like a towering figure, gently lifting a star into his hand, allowing that trapped soul to pass on to the afterlife. Him. Sasuke still didn't quite understand. For over 1,000 years, Shijin has done one thing alone. He guides every soul trapped by obsession to peace. Using wisdom and power beyond comprehension, Shijin has wandered the boundary between life and death for millennia, watching as souls weighed down by pain passed through. What he has seen, over and over again, is despair. Sasuke was speechless. I once tried to speak with him. The sage watched as the stars in the pool slowly began to fade, his voice soft. But he never chose to meet me. That may mean he has completely shut his heart, and I fear the world created by the darkness my mother left behind has swallowed him whole. That means he might become the greatest obstacle in preventing her return. I understand. Sasuke nodded, finally grasping the implication. If we want to stop Madara, or stop Kaguya from being resurrected, we have to take Shijin out. Is that right? The sage hesitated for a long time, his wise face suddenly full of confusion, as if he didn't quite expect that interpretation. Meanwhile, in another space, Naruto's response made the sage beam with satisfaction. I'll make Shijin believe and hope again. Naruto clenched his fist with determination. He had never imagined Shijin had borne so much pain for so long. Hehe. The sage smiled gently, as if he saw his son Asura reborn in Naruto. Their desires, their spirits, they were exactly the same. Well then, the sage looked at the revitalized Naruto with a face full of trust and expectation. I leave it all to you. Back with Sasuke, he was a bit confused. Why hadn't the sage responded to what he said? What's going on? Did he misunderstand? You and Indra really are just alike. The sage chuckled bitterly, as if he'd seen his eldest son's shadow in Sasuke. Back then, Indra also wanted to kill Shijin the first time he heard his name. Sasuke frowned, displeased. But strength is the fastest way to solve problems, isn't it? Unfortunately, Indra lost to Shijin. The sage shook his head, his smile now tinged with helplessness. While Asura, he persuaded Shijin to give up on destroying Ninshu. Sasuke's face darkened. He was starting to feel like the sage was mocking him. Was this old man insulting him? Saying he never thinks before acting? I only want to tell you. That power can't solve every problem. The sage could read Sasuke's thoughts and gently offered that truth, before giving him one very important piece of intel. Shijin's current power has surpassed even mine. Though I don't fully understand his true strength, it's very possible he is stronger than my mother. Sasuke was floored. Why was the sage only saying this now? You possess the Sharingan. You should understand, chakra can be influenced by emotion. And the power Shijin obtained was my own. He has endured 1,000 years of despair, his soul endlessly tormented. The sage spoke cryptically, he never said it outright, but it was clear. Shijin didn't just inherit a fragment of power. He obtained the sage's very body. Which meant he likely also gained his complete power, and his chakra, twisted by centuries of pain, had grown even stronger. This yin-yang power you're giving us. Sasuke glanced at his palm. It can't seal two people, can it? We can only seal one. The sage sighed helplessly. If you truly cannot resolve it when Indra's chakra, Asura's chakra, and the Nine-Tails chakra unite, my remaining spirit will be able to descend once more. Sasuke looked at him with suspicion. Seriously? Even that might not be enough to stop Shijin. But there was no other choice. Sasuke had no power near the sages, he had to trust him. Back in the living world, the battle had taken a dramatic turn. Madara slowly raised his fingers as the Ten-Tails surged into his body like a tidal wave. His hair turned white in an instant, fragments of chakra danced with the strands, and a horn-like protrusion emerged from his forehead. He had become the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki. Madara basked in this vast, powerful energy. Behind him, 9 black truth-seeking orbs began to float. Just as he looked smugly down at Hashirama and the Ninja Alliance, viewing them as nothing more than ants, Shijin quietly appeared beside him. Apologies for the delay, Lord Shijin. Madara narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively comparing Shijin's chakra to his own. Or perhaps it's just my imagination, but your chakra seems stronger than yours. Shijin shook his head, casually answering Madara's musing. Once you reach the power of the 6 paths, chakra level hardly matters anymore. Even the strong can fall to the right jutsu. Even the weak might turn the tide if driven to desperation. Madara agreed with Shijin's point, but even after becoming the Ten-Tails Jinchuriki, not being the undisputed strongest still irked him. Madara, use infinite Tsukuyomi first. Black Zetsu cut in cautiously. End this war quickly, that way fewer people will die. It sounded almost peace-loving, even though everyone found it a little weird coming from him. Then, Madara looked toward the hesitant Ninja Alliance. Don't worry. Shijin stepped forward, raising a hand toward the Alliance. I'll handle this. All right, but don't let Hashirama return to the underworld. Madara had no doubt Shijin could hold off the alliance. He glanced one last time at his old rival Hashirama, then soared into the sky, leaving behind only one arrogant remark. I want Hashirama to witness the eternal peace infinite Tsukuyomi will bring this world. Black Zetsu's expression turned awkward. Really? Still nitpicking now. Whatever. As long as infinite Tsukuyomi's light bathed the earth. Black Zetsu looked up at the blood-red moon as Madara ascended. His heart finally relaxed. They were just one step away from reviving Kaguya. And then, just as he let his guard down, a massive purple arrow suddenly appeared, flying straight toward Madara. What is that? Black Zetsu's heart leapt in shock. No need to worry. Shijin casually summoned a truth-seeking orb, which halted the arrow mid-flight. His voice remained calm, undisturbed. Looks like someone used my method to meet the Sage of Six Paths. Chapter 215, My Chakra Surpasses Yours. The Sage of Six Paths. Why is it always the Sage of Six Paths? Black Zetsu was boiling with rage. The moment Uchiha Sasuke appeared with his Susanoo, and Naruto Uzumaki, bathed in golden light, stood beside him, it confirmed everything Shijin had predicted. Because these two 16-year-olds clearly possessed power on the level of the Six Paths. Whether it was Sasuke's Rinnegan or Naruto's overflowing life force, both were undeniable proof. They had inherited power from the Sage of Six Paths. Black Zetsu had long learned from Shijin that the sage's chakra still lingered. He knew that the old god would intervene in Kaguya's resurrection. And now, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha were the sage's chosen pieces to stop them. We need to stop Uchiha Madara. Naruto's eyes locked on Madara, rising into the sky. Emeno Chikara. Sasuke's Rinnegan flickered. With a single thought, he swapped places with Madara. One moment Madara was flying toward the moon. The next, he was standing where Sasuke had been, stunned by the sudden switch. What's going on? Madara frowned, bringing his staff forward just in time to block Naruto's charging attack. This kid, wasn't he supposed to be dead after having the nine tails ripped out? Careful, Madara. Black Zetsu quickly warned. They've received the sage's blessing. They're on your level now. Understood. Madara narrowed his eyes, not flustered in the slightest. In fact, he grinned with battle lust. Perfect timing. I wanted to test this power anyway. This was exactly what he'd hoped for. He'd only backed off because of Shijin's urging. But now these two brats with Six Paths power, they were perfect test subjects. Shijin. Black Zetsu turned pleading eyes to the man beside him, hoping he'd stop Naruto and Sasuke. Leave it to me. Shijin nodded calmly, already understanding what Black Zetsu wanted. Don't worry, I won't let them interfere with Madara casting infinite Tsukuyomi. But before that, he had to deal with the Ninja Alliance converging on them. Earth-style, swamp of the underworld. Shijin slammed his hand into the ground. In an instant, the battlefield turned into a vast swamp. The Alliance was devastated. Countless ninja were swallowed before they could even react. This level of earth jutsu, it was impossible to avoid or escape. Even those who reacted quickly had nowhere to leap. Countless ninja were dragged into the swamp, surrounded by endless mud. There was no escape in sight. Send the others forward. The fourth Reikage, half buried in muck, roared. Use us as stepping stones if you must. Thanks. Might Guy kicked off the Reikage's head, leaping from shoulder to shoulder toward Shijin like a blur. Damn you. The Reikage cursed but bellowed louder. Hurry, stop them no matter what. Compared to the trapped ninja, Tabarama Senju and Minato Namikaze reacted instantly, teleporting toward Shijin using Flying Thunder God. Anoki floated high above, unaffected by the swamp, with Gura beside him controlling sand to rescue survivors. Even Hashirama burst from the earth with wood release, creating safe passage with vines for the others to grab onto. But those able to act were few. Tens of thousands of Alliance forces struggled in the mire. Shijin had nearly neutralized them alone. Or rather, he was one step from wiping them all out. Shijin. Black Zetsu whispered, trying to appeal to his mercy. "We need all that chakra to revive Mother. You've never been one to kill unnecessarily." It sounded strange, like Black Zetsu was the voice of restraint in this war. But it was true, he was the war's true mastermind. Shijin remained silent. He could sense the tens of thousands trapped. Finally, he withdrew his hand. Because someone had attacked. Leaf whirlwind. Might Guy came flying in with a kick. Shijin blocked the first strike, smashing his elbow into Guy's shin, breaking the follow-up. Leaf great whirlwind. Guy twisted midair, using his waist to power another spinning kick. Shijin deflected again, noting the immense weight behind each kick. Leaf strong whirlwind. Even after 2 failed attacks, Guy kept going, borrowing momentum from each blocked strike and spinning into a barrage of leg sweeps. He's using every ounce of force. Shijin was slightly surprised. He leapt into the air, then kicked Guy in the chest, sending him flying. Storm style, lightning cutter. Arcs of light sliced toward Shijin. He conjured a truth-seeking orb, forming a black shield to block Kakashi Hadake's attack. But then, Kakashi's eye flashed. Kamui activated. He warped part of Shijin's shield away, opening a path for the attack. Even Shijin, caught off guard, was briefly stunned. Kakashi always seemed to land a hit, no matter who the opponent was. Just as Shijin scattered the lingering dust, 2 kunai landed at his side. Minato and Taburama teleported in. Having witnessed Naruto and Sasuke return from the brink of death, they knew Shijin was more dangerous than Madara. Before Naruto and Sasuke defeated Madara, someone had to stall Shijin. Even at the cost of their lives. This was for the entire ninja world. Shijin raised his hand. A bolt of silver lightning disintegrated the 2 Hokage's reanimated bodies into ash. Madara's sighed. Black Zetsu emerged from the ground, reminding Shijin not to get too caught up here. But that wasn't up to Shijin anymore. Gate of Shock, open. Might Guy's chakra blazed like a flame. He launched another assault, slamming an air cannon forward. Daytime Tiger. A massive white tiger roared toward Shijin. But Shijin soared into the sky, raised a hand, and compressed the air into a giant palm that crushed the tiger mid-charge. What? Guy was shocked, his perfected technique so easily dispelled. Yet, he didn't falter. Even as Shijin swept Kakashi and the others away, Guy alone still stood. Red steam burst from his body. Gate of Death, open. That steam, his burning blood. Youth is meant to burn in moments like this. He became a red dragon, charging like lightning. Shijin caught the rushing air pressure in his palm. He could feel space distorting. Everyone on the battlefield stared. Even Madara paused. That man. Red steam from the 8 gates. Madara flung a black rod at Naruto, glaring at Guy below. To think a mere mortal could reach this level. He even doubted whether his full Susanoo could survive a kick from that red dragon. Just a mortal. Just a Taijutsu ninja. And yet, he had pinned the strongest man on the field. Night Guy. Guy became a streak of red lightning, kicking toward Shijin. No one in the world could block that blow. Kakashi rose, his eye locked on Shijin, ready to clear the path with Kamui. Shijin. Even Black Zetsu trembled. It didn't think Shijin would lose. But nothing in the world felt solid enough to survive that kick. Don't worry. Nothing unexpected will happen. Shijin's arm moved slowly. Chakra gathered, white mist rising from him. No. Not mist. Solidified chakra. The 8 gates. When the final gate of death opens, the user burns their blood, unlocks every chakra point, and unleashes power dozens, even hundreds of times stronger than a cage. That force can destroy everything. But as the red dragon roared forward, Shijin's chakra mist surged like divine clouds. He stood like a Buddha in the storm, utterly unmoved. However, he didn't back away. He charged forward. This man was charging into Night Guy. In that instant, anyone else would be suicidal. Shijin's hand shot out, grabbed Guy by the throat mid-charge. and slammed the red dragon into the ground like a god subduing a beast. The earth shattered, the land shook. A shame. My chakra is now 10,000 times that of the 5 cage. Chapter 216, Infinite Tsukuyomi complete. Might Guy's body was like charred coal. He couldn't even utter a second word. The moment he opened the gate of death, the countdown to his own end had begun. That red steam, it wasn't just his blood burning. It was his very life being consumed. And yet, Guy didn't fear death. What he truly wanted to know was, had his years of training been worth it? I understand what you mean. Shijin placed a hand on Guy's chest. A white glow shimmered over his heart, forming a sun-like seal. No. Everyone thought Shijin was about to kill Guy. But when Naruto dived down, he suddenly stopped. Even Kakashi, rushing in, was halted by Naruto's extended hand. There was a complicated look in Naruto's eyes. This much power is enough to keep you alive. The art of forcibly opening the body's chakra points and the damage it causes. I mastered it in the ancient age. Shijin stood slowly. His voice drifted into Guy's ears. I've long since grasped every facet of human medical science. With my body beyond human limits, I can release tens of thousands of times more chakra instantly, without a shred of harm. Your effort wasn't wasted. It just pales slightly next to mine. You've trained 30 years for your path. But 30 years isn't even half a life. Compared to someone like me, who's endured over 1,000 years in the realm of the dead, it's only natural you'd lose at 30. Guy gave a bitter smile. But the battlefield had no more room for laughter. Because now, there was no one left to stop Shijin from interfering in Madara's battle. 2 versus 2. Or 1 versus 2. Shijin floated into the air beside Madara, facing Sasuke and Naruto. They're not bad. Madara chuckled, his eyes still blazing with the thrill of battle. I wouldn't mind continuing this fight with these 2 brats. He had to admit, the student he'd raised, Sasuke, had grown into a real thorn in his side. Now that Sasuke also possessed a Rinnegan and 6 paths power, he was finally worthy to challenge his former mentor. Go use Infinite Tsukuyomi. Shijin shook his head, calmly taking over the task of holding off Naruto and Sasuke. It was finally time to fulfill his true mission. Naruto in 6 paths sage mode. Sasuke with the Rinnegan. I'll send you up. Shijin raised his hand, opening a Yamatsu Hirasaka spacetime gate to the moon, letting Madara approach it directly. This way. Even if Sasuke used a Menochikara, it would be meaningless. Shijin could warp space at will to aid Madara. Those 2 kids really drew the short straw. Madara smirked, stepping back through the gate and vanishing near the blood moon in the sky. Sasuke. Naruto anxiously glanced at him, hoping Sasuke could use his eye to stop Madara. It's too late. And useless anyway. Sasuke shook his head, understanding what Shijin was doing. Right now, we need to avoid Infinite Tsukuyomi at all costs. We absolutely can't afford any misstep. As for fighting Shijin, Sasuke didn't think they could take him down in such a short time, especially since Shijin, even blind, still overwhelmed them. If they were stalled, Naruto could easily fall under Infinite Tsukuyomi. Then Sasuke alone would be meaningless. But Shijin wasn't going to let them off easily. He launched himself at Naruto, chakra scalpel forming in his palm. Sasuke's expression shifted sharply. Once battle begins, only when both sides give up can it end. Above them, beneath the blood moon, Madara raised his head, reaching for the horned crest on his forehead. He ripped it off, revealing a blood-red Rincharingen. So getting near the moon really does activate the Rincharingen. Now it's time. Madara raised his hand, finally feeling the satisfaction of his plan's culmination. With the whole world trapped in an eternal dream, war would end. The blood moon bloomed with light. Its glow bathed the world like daylight. As it fell on every soul, their heads lifted instinctively, and their eyes began to change into Rinnegan. In that moment, none of them could move. They couldn't even speak. Or perhaps, they had no desire to speak. because their minds were slowly entering their dream worlds, where all their wishes were fulfilled. This was the ultimate genjutsu. And the end of the world. Below the moon, Naruto and Shijin's battle raged on. But Sasuke immediately activated Perfect Susanoo, spreading its wings to shield Naruto and himself. Until the world's glow faded. Darkness reclaimed the earth. No, it became deeper than before. Countless ninja, unable to move, began sinking deeper into the mire of the swamp. God, birth of the world of trees. As the self-proclaimed savior, Madara wouldn't allow the people of his new world to die. He raised his hand, and massive roots burst from the earth, emerging all across the world. Each root unfurled vines, binding every victim of infinite Tsukuyomi, suspending them like mummies on the branches. Those caught in the jutsu would live forever in their dreams. Their bodies in the real world, like living corpses. Finally, Black Zetsu looked up at the ninjas, dangling from the god tree. Its heart raced. Kaguya's revival plan was complete. Now, only one thing remained. Black Zetsu lifted its head, watching Madara descend from the sky with a triumphant smile. It's done. Madara landed beside Shijin, content. The world is finally at peace. This isn't peace. Naruto snarled, glaring at Madara. You turned everyone into living corpses. What's the difference between this and death? Naive child. If you lived my life, you'd understand. This is the best fate I can give them. Madara dismissed his words with a wave, even referencing Shijin. Long ago, Lord Shijin believed humans could achieve peace on their own. That belief led to centuries of war. Shijin remained silent. Doesn't matter now. You won't be around to learn that lesson. Madara clapped his hands, his eyes gleaming with battle lust. Let me show you the dream world. But, suddenly, Black Zetsu appeared behind Madara and stabbed its black hand through his chest. Madara, he's right. Infinite Tsukuyomi isn't peace. Shijin's voice came with Black Zetsu's betrayal, speaking into Madara's ear. True peace can only be created by someone truly strong. Infinite Tsukuyomi is nothing more than a dream. No. Black Zetsu's voice turned arrogant, correcting him. You're wrong, Shijin. True peace can only be created by a true god. Chapter 217. Following the strong is human instinct. What is this? Uchiha Madara stared in disbelief at the black hand piercing his chest, never imagining Black Zetsu would betray him now. Black Zetsu was Shijin's will. With Shijin's power and reputation, there was no need for such a backstab, not at this moment. Black Zetsu. Don't be too rough. Shijin, unable to see what had happened, merely assumed Black Zetsu had restrained Madara. With Madara's nature, he might refuse to revive Lady Kaguya, but he's still a suitable subordinate for her reign over the ninja world. Don't worry, Shijin. Black Zetsu replied with a hoarse, half-truthful chuckle. I'm only temporarily restraining him. Madara has the 10 tails inside him, essential for reviving Kaguya. Let him merge with her first. Once she's back, he can be dealt with however we like. Lady Kaguya. Madara murmured the name in a daze. That's right. Black Zetsu's smile twisted into something wicked. Our plan was never just about trapping the world in a dream with infinite Tsukuyomi. No, it was to use that genjutsu to revive the goddess of the rabbit, Kaguya of the ancient age. You should have figured it out, Madara. A kind man like Shijin could never agree to trapping all of humanity in an illusion for eternity. That's just another form of extinction. Compared to that, returning the world to an age ruled by gods is our true goal. In the new eras, the rabbit goddess will look down upon all from above. With divine might and infinite wisdom, she'll rule again. Her life is endless, undying, eternal. The ninja world will obey her will for generations to come. That's what we truly seek. Infinite Tsukuyomi was just the prelude to Kaguya's return. Madara's pupils shrank, his voice trembled. But you said Infinite Tsukuyomi was the Sage of Six Paths legacy. If we had told you the truth, you'd never have agreed. Black Zetsu laughed, completely pleased with itself. Your power is far beneath Shaijin's, but your arrogance far exceeds his. There's no way you would have accepted a god ruling above you. Still, we needed you. To revive Kaguya, infinite Tsukuyomi was necessary. And to cast infinite Tsukuyomi, the Rinnegan was required. Shaijin destroyed the sage's Rinnegan in ancient times, so we had to cultivate a new one in this era. Black Zetsu sighed regretfully. I always hoped Shaijin would take your eyes and toss you aside like a pawn, but he wanted you to witness the new era, so you survived. You bastards. Madara clenched his teeth, wanting to curse, but his body was immobilized by Black Zetsu. And he had a peculiar flaw. When someone stood behind him, he couldn't exert his full strength. That weakness was fatal now. Shaijin. Naruto was stunned as he watched everything unfold. He'd heard Black Zetsu and Madara's exchange and didn't understand what Shaijin truly wanted. You want to revive Kaguya, that old hag who turned people into white Zetsu. Who are you calling an old hag? Black Zetsu fumed, wishing it could revive Kaguya right then to smack Naruto. Naruto. Human life is limited. Even if we achieve peace with ideals and power, it'll fade with our deaths. I saw it all when Hashirama died. Shaijin didn't deny his intentions. Hashirama ended the Warring States era, but his short life meant the era of the hidden villages he created couldn't sustain lasting peace. The reanimated Hokage nearby approached silently. None could refute Shaijin's words. They had all seen the first great ninja war that followed Hashirama's death. But Naruto clenched his fists, raising his voice. If the first Hokage created peace once, we can do it again. Then, what about all those who died in the wars between those periods of peace? What about the people who suffered in those gaps? Shaijin's voice grew distant, heavy. Have you ever seen the souls who lived through those ages of pain? That's why. Naruto gritted his teeth. If everyone understands the pain of war, they won't want to keep fighting. Enough. Shaijin cut him off. His tone was calm, but tinged with disdain. A child can't comprehend the world of adults. The real world needs a being capable of suppressing the darkness within everyone's heart. And there is no one more suited to that than an immortal god. Human life is too fragile. Expecting everyone to think like sages is foolish. Even asking them to think independently is a luxury. That's not true. Naruto tried to refute him. You want to create something that stands above everyone. Naruto. That's what the world wants. The idea of freedom is a contradiction to human nature. Humans are born with one specific instinct: to follow the strong in times of uncertainty. Just like ninja once followed Hashirama for peace, just like how the hidden leaf now looks to its Hokage for direction. Compared to tirelessly training and learning to develop independent thinking. Following a strong leader is easier. People only need to do one thing. Believe. Believe in the strong. And everything else becomes easy. Most people need someone to direct their lives, to show them the path, to shield them from dangers they'd never see coming. Like now. The ninja world is placing its hopes on you and Sasuke to defeat an enemy they can't touch. Naruto couldn't respond right away. Because it was true. He often followed orders from the Hokage. He carried everyone's hopes. Even when he returned from the Sage of Six Paths, he'd heard Tobirama and his father speak of their expectations. But that doesn't mean Kaguya should be the one. Sasuke's voice cut in while Naruto struggled to speak. His mind was clear. Sasuke agreed with Shaijin's view. That most people needed guidance. But treating humans like livestock, turning them into sacrifices for the god tree, into monsters like white Zetsu, is madness. Nonsense. Black Zetsu snapped back, defending Kaguya in front of Shaijin. Those people committed unforgivable sins. Right now, no mistakes could be allowed. Black Zetsu's eyes gleamed coldly as it moved. It hurriedly made Madara manipulate the god tree. In an instant, the tree began draining chakra from the suspended mummies. Black Zetsu had already passed the point of no return. It felt uneasy. What ifs? Shijin switched sides because of Naruto and Sasuke. But Black Zetsu didn't need to worry, because Shijin would never side with them. Though Shijin had never truly been on Black Zetsu's side either, he could hear the unease in its voice. That fear. That one lie might unravel everything. In fear, people instinctively seek a stronger power to rely on. Just like Black Zetsu, it couldn't handle the threat alone, so it turned to reviving Kaguya, believing she could fix everything. Following the strong. It's not just human instinct. It's the instinct of all life in this world. Chapter 218, The Revival of Otsutsuki Kaguya. A massive surge of chakra roiled beneath the earth. With the concentration of the allied shinobi forces, Black Zetsu's manipulation of Madara's absorption process went smoothly, but Madara's body couldn't withstand the sheer volume of chakra. It started to bloat grotesquely. Boom! A large tumor-like lump bulged from Madara's body. Black Zetsu's form, fluid like liquid, rapidly engulfed him. We can't let this continue. Naruto looked past Shijin, who stood in their way, his heart pounding. He remembered all too clearly the Six Paths Sage's warnings about the horror of Otsutsuki Kaguya. We charge now. Sasuke, fully understanding Naruto's urgency, shot straight for Madara. We take him out before it's too late. Shijin's blocking the way. Ignore him. Sasuke called out to Naruto, activating his Rinnegan. In a flash, he swapped places with Shijin using a Meno Chikora. In that instant, Sasuke appeared directly in front of Madara, blade raised high, aiming to strike his head. But Black Zetsu wasn't helpless. It reacted swiftly, extending Madara's hair like tendrils, lashing toward the intruders. Of course, Black Zetsu didn't rely solely on itself. It needed Shijin. Shijin stopped them. It looked to Shijin, trusting he would continue to aid them. I need to revive Kaguya, now. Shijin. Naruto shouted again, trying to sway him. Don't believe it. You really want to hand the ninja world to a brutal goddess like Kaguya. Hezihai. Black Zetsu immediately fired back. In the ancient era, it was Kaguya who brought peace to the world. It was the sage of Six Paths ninja creed that people came to fear and despise. And that was true. At the beginning of Ninshu, even the relatives of its disciples feared chakra. People worshipped the god tree and Kaguya alone. That was how Black Zetsu found an ally in Shijin. And that ally would not disappoint. Shijin opened 2 pitch-black dimensional gates, his hands stretching out to seize the necks of Naruto and Sasuke, forcing them to retreat. That one action removed the final obstacle to Kaguya's resurrection. Countless streams of chakra poured into Madara's body, turning him into a pitch-black sphere. Inside, the chakra condensed rapidly. Too late. Naruto could feel the chakra concentrating. Finally, it's done. Black Zetsu's sinister grin stretched across its face. Its body fully merged into the sphere, finalizing the ritual to resurrect Otsutsuki Kaguya. The air suddenly felt as if it had stopped moving. The black sphere slowly began to shift and reshape, molding itself into a humanoid form. The blackness turned to pale white. Everyone held their breaths. A woman with long white hair gradually emerged. She wore flowing robes. Horns jutted from her head, and a crimson Rin-Sharingan adorned her forehead. As her form solidified, her eyes finally opened, long, narrow, and pale. Her gaze held an eerie calm. Otsutsuki Kaguya, the rabbit goddess of the ancient world. The origin of all ninja history. That's Kaguya. Naruto stared in awe, barely able to breathe. I can feel it. Her chakra is way stronger than Madara's. Sasuke gripped his blade tightly. Shijin, sensing Kaguya's return, felt no fear. In fact, he seemed more relaxed than ever. Kaguya raised her head, eyes scanning the trio before her. Her gaze settled on Shijin. Because his chakra was the strongest. Although she inherited Black Zetsu's memories, which included all from the past 1,000 years, such as the tale of her son Hagoromo and the pawn chosen by Black Zetsu, Shijin, Kaguya now saw for herself what her agent had never truly comprehended. Just using Hagoromo's corpse. Her expression betrayed slight confusion. And you reached this level. Truly. Her son was powerful. Kaguya felt equal parts hatred and love toward Hagoromo, but she knew he never surpassed her in chakra, otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to seal her away with 6 paths, Chibaku Tensei. And now, this mere mortal had modified his body to rival Hagoromo and possessed even more chakra. Her Byakugan flared, watching the flow of Shaijin's chakra. His body, almost exactly like Hagoromo's, but far stronger. A grave threat. What reassured her, however, was that Shaijin was blind, unable to use ocular techniques that could endanger her. Which meant he was prey. If she could consume Shaijin's chakra, so pure and powerful, it would rival the chakra fruit itself. She might even cultivate a new fruit using him as a sacrifice. And this loyal follower had brought her back. He should willingly become her nourishment. No, must become her strength. With that power, she could face even threats from beyond this world. Mother. Black Zetsu sensed her thoughts and jumped in. Those 2 boys hold Hagoromo's gifts. They're dangerous. We must destroy them quickly. Shaijin is your loyal follower. He's on our side. Naruto and Sasuke carried Hagoromo's yin and yang powers, the key to the very jutsu that once sealed Kaguya. As for Shaijin, Black Zetsu hoped he could still be used. If they turned on him now, they'd face 3 opponents of 6 paths level. After all, Shaijin wasn't truly loyal. His goal was simply eternal peace, which Kaguya represented in his eyes. If Naruto and Sasuke were removed, the blind Shaijin wouldn't stand a chance. Tension blanketed the space. Every word, every move Kaguya made could change everything. Would she simply observe this new world? Or ignite another great war? You. Kaguya's gaze fell on Shaijin, brows furrowing slightly. She spoke softly. Capture them for me. Shaijin. Black Zetsu, hiding in her sleeve, added quietly. Help Mother take care of those 2 first. Then we can discuss the future of the ninja world. Shaijin gave a small nod. Because, to him, all 3 standing before him were enemies. Which side he struck first didn't matter. At least Kaguya still seemed willing to ally for now. And Shaijin needed to be wary of the Chibaku Tensei sealing jutsu. Naruto and Sasuke both stiffened. This was truly 2 versus 2 now. And they had no guarantee of victory. They exchanged a look and instantly understood each other. They charged Kaguya. No matter what, they needed intel on her, and fast. Kaguya, unfamiliar with their abilities, might not react in time. But she exceeded all expectations. Her brows knitted, and she flicked her sleeve. Everyone's vision blurred. The world shifted. In an instant, they were in a molten realm of rolling magma, bubbling like a river of fire beneath them. Sasuke! Naruto shouted as he saw him falling, diving to catch him. Idiot! Sasuke swapped places with his truth-seeking ball, grabbed Naruto's shoulder, and snapped at him. Elsewhere, Kaguya and Shaijin floated in the air. Their positioning shifted during the teleportation. Shaijin could sense she was just ahead of him. Kaguya had intentionally placed him behind her. Like a subordinate, others had been pulled into the space too. Kakashi Hadake, Albedo Uchiha, the only survivors of Infinite Tsukuyomi, thanks to Kamui. Where are we? Kakashi voiced the question on everyone's mind. This is the dimension of heaven. Kaguya's voice echoed in their ears. She raised her hand, eyes on Naruto and Sasuke. Here, we won't damage the precious seedbed below. Then, Shaijin floated to her side, chakra gathering in his hand. A truth-seeking ball twisted into a long, black blade. Let's begin. Chapter 219, Black Zetsu and Kaguya's Little Schemes. Magma surged and boiled below. High in the sky, shadows clashed and danced. Shaijin's black sword carved arcs of pressure in the air, forcing Naruto into a frantic retreat, dodging one sharp swing after another of the truth-seeking blade. Sage Art tailed Beast Bomb. A black-purple sphere exploded into being in Naruto's hands, but it was split cleanly in two by Shijin's dark blade before it could be launched. Worse, that slash nearly cleaved Naruto in half. He doesn't fight like a blind man at all. Naruto broke into a cold sweat as the sword barely missed, forcing him back into midair. This battlefield was abysmal. The river of magma below left Naruto no choice but to fight aloft. But he'd only just started learning to hover with his 6 paths power, and he was nowhere near Shijin's aerial agility. This won't work at all. Kakashi clung to a kunai stabbed into the cliff, watching the clash between Naruto and Shijin with a grim face. Naruto losing is only a matter of time. And things are even worse over there. Obaido's voice sounded beside him. He too held onto a black rod embedded in the cliff, his gaze fixed on Sasuke and Kaguya. Sasuke's completely outmatched. A 2 versus 2 fight had devolved into 2 hopeless one-on-ones. Whether Naruto against Shijin or Sasuke against Kaguya, neither was a match for their opponent. Sasuke, unable to fly, relied on his full-body Susanoo empowered by the yin power of the 6 paths. He hurled purple chakra blades from afar, hoping to pin Kaguya down. But Kaguya wasn't fazed in the slightest. She caught one of the massive arrows with her bare hand, liquefying it into purple chakra before hurling a bone-white spike back at Sasuke. A single bone spike. Sasuke didn't think much of it. His Susanoo's defense should have been more than enough. Then impact. The bone spike embedded into Susanoo's chest, and the entire structure began to crumble and petrify. Sasuke's expression changed instantly. He used his Rinnegan's repulsion to halt himself midair. Sasuke. Kakashi immediately noticed the danger. His Mangekyou Sharingan glowed, attempting to pull Sasuke into Kamui's pocket dimension. But he was too slow. Fortunately, Sasuke quickly realized what he needed to do. His eyes scanned the cliffs then. Wish! A shuriken flew toward a protruding ledge. The instant it struck, Sasuke used a Menojikara to swap places with it, clinging tightly to the rocky outcrop to survive. But this rendered him unable to continue fighting Kaguya effectively. Kakashi finally relaxed a little, though his face was full of frustration. We're each down to one eye. We can't help, not unless we bring our Kamui eyes back together. Obaido's voice was calm and resolute. Only by combining the 2 Mangekyou Sharingan can we absorb attacks fast enough. And using a single Mangekyou repeatedly burns it out fast. I still have Hashirama's cells. I can spam Kamui without worrying about backlash. And right now, it's the only way we can contribute. Kakashi nodded slightly, then said something unexpected. We can go to Kamui space to do the transplant, but unlike last time, there's no one to perform the operation now. Obaido's expression faltered. Kakashi's words reminded him of Rin, how their friend had once helped them swap eyes. Her absence was still a wound. We don't need Rin's. Obaido's body started distorting as he activated Kamui. With Hashirama's healing, I'll recover fast. We can't waste time anymore. Got it. I know now that infinite Tsukuyomi was a lie. I'm a dead man anyway. The moment the 10 tails was ripped from me, I started dying. Now I just want to do something, so when I meet Rin in the Pure Land, I won't be ashamed. Kakashi followed him into Kamui space to carry out the eye transplant. Meanwhile, the battlefield suddenly changed. Just as Sasuke was at a loss against Kaguya, Naruto found an unexpected opening. Shadow Clone Jutsu. Dozens of Naruto clones burst out, surrounding Shijin on all sides. As a few were cut down, one clone managed to seize Shijin and suplex him toward the magma below. Shijin plummeted straight toward the lava. The next instant, he reached out, palm igniting with earth release chakra, and a field of stone erupted from the magma, spreading rapidly. It formed a solid platform. Ironically, this erased Kaguya's advantage. Her whole point of this magma realm was to force her enemies into aerial combat. Now Sasuke could stand. He leapt onto the platform, blade drawn, eyes locked on Shijin. "Wanna switch?" Naruto floated beside Sasuke, assuming he got the message. "I'll take Kaguya, you deal with Shijin, but I'll say this now, he's really strong." "You're not Kaguya's match either." Sasuke cut him off. "We mustn't split up, they'll pick us off." Meanwhile, Kaguya landed beside Shijin. "Them together is dangerous." Black Zetsu, suddenly playing strategist, whispered. "Either one of them could use the 6 paths sealing jutsu. It might only seal one person, but whichever of you gets sealed, the other will rule the ninja world." But Shijin didn't care about ruling. "I'll be the main attacker." Shijin spun his black sword, volunteering himself. "This world's future lies in Lady Kaguya's eternal peace. If I'm sealed, so be it." "Shijin, you really are." Black Zetsu's smile turned devilish. "Don't worry, Mother and I will not waste your ideals. Besides, Mother will support you." Its voice dripped with manipulation. "You, Shijin, are the one who made her return possible. It's only right that you see your dream come true, to watch as Mother rules this world." While Black Zetsu spoke sweetly to Shijin, Kaguya's gaze was ice cold as she glanced at him. No matter the outcome, she would be the final victor. If Shijin was sealed, she'd never risk being sealed again. If he helped her win, she'd simply take everything for herself. Chapter 220. Why are the enemies fighting each other again? Kaguya Otsutsuki's plan was certainly solid. However, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha had their own agenda. Their top priority was to seal Kaguya. "We need to bypass Shijin somehow." Naruto eyed Shijin standing firmly in their path and whispered tactics to Sasuke. "I'll use the fight as a distraction to get close to Kaguya. Sasuke, you use your space-time jutsu to move with me, we seal her first. Then we'll handle Shijin afterward." "Got it." Sasuke nodded slightly, glancing at the crescent moon seal on his palm. If we're just comparing threat levels, Shijin is definitely one notch lower. After all, Shijin didn't seem as overwhelmingly powerful as the Sage of 6 Paths claimed. He lacked the Rinnegan or other extraordinary powers, and certainly couldn't cast infinite Tsukuyomi himself. He did appear easier to deal with than Kaguya. Sasuke had observed Naruto pushing Shijin back earlier in aerial combat. If not for Shijin's expert earth release, Naruto might have already won. But when they actually clashed, Sasuke realized how wrong he was. On solid ground, Shijin's swordplay was utterly terrifying. His jet-black sword slashed like a storm, his technique far exceeding even Madara Uchiha's. He was a dark whirlwind, cutting through the air. "How did you beat him earlier?" Sasuke gritted his teeth, narrowly dodging one savage arc of the blade. "Shadow clones." Naruto quickly formed several clones and sent them charging toward Shijin. But this time, it didn't work. With blinding speed, Shijin sliced down the clones in a heartbeat, 10 gone in a single breath of movement. Alone, he completely suppressed both Naruto and Sasuke. "Wait." Naruto narrowed his eyes, realizing something. In the air, Shijin couldn't dodge well. On the ground, he's way stronger. Sasuke could only sigh. Well, that made some sense. And at least he himself could fight properly on the ground. In the air, he was practically helpless. "Look out." As Sasuke parried Shijin's attacks, he suddenly saw Kaguya firing a volley of hair needles at them. He swung his sword to intercept. Cracked. In that instant, Shijin's black blade sheared through Sasuke's katana. "Sasuke," Naruto called out, alarmed. "I'm fine." Sasuke flung the broken blade like a kunai at Shijin, but it was knocked aside effortlessly. Sealing release. Sasuke quickly accessed a series of kanji-inscribed seals on his gauntlet, unsealing another ninja sword. But just then, Shijin's blade pierced Naruto's shoulder. Blood sprayed into the air. If not for the 6 Paths power, Naruto would have been obliterated by that blow. Naruto. Bansho Tenin. Sasuke extended his palm and used gravitational pull to yank Shijin away from Naruto. "I'm okay." Naruto gritted his teeth. "Just a scratch, I'll heal fast." But will Sasuke? Shijin spoke calmly, even as he was dragged toward Sasuke. He raised his sword. Clang! Another sword shattered. Shijin's counterslash not only destroyed Sasuke's newly drawn blade, but also cut his shoulder deeply. Now! Black Zetsu yelled. Kaguya hurled another barrage of hair needles. Ameno Chikara. Sasuke swapped places with a mark, but Shijin hurled his sword midair. It transformed into a black rod and slammed through Sasuke's stomach. Naruto's eyes widened. He summoned a giant chakra hand to catch Sasuke. Don't come near me. Sasuke shouted. That rod, it's a truth-seeking orb. It could explode any second. If it did, he'd die instantly, and so might Naruto if he got close. But that hesitation gave Shijin another opening. A spatial gate opened beside Naruto, and another black rod struck his shoulder. It's over. Shijin formed a tiger seal. The two rods melted into black liquid and began to envelop Naruto and Sasuke's bodies. They were trapped, immobilized. Impressive as always, Shijin. Black Zetsu cackled, then whispered to Kaguya. Mother, what should we do with them now? Kaguya narrowed her eyes and silently raised her sleeve. A pale hand extended, and a spatial portal of Yamatsu Hirasaka quietly opened behind Shijin. Lady Kaguya, you're going to kill them now? Shijin asked neutrally. But before he could finish, a barrage of hair needles shot out from behind, slamming into his pressure points. No one could have expected this. Kaguya had betrayed Shijin. At the very moment he helped her eliminate their greatest threat, she struck him from behind. The shock was total. Naruto and Sasuke, both barely conscious, stared in stunned disbelief. What the hell? This day had already seen Black Zetsu backstab Madara. Now Kaguya backstabbed Shijin. Just when Naruto and Sasuke had lost all hope, the enemies were infighting again. What is happening? Shijin couldn't even lower his head. He could feel his chakra frozen, his pressure points sealed. A glimmer of shock, rare in his thousand-year stoicism, flickered in his expression. Sorry, Shijin. Black Zetsu emerged from Kaguya's sleeve, snickering. Kaguya was never the goddess you imagined. Its gooey form coiled beside Shijin, eyes gleaming. You've been walking the wrong path, from the very beginning. Chapter 221. Shijin, I've waited a long time to see that expression on your face. This was Black Zetsu's moment of triumph. Its long-awaited moment of glory. Compared to its betrayal of Madara, Black Zetsu felt even more euphoric now, because this was when it could finally reveal the thousand-year-old lie it had crafted to deceive Shijin. The real show's about to start, but no candy for you. Black Zetsu sneered, and its tone shifted. No more pretended affection or reverence. Shijin, even though you lived in the ancient era, you were still born too late. You never understood the truth behind that ancient war. The war didn't begin because of the Sage of Six Paths. It started because Mother was caught farming humans to make white Zetsu as weapons. She initiated the war herself to reclaim the chakra she had given to the sage and his brother. It was never about some philosophical debate over dispersing chakra. Mother always wanted all chakra back. She would never waste time selecting worthy humans like you imagined. Humans never deserved chakra. You humans. Black Zetsu's voice turned darker, its laughter more twisted. In Mother's eyes, you're all the same, just fuel to sacrifice to the god tree and make more white Zetsu. Even you. It sneered, twisting the knife. Even though you're the most outstanding human I've ever met, someone I once respected. That part, strangely, was true. Before Kaguya's resurrection, Black Zetsu had indeed respected Shijin, trusted in his strength. I won't deny it. You're brilliant. You stole the sage's power. But that brilliance, that power, made you arrogant, made you believe you could shoulder divine responsibilities. And that arrogance made you mine. Shijin stayed silent. Because how could he argue? Humans always search for purpose, something to justify the power within them. Funny how fate works. My original pawn was Indra, but while manipulating him, I stumbled upon a jackpot even I couldn't predict, your emergence. I missed my chance when you destroyed the shinobi sect, but destiny corrected itself. I thought you were a failure, but 1,000 years later, you returned to the board. I dropped Madara in an instant. Because there has never been a more exceptional human than you. Being born in the ancient era was a curse for you. Everyone back then knew of Mother. I couldn't hide my identity from you, had to use Kaguya's will as my front. Black Zetsu sounded almost regretful, but it quickly perked up again. But that ancient era was also my luck. Back then, humanity worshipped the god Tree and the goddess Kaguya. Even you, for all your wisdom, were no exception. I merely dressed Mother up in some mythos, and you returned to worshipping her. Originally, I wanted you as the sacrifice. It chuckled grimly. That way you wouldn't have to see the cruel truth and feel regret. Too bad. You were too soft on Madara. No, not just Madara. You were too soft on anyone you considered your peer. That's why I had to use Madara as the vessel, and why now, just like back when you failed to destroy the shinobi sect, you'll once again watch everything collapse. Shijin. Naruto couldn't see his expression. But he could imagine what Shijin felt. The great Toad Sage had spoken of him, a man who realized too late the road he walked was wrong. A man crushed under the weight of misplaced faith. Sasuke didn't know what to say. He, too, had walked a path of mistaken vengeance. But what was the right path? No one could say for sure. Why so quiet? Black Zetsu pressed on, voice dripping with mockery. Come on, Shijin, show a little pain, a little regret. Like back then, decades ago, when we reunited after 1,000 years. You wept over trusting Asura. You were lost, broken, that was a moment of sheer bliss for me. Since then, I've dreamed of this. Black Zetsu slithered out of Kaguya's sleeve, that bizarre face twisted in triumph. I've always wanted to see your face, right at this moment. This bastard. Naruto clenched his fists in frustration. At this point, Shijin was the vulnerable one. Humans naturally pity the vulnerable, and Shijin, for all his power, had simply been manipulated by evil. He brought this on himself. Came a new voice, Abaido. But nobody was looking at him. Naruto turned to see Kakashi beside Abaido, eyes lighting up. Kakashi-sensei. In that moment, Naruto felt like he was back in Team 7. Kakashi arriving in their darkest moment, like always. But the others didn't share that optimism. Black Zetsu noticed the matching Mangekyo sharing in Abaido's eyes. It quickly assessed the threat. Mother, they have dangerous space-time jutsu. Send them away, we'll drain Shijin and those two brats first. Without hesitation, Kaguya opened a portal and banished Abaido and Kakashi to another dimension. At this point, absorbing chakra was top priority. Too bad. No more reminiscing. You're too dangerous to keep around. Time to drain you dry. Black Zetsu shot toward Shijin, morphing into a black fluid to coat him and leech away his chakra. This was the end. Black Zetsu approached Shijin's body with regret. It wished it could have used him for research to make Kaguya stronger. But he was too strong. If he broke free, he'd be a threat. It sighed, fluid form inching closer. That resigned look, so dull. Shijin. Naruto shouted, terrified. If Shijin was consumed, and his chakra given to Kaguya, the ninja world might be doomed. But, just as Black Zetsu reached him, Shijin's hand rose. He grabbed Black Zetsu by the throat. At the same moment, his other hand lunged forward and caught Kaguya by the throat. Black Zetsu's eyes widened in horror. Kaguya reeled, startled, jerking away in retreat, abandoning Black Zetsu in Shijin's grasp. None of them expected this. Not Naruto. Not Sasuke. Not even Kaguya. Shijin had somehow broken the seal of the rabbit hair needle. It all happened in an instant. Even Naruto and Sasuke didn't fully process it. Black Zetsu. Shijin raised his head, blind eyes blank but focused, his voice filled with unshakable resolve. When did I ever say I gave up? Chapter 222, Jinchuriki of the Ten Tails, Shijin. Impossible. Black Zetsu couldn't believe what was happening before its eyes. Answer me. Shaijin ignored Black Zetsu's shouting, calmly repeating his question. When, exactly, did you think I was the type to surrender or accept fate? How did you? Black Zetsu looked at Shaijin in confusion and fear, then clenched its metaphorical teeth and growled. Even if you did break free of Mother's rabbit hair needle, in the world of a Menemanaka, there's no way you can defeat her. You've already lost. It tried to scare him, desperately seeking to reinforce its confidence and that of Kaguya. In this world, no one can defeat Mother. I asked you. Shaijin still held Black Zetsu by the throat, his voice calm as ever. From the ancient era to now, when have you ever seen me surrender? Black Zetsu's mind exploded with a flood of curses. This situation was now really the time for this conversation. And besides, hadn't Shaijin already surrendered before? Didn't he give up on peace and accept the shinobi world's fate when he was revived by Edo Tensei? That first time you were brought back with Edo Tensei. Black Zetsu sneered, trying to provoke him. Have you forgotten how pathetic you looked back then, groveling in despair? Is that so? Shaijin nodded slowly, then released Black Zetsu. Black Zetsu froze mid-thought. Why would he let it go? Still, it didn't matter. Black Zetsu immediately tried to flee back to Kaguya. Only by her side was it safe. But Shaijin's next words froze it in its tracks. Actually, that Edo Tensei revival was part of my plan. Black Zetsu stopped cold, spinning around. What the hell did that mean? He planned to die and be revived. Black Zetsu, Shaijin sighed. His voice strangely light. From the moment I received chakra, I was already planning for both my death and resurrection. You should understand what that implies. Black Zetsu's eyes widened in horror. You've kept saying I was born in the wrong era. But you forgot something. The war between the Sage of Six Paths and Kaguya didn't just leave behind scars on the world. It also left behind fragments of the God Tree. And the very first chakra I received came from one such fragment. I wasn't blessed by the God Tree. I consumed it. As Black Zetsu stood paralyzed, Shaijin calmly continued. Had you paid attention to my achievements in bioengineering, you'd realize what secrets I could uncover from those fragments. Black Zetsu's expression finally turned to terror. If Shaijin had been experimenting on remnants of the God Tree, what had he discovered? What did you find out? The God Tree, Shaijin began, doesn't die. Even a dead God Tree continues to grow. Which means the 10 tails, being the God Tree, cannot die either. Just like the tailed beasts that sprang from it, they are immortal. And the so-called goddess Kaguya, who fused with it, naturally cannot die either. So back then, you already knew Mother was alive. More or less. Shaijin raised his hand, forming a hand seal with practiced ease. Once I used the fragments to create a new 10 tails, I confirmed it. What? Black Zetsu's mind reeled. Even Kaguya was shaken by that statement. He made another 10 tails. Without anyone knowing. Where? How had he hidden it? The 10 tails was immortal. Even Shaijin couldn't erase its presence completely. Summoning jutsu. Shaijin's hand slapped down through the air. A tiny white slug emerged through the space-time gate and landed on his shoulder. A slug, Naruto gasped. Sakura's summon, Sasuke added grimly. But I heard in the ancient era, it was Shaijin who raised the slugs. Lord Shaijin. The little slug clung to his shoulder, speaking shyly. Why only summon my clone with such a tiny bit of chakra? You could have summoned my main body to help in battle. This is enough, Shaijin replied. Give me my eyes. He held out his hand. He knew the slug had them. You always bring my eyes when I summon you. The slug nodded, spitting out a small vial. Inside were a pair of pristine, preserved eyes. Those are. Black Zetsu immediately recognized them. The Rinnegan of the Sage, you've been hiding them all along. They're not his. Shaijin calmly pressed them into his eye sockets. I destroyed the Sage's Rinnegan with his corpse long ago. These are mine, they just happen to have the same powers. For example, Kamui. Shaijin's eyes turned red, Mangekyo Sharingan. 3 tamos spun into a complex pattern. Suddenly, the air twisted violently. A brown, massive tail slowly slid out of the distortion. That chakra. Black Zetsu and Kaguya both stiffened. Another 10 tails. He wasn't lying. It was all true. And now, they understood why they never found it. Kamui Mangekyo Sharingan. If that eye is yours, you developed it in the ancient era, unlocked Kamui, and kept the 10 tails hidden in your personal dimension. Exactly. Shaijin continued summoning the beast. To hide its presence, that was the one time I used these eyes. A gargantuan 10 tails emerged, its roar shaking the dimension. But when it saw Kaguya, it howled in rage. It remembered her. Kaguya instinctively stepped back. Settle down. Shaijin's eyes shifted. Mangekyo turning into Rinnegan. The 10 tails obeyed. It dove straight into Shaijin's body. He absorbed it. Black Zetsu was too stunned to react. Compared to this, Shaijin having both Mangekyo and Rinnegan seemed trivial. Because chakra itself was the 10 tails' essence. For someone like Shaijin, creating new power from that source was inevitable. An immortal 10 tails. An immortal Jinchuriki. Shaijin felt the power welling inside him. Finally, he looked directly at Kaguya. And an immortal Kaguya. Then, he turned his gaze to Black Zetsu. And the will she created. Back in the ancient days, I noticed your existence. I attacked Indra, just to lure you out. Because only you could lead me to her. Kaguya. She is the greatest threat to peace in this world. Chapter 223. Death means nothing, I am destined to rise again. Falling into an abyss. This was Black Zetsu's moment of absolute terror. If Shaijin's goal all along had been Kaguya, if his attack on Indra 1,000 years ago was a ploy to meet it, then everything Black Zetsu had done, every move it made for 1,000 years, had been shrouded in shadow the moment they met. Impossible. Black Zetsu's body trembled. Back then, you had only just been born, hadn't you? Shaijin reminisced about their first encounter. Wearing a straw hat stolen from who knows where, wrapped in a crude bamboo frame, you looked just like a child, young and clumsy. But you were cautious. You never said a word about Kaguya. Black Zetsu recalled its earliest days, freshly left behind by Kaguya. It had been small and weak then. Its plans progressed with great difficulty. But no difficulty compared to this moment. So even then, I was already in your trap. Black Zetsu stared bitterly at Shaijin. And shuddered. Because in that instant, Shaijin seemed exactly as he had in the ancient era. The same calm. The same confidence. A little slug resting on his shoulder. The aura of absolute composure. It felt as if nothing in this world could shake him. And indeed, nothing seemed capable of doing so. For Shaijin held the world in his grasp. Black Zetsu, being part of that grip, felt only bitter resentment. It remembered how well they'd gotten along, once. How seamless their partnership had been. And now, the betrayal burned. No way. Naruto couldn't wrap his head around it. Their roles reversed. Sasuke explained coolly. Black Zetsu always thought Shaijin was its pawn to revive Kaguya. But it never realized the pawn was actually the player moving the pieces. He smirked slightly. This guy is terrifyingly cunning. Back when Orochimaru revealed that Shaijin was the leader of the Akatsuki, during the chaos of the Chunin exams 4 years ago, it was already terrifying enough. But it turned out, there was a game within the game. A move within every move. So actually, Naruto, still immobilized, tried to grasp the revelation with his usual simple values. Shaijin's a good guy. Sasuke didn't know how to answer. Good and evil. Could such things really be defined in a few words? HMPH. He's a hypocrite, that's all. Don't think Shaijin is some noble saint. Black Zetsu roared at them, furious to hear the boys even consider siding with the man who had manipulated it. You think Shijin didn't manipulate your lives? You and Sasuke have always been his pawns. Even your chakra, the reincarnations of Ashura and Indra, were part of his plan. Naruto and Sasuke fell silent. Because Black Zetsu wasn't wrong. Shijin had manipulated a lot of people. The Sage of Six Paths, the Ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Madara, Black Zetsu itself. The entire shinobi world had danced in his hands. What I want to know. Black Zetsu now ground its teeth with hatred. You knew about me and Kaguya since the ancient times, yet you chose to die back then. Why? Weren't you afraid of truly dying? It didn't matter if I was or not, Shijin said flatly. Because human life always ends. At the time, I had already reached the level of the Sage of Six Paths. If I became the 10 Tails Jinchuriki, I might not gain immortality, but I would become much stronger. That would have made you wary. If I had gained immortality, you would have feared me and avoided reviving Kaguya. If I hadn't, you'd have feared my power and interfered with my revival. So dying was my best option. Even though I knew Ashura's vision of peace was idealistic, I held a faint hope. But more than anything, my death was meant to be meaningful. Madman. Black Zetsu spat. Shijin spoke of dying so calmly, as if planning his own death was a simple matter. That was the best approach. With a noble sacrifice. My corpse would be preserved in the shinobi world. As the first true medical ninja, Ashura's descendants would protect my body. You wouldn't dare destroy it, since we had once worked together. Of course, I couldn't rely on that alone. So I left behind 2 crystal coffins. One for Ashura's descendants, because they're the most suited for medical ninjutsu. Not blessed like Indra's with innate Sharingan, they would inevitably delve into forbidden techniques to keep up. Such power always leads to darkness. And sooner or later, they would study the soul. That didn't need further explanation. Everyone understood what he meant. Even if Tobirama hadn't existed, the Uzumaki clan, descendants of Ashura, had already begun soul research. But Tobirama had still been the worst offender. With his deep soul experimentation, he created the dreaded Edo Tensei. Even if my plan failed, it didn't matter. I left a second coffin deep in the Slug Sage's forest. And on that coffin, I left a will. Anyone who passed the slug's test would receive the coffin. Eventually, someone would find it. They'd learn how to revive me. Coincidentally, both coffins ended up being used. The first one was used by Tobirama for my initial Edo Tensei, though the timing wasn't right. Still, it let me reconnect with you and prepare for my return. There, I met Tsunade. I knew she'd eventually retrieve the coffin from the slug. I also saw Orochimaru, ever curious about forbidden jutsu. He'd eventually use the second coffin to revive me again. This time, I wouldn't need to wait another millennium. Shijin looked toward Black Zetsu. As long as I regained your trust during my first resurrection, you'd eagerly anticipate my return and wouldn't interfere with my second one. The only thing I didn't expect was how hard it was in ancient times to get you to talk about Kaguya. You clung to secrecy like a terrified newborn. But by the time I was revived, you had grown arrogant. After manipulating the fate of so many, you finally spoke of Kaguya. That was surprising to me. Shijin finally showed a rare trace of surprise. Like a master tactician, caught off guard by a foolish blunder from his most dangerous foe. After all, everything I said then was meant to win your trust. I never thought you'd confess everything, just to bask in your own pride. You. Black Zetsu wanted to scream. That same moment, he'd taken such smug joy in just moments ago. Now it made his skin crawl. Back then, we were thinking the exact same thing. Just as you imagined the torment I'd feel when your deception was revealed. I too wondered, how would you look when the truth was turned on you? Would it be regret or rage? If you need a reference, I can tell you how I felt when you were bragging about tricking me. Shijin looked at Black Zetsu, his expression unreadable. And yet, in his gaze was a unique glimmer. The kind a god might have when watching a worm wiggle in vain. That glimmer could only be described as pity. Chapter 224, The Gap. Mother, kill him. Kill that madman now. As Black Zetsu saw the look of pity in Shaijin's eyes, it could no longer contain the humiliation. Rage boiling over, it screamed furiously. Otsutsuki Kaguya raised her hand and immediately launched 2 bone spikes at Shaijin. From the moment she struck, she intended to kill. These were all-killing ash bones, a fatal technique. Because this man's power was beyond control. Kaguya understood the might of the 10 tails better than anyone, and someone capable of creating a new 10 tails was a threat of unimaginable proportions. Letting him live. No. Even now Shaijin was already too dangerous. Even in this battle, she held no clear advantage. Kamui mirror. Shaijin lazily lifted his eyes. A strange mirror appeared before him, absorbing the incoming ash bones, then reflected 2 identical spikes back at Kaguya, as if her own attack had been rebounded at her. It reflects attacks. Black Zetsu immediately recognized the ability, recalling a similar jutsu used by Yagura, the 4th Mizukage. But it's stronger than his technique. After all, Yagura could never reflect something as powerful as the all-killing ash bones. Kaguya's face twitched as her veins bulged with tension. She watched Shaijin closely and suddenly unleashed a barrage of chakra fists from her palms. 80 Gods Vacuum Attack. The ultimate taijutsu born from the Byakugan. A technique combining offense and defense. She hoped the strange mirror couldn't handle the sheer volume or precision of her strikes. But Shaijin's mirror seemed capable of reflecting everything. It instantly expanded to envelop him, absorbing and redirecting all the chakra fists. Kamui mirror. The ultimate ocular jutsu of the Rinnegan. No one whose chakra was inferior to Shaijin's could break through its defense. More importantly, it copied every jutsu it absorbed. And now, after absorbing the 10 tails, Shaijin's chakra had utterly surpassed even Kaguya's. What the hell is that technique? Kaguya didn't understand its mechanics. Black Zetsu couldn't explain either. Because, when it came to Shaijin, nothing was outside the realm of possibility. That's what made being his enemy so terrifying. It's a Rinnegan technique. Sasuke recognized the timing of the activation. It's like my Amenojikara, looks like a perfect counter-defense ability. But wasn't it a bit useless? Pure defense couldn't defeat a monster like Kaguya. Sasuke remembered how she'd shattered his Susanoo with brute force alone. Her physical strength was off the charts. Yet, Black Zetsu's perspective was entirely different. It had seen Shaijin's strength long before Sasuke did. And even then, Shaijin hadn't reached his prime. Mother. Black Zetsu dove into Kaguya's sleeve, whispering urgent warnings. You must be cautious of Shaijin's. Only cautious. Kaguya softly shook her head. She didn't need warnings. With her Byakugan, she could see everything clearly. His chakra is stronger than mine. Black Zetsu fell silent. It had always believed Kaguya to be the supreme force. But now, Shaijin didn't attack right away. His eyes closed, calmly absorbing and analyzing the techniques through his Kamui mirror. That was the mirror's true power. To extract every enemy jutsu and make it his own. Use their own skills against them, huh? Shaijin's hand clenched and suddenly swung forward. A barrage of chakra fists launched toward Kaguya, her own 80 Gods vacuum attack now hurled back at her. Black Zetsu panicked. That's my technique. Kaguya's Byakugan fixated on the incoming fists, trying to locate an opening in the attack. That was her only advantage. The Byakugan. Its perceptive powers were indeed formidable. More accurate than the Sharingan in this case. She tried to find a blind spot. But there was no blind spot. As a technique combining offense and defense, a full-powered 80 Gods vacuum attack had no flaws. Kaguya tried to change the battle space. Don't change space. Black Zetsu shouted too late. Kaguya always relied on her chakra and often made rash calls in battle. Changing space consumed immense chakra. And worse, It wouldn't help. Black Zetsu had already considered that Shaijin's mastery of space-time ninjutsu was so advanced, even their dimensional techniques might not keep him away. Especially since he'd replicated the Yamatsu Hirasaka, a technique exclusive to the Otsutsuki clan, something even Kaguya's sons hadn't done. Next moment, the entire world changed. Kaguya transferred herself to a desert dimension, only to realize she'd made a grave mistake. But it wasn't a complete blunder. She brought Naruto and Sasuke with her, hoping to absorb their chakra first. But it was too late. Shaijin had already locked onto her with his Kamui Mangekyo. A space-time gate opened. And as soon as she appeared in the new world, Shaijin was already there. Close combat. Black Zetsu cried. If it's close combat, he might not be able to use that invincible mirror technique. Mother's Byakugan is superior to his Sharingan in Taijutsu. Understood. Kaguya trusted Black Zetsu. She charged at Shaijin, white hair flowing, striking forward with deadly precision. Wait. Black Zetsu suddenly panicked. Shaijin's swordsmanship is also elite. Too late. Shaijin, seeing Kaguya charge him, was almost impressed by her boldness. He summoned a pitch-black sword made of truth-seeking orbs and slashed directly at her throat. Kaguya had no time to dodge. She retreated desperately, using her hair to defend. But strands were instantly severed. Shaijin closed in and pierced her chest. In less than a minute of true combat, Kaguya was seriously wounded. Her pristine robes now smeared in red. Yamatsu Hirasaka. A black portal opened behind her. The goddess staggered back, wrenching the blade from her chest, and vanished through the portal. But it didn't save her. Shaijin, already opening another portal, twirled his sword and stabbed through his own gate. Elsewhere, Kaguya barely escaped, only to be impaled again, Shaijin's blade piercing through her back from another dimension. Unbelievable. Shaijin's voice echoed behind her, tinged with disappointment. So this is the famed rabbit goddess. Less battle experience than 2 Konoha genin. Chapter 225, Susanoo armored 10 tails. This was an indisputable fact. But to Black Zetsu, all it heard was humiliation. And the worst part, when Otsutsuki Kaguya's body was pierced by the truth-seeking ball black blade, the chakra within her was forcibly sealed. For the first time, fear crept into her heart. This predicament was even more desperate than anything she had faced during the ancient era. Back then, she had enough chakra to suppress both of her sons. Now, she was being crushed, both in strength and technique, by overwhelming superiority. Shift the dimension. Black Zetsu resumed its role as Kaguya's battle advisor, offering sound strategy. Use the Rin Sharingan to transfer to the ice dimension immediately. Use the natural terrain to recover. Next moment, Kaguya's body vanished without a trace, along with the black blade embedded in her body. In the ice dimension, the rabbit goddess winced in pain as she wrenched the sword from her chest. She had never endured serious injury, nor experienced the agony that came with it. In truth, she lacked true combat experience. The only real battle in her life had been against her sons, who ultimately sealed her. Everything else didn't even qualify as a battle. She'd simply used infinite Tsukuyomi to bring the world to heel. Hide here. Become one with the ice. Black Zetsu whispered its strategy again. If we can trap Shaijin here even briefly, we can absorb Naruto and Sasuke's chakra first. Remember, Mother's 10 tails is incomplete, missing half of Kurama's chakra. A god shouldn't run from battle. Shaijin's voice echoed through a newly opened portal. You! Black Zetsu snapped furiously, but Kaguya raised her hand to silence it. She was already fusing silently into the frozen terrain. By tapping into nature, she could wield the terrain's elemental power without burning through her chakra, controlling giant ice lances to strike Shaijin with lethal force. This power was a manifestation of Kekemora. Giant ice spears surged upward, piercing toward Shaijin like a punishment of divine judgment. This time, there were no gaps, no escape. Moreover, This wasn't a chakra-based ice release. This was solid, physical matter, meaning Shaijin's Kamui mirror couldn't reflect it. Within this natural stronghold, Kaguya finally began to relax. She focused completely, trying to impale Shaijin with countless icy stakes, at the very least, to prevent him from escaping unscathed. Boom! A burst of flame ignited in Shaijin's palm. Wind chakra surged around it, and with a flick of his hand, he released the blaze into the frigid dimension. His voice reverberated through the ice cavern. "I'm not some chakra-starved weakling. I have enough chakra to turn this entire dimension into a sea of flames." Boom! The flames spread explosively. Wind-fed fire raged across the ice. The glacial terrain, accumulated over millennia, began to melt rapidly. Streams and torrents poured across the landscape, soon replaced by rising steam, transforming the battlefield into a boiling, hellish fog. Kaguya's attacks melted before her eyes. Even she was forced to re-emerge from the ice, shaken by how swiftly Shaijin reversed the situation. Once again, the battle slipped from her control. Time and again, Kaguya tried to fight Shaijin as she had fought lesser beings. But neither she nor Black Zetsu had truly faced someone like him. Just as Kaguya reappeared, Yamatsu Hirasaka opened before her. And from the darkness stepped the reaper-like figure of Shaijin. "Mother!" Black Zetsu tried to warn her. But Kaguya saw Shaijin's attack even faster. Her Byakugan caught it, but her body couldn't keep up. Shaijin's hand shot forward, aiming to crush her throat. Though he was far smaller, his speed and strength made resistance impossible. "Mother!" Black Zetsu gasped. It saw the veins bulging on Shaijin's hand, squeezing with enough force to snap Kaguya's neck. He wasn't holding back at all. If this world had tears, Naruto, Sasuke, even Ten-Tail's Jinchuriki Madara were below them. Though Kaguya's chakra was slightly inferior to Shaijin's, they stood on the same level. Kaguya's hair lashed forward like blades. A counterattack meant to force Shaijin to release her. She couldn't afford to keep wasting chakra. She needed to economize, even as a god. Absurd as it was, she had to learn to be frugal. Fortunately, her gambit worked. Shaijin halted his crushing grip as thousands of needle-like hairs swarmed him. In response, gales of cutting wind erupted from his palm, shredding the hair and slashing her body bloody. Kaguya, now stained and tattered, survived barely. But the danger wasn't over. Byakugan. Veins bulged on her temple as her all-seeing eye tracked Shaijin's every move. She lashed out with palm strikes and counterblows, but Shaijin's taijutsu was simply better. With one whipping leg, he shattered her guard and struck her arm. The crack of bone echoed, her breath hitched in pain. Pain disrupted her rhythm. Shaijin seized the opportunity. He spun midair and brought down a leg like an axe on her shoulder. Kaguya's body plummeted like a meteor. "Run!" Black Zetsu could only scream one word. As Kaguya fell, Shaijin's Kamui portal had already opened beneath her. He was faster than her descent. This is draining too much chakra. Kaguya clenched her teeth. I weakened him earlier burning the ice dimension, but still. But Black Zetsu cut her off. It had seen Shaijin's full fury before. Once he gains momentum, it's impossible to escape. At that point, chakra doesn't matter anymore. Fine. Kaguya accepted the truth. She activated her space shifting once again. But Shaijin's eyes instantly transformed into his eternal Mangekyo. With the power of 6 paths, he unleashed Kamui and Yamatsu Hirasaka together. R.I.P. Space tore open. Kaguya felt her body being sliced as she teleported. Only half of her escaped. A true injury. Even for a being of her caliber, regenerating such a wound required massive chakra. Worse, she failed to teleport. Wrapped in white muscle flesh, her body pulsed with pain. She quickly forced her regeneration, gasping for air. Ha. The rabbit goddess, panting like a mortal, watched Shaijin's position anxiously. But where was he? He was gone. Even her Byakugan couldn't spot him. Until she saw him. Behind her. Too late. Kaguya couldn't teleport again. From her Byakugan's vision, she saw Shaijin's hand crackling with lightning pierce through her chest. Black fluid engulfed her body, siphoning her chakra. It was a death sentence. Her body warped grotesquely. White flesh pulsed, her once elegant features twisted into a monstrous grimace. Roar! Mother! Black Zetsu saw it. She was about to fully transform into the Ten-Tails beast state. A towering rabbit-like humanoid roared into existence, with a grotesque flesh pod on its back, molded with sculptures of the nine-tailed beasts. Only in this form could she stop her chakra from being devoured, and possibly steal his in return. But Shaijin wasn't done. He'd also learned. He entered his own beast state. A towering white tiger, nearly 1,000 meters tall, emerged. Blue chakra surged across its body. Armor formed around it like plated scales. Its head was crowned by a demonic blue helmet, revealing only 2 massive white fangs. Black Zetsu, clinging to Kaguya's monstrous back, could only whisper in shock. That's Susanoo-armored Ten-Tails, isn't it? Chapter 226, The Victor Who Rules the World. Beauty and power. Most of the time, they are not mutually exclusive. In fact, things of immense power often appear incredibly beautiful. As Shaijin's armored Ten-Tails Susanoo stood over the world, the overwhelming chakra it radiated symbolized the pinnacle of strength across the land. In comparison, the grotesque, towering humanoid rabbit form of Otsutsuki Kaguya, despite its similar size post-Ten-Tail transformation, looked ragged and outclassed by Shaijin's majestic white tiger. Even the aura alone showed who was dominant. But Kaguya wasn't out of options yet. She immediately began absorbing the chakra of shinobi from the outside world, pulling it into herself. Behind the monstrous rabbit, a black truth-seeking orb began to form, growing steadily and ominously. This orb, in the real world, it would be enough to obliterate everything. A display of power. But intimidation can only be matched by equal intimidation. Behind Shaijin's armored Ten-Tails, another massive truth-seeking orb formed, like a black sun blotting out the sky, hovering behind the Susanoo-clad white tiger. Black Zetsu trembled. If either of these orbs were unleashed, the entire dimension would be annihilated. There was no surviving a clash of such magnitude. And yet neither Shaijin nor Kaguya moved to detonate them. Instead, the 2 titanic beings lunged at one another and began to brawl. Roar! The blue chakra-enveloped tiger lunged, jaws snapping toward the rabbit's head. Grih! Kaguya's rabbit form thrashed, clawing desperately at the tiger's face, wild-eyed, like a beast driven to the edge. A colossal crimson-tailed beast bomb ignited in the tiger's jaws. It slammed into the rabbit, blasting a crater into its torso. But the wound wasn't enough to stop it. The rabbit regenerated quickly and lunged again. In that moment, the 2 greatest powers on Earth resorted to pure primal savagery. And this primal violence was beyond any outsider's interference. In fact, very few even witnessed this epic-defining battle. A clash that would decide the fate of the shinobi world, the heir to rule the future. Only Naruto and Sasuke had front-row seats. Wait, not just them. 2 more arrived. Albedo Uchiha seized the moment when Kaguya's space-time transfer was disrupted by Shaijin's interference. With Kamui, he brought Kakashi into the battlefield. And the moment they arrived, they were speechless. What are we supposed to do? Kakashi could only whisper. What can we do? Even Albedo, always composed, was visibly shaken as he watched the giants collide. Every blow they exchanged caused shockwaves strong enough to nearly knock them down. This level of combat, even Susanoo couldn't survive in it. But despite their awe, everyone present knew one thing. That towering white tiger, clad in Susanoo armor, would be the final victor. Aroer. A massive katana appeared in the tiger's paw-like hand. It gripped it with terrifying human precision and cleaved down, severing the rabbit and the grotesque flesh orb on its back in one swing. That swing severed Kaguya's connection to all the tailed beasts. Their chakra was stripped from her body, and the Ten Tails transformation collapsed. She fell back to human form. The orb splashed to the ground, and from it emerged the nine-tailed beasts, now free. But the moment they stood up, they all shrank back in instinctive fear. Each beast stared up, trembling at the towering white tiger. What is that thing? It has the chakra of another 10 tails. They knew. This wasn't an enemy they could challenge. Elsewhere, all the chakra Kaguya had absorbed dispersed. Uchiha Madara, lying flat on the ground, looked up, completely lost. No. Abido suddenly panicked. He noticed Kaguya's colossal truth-seeking orb falling from above. With her reverted to human form and severed from the tailed beasts, she could no longer control it. That orb could erase the entire dimension. But the armored white tiger calmly raised a paw and opened a massive space-time portal. As the orb fell, it was banished to another dimension. Next moment, the tiger swung its enormous blade again, cleaving Kaguya from the sky. She couldn't dodge, couldn't resist. The legendary rabbit goddess plummeted to the ground, blood spraying from her mouth. She had no fight left in her. Once victory was assured, the massive tiger began to shrink, slowly reverting back into the unassuming form of Shijin. You lost. Shijin approached calmly, step by step, his hand slowly closing as his eyes remained as indifferent as ever. Kaguya's face twisted in terror. Shijin, Mother had her reasons. The danger to this world hasn't ended. Black Zetsu suddenly crawled out of her sleeve, frantically trying to plead on her behalf. You don't understand the enemies Mother had to prepare for. Only by raising armies could she feel safe. Shijin. It begged desperately. We shouldn't be fighting. We should be working together against the Otsutsuki beyond this world. Losers. Since when do they get to suggest alliances? Shijin's eyes glinted with chilling finality. And who ever said you were worthy to be my ally? Black Zetsu froze. Enough. Let's finish this. I have more important things to do than entertain the defeated. Shijin placed his hand on Black Zetsu's head, draining its memories. Its body crumbled into dust. The schemer, who had manipulated the shinobi world for 1,000 years, was no more. Everyone watched in stunned silence. Because this was when the victor decides the fate of the world. Black Zetsu's fate was death. What of their own? But Shijin didn't care for their unease. His body vanished through Yamatsu Hirasaka, reappearing beside Uchiha Madara. He began inspecting Madara's condition. Madara looked up at him, bewildered. Why was he concerned with him? Chapter 227. Sasuke, your despair isn't deep enough yet. No need to save me, is there? Uchiha Madara looked dazed as he felt the surge of yang chakra flooding his body. He couldn't understand why Shijin was bothering to save him at this point. The Eye of the Moon plan had failed. What reason was there to keep living? Did Shijin want him to go confess his mistakes to Hashirama? You've only failed twice, Shijin said casually, extending a hand to help Madara up. Once when you trusted Hashirama, once when you trusted Black Zetsu. You, who lived through the Warring States era, how could you ever believe that achieving eternal peace in this world would be so simple? Madara's expression grew strange. He kind of wanted to cuss this guy out. Seriously. How could Shijin say that with a straight face? After all, the only reason Madara trusted Black Zetsu was because this man had allowed Black Zetsu to impersonate his will. When the revered healer of the ancient era backed someone personally, who wouldn't fall for it? But Shijin had just defeated Otsutsuki Kaguya. He was now the strongest being in the ninja world. Their difference in power was beyond comprehension. Besides, Shijin had saved him. It wasn't like he'd tossed Madara aside as a pawn. His words and actions carried the tone of someone still treating Madara as a comrade, an invitation to continue moving forward together. What about them? Madara looked toward Naruto and Sasuke. Having been granted the power of the Sage of Six Paths, He could now sense that both retained the Six Paths chakra. As for them, Shijin didn't look at Naruto, but locked eyes with Sasuke instead. Don't worry, I had already made arrangements for them before this battle even began. Sasuke's face changed. Compared to Naruto, the rest instantly understood. Whatever Shijin meant by arrangements couldn't be good. This was the man who orchestrated Kaguya and Black Zetsu's downfall with ease. If he wanted to dispose of Naruto and Sasuke, he wouldn't need to kill them. Whatever scheme he had in mind was guaranteed to be worse. This was Shijin, the man who had manipulated the world across 1,000 years, calculating even his own death and resurrection into the equation. To call his scheming terrifying didn't do it justice. "What did you do?" Sasuke asked warily. "I don't need to do anything." Shijin gave a light shake of his head, his eyes suddenly growing deep and distant. "Because the one who laid a scheme for you wasn't me." Sasuke's brows furrowed. "If not Shijin, then who?" "Sasuke, you're a lot like Madara. Don't cling to the past, don't fear the future." At that moment, Shijin felt like the healer who once stood in Konoha, watching Naruto and Sasuke grow up. Or rather, maybe he'd never changed. "Sasuke, this world has never liked people like you. People who refuse to be ruled by fate, or worse, who try to rule it. But shouldering the world's future has always been your responsibility." "I never wanted that," Sasuke scoffed, glancing aside. He knew Shijin's ideals weren't wrong, but that didn't mean he wanted to follow them. He was still aimless. His life lost all meaning after discovering the truth behind Itachi and the Uchiha massacre. Even the sage's mission, to seal Kaguya and defeat Shijin, was clearly impossible now. Even if they summoned the sage again, it would be meaningless. Enough talk. Shijin raised his hand and opened a black space-time rift. "When you're truly lost, come find me. I'll show you the path." Sasuke almost wanted to say he was already lost. Ever since he learned the truth about Itachi, nothing in his life made sense anymore. But Shijin's eyes were too sharp. He seemed to read Sasuke's thoughts, speaking lazily but clearly. "Your confusion isn't deep enough yet. Or maybe your despair hasn't reached the bottom." Sasuke clenched his jaw. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Was he not already hopeless enough? Even with Six Paths chakra, he and Naruto couldn't beat Shijin. Now Madara had joined him too. Sasuke knew. He wasn't strong enough to defeat Madara either. "Let's go." Shijin raised a hand and tapped toward Kaguya. "I got only scraps from Black Zetsu. If we want real intel about the threats beyond this world, I'll have to dig through her memories myself." Kaguya's eyes widened. But before she could react, Shijin's Mangekyou Sharingan activated, and she vanished into his Kamui space. "You're really not going to kill them?" Madara glanced back at Naruto and Sasuke. "They'll stand in our way again." "They've already lost their chance," Shijin said indifferently, stepping into the Yamatsu Hirasaka portal. "Soon they'll understand all that's left for them is to lower their heads." Madara followed reluctantly. He too felt lost. He only knew he had to continue seeking a path to eternal peace, but had no idea what that path looked like anymore. Elsewhere, in the Sage of Six Paths dimension, with the battle between Shijin and Kaguya concluded, the sage's chakra observed Naruto and Sasuke being taken prisoner. Though his own power was down to a mere fragment, he quickly summoned the past Hokage souls, along with Kakashi, Obaido, and the tailed beasts, pulling them into the Pure Land. This gathering was not a victory council. It was a reluctant acceptance of defeat. "Sorry, we weren't strong enough to beat Shijin." Naruto lowered his head, frustrated. He and Sasuke hadn't even had a chance to intervene before being captured. "This isn't your fault." The sage sighed. "Even I didn't expect to have been Shijin's pawn in the past. No wonder he always avoided meeting me." "So what now?" Kakashi asked grimly. "Are we really going to let Shijin and Madara run unchecked?" The sage couldn't answer. Shijin's strength and cunning were beyond comparison. In sheer power, he'd defeated the chakra progenitor herself. In intellect, even Narashikaku, the sharpest mind in Konoha, couldn't scheme against him. To Shijin, the allied shinobi forces were just chakra batteries for Kaguya's resurrection. Shijin's not exactly a bad guy. Half of Kurama snorted, seemingly indifferent now. If he's done anything to make humans suffer, it's probably because you brought it on yourselves. Come on, Kurama, Naruto frowned. You can't say that in front of everyone. All we can do now is take one step at a time. The sage looked gravely at Naruto and Sasuke. You two must not be separated. If the worst happens, combine what's left of my chakra and summon me to the world once more. That still won't be enough to defeat Shijin, Sasuke muttered. Even so, we can't give up, Naruto vowed. He believed Sasuke wouldn't abandon them. But every rule has exceptions. Even if Naruto was important to Sasuke, there was still one other person. Someone just as important. Chapter 228, The Ninja World's Eternal Peace Experiment. The infinite Tsukuyomi had been lifted. All the shinobi awoke from the Genjutsu. However, many of them wore expressions of loss and melancholy, as they had been immersed in that illusory world, many reluctant to leave their beautiful dreams behind. It was so perfect. They were the protagonists of their world. Everything revolved around them. The once aloof great figures treated them with respect and kindness. Their former, unbeatable enemies fell before their wit and power. The broken lives of the past were mended within the dream. Of course, there were exceptions. For example, when Tenten awoke from the Genjutsu, her face showed nothing but immense relief. Wow, finally free from that Genjutsu. Tenten. Hyuga Neji also regained consciousness, blinking at her in disbelief. You knew it was a Genjutsu the whole time. Of course it was. Tenten puffed up her cheeks, clearly annoyed by how silly the illusion had been. Everyone was way too out of character in there. However, a slight blush crept across her face. Clearly, she had some fond memories of that dream. But still, I did get the Sage of Six Paths tools in there, red gourd, Bashozen, they were way too strong. Her voice suddenly trailed off. Tenten looked down at her hands, something felt off. In her left hand was a sealing scroll, in her right, a cup of clear water. That illusion had felt way too real. Only now did she realize something was strange. She stared at the water, then smiled and took a sip, sighing contentedly. Well, lucky me, just woke up and already have a drink. Must have been thirsty while under the illusion. Mind sharing a couple drinks? Rock Lee came over, supporting their teacher Mike Guy. I could use a few, Guy muttered. Though he'd been healed by the power of the Yang half of Six Paths chakra, he still looked weak and exhausted. I've got plenty, Tenten nodded enthusiastically. Though her space-time abilities weren't strong, she used sealing scrolls to store all sorts of tools and supplies. She always had a lot of them on her. This scroll should be one that sealed water. But when she opened it, her expression froze. The symbols inside weren't for water. They were the shapes of the Sage of Six Paths legendary tools. Is this really mine? Tenten began flipping through the scroll, recognizing her own marking, but scratched her head. When did I even seal these? Still, she didn't get much time to think. Her teammates and others in the village were desperate for water. A crowd began to form around her. Where's the Hokage? Someone finally noticed something was off. The Tsuchikage is missing too. The Kazekage is gone. Anyone seen the Reikage? The Mizukage is gone too. The battlefield erupted into chaos. All 5 Kage had disappeared when the infinite Tsukuyomi was undone. Each one a national leader, their absence couldn't be ignored. But they were found soon enough. In an open clearing on the battlefield, the 5 Kage stood in a line, while the most powerful being in the world, Shijin, sat calmly in front of them. It looked like they were in a very dangerous position. Yet no one dared take a step forward. Uchiha Madara stood nearby with the members of Akatsuki, arms crossed, casually guarding the perimeter. Just lifting his gaze was enough to freeze tens of thousands of shinobi in place. Shijin sat at a small table. A scroll lay flat on the surface, and he was meticulously writing. Everyone had to wait until he finished. Even the 5 Kage didn't dare move. or perhaps more accurately, couldn't move, oppressed by the overwhelming force of chakra. They stood like statues, unable to resist, as the man at the desk dictated the future. Take a look at this. Shaijin handed the finished scroll toward them. What is it? Tsunade stepped forward and opened it. In an instant, her face changed. It was a surrender declaration from the 5 great nations. This is impossible. She instinctively wanted to protest, lifting her head to argue. No one will accept. Shaijin stared at her calmly, like the little girl he once watched grow. That silence made her voice falter. Tsunade lowered her head, speaking in a soft tone. Just dissolving all nations in the shinobi world to create a single unified state is hard enough for people to accept. The daimyo and nobles of the great nations will never agree. Tsunade, this isn't a negotiation. Shaijin's voice was calm, almost like he was still teaching her lessons as a child. What you need to do is accept the fate of the defeated. This agreement is the first step of Mae and Madara's experiment for eternal peace in the shinobi world. What's so unacceptable about it? Madara snorted nearby, clearly overhearing. We didn't dissolve your villages, we're even letting you keep your names. That's a generous gift. Tsunade's mood sank further. This agreement would destroy many people's interests. First, the feudal lords of all nations would be abolished. All their land and assets would be seized and redistributed by the new state. Second, the 5 great shinobi villages would lose most of their autonomy. From now on, this one unified state would manage and direct the entire ninja world. The 5 villages would become purely militarized organizations. No more individual academies, no independent funding. All children of age would attend a unified ninja academy. In other words, even though the 5 villages would still exist and retain some military power, they would be entirely dependent on the new state for resources and manpower. The only possible upside was that if this state truly endured, the ninja world might never see war again. Let's hope this peace experiment succeeds. Shaijin's gaze swept across the 5 cage, his voice steady and calm. If it fails, Madara and I will simply start the next one. After all, my life tends toward eternity. Chapter 229. Such benevolent daimyo, they must be willing to give up their power, right? An experiment. How dare he? To think he would use the entire shinobi world as a testing ground for some theoretical model of peace, treating the current system of the entire ninja world like material for his pet theory. There are hundreds of thousands, millions of lives in this world, and yet he intends to run a full-scale social experiment on all of them, without consent or discussion. And the worst part was, he could actually do it. No one in the shinobi world could stop Shaijin. Even just Uchiha Madara standing nearby, keeping watch over the allied shinobi forces, was already more than they could handle. That man alone stood like a lone wolf, surrounding tens of thousands of prisoners. But weren't you all hoping for peace in the ninja world too? Gaara, the 5th Kazekage, let out a soft sigh as he reached for the scroll in Tsunade's hands. He picked up the pen from the table and signed his name, though regret still lingered in his voice. Why can't we take it slowly? As a member of the new generation, Gaara hadn't experienced the founding wars of the shinobi villages. He was more open to change. He simply spoke as a leader and was the first to step forward and sign the agreement. Shaijin, seeing the first to take initiative, didn't mind explaining, though his voice was cold. The more power you possess, the less patience you have. Madara just experienced a failure. He needs something to reawaken his drive. The other cage felt their hearts sink further. But with Gaara leading the way, Mei Terumi, the 5th Mizukage, sighed and stepped forward to sign as well. The Hidden Mist village was too weak. In terms of economy and population, it was leagues behind the other shinobi powers on the mainland. The support for the village leadership was also thin. To be honest, Mei's position as Mizukage was practically forced on her. Not like we could resist anyway, right? She signed while giving her reasons, pulling the remaining villages down with her. Because really, none of them had the strength left to resist. After being trapped in the infinite Tsukuyomi, Everyone's chakra was completely depleted. With both the hidden sand and hidden mist signing, Tsunade of the leaf and Anoki of the hidden stone could only sigh and follow suit. I'll sign. The hidden cloud and the land of lightning will join your new nation. The fourth Reikage gritted his teeth, shooting a glare at Uchiha Madara. But every ninja of the hidden cloud will remember the destruction Madara wrought upon us. That hatred would not be so easily forgiven. Hearing his name, Madara raised an eyebrow. He was about to sneer, but then a face flashed through his mind. Hashirama. He suddenly remembered the moment he agreed to ally with Hashirama in the Warring States period, and had asked for someone to pay for his brother's death. Without hesitation, that man had raised a kunai to kill himself. Hatred again. Always hatred. To pursue peace, someone must let go of hatred. A brief flicker passed through Madara's eyes. In that moment, he finally understood why Hashirama had been so ready to sacrifice himself. Perhaps that man truly believed that if even he could let go of hatred, peace would finally be within reach. Hashirama, I understand you more and more. Madara's voice was low as he sighed. Then he opened his mouth again, if I were to choose now, too. But before he could finish, Shijin interrupted him, turning to the fourth Reikage. So, did you thank Madara yet? The Reikage's face froze in confusion. Wait, what? Thanked him? You're saying we should be grateful to him, he barked. Seems Madara should have just wiped out your entire village. Shijin reached toward the scroll on the table, looking nonchalant as if ready to end the whole discussion. Well then, if the hidden cloud doesn't want peace, this future of peace doesn't want the hidden cloud. The Reikage stiffened in panic, clutching the scroll as if it were a lifeline, voice trembling. Wait. That escalated way too fast. He only meant to express that the cloud would never forget what happened, not to have them erased from history. Cloud agrees. Teeth gritted, the Reikage grabbed the pen and hastily signed his name. I just hope you won't go back on your word, and this peace is real. Those who make the rules have no reason to break them. Shijin shook his head, hoping the Reikage would understand how this world worked. These rules were designed to shape the future we want. Well then, there's still a lot to do. From this day forward, a new nation is born. Any daimyo or small village that refuses to obey this agreement will be deemed traitors. They are to be purged by the 5 great villages' military might. So quick and decisive. The 5 Kage instinctively wanted to object. They had deep personal ties to many of the current daimyo. Wasn't this being a little too ruthless? You'd rather have the Akatsuki handle it. Shijin's calm voice cut into their thoughts. Most Akatsuki members don't care much for polite conversation. Their methods can be rough. We'll convince them. Tsunade sighed in defeat. Then, Anoki, the 3rd Tsuchikage, spoke up with his own suggestion. What about the new nation's daimyo? Couldn't we choose someone from the old system? Our land of Earth's current daimyo is known to be kind and just. Then surely he'd gladly give up his power for the good of his people. Shijin's response instantly shut Anoki down and silenced everyone else who had similar thoughts. The 5 Kage fell silent. Everything they wanted to say, he already predicted. And so, the 5 Kage returned to their villages in defeat, leading the shinobi forces home under Shijin's looming authority. Even Madara couldn't help but grow curious. So, who will be the daimyo of this new nation? No rush. Shijin wasn't concerned in the slightest. He didn't even look at the equally curious members of Akatsuki. Calmly, he said, though we all want things to move fast, building eternal peace is a long journey. We may not need a daimyo at all. After all, in this world, strength is what matters most. Chapter 230. Another dangerous man who calculated his own death. There was no doubt, the strongest person in the shinobi world now was Shijin. Following him were Uchiha Madara, who had received the power of the Yang Path, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uchiha Sasuke, who had obtained the Yin Path. Everyone else was hardly worth mentioning anymore. The future would truly be decided by them. Before their might, even entire armies of shinobi were meaningless. These few individuals alone held the strength to be armies unto themselves. However, Uchiha Madara knew that even the combined power of him and those two kids, strong enough to suppress the entire world, would not be enough to rival Shijin. Madara believed he understood Shijin's intentions. He began considering the future of the shinobi world in earnest. After all, this was a renewed pursuit of everlasting peace following the failure of the infinite Tsukuyomi, and Madara was determined to see it through. Of course, the strong rule the fate of the weak. This was a principle that Madara inherently agreed with. In that case, Madara thoughtfully stroked his chin and glanced toward Shijin. Then perhaps you should be the one too. I won't be staying here. Shijin shook his head, flatly rejecting Madara's idea. He added, Madara, the future of this world's peace depends entirely on you, so never speak lightly of your own death. Earlier, Madara had clearly been trying to imitate Hashirama. So Shijin had no choice but to reveal his plan to leave the shinobi world altogether. You're going to deal with those Otsutsuki from beyond the stars. Madara seemed to understand what Shijin was getting at. There was no one in this world who could stand against Shijin, except perhaps those terrifying beings from beyond, whom even Kaguya had feared. Something like that. Shijin's words were deliberately vague, but he didn't mind encouraging Madara a bit. If I don't return, then the future of this world. I've only just acquired power on the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. Madara chuckled lightly, a glint of pride in his eyes. He seemed confident that he would only grow stronger from here. And why wouldn't he? This was a man who had always pushed his power to the limit. He was a master of combat, born and bred for war. But even as he spoke of protecting the world, Madara couldn't help but raise another concern. Those two brats, Naruto and Sasuke. They'll probably come back soon. Shijin wasn't worried. He knew that the Sage of 6 Paths wouldn't abandon Naruto and Sasuke. Tapping his finger lightly on the table, he said with quiet certainty, It won't be long before Sasuke comes looking for us. Madara didn't buy it. He didn't think Sasuke would willingly ally with them again. In fact, he was already wondering what to do if Naruto and Sasuke teamed up to resist their peaceful new world after Shijin's departure. But then again, Shijin had never once been wrong. Still, what more could Shijin possibly do at this point? The war was over. Logically, Sasuke would return to Konoha with Naruto. Konoha? Madara suddenly realized something. He smirked. Ah, I see. When we brought Sasuke into Akatsuki back then, he was already a rogue ninja. He probably doesn't have a place in Konoha anymore, does he? Konoha will always find a way to take him back. But Sasuke won't want to return. Shijin shook his head slightly, unfazed. If you're curious, go see for yourself. All right. Madara really was curious. After the infinite Tsukuyomi was undone, there was still one soul left wandering. He wasn't among the living. He was a revived shinobi, brought back through Edo Tensei before the infinite Tsukuyomi began. He hadn't been summoned to the afterlife by the Sage of 6 Paths either. Because he wasn't one of the 5 Kage. Uchiha Itachi. Whether that was his fortune or misfortune remained to be seen. Back when Kabuto fought Orochimaru using Sage Mode, Orochimaru had used Itachi's body for Edo Tensei as a final trump card. But before he could even do anything with Itachi, both Orochimaru and Kabuto fell under the infinite Tsukuyomi. Only Itachi remained. As an Edo Tensei, he was immune to the genjutsu and broke free of Kabuto's control. He wandered the battlefield, searching for any sign of his younger brother Sasuke. But no matter how many bodies he dug up, he couldn't find Sasuke anywhere. What worried him most was how quickly the infinite Tsukuyomi had been lifted, which meant Orochimaru could soon regain control over Edo Tensei and him. There's no time. Itachi, still bound by Edo Tensei, quickly began setting up contingencies. He located the crow he had hidden before his death. In that crow's eye socket was a single Manjikayo Sharingan, Shisui's legacy. Within it was the Kato Matsukami, a genjutsu powerful enough to rewrite a person's will. Uchiha Itachi was also a man who had calculated even his own death. Unable to free himself before dying, Itachi had anticipated everything. He guessed that Orochimaru and Tobai would eventually fall into conflict with Akatsuki and use his body as a pawn. Knowing Orochimaru's fondness for Edo Tensei, he had planned accordingly. This was his chance, and everything had indeed unfolded as he expected. Sasuke's future. Itachi knew his brother all too well. He feared that Sasuke might fall under the influence of dangerous men like Shijin or Madara. That was never what he wanted. Especially if Sasuke, having awakened the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, joined their side, he would be a huge threat to Konoha. To eliminate that possibility, Itachi prepared for his own resurrection in advance. He raised his eyes to the crow before him, staring into its Sharingan, into the Kato Matsukami. He used a sealing technique to encode a jutsu within it, along with his memories and hopes for his brother. That Sharingan could never fall into the wrong hands. Before Orochimaru could regain control of him, Itachi released the crow into the sky. In it was his wish for Sasuke's future. To prevent any mishap, and to stop Orochimaru from summoning the crow and using the Kato Matsukami, Itachi severed their summoning contract. Everything has been arranged. Chapter 231, The Failed Kato Matsukami. Itachi Uchiha's intentions weren't wrong. At the very least, he didn't want his brother entangled with dangerous individuals. But the one mistake was this. The war marked the end of the shinobi world's chaos, and many unexpected changes occurred throughout. For example, his brother Sasuke Uchiha. In Konoha, a gathering of former classmates was underway. The 12 most outstanding young shinobi of Konoha's new generation sat inside a yakiniku restaurant. Among them, having been forcefully brought back by Naruto Uzumaki after returning from the Sage of Six Paths, was Sasuke Uchiha. This was their first reunion in years. Sasuke sat uneasily beside Naruto, but his classmates and friends showed no prejudice. All of them listened intently as Naruto recounted the final battle between Kaguya Otsutsuki and Lord Shijin. At that time, they had all fallen under infinite Tsukuyomi. Only Naruto and Sasuke had witnessed the end of that battle, and naturally were bombarded with questions. But Sasuke appeared uninterested. Both he and Naruto were, in the end, losers of that war. Unlike the Sage of Six Paths, neither of them managed to save the world. It's truly unbelievable. Shikamaru Nara muttered in awe as Naruto described the clash of two ten-tails. That Lord Shijin could possess such terrifying power. It was something far beyond their comprehension. Seems like we're truly powerless. Shikamaru glanced at the drink on the table, wishing it were sake instead. Not that they could be served alcohol underage, but he didn't really care anymore. The daimyo have already announced their abdications. All the nations of the shinobi world are about to merge. Looking out the restaurant window at the bustling crowd, Shikamaru sighed. I wonder how much longer our village will even exist. Surely it'll always be here, right? Lord Shijin doesn't seem to have any intention of attacking Konoha again. The younger shinobi didn't understand Shikamaru's pessimism. They'd already heard about the agreement signed between the Five Cage and Lord Shijin. All 5 great villages would be preserved. In fact, their strength might even grow. After all, the smaller hidden villages were to be disbanded, and their ninja would join the major ones. Konoha had already gained several such allies. Shikamaru didn't argue. He'd analyzed that agreement with his father, Shikaku, in the presence of Lady Tsunade, the 5th Hokage. And that agreement was a countdown to the dissolution of the 5 great villages. Still, it was a mercy. At least Lord Shijin hadn't slaughtered tens of thousands of ninja after the war. The reunion dispersed in melancholy. No one knew how to imagine a future as losers, especially after hearing more about Lord Shijin's terrifying might from Naruto and Sasuke. Afterward, Naruto wandered the village with Sasuke, arms behind his head. Only the 2 of them had any power to even marginally resist Lord Shijin. They bore the Sage of Six Paths' so-called hope and shared many things privately. Seems like Naruto spoke of what they'd witnessed since returning to the ninja world. Sasuke, nobody wants to fight Shijin anymore. They don't have the power to. Sasuke reminded him, voice low. Not just them. Even if we wanted to act, we'd only be causing him minor trouble at best. And maybe that's okay. The system has always been ruled by the strong. But still, Naruto's heart wavered. He didn't think what Lord Shijin had done was right, but he couldn't articulate exactly why it was wrong either. Naruto, don't think so much for now. If one day Konoha and Lord Shijin clash again. Sasuke spoke earnestly. Even if you want to protect the village, we need to fully master the power the sage gave us. Only by becoming stronger can we even hope to resist him. Sasuke, you'll stay with me, right? Naruto's eyes lit up. HMPH. Sasuke scoffed, but his gaze drifted to the roadside. This was where he'd grown up. The Uchiha district. Naka River. Naka Shrine. Truthfully, Sasuke didn't know where to go. But since Naruto brought him back, he decided to remain here, restoring his family's ancestral grounds. Konoha's leadership hadn't objected, and his teacher, Kakashi, had shared old stories about Itachi. That brother who had protected him. Sasuke felt it wouldn't be bad to stay here. He had no intention of returning to the dangerous Akatsuki under Lord Shijin. Compared to Shijin and Uchiha Madara, he much preferred being around Naruto and the others. Yet, unexpectedly, while restoring Naka Shrine, Sasuke encountered a strange black ninja crow, and something stirred within him. A ninja crow, used by Shisui and Itachi, a rare breed skilled in genjutsu, high-level summoning beasts. Sasuke thought to form a contract with it. But then he saw its eye, and his face changed. The crow had a Sharingan. How could a crow possess a Uchiha's eye? Sasuke immediately attempted to investigate its secrets. But just as he met its gaze, that Sharingan morphed into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Impossible. He was stunned. Mangekyo Sharingan, so rare, so powerful. To have it implanted into a crow, what secret could be behind this? Then it hit him. He felt the eye's effect. A genjutsu, encoded with a will-altering command. Its effect: to make him protect Konoha. Before awakening the Rinnegan and mastering yin power, he might have been unable to resist this technique. Protect Konoha. His expression grew cold. The Rinnegan emerged in his eyes as he stared at the crow. In truth, he didn't mind protecting Konoha. His friends were here, and he wasn't sure what else to do right now. But to want something on your own was different from someone forcing that decision on you. No one could accept their will being altered. No one could tolerate another's thoughts being implanted into their mind. Beyond the genjutsu, the crow also carried Itachi's memories. Sasuke absorbed them all, face grim, as the crow turned to ash, its mission fulfilled. Nei-san. He clenched his fist and struck the stone tablet at the shrine. His chest ached. I almost really believed. Standing in darkness, his eyes locked onto the glowing lights of Konoha. That all you did was just to save me. Chapter 232, Itachi, You Did Well finale. The story was repeating itself. Fate seemed to move in cycles. Just as Madara Uchiha had attacked Konoha in the village's early days, now, years later, Sasuke Uchiha launched an assault on Konoha that very night. And this time, Sasuke's power exceeded even that of the Madara of old. Fortunately, Konoha had Naruto Uzumaki, someone even stronger than the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who had once repelled Madara. Though Naruto couldn't understand Sasuke's sudden intent to destroy Konoha, he had no choice but to step in and stop him. Sasuke, what are you doing? Golden chakra flared around Naruto, forming the massive figure of a golden nine-tails humanoid, clashing with Sasuke's full-body Susanoo. What was going on? Just a few days ago, they had agreed to protect Konoha together. Why was Sasuke now bent on destroying it? Have you been controlled by Lord Shijin? Naruto could make no sense of it and offered the only explanation he could. Given Sasuke's current power, not even Madara's infinite Tsukuyomi could control him. So maybe, just maybe, it was Lord Shijin's doing. Out of my way. At the mention of control, Sasuke's face twisted with fury, a flash of hatred revealing the rage burning within. His brother had tried to overwrite his will with Kato Matsukami. He could never forgive that. He could never forgive a life manipulated by his brother. This village had to be destroyed. What happened? Naruto's voice grew desperate. He tried to reason with his friend. Did Shijin do something? Sasuke, don't trust him. I never trusted him. Sasuke ground his teeth. His heart was engulfed in fury and sorrow, but he couldn't bring himself to reveal that his brother had tried to alter his very will. It was too absurd. Everyone who knew the truth always said Itachi loved him, but all he ever felt was an unbearable, icy cold. Step aside, Naruto. This has nothing to do with you. Sasuke drew the great katana of his Susanoo, and his chakra exploded outward. Let me destroy Konoha. I won't let that happen. Naruto shook his head, his expression turning steely. He began gathering chakra. There was no turning back. Who would have thought that after the War of Infinite Tsukuyomi, believed to be the final conflict, another war would erupt, even if it was only between two people? In the Hokage's office, Tsunade was deeply uneasy. Luckily, Naruto was here. Otherwise, she couldn't imagine whether Konoha could even survive Sasuke's wrath. But still, what in the world had happened? Tsunade couldn't understand it. After Naruto brought Sasuke back, Konoha had treated him with unexpected leniency. Though he had never been officially declared a missing nin, there was still uncertainty. Even so, Tsunade had overruled all objections and reinstated Sasuke's status. She had even joked about Sasuke joining Naruto in the upcoming Chunin exams hosted by Lord Shijin. Truth be told, Tsunade believed she had been more than fair. She didn't want a Six Paths level ninja wandering unchecked. She'd even issued a gag order prohibiting any talk of Sasuke's past ties to Akatsuki. So, why was Konoha being attacked? A familiar voice suddenly echoed beside her. Tsunade froze. That voice, Uchiha Madara's. No, why was he here? Could this whole thing be his doing? Alert! The ANBU were thrown into disarray at Madara's presence. Alert for what? Madara blinked at the ANBU, mildly amused. We're not enemies anymore. Konoha is just one of our subordinate villages. The Konoha shinobi's faces twisted with humiliation. Tsunade's own face darkened. Is Sasuke attacking because of some plan of yours? Perhaps. Madara furrowed his brows. He recalled Lord Shijin had made some arrangements, but even he didn't fully understand what. That man truly accounted for everything. But what exactly had he done? Obviously, blame was about to fall on Shijin's shoulders. As the most powerful being in the ninja world, Shijin often bore the weight of many things, especially as the only one capable of manipulating Sasuke. A black spacetime portal opened atop the Hokage Tower. I didn't do it. Shijin's voice rang out as he emerged, followed by several figures, as though escorting prisoners. Among them, Orochimaru. And beside him, Edo Tensei revived Itachi Uchiha. Orochimaru had been hiding from Kabuto since the war, keeping Itachi with him, hoping to find allies against Shijin. What else could he do? Obito had died after the war. Though Orochimaru had no grand ambitions left, he doubted Akatsuki would let him live in peace, so he sought support to resist Shijin. But his luck ran out. Kabuto, now too powerful with his Dragon Sage mode, relentlessly tracked him down. Every escape route mysteriously sealed. It wasn't me. When Shijin denied involvement, Tsunade believed him immediately. He had no reason to lie, not anymore, and he never liked to lie anyway. So, that left one likely culprit. Orochimaru. Tsunade stared unhappily at her old acquaintance. If someone had provoked Sasuke, Orochimaru was a prime suspect. His silver tongue could certainly do it. I didn't even get the chance to. Orochimaru chuckled darkly, casting a sideways glance at Kabuto. I've spent all this time running from him. My apologies. Kabuto smiled politely, but kept his eyes on Edo Itachi. I was ordered to retrieve Itachi's corpse, but Orochimaru revived him first, so I had no choice but to bring him in instead. Itachi ignored them both. He watched as his younger brother attempted to destroy Konoha, and unease stirred in his heart. Hadn't the Kato Matsukami crow altered Sasuke's will yet? Are you wondering? Shaijin's voice drifted to Itachi's ears as he stared up at the battle in the sky. Why Sasuke hasn't been changed by Shisui's Kato Matsukami? Itachi's expression changed instantly. He knows about Kato Matsukami. He knows I used it on Sasuke. I got a Kato Matsukami from Danzo once. Shaijin noticed Itachi's alarm. I studied it. It's powerful, yes, but useless against someone like Sasuke, who now wields yin power and the Rinnegan. You even guessed I would use it on him. Itachi was speechless, utterly shaken. This man. Had he also guessed about Edo Tensei? Some tools never go to waste. That sharing an eye was too valuable. With your nature, you'd never let it rot, you'd save it for something crucial, like using it to ensure the boy who gained such power would protect Konoha. Itachi's chest tightened. Every guess spot on. And the next words made it even worse. Originally, I worried about Sasuke and Naruto joining forces to take down Madara after I left this world. Their combined strength could have done it. But it looks like your attempt to overwrite his will only enraged him instead. Itachi, you did well. Shaijin smiled, patting his shoulder. Now Sasuke has nowhere to go. He'll never want to return to Konoha again. Chapter 233, Final Chapter. Uchiha Madara couldn't help but let out a mocking chuckle. While he never thought he'd be surpassed by those two brats, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, he hadn't expected the future problem would be resolved like this. Uchiha Itachi really ended up helping with something huge. Even with Shaijin outright revealing the truth, there was no way Konoha would ever accept Uchiha Sasuke again, a volatile element who nearly destroyed the entire village. Especially since he almost succeeded. The Konoha ninjas looked at Itachi with mixed expressions. None of them expected that this former rogue ninja had remained so loyal to Konoha. Unfortunately, his well-intentioned act had the opposite effect. Instead, it only deepened Sasuke's hatred for the village. You knew all along. Itachi couldn't believe that everything he'd done had already been seen through by Shaijin. Even more shocking was that his effort to shape his brother's future had turned into a catastrophic mistake. Of course I knew. But don't worry. Shaijin's tone toward Itachi was rather friendly, especially given that Itachi's actions had become a critical part of the future he was shaping for the shinobi world. As repayment for you once willingly becoming my piece on the board, I'll make sure Sasuke ends up somewhere that suits him. Hathy. Madara chuckled at Shaijin's remark, already understanding his intention, and he was pleased with it. Let the kid follow me then. I could use a sparring partner anyway. Truth be told, Madara rather liked the kid Sasuke, especially since his growth had kept up pretty well so far. Peace in the shinobi world was ultimately just a veneer. Or rather, it was only inner peace. The external threats hadn't even begun to surface yet. Facing these future threats, Madara knew he couldn't afford to get complacent. He'd need to train Sasuke too, so they wouldn't be powerless when the time came. The priority right now is stopping that fight. Tsunade sighed, not commenting on Itachi's decisions. She couldn't blame him. And she certainly wasn't going to argue with Madara or Shaijin over Sasuke's fate. Right now, the most urgent matter was stopping Naruto and Sasuke from fighting further. That hope now rested solely with Shaijin. Don't worry. I won't let them continue. My goals are already achieved anyway. Shaijin had no intention of letting the battle drag on. Not only would it risk injuring one of Madara's future allies, but more importantly, it could lead to Naruto and Sasuke reconciling mid-fight, which he didn't want. The next moment, Shaijin rose into the air. A towering, 1,000-meter-tall Susanoo suddenly manifested. This true god of war bore winged armor that seemed to blot out the sky as it soared directly toward the battlefield. Tsunade couldn't hide her shock. Even though Naruto had described Shaijin's powers to her, witnessing it in person was another matter entirely. It was breathtaking. Every Konoha ninja was left in silent fear. If Sasuke's complete body Susanoo was enough to make the village tremble, then Shaijin's Susanoo made them lose all hope of resistance. There was no way anyone could fight someone like this. Clearly, Shaijin's arrival brought Naruto and Sasuke's battle to a screeching halt. Their clash was stopped cold by a single swing of a massive pale blue blade. Even Kurama's golden form and Sasuke's purple Susanoo paled in comparison. HMPH. Sasuke didn't bother hiding his displeasure at Shaijin's arrival. In that moment, Sasuke faintly understood what Shaijin had meant in their final conversation after the war. He must have known about Itachi's plan from the start. But now, after all this chaos, Sasuke truly had nowhere left to go. And more than that, he didn't want to go back to Konoha, especially when he landed and spotted the Edo Tensei Itachi among the crowd. A flash of frustration and complex emotions flickered through his gaze. That brother of his, Sasuke. Itachi's eyes were full of guilt. But Sasuke didn't want to look at him anymore. He didn't even want to speak with him. He couldn't forgive Itachi for trying to alter his will with genjutsu. If Itachi had something to say, he should have just told him directly. That's enough. Madara knew this headstrong junior all too well and gave him an out with a faint laugh. Sasuke, come back with us. The threats to the shinobi world aren't truly gone yet, and we could all use a strong training partner. HMPH. Sasuke gave a dismissive grunt but didn't refuse Madara's offer. He moved to stand beside him, silently making his stance clear. Sasuke. Naruto tried to stop him. Naruto. Jiraiya placed a hand on his student's shoulder, gently shaking his head. His eyes were complicated as he gazed toward Madara and Sasuke. The boy didn't understand. But Jiraiya knew very well. After Sasuke nearly destroyed Konoha, the villagers would never truly accept him again. Letting him stay would only breed resentment and fear. Just like after the Ninetales attack years ago, when the villagers directed their hatred and terror at Kurama, now it would all fall on Sasuke. But Sasuke wasn't like Naruto. He didn't care for Konoha's approval. He wasn't the type to seek recognition by giving back to the village like Naruto did. To be honest, even now, Naruto still hadn't earned everyone's recognition. Well then, until fate brings us together again. Shaijin gave a faint nod to the group. Behind him, a dark space-time portal opened, swallowing him, Madara, Sasuke, and the others into the void. Tsunade and the rest of Konoha's ninjas watched in quiet resignation. What she didn't expect was that this encounter would mark the last time she ever saw Shaijin. From that day forward, aside from the members of the Akatsuki, no one ever saw Shaijin again. It was as if he had vanished completely from the world. End of main story. Extra Chapter 1, Shaijin of the Ancient Era. Winter. The air was biting cold. Snowflakes drifted silently down from the sky. A thick layer of snow had blanketed the courtyard. The white shroud weighed down the pine and bamboo in the garden, concealing the grime in the corners, as if it could also bury the sins of the estate's master. This was the residence of a feudal lord. As the ruler of a nation, the lord naturally wouldn't risk venturing outside in this weather to catch a chill. Instead, he summoned his ministers for a grand banquet. Charcoal fires warmed the hall, their heat extending even to the veranda. The room was so warm that servants had to fan the guests to keep them from overheating. Come have a drink. The lord raised his cup with a hearty laugh, boasting about the wine he held. I spent a fortune hiring a ninja master from the shinobi order. He slaughtered a village of filthy peasants just to bring me this fine wine. You all must savor it well. The taste is truly refined. Absolutely worth the cost. Our Lord is generous enough to spend lavishly on a single cup and still share it with us. Your capacity for wine and for magnanimity is truly oceanic. The guests roared with laughter and praise. Wine spilled from bamboo cups without concern, and lively discussion filled the room. Speaking of which, those shinobi order folks sure are useful. They're all fools, not even worth paying attention to. Some were curious about the shinobi order, a group that had risen in prominence after the Great Calamity. People had grown accustomed to their presence and spoke of their mysterious power that could resolve all manner of troubles. Naturally, not all members of the shinobi order were noble. Some, after acquiring power, left the order to wander the world, discovering they could use their strength for more personal gain. Pledging allegiance to nobles in exchange for riches, killing and plundering for profit, or taking women by force. They still claimed to represent the shinobi order, but acted with increasing boldness. Yet none dared go too far, as the founder of the order was still alive. Rather than upholding lofty ideals, these wandering ninjas preferred serving the powerful for a price. I overestimated their brains. I thought they'd side with the rabble and try to resist my rule. The corpulent lord sneered as he spoke of these rogue ninja. But now I see, so long as they have desires, they're just obedient dogs. Toss them a few bones and they'll beg at our feet. Truly adorable little dogs. The fat lord chuckled, his laughter swelling into gales of mirth. Ha 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 ha, come drink. Here's to a future full of obedient mutts. Ha 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 ha, well said. The room filled with thunderous laughter and applause, all praising the lord's wisdom. Who's there? Suddenly, the lord's face darkened in alarm. He'd heard clapping, coming from behind the folding screen. Startled, he turned, only to see a glint of steel. He recoiled in terror, flipping the table in his haste. Crash! The screen was sliced clean through by a single sword slash. An assassin. Guards help. Panic erupted. Guests scrambled in all directions. Some shouted for guards, others tried to shield the lord and help him escape. SHHH. Please settle down. The intruder wore a hood, a katana in his right hand, his left finger raised to his lips in a gesture for silence. You. One of the guests tried to shout. Swish. Vines burst from the ground. They pierced through the guests' bodies in an instant, writhing and growing like living creatures, until each victim was impaled. Blood seeped silently across the floor. Silence returned. The lord, now supported by two terrified ministers, steadied himself. He pushed them aside and scanned the room, now littered with corpses, before turning to face the unexpected guest. Who are you? You're quite composed, truly fitting of a nation's ruler. The stranger praised him mildly. No wonder you managed to form a country so quickly after the great disaster. If I hadn't come here, you might have actually unified this land. Thank you for your kind words. The lord's breathing steadied. Indeed, building a nation so swiftly was something to be proud of. Using his noble lineage from before the calamity, he had rallied followers and founded a stable regime, even expanding outward in recent months. In recognition of your insight, I'll give you my name. The intruder removed his hood, revealing the serene face of a young man. I'm Shijin. For now, I'm hunting those who have spread chakra throughout this world, the remnants of the shinobi order. If you have any information, don't withhold it. I see. The lord exhaled, visibly relieved. The ninja I hired headed south 2 days ago. I tasked him with gathering intelligence on a few wealthy villages in that direction. Thank you kindly. Shijin gave a polite bow. There's no need for thanks, if we can resolve this misunderstanding. The lord smiled with relief, hoping to earn goodwill. But as he tried to speak further, Shijin's figure vanished before his eyes. Sorry. I never said I was going to spare you. Shijin's voice echoed through the hall. Where did he? The lord turned in confusion, and was met with a blade piercing through his heart from behind. Why? No reason. Shijin stood behind him, his tone calm. Just killing you, that's all, no need for pleasantries. Your blade is fast. The lord slumped, watching blood drip from the tip of the katana protruding from his chest. Shame. Your compliments mean nothing to me. Shijin sighed in disappointment, withdrawing the sword in one smooth motion and beheading the two stunned ministers nearby. The hall was painted in blood. After wiping his blade clean, Shaijin replaced his hood, opened the door, and stepped back into the wind and snow. It was warm inside, a perfect place to wait out the winter. But Shaijin didn't have time for comfort. As a newcomer to this harsh and primitive version of the shinobi world, he couldn't afford rest. He had to grow stronger and fast. At the end,